game. And, Alan, you want to talk about a game where I never thought the Warriors were going to lose. 98-85, fourth quarter, no intensity in the arena, Target Center. People are ready to think about, how are we getting home today? How are we going to bundle up in this cold weather? How are we going to get home? And D'Lo starts going crazy, hitting 4 threes during the 18-6 run. And the two Wolves go to overtime. It's still a basketball game. And just when you thought the Warriors were turning some type of corner, they take 2 steps back.
Yeah.
They go from 5th to 8th in the Western Conference. Alan, I can't figure this team out.
It's like hopscotch. Now, the thing is, and I told Spadone this during the crossover, the problem is you still believe that they're going to turn the corner.
Right.
I do not at this point in time. At this point, all the fans, Dub Nation, it feels like more than half of the fan base is just, they're strictly going with the Warriors have done this before. They'll turn it on. We got Steph, we got Clay, we got Draymond, we got the championship DNA. We'll be good. So everybody keeps saying that to me. So apparently we're good. There's no need to freak out. There's no need to worry. The Warriors will be fine come playoff time. Now, the good thing is the West is the Midwest right now. Nobody is separated. Nobody is really separated. With the exception
of the Denver Nuggets.
Nuggets, Grizzlies, yeah, but the Warriors have owned the Grizzlies, so not really worried about them.
And we believe the Grizzlies are frauds. Nobody's worried about the Grizzlies.
The thing about the Nuggets that I will say, if the Warriors ever came up against the Nuggets, Jokic doesn't really talk trash like that, but he wants to get his get back. They had him playing last year without his boys, no MPJ, no Jamal Murray, and he got hit by the Warriors. And he's not the type, like I said, to talk trash, but he wants to get his get back.
He means business.
He wants to, I want to play you with my guys. So I've always felt that the Nuggets, that year after the bubble, that was supposed to be a big year for them because nobody believed in the Lakers going back-to-back. Then Jamal Murray goes down at Chase Center. So I've always felt that the Nuggets, you can't mess around with them too much. They're shopping Bones Highland. They're looking for maybe Naz Reid, who just what a tryout. What a tryout, what he did yesterday to the Warriors. So you would worry about the Nuggets a little bit, but getting back to the Warriors, man, This was an opportunity for them, and I feel like there have been multiple opportunities. This was an opportunity where, okay, you got the Timberwolves, you got them on the ropes, they've been playing hot. Yeah, they've been playing hot, but are we already forgetting no Karl Anthony Towns,
no Rudy Gobert? Which they may be better without Rudy Gobert. We could get to that a little bit later. I think the trade was absolutely asinine for the Timberwolves, especially when you see Naz Reid start and grab 24 or score 24 points and grab 13 rebounds. And per 36 minutes, I don't like to look at the per 36, but per 36, Naz Reid gets you close to a double-double.
Yeah.
20-plus points, 9-plus rebounds. He's a very good player who's active around the rim, and he's physical. Then you get D'Lo going crazy. He gets crazy hot in the fourth quarter. So, look, when it comes to the Nuggets, not only do they have Jamal Murray and MPJ back, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon's a lot better. Aaron Gordon worked on his game. He's giving you 16 and 7 now.
He's starting to transition. He's starting to transition to his new role.
Absolutely. He's been playing phenomenal basketball. And then you add in, you talk about Bones Highland, who's getting shipped out. I would keep him if I'm the Denver Nuggets. I think he's a fine young player. But Bruce Brown from the Brooklyn Nets, we saw what he could do a couple years ago in the playoffs. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is a very good young player. I mean, a very good wing defender.
Right.
He can hit the three as well. And that kid Brown out of Kansas, the rookie, fits that rotation very well. So the Denver Nuggets, Warriors right now, they can't worry about the Denver Nuggets. They need to worry about being consistent. And you had a chance to go up 3 games over 500 and have a winning road trip. And all of a sudden we come back today saying, well, they're going to play the Nuggets. We know Curry's probably out. We know Clay's probably out. You know Draymond's probably out. And Andrew Wiggins is probably out. So how much of a chance do you have to win tonight against the Denver Nuggets? Probably a 5% chance.
Yeah.
All right? Maybe it's a 5% chance, and all of a sudden you're coming back home, and you're even at 500 again. So it's been a frustrating time. And you think about the first half, Alan, they're rolling 71 points in the first half. You're shooting 54%. You're shooting 50 from 3. You made 18 to 20 from the free throw line. And then you get to the second half, and these numbers are atrocious.
Yeah.
34% from the floor. 2 and 12 from the three-point line. And I haven't even added overtime to this nonsense. All right? Fourth quarter, 0 for 5 from 3. You turn the ball over 6 times.
Yeah, it's not going to work. And look, when you are running out, let's see, about 7, 8 guys.
9 guys yesterday.
9 guys.
Anthony Lamb only played about 7 minutes and 27 seconds.
So there's nobody else. Everybody wants to blame. You blame Anthony Lamb. You want to blame everybody but the core. I get it. And I'm not saying you got to blame everything on the core, but everybody is culpable in this situation. Everybody takes responsibility. And yes, that includes Steph Curry. Bonte, it's crazy to me. Sometimes, and I'm not trying to play coy here. Sometimes it feels like the Warriors go into the locker room and they make up new ways to turn over the basketball. They try to decide, how can we turn the basketball over at the worst time? You got Steph, who Draymond passes him the ball in the backcourt. Steph decides for some odd reason he's going to try to pass it back to Draymond and Looney, and I know. And on the broadcast, they said, oh, well, these guys didn't know who he was passing to. It was behind both of them. It was an atrocious pass. You got Steph later, who gives Andrew Wiggins a layup, literally. Andrew Wiggins just decides to eat a bucket of popcorn before the game. It slips out of his hands. I don't understand how they continue to do these things at the worst possible time. And the only thing I can equate it to, besides just kind of just thinking in a lackluster fashion, is the fact that they're tired. They're tired. They're gassed.
Tanks on empty.
And you start doing things, and think about it. Your shooting percentage goes down. They already only shoot threes, but how many shots from Steph in the fourth quarter and even in overtime?
Short.
Front rim.
Yep.
Front rim.
Yep. Short. Steph Curry, 3 of 13 in the second half, plus the overtime. Doesn't hit a 3. You got to give Minnesota credit. But even I'm watching Minnesota, and Mooney said this yesterday on Warriors Postgame Live. Minnesota wasn't trying to win that basketball game.
No.
They were just going through the motions.
Yeah.
They were giving the game to the Golden State Warriors. How were they giving the game to the Warriors? Bad shot selection. How many bad threes did Anthony Edwards take? He's a nice young player. He's going to be a future all-star. He's phenomenal, right? He's giving you all the stats, high-flying dunks. He took so many bad threes yesterday, Alan. I said, okay, Minnesota really doesn't want to win.
They actually made a run when Anthony Edwards stopped shooting the basketball.
Exactly.
It was Nas Reed and when D'Angelo Russell. And the D'Angelo Russell situation, I should have saw. It's not the first time he's played the Warriors, but the revenge game was so obvious.
Right, it was.
As soon as he started warming up, it was so obvious to me. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, how did I not see this coming? Because he started to go off at the worst time, and you can just feel it. And at this point, Bonte, we're talking about the first half and to a lesser degree the third quarter. You don't even need to pay attention until the fourth. Because a couple days ago, I'm watching the Oklahoma City Thunder game. I'm like, okay, this is a good time.
Yeah.
I got my run in. I'm going to go, take a shower, come back.
They're up 20.
What is going on?
I don't know what's going on, man. They used to be the third quarter Dubs. I don't know what's happening. They scored 39 points. Actually, they scored 43 points in the third, fourth, and overtime combined. 43 points after scoring 71 in the first half.
Yeah.
All right, they scored 22, 17, and then 4. What the hell is going on with the Golden State Warriors? This week just becomes... This is a nightmare week.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. So the Warriors lose last night. By the way, Alex Styles is in. We're 15 minutes into the show. Alex Styles in for Joe Shasky. Shasky, my main man, he's feeling a little under the weather, so he may be taking the rest of the week off. But we got Alex Styles, our pinch hitter. Hell, he could start for a lot of rosters. He could back clean up for a lot of rosters. He's here as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Baby mamas, baby daddies, stay-at-home moms, stay-at-home dads, teachers, students, cops, CHP officers, firefighters, electricians, PG&E workers. We shouted them out yesterday. We'll shout them out again. And everybody out there, Alan, if you got a shout out to anybody this morning?
I got a shout out. I got a buddy. He drives trucks. He drives 18-wheelers, so he's out there doing it real live.
Yeah, there you go. 18-wheelers and buddies driving the 18-wheelers. What's happening? If you're driving those big old trucks, by the way, all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, and brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Anthony Slater will join us at 8 o'clock to discuss what's going on with the Golden State Warriors as they have a back-to-back today in Denver. And Benjamin Albright, one of the main NFL reporters out there in Denver, Colorado, who'll shed some light on the NFL. Real quick, let's pivot for a second, because Shanahan spoke yesterday alongside John Lynch.
Did he? Did he?
He looked a little edgy.
Yeah.
He looked a little angry. He looked a little mad, and he was not there for the nonsense.
No.
He was straightforward, straightforward about everything, including Jimmy Garoppolo. He was asked about Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, we all think, look, we didn't think Jimmy would be in red and gold last season, right? Mm-hmm. Well, he ended up in red and gold. Hey, Shanahan, is there any situation where Garoppolo could be back for the 2023 season?
Is there a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
I don't see any scenario.
Yeah.
I don't see any scenario where he's going to be back. And then the reporter's like, oh, I'm talking about Garoppolo. Goes, oh, no, I got you. I knew what you mean.
Yeah. I mean, we've been through this before. I will say this, and I know we're going to continue to get into it. I will say this. The way John Lynch talked about Trey Lance and how he has to prove he can stay healthy and how Brock Purdy has been really durable, I think was the exact quote. And by the way, playing 8 games or 9 games is really durable for the Niners. That's where we're at. That's where the bar is, by the way.
Right.
But because they made such a decision to talk about that, that's why I do believe that Jimmy is gone this time, because you can't make the club in the tub and you can't have a guy, you can't continue to bring a guy back that can't finish the season.
No, you can't.
And I know we're going to get into the offensive line, but a lot of teams don't have good offensive lines, right?
No.
This is to me, Jimmy has not been able to stay healthy, period.
He got himself hurt. You know, a lot of people, let's be real. We go back to the Miami game, and you could say Trey got himself hurt. He didn't protect himself in week 2 against Seattle. Well, what the hell was Jimmy doing? Mm-hmm. Did he think he was going to outrun Javon Holland and Phillips on the edge there? Throw the ball away, dude.
Yeah.
Throw it away. He thought he was athletic. He's not. He can't run away from guys, and he gets hurt. Now, the injury sucks. I really feel bad for him because he was playing really good football. But Jimmy, at times, doesn't make the smartest decisions. Mm-hmm. And I think for both parties, for Jimmy, for Kyle Shanahan, for this fan base, let's just wash our hands.
It's time.
Jimmy, thanks for everything.
It's time.
But it's time.
It's time. It feels similar to me. Shout out Spadone. It feels similar to me, Raiders with Derek Carr. Nobody is saying Derek Carr is bad. Nobody is saying Derek Carr is trash. Some people are, but I am not. Right. I think Derek Carr
I don't think he's trash.
He's a pretty good quarterback.
I just don't want him as my quarterback.
Right. He's just throw him in the bucket with the Kirk Cousins and all those guys, and everybody's saying, look how much he did for the Raiders. Okay, so what does that mean? Yeah. Sometimes it's just time to move on.
How many playoff games do you win? How many times did he go to the playoffs?
I mean,
how many times did he point the fingers at a receiver because he threw it away?
That was my favorite.
Takes the showing off. Just showing everybody up. You're supposed to be the captain of the team.
Right.
And you're out here throwing hissy fits all day long on the football field. Enough. At least Jimmy doesn't do that.
Jimmy doesn't do that.
That's why I don't want Derek Carr around here.
Right. Jimmy doesn't do that, but Jimmy can't stay on the field. And, you know, these are different reasons, but the same result. They just need to move forward. It was a good run. Bonte, the 510 is calling me out. Alan, cut it out. John Lynch did not say Brock has been durable. He did. We'll find it.
Yeah,
we'll find it. He did.
Where is that cut? Here, let me play this one. John Lynch on the 49ers quarterback injury history. I think it's just a coincidence.
I'm sure people wonder. Jimmy's had his issues, but believe me, it's nothing the way we play our quarterbacks or anything. I think it's just coincidence, and we look into everything, but I don't think we have any more of an issue than anybody else. And I think that's a tough position in this league.
All right, so that's a tough position. Shanahan spoke about Purdy's timeline yesterday. Brock Purdy's timeline.
Once 3 months is over, they start the rehab of just building the arm back slowly. And by 6 months, it's built back. And that's when I started asking questions. So does that mean ease them in and stuff like that? Like you would think of ACLs and things like that. And they said, no, the build-up's been from 3 to 6. And at 6 months, he is the same dude in full go. So that was the most encouraging part that I heard.
So we'll see about that if Brock Purdy's back in 6 months.
Yeah.
I have my doubts. Now, you play baseball.
If he gets Tommy John, it's a year.
It's a year.
It's a year. If he gets the surgery. Now, obviously, you get a second. Why? It's just when you talk to your parents, why do you go talk to your mom after you talk to your dad? Because your mom said something that you didn't want to hear.
That's a good point.
Okay?
That's a good point.
You know, so Brock Purdy, he getting a second opinion because he didn't like what the first opinion was.
Right.
And hopefully.
And the first opinion probably was what? Tommy John?
You got to go under the knife.
What did you think when you saw it? Because you play baseball.
It looked weird. I mean, I thought it might have been a funny bone situation, something like that, but it all happened so quickly, and then right after that, I think the Eagles go 3 and out, and then Josh Johnson comes in. You're thinking, oh no, Oh, no. Now, normally, Tommy John, when you're talking about a pitcher, there's no contact.
Right.
So that's why this was a bit different. Normally, it's just, okay, the way you were throwing or something didn't feel right. You tried to fight through it, and then there was an issue. So typically, you don't see it due to a contact play, but I did not think it was that serious when I first saw.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. And then next thing you know, we saw him throwing on the sideline. We're like, oh. And Shasky was all over it. He's like, yo, that's a UCL. That's an elbow injury. He's done. Shasky was on that from the get-go at Financial Lincoln Field. Lincoln Financial Field, excuse me. Shanahan on if they'll look to go grab a veteran quarterback.
I know we have 2 starters on our team right now that I believe we can win with. So when you have that situation, you're not that eager to go looking around.
So he believes he has 2 starters on the roster. Brock Purdy, Trey Lance.
Right.
Trey Lance, we saw him walk on the field in Philadelphia. He's still in the boot after getting the cleanup. So he's still in the boot.
3 to 4 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks.
We'll see. Brock Purdy, we have no idea what's going on. They say 6 months. Could be longer.
Right.
So that 6-month timeline takes you right through August. Is he going to have his throwing power? How's he going to look? Is he going to compete for the job? I think the Niners either need to draft a quarterback or sign somebody. Now, who that somebody is, I have no idea. But I don't feel comfortable going into the season with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, especially if you have Super Bowl aspirations.
And I'm not trying to be pessimistic here. All I can do is speak from experience. And look, it's very similar. Almost the Tommy John situation is almost similar to the Achilles situation in sports as well. So you would say, okay, well, back in the day in Achilles, that was pretty rough, right? A lot of guys didn't come back from it. Not the same anymore. Same thing with Tommy John. Tommy John, some guys would come back from it. Some guys wouldn't, at least be the same.
Yep.
So there's a good chance that Brock Purdy is fine when he comes back. But let's not forget, Bonte, what was the one thing that Brock Purdy was lacking?
Arm strength.
So you can't really afford to lose any arm strength as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. So you better hope that he comes back 100%. Here are some of the names, Bonte. Obviously, you can cross off Tom Brady. You got Baker Mayfield, who I think the Rams might want to bring back because who knows what Matthew Stafford's doing.
Yep.
Sam Darnold.
Oh, God.
Jimmy G, of course. Teddy Bridgewater.
Oh, no.
Daniel Jones, who I guess somebody's going to pay. Case Keenum. Your boy, Mason Rudolph. I don't know why he's your boy. I just said that. Jacoby Brissett. Gino's going to get cashed out, I would assume, by the Seahawks. Joe Flacco.
Oh, my God.
All right. CJ Beathard.
All right,
bring him back.
Stop. Please stop.
Kyle Allen.
My God.
Taylor Heineke actually doesn't.
Oh, my God.
They're just
such
hear
a
me
shed
out,
ahead
though.
quarterback.
You
Tyler
know,
Heineke.
just have him there.
Such a shed ahead quarterback.
Just have him there.
Oh, my God.
You got Blaine Gabbert. Your boy,
Gabbert.
Money Mullins can come back.
Oh, my God. It's develop Trey.
Yeah.
It's time to develop Trey Lance.
Right. Which I don't know why that is such a crazy statement right now.
Well, a lot of people are down on Trey Lance because when you look at this roster, you look at this core, do people believe Trey Lance is ready to help get the Niners back to that point they were just at for the past 2 seasons, which is the NFC title game? Trey Lance has played 5 games since 2018. He's played 5. All right? 5 games. No development. And so now that season that Jalen Hurts had a season to go to where he was able to go through the rigors of the NFL. Yeah. See what the speed was like, play through the mistakes. And all of a sudden he loses a playoff game to Tampa Bay. Boom, the next year he's rolling, right? He's lost 1 game this season, Jalen Hurts. Trey Lance hasn't had that. We thought we were going to see that this year. Hell, at this point, looking back at it, knowing that the Niners lost the NFC Championship to the LA Rams, I would have just loved to see Trey Lance play that entire season.
Well, sure. Yeah, you can say that now, right? You can say that now.
I was actually one of the lunatics who wanted him to start week 1.
Well, I was at that Texans game when he came through and he did his thing in the second half. So I was high on him as well. He's behind the 8 ball. He was very far behind the 8 ball, and here's the problem. Just because he's a year older, he hasn't gotten to work on any of those things because he hasn't been able to play. But I do still think, I do believe what Shanahan is saying. He feels good about it, and I do think that the Niners will have an opportunity. I just believe that you have to get one of these guys just in case Brock isn't ready in time, or Trey Lance, the whole thing. So this is what I want to know. Can somebody please explain to me what we're doing with Trey Lance in terms of when he got, so yesterday, Kyle Shanahan said, and I know we're going to get to the chippiness, and our dual threat QB got hurt.
Right.
When Trey Lance was drafted, do you recall him being a straight up dual threat? Like when I hear dual threat, I'm thinking, I guess, more Lamar Jackson
They would scheme up runs for
Justin
him,
Fields.
but he was more pocket quarterback.
Yeah.
He was pocket quarterback who had the ability to extend plays. Let's pick this up on the other side. 888-957-9570. We have Warriors losing to the T-Wolves. How do Warrior fans feel about that? We got Shanahan discussing the quarterback situation. Wide open lines, wide open conversation. It's Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. Spadoni's back. Lupman's back at the house. He's chilling. He's sick. What the hell is going on around here this week? What the hell is going on in the Bay Area? Warriors lose. They blow another double-digit lead. The 8th time that's happened this season. Niners, of course, are looking... Trent Williams is walking into the locker room on the crutches. What a nightmare. What a nightmarish week. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by CalHope.org and the Department of Health Care Services. 888-957-9570. Your phone calls coming up. Wide open lines here on the Morning Roast. Damn it.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Being a great player is doing it year after year after year.
This is insane.
And I would say the same thing if Trey Lance did what Brock Purdy did.
See, I'm buying all my stock in Trey Lance. I never sold it.
Yeah, but
Red Eye right now. Brock is a top 15 quarterback right now in the NFL.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift, always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Needed Larry June in Philly. We needed numbers, man.
You needed protection.
You needed the armed forces, man. Secret Service, everybody. Oh, I'm still scarred. All right, the Red and Gold Reaction brought to you by Boxer & Gerza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We got Taking Them to School coming up in a second. We got more Shanahan sound. We got the Warriors just absolutely gagging in the second half. Very frustrating loss. The turnovers. They turned the ball over 5 times in the first half. You turn it over 12 the rest of the way. You give up 24 points off those turnovers. That's a terrible loss, especially when you think that the Warriors, when you consider the fact that the Warriors were able to get to the free throw line 34 times. 34 times. They make 27. The T-Wolves go 13 and 24 for the free throw line. So usually that's a recipe for a win. But you get crazy cold for the three-point line. You get outshot by the T-Wolves by 15. They attempted 15 more field goals than you. And you lose a game. Why? Because now it's Reed Monster double-double. Kyle Anderson made some big plays down the stretch. D'Angelo Russell gets crazy hot. And the Warriors get crazy cold. And the turnover thing. You know, all these people, you're on Twitter, Alan. You see it all the time. You know, the youngsters, man, they haven't helped. You need to do something, blah, 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 blah. Well, they've blown 8 games when they had double-digit leads. And for the most part, it's been on the vets.
Yeah, that's not on the youngsters.
Wiseman didn't play yesterday.
No.
Kuminga only played 15 minutes. Moses Moody's down in Santa Cruz. He's not playing right now.
They chased a win. They chased a win. They have been with this shorter rotation. But Bonte, everything you just said is true. And there would have been time left on the clock. It all could have went away if Steph makes a mid-range bunny.
Wow.
And it has to be said. And my count, and look, anybody on the Xfinity mobile text line, anybody on the YouTube chat, anywhere, you can tell me if I'm forgetting any game winners or close to game winners that Steph had this year. But right now, Bonte, I count 3 situations where Steph was in a good opportunity to get the Warriors over the hump, and he didn't make it happen. Number 1, was against the Mavericks when he traveled, right? I forget who he had on him, but he traveled at the end of the game. That was towards the end of last year. They lost that game. They lost that game. Then you have the Celtics. Steve Kerr elects not to call a timeout. Steph puts up a wild 3-point shot. Of course, they lose in overtime. And now you have this game last night against the T-Wolves where it's a play that Steph hits time and time again, and he does not get it done. I know he's got game winners on his resume. This is not an indictment. All I'm saying is there's plenty of blame to go around. You turn the ball over.
Steph gets blamed.
You can't make shots, and then you got a bunny that can just end all of it, right, and just say, okay, we still got over the hump because we have the best player on the court, and you didn't get it done. And then in overtime, you still didn't get it done.
No.
So everybody's got to wear some blame. Every single person. You got to be better. Steve Kerr, the last time they played at home, when they played the Grizzlies, I went to that game and I asked Steve Kerr about.
Sorry for you.
Well, no, they won that game.
Yeah, well, the game took 3 hours.
Yeah,
exactly. It was a clown show.
Don't get me started. Because I had to take Uber that day.
Right.
And they don't like going over the bridge.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I got about 10 cancellations on my Uber. So don't worry. I mean, I've already complained about that enough. But Steve Kerr kind of jokingly said, we go over these turnovers. I said, these guys are vets. Is it hard to talk about, hey, guys, don't do this when they know they shouldn't be doing this? They're, they've been in the league. He says we go over how these turnovers happen and this, that, the third. And ultimately, he kind of made a joke. He said, ultimately, they do the same thing the next game. And he made a joke and everybody in the media room laughed. But I don't think he was joking because they do the same things over and over again at the worst times. The worst times. Look, he had a wide open jumper to win the game at the end of regulation with 4 seconds left. I thought he rushed his shot. It's a great look. You'll live with the look. But this is a crazy stat. And I'm not here to say Stephen Curry's not clutch because that's stupid. Game 4 in Boston happened, folks. Yes.
Was that not clutch? I mean, I could use a plethora of examples here about why Steph Curry is clutch. But I can't unsee what I saw yesterday on ESPN Stats and Info. Steph Curry's played 5 overtime games in the last 2 seasons. He scored a total of 7 points a shot, 1 of 13 from the floor in those overtime periods. Warriors, as a team, have lost 9 straight road overtime games.
Oh.
I mean, since 2017, they've won 2 overtime games.
That's not great.
It's not great.
It's not great. And those are completely different rosters.
Different rosters. You had KD in 2017.
You had KD.
You had Klay Thompson healthy. Look, real quick, Alan, let's continue the conversation. We'll get to RJ at Fairfield, but now it's time for Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th. And one of the shots Steph Curry did make, because he was off to a great start, 21 points in the first half, 5 made threes. Well, guess what? He finished with 5 made threes. But here's one highlight, courtesy of Tim Roy.
Curry guarded by Edwards. Curry waiting. Shooting right over the top of him, and it barely moved the net. Edwards couldn't believe he was going to take that shot. And Curry says, yeah, I'm number 30. I can make that. It's 34-29 Warriors.
That was an insane shot right there in the first quarter there for Steph Curry. And the Warriors were rolling 71 first half points. And yet, they scored 43 the rest of the way. Unbelievable. That was Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th. Let's get RJ Fairfield on here. I believe he wants to talk some Niners. We can jump back and forth all day long because we've got a lot to talk about when it comes to both squads, the Warriors and the 49ers. RJ, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Vontae? What's up, Alan? Hey, real quick. Hey, Warrior fans, man, y'all shouldn't be complaining, man. Y'all got your chips. Try being a Sacramento Kings fan, all right? Just want to say that. But you guys touched on it earlier about the Brock Purdy situation. And I called in right after the Bucks game, and I said that I see more from Brock Purdy than I did from Trey Lance. If you talk about, but Trey Lance had 5 games. In those 5 games, you could not say he should be QB1. In those 2 games, I've seen more poise from Purdy, a better accuracy from Purdy, and I've seen the confidence and the movement in the pocket. So, I mean, QB1 is Purdy all the way. We gave it to Trey Lance. Man, he had his shot, and I didn't see enough from Trey Lance, and I don't know why we keep harping on it. Unless you see some, I don't know Why you keep harping on it, Vontae? You doubted Purdy at first. I'm just saying.
I did doubt Purdy, and he showed limitations the last 3 first halves. Now, there's videos out there. Look, we all feel good about Brock Purdy. There's videos out there about all the interceptable passes he threw. The no throws.
Right.
Threw 3 in the first half against Seattle, folks. He threw a couple against the Dallas Cowboys. He averted danger. Guys are dropping picks. Now, Purdy did play better than Trey Lance. He looked better than Trey Lance. But he also had George Kittle CMC at his disposal. Trey Lance had George Kittle 1 game in his 4 starts. 1 game. The game against the Texans.
Right.
And they won that. Trey Lance hasn't gotten to play with CMC. I'm just saying.
No, and I would agree. And I'm not – I think, to me, Brock Purdy did play better than Trey Lance. I think he got more of an opportunity, right, because he was healthy, so he put himself in that position. But I would say I don't think Brock Purdy has done enough to where if Trey Lance is ready to go before Brock Purdy and he's playing and we don't know what Brock Purdy's timeline is, I don't think Brock Purdy has done enough to where if Trey is getting the job done, right, depending on when Brock Purdy comes back, and really that's the most important part. Because if Brock Purdy comes back in the preseason being very optimistic, if he comes back in the preseason, then they're just going to duke it out. And Kyle Shanahan can figure it out.
Let me ask this question to you before we break, Alan. And we get asked the roasters here. 888-957-9570. Also the Xfinity Mobile text line. Have you seen Brock Purdy's ceiling? Is that his ceiling? Or is there more to give from Brock Purdy?
There's more.
There's more?
There's more.
Because we know there's a lot of potential with Trey Lance.
Right.
But have we seen the ceiling of Brock Purdy?
I think we've seen we're closer to it than Trey Lance, but a lot of guys never get to their ceiling.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, let's discuss that coming up. The Morning Roast is also going back to school. High school, that is. We want to highlight the best performances in the Bay Area prep scene, but we need the roasters to help us out. Send us an email at hss@957thegame.com and let us know where the big games are, who the big players are, and most importantly, when the big upsets happen. Again, email us at hss@957thegame.com.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
We owe it to Trent and Kittle and Debo and Ayuk and Bosa and Fred and all these guys because I don't know how big this window is. We've got to win a Super Bowl right now. And so to me, if that's the criteria you're operating under as that front office, it starts with Brady.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. Morning clouds will develop into more overcast conditions throughout the day today. Daytime temperatures will remain mild with a high of 44 degrees, dropping to the mid-20s overnight. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you want to lose weight once and for all and have tried fad diets and dubious products with little success, listen up. The FDA recently approved the weight loss medication semaglutide, and it's helping millions of patients from Hollywood to Broadway lose weight for good. At Balanced Medical Solutions, we can determine if this breakthrough medication is right for you. Step 1 is to identify any underlying conditions that can thwart your efforts, such as a hormonal imbalance. Stop guessing and arm yourself with knowledge. Our medical evaluation with labs is only $99. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph, man. I love you, Steph. I needed a little more in the fourth quarter and overtime yesterday. I know foul trouble got you out of rhythm. But, Steph, man, we needed that win. Would have been their 4th in a row, 3rd in a row on the road. And you would have been feeling good. You would have been 3 games over 500. You would have clinched a winning road trip. And now, who the hell knows who's going to play in Denver? You got to come back, play the Dallas Mavericks on Saturday, quick turnaround to OKC on Monday. Maybe it's just the way the season's going to go. So we'll get to that. We'll get to some more Warriors a little bit later. Anthony Slater's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Right now, we're rolling on the 49ers. We got more Shanahan sound as as this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's go out to the lines. Alan Styles, by the way, in for Just Asking the Butcher. He's a little under the weather, so I think he's going to take the rest of the week out. Don't worry. We got Alan Styles in the building, baby. The Styles Files. Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how are you guys doing? I like on the video. I've been meaning to tell you, Vontae. I like your remark when you say go back to Kansas.
Oh, the guy?
I heard. Yeah, that was you who said go back. Was that you?
No, that was somebody else. I wasn't saying anything.
Okay.
There was too many things going on during that video.
We were laughing. We were cracking up on that. Here's what I want to say real quick. I want to say just about the Warriors. Because that's not why I called. But I agree with you, Alan. They are who they are. I don't see them turning around. And people who think this is the same, they're measuring this same team and where we are now to what we used to be, is just, that's just a dream. They're not in reality. They don't know how to measure anything. So I'm with you. They are who they are, and they're not going to turn around. This is not, they can't do that anymore. They don't have, the coach said it yesterday. He said, we don't have that kind of team to do that anymore. So anyway, I wanted to say about Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm going to say it real quick. I'm not saying that he should come back. I'm not saying he should come back. He can't stay on the field, just like you guys said, all those points. I'm not debating any of that. I agree. But it's really ironic, that it really would make the most sense when you look at the scarcity of the quarterback position. Mm-hmm. Those quarterbacks you name, Alan, are not any better than Jimmy, if not even worse. So I say that to say this. I think that Shanahan, though, acted hastily when he went and got Trey. I really do. And I have nothing against Trey or Brock. But if you want to win, you're not going to win. You're not going to develop and win at the same time. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. And so Shanahan backed himself into a corner. That's what I believe. Peace out, you guys.
Interesting. What do you think about that, Alan?
Yeah, well, the thing about the Trey Lance and running and, people are saying he ran a ton, back in college, so that this is what we expected. Okay, that's fine. But you're always going to be, and this is not just with Trey Lance. If Jalen Hurts' shoulder was hurt worse, and it's funny because at the beginning of the season, people were thinking, if Jalen Hurts, we got Gardner Minshew over here, right? But if Jalen Hurts, if his shoulder is any worse, the Eagles are cooked. So all of these running quarterbacks, you are one play away from that. Popped. So you're always going to have that, and that's why I think that Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley, I think one good thing the Ravens have done is have him. He's a Walmart version of Lamar Jackson. But
Derek Carr and Tyler Huntley, Pro Bowlers.
Well, there you go. So at least you have somebody that can fill in that role a little bit, because if you rock with Trey Lance, you're going to need a viable backup. That's just what it is. So I think that you have an opportunity with Trey Lance. I think you do have to bring in a vet guy. And I don't think, and Robin's right, I don't think that any of these guys are necessarily better than Jimmy. Right. Number one, I think they're going to be cheaper, because let's not forget, Jimmy has a market, and early in the season before the injury, a lot of people were interested in where Jimmy was going to go. We heard about Salah, you go to New York with the Jets. So that's number one. And number two, it feels like a lot of these guys, the injury bug like we talked about with Jimmy, I don't think the Niners want to go down that route again. And number three, it's just time. It's just time. I don't think these guys are better than Jimmy, but I don't know how much better Jimmy is than some of these guys. Not to disrespect them at all.
And there's people who believe in distractions, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, if you bring this guy back, he's a distraction. You bring this dude in, he's a distraction. Well, bringing Jimmy back, isn't that another distraction for Trey and Brock Purdy? I mean, you bring all three of those dudes back, it's going to be anarchy within this fan base, let alone the football team.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's almost, as crazy as it sounds, beyond the X's and O's on the field. That's why Shanahan said, we're not doing it. We can find a Jimmy type of player somewhere else in this group and just go from there.
Let's go to Oscar in Fresno. Oscar, you're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love your show.
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to mention two things I got, man. I love you guys. I listen to you guys all the time, and I was in Philly this weekend, man. Man, those fans, they went to the top of my list of hated fans of any other team.
Oh, it's personal with them.
They were the worst.
They were the worst fans by far.
Were you at the Niner Empire tailgate?
I was. South Lawrence Street, right? Where we all marched.
Yeah,
we all marched in together.
Did you? Yeah, we all marched in together. Did you see me? I was with my buddy wearing the Rey Mysterio mask.
Oh, I did see you.
Yeah, that was me.
I saw
you. Me, man. That was my buddy.
No, you guys are right. You guys were thick.
Yeah. And then we walked in with all the Niner Empire and with Booby Dixon.
Yep.
Yeah, man. So yeah, those fans are horrible. We were getting so much crap, but hey, man. Okay, so to my point, man, I went to all 3 games that we've lost in the last 4 years. I went to the Super Bowl in Miami. I was there in LA last year, and I was, in Philly this past weekend. And I'm so heartbroken, man. I want to see my Niners win. And just a quick question: what do you think about going all in and just say, hey, we need a quarterback that can stay healthy? And I'm not much of a Rodgers fan, but what do you think about going in all in on Rodgers, but at a way cheaper price that he's getting paid if he really wants to win?
Oscar, thanks for the call. Couple things right off the rip that comes to my mind, Alan, is one, you don't have the draft capital to trade for Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. 2, what type of pay cut is Aaron Rodgers taking?
That's the big one.
He's owed big dollars.
That's the big one.
dollars. And 3, why would the Green Bay Packers trade him within the conference to their rival, the San Francisco 49ers?
Right.
I just don't see it happen. I think the Raiders are a more realistic spot for Aaron Rodgers as opposed to the 49ers.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the money is the biggest part of this. And, Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if he wants to take any type of pay cut, to be completely honest with you. And it's easy to say. I know we always say, well, I mean, these guys have so much money anyway. Let that be your money. And now you have to take a pay cut to go out and get hit by 300-plus pound linemen. So I don't know if Aaron Rodgers would be willing to do that. And I know Aaron Rodgers, he's such an interesting character. We got the ayahuasca, all those types of things. He's such an interesting character because he's the type of dude who might still have that chip on his shoulder from the draft. And you could either go in the direction of, well, I want to prove you guys made a mistake and get you your Super Bowl, or say there is no way on God's green earth I'm going to the Niners.
No doubt. Hey, it's funny. Conrad on YouTube. This dude, Oscar Fresno, must be balling. Super Bowl, Miami. Yeah. SoFi Stadium, NFC Championship game, LA, and in Philadelphia.
That's
at
true.
The Niner tailgate.
Next time he calls in, got to ask what he does.
Yeah, maybe he shouldn't go to these games anymore. It's a trend.
People are saying Shasky and I shouldn't go to title games anymore. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Boxer Gerson for sending this out there. The 49ers March is special.
Yeah.
I mean, Shasky and I start walking out because they're like, we got to get in the stadium early. And then, we look back, and there's a herd of Niner fans. I'm sure you saw the video.
Yeah.
And then guys waving the flag. You got the dudes on the bike. And then we get into the stadium, and it was basically the walk of shame.
I saw the video. And look, I got ties to Philly and I'm sure there's some Niner fans listening that were a part of putting the Niners jersey or the Niners shirt on the Rocky statue. I know one of you out there listening. They need to be blamed, to be completely honest with you. Not you or Shasky. It's got to be them because, look, I believe the Niners did it the last time they played the Eagles and the Niners won. So obviously I'm joking around here, but I don't know, man. Look, Philly said they don't play. They are doing their best to make sure you do not want to come back, right? You do not want to come back, and we can get our numbers up because I believe the Tick Pick said it was around 18-20% Niner fans.
Right.
They're trying to get that bad boy to 0.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's one way to do it.
And they were serious about their field. They were serious about their turf. Niners losing NC title game. Shanahan spoke yesterday. We have more sound coming up. Also, the Warriors blow their 8th game in which they had a double-digit lead. They were up by 14 yesterday. They were up 98-85. 8 minutes to change left. Up 13, rolling.
Yeah.
I mean, I never felt the Warriors were going to lose that game. Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, this is easy money. Steph's rolling. You got Wiggins involved. All 5 starters scored double figures. What the hell happened?
It's just
bad offense. You go 0 for 5 from 3 in the fourth quarter. You turn the ball over 6 times in the fourth quarter. I mean, right now they're not playing like a championship team. And that's frustrating because you win that game yesterday, all of a sudden you're still in the top 5 in the Western Conference. Mm-hmm. You're a couple games back from the Sacramento Kings. you're like, oh, boy, we haven't even played well, and we're in the top 5. We have a chance to get home court advantage. You lose a game, you drop back to 8th. Now you're in playing territory, and if the play had started today, I know when people hate doing that, but the play started today, they'd be playing Minnesota in Minnesota.
And my thing is, when I sit there and I say, Robin had said, oh, I'm with you, Alan. I don't think that the Warriors can turn the corner. I'm not necessarily saying they can't. I'm saying that at this point, I'm not going to get up in arms about what they do during the regular season because everybody just keeps saying, just get them to the playoffs. But all those people saying that and all those people saying, you can't beat the Warriors, like, no, they haven't lost, this, that, the third. All the people saying that, just be very clear. There is nothing that the Warriors have done this season that makes you feel confident about them winning a championship.
Not right now.
Everything that you're saying is based on what they have done in the past.
Yeah.
They won 1 last year. They obviously have won 4 in total. That's what you're using. But you can't convince me that you've seen the Warriors play championship basketball for a consistent period of time this season. They haven't done it.
They haven't done it at all.
They've done it maybe a handful of times.
5 games on a homestand, right? 8-game homestand. And even then, they didn't play championship basketball. They were rallying from big fourth quarter deficits, winning in overtime, double overtime.
Right.
I mean, they haven't played like a championship team all season long. We'll get back out to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. We got more Shanahan sound. He had his end-of-season presser yesterday, and boy, was Shanahan on edge. Was he on edge? You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Let's go to our big man in San Bruno, Rob. What's happening, Rob? You on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, fellas? First off, I want to say, man, I heard that Kyle presser, and I'm disappointed in this guy, man. But I'm going to get past that. But I feel like the Niners need to...
Wait, hold on 1 second, Rob. What made you disappointed about the presser?
The fact what he said about Trey, I got a dual-threat quarterback, so I'm basically saying he got a dual-threat quarterback, he got hurt. And that's basically what he said. Like, no, you got a quarterback that can pass the ball, but for some reason you want to run this guy like he... a fullback and get him hurt, but you protected Brock Purdy in that playoff game. You let him throw it, but you want to let Lance go up against them big old defensive linemen like he built. He built for it, but that's not a position. But I just want to say this: I feel like the Niners need to just let Lance develop, play him, quit trying to cheat the system. Look at Jalen Hurts last year. The media talking bad about him. His own fans talking bad about him. Look at him now. He's in the playoffs. You look the last 4 or 5 years in the Super Bowl. You need a quarterback to get the ball downfield or do a threat. Look at who's in the Super Bowl this year. Yeah. Like, stop trying to cheat the system. Trey can do it. I believe in him. Like,
I do too.
Aaron Rodgers ain't gonna do it for us. And one thing about Purdy was not getting away from that defensive line. Think about this for a second. If it was switched around, right, and we had Minshew coming in for the championship game in San Francisco, seriously, are y'all picking Minshew to beat the 49ers?
No.
Let's get real. Okay, then. So we need to be real about this and let Lance develop. He has all the physical tools. If C.J. Beathard and Mullis can run his offense, you telling me Lance can't do it?
Yeah, I think Lance could do it. Rob. I'm a Trey Lance believer. I want him to get his shot, and he's going to get his shot. Mm-hmm. It sounds like he will get an opportunity to take back over this football team. And look, we didn't see enough from him. Think about this, Alan. Let's go down the rabbit hole with Trey Lance for a second. He played a full season of college football in 2019. Mm-hmm. They won the FCS National Championship. Played 1 game in 2020 due to the COVID year. Started twice in 2021. Arizona when they were undefeated, the Houston Texas game. He ran 16 times in the Arizona game. Got cracked at the goal line over and over and over. Did not look pretty. Houston looked a lot better after struggling in the first half. Looked really good in the second. This year, he started 2 games. That's 5 starts since 2019. 5 starts. There's so much he has to catch up with. The speed of the game, the offense, the rapport with Deebo Samuel, which he didn't get last offseason because Deebo was doing his old diva tactics and hanging out in Miami and working out on his own, where Trey Lance is throwing with Brandon Ayuk. I still believe in Trey Lance, but the pressure on him to develop after everybody was swept away by Brock Purdy. Look around the Brock Purdy jersey right now. Guy started Played 8 games. She already has a Purdy jersey.
Yeah.
So now you got to deal with the fans that fell in love with Brock Purdy. And the minute Trey struggles, all the hounds are going to be out.
Yeah.
It's going to be out. It's truth, Alan.
Well, I can't really blame him. Brock Purdy, he's got the story, and he was playing very well. Now, numbers-wise, if you look at him, they're not ridiculously different than Jimmy Garoppolo, but it's the way it looked. Everything looked smoother. Everything looked comfortable with Brock Purdy. Here's the thing about Trey Lance, and some people think that I'm a Trey Lance truther. I don't think I'm necessarily a Trey Lance truther. I just want him to get his shot, and I know he got injured this year, so he technically got it. But even myself, Bonte, I don't know where you're at with this, but even myself, this is it for Trey Lance. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's just that's just the nature of the beast. If you have to get it going, and I know he hasn't been able to develop because he's been injured, but that's just the way things go. And come this season, nobody's going to be thinking about those picks anymore. They got to deal with who is on the roster, and they got to do whatever they can do to get over the hump. So Trey Lance, this is it.
And let me ask you this. Can I see Trey Lance? I would like to see Trey Lance run the same playbook that Brock and Jimmy ran. Do you believe that was the same playbook?
No, absolutely not. Because
is it because Trey wasn't ready? Or was it because Shanahan thought he could use him as a runner, and that was an advantage for him?
I thought that the Brock Purdy playbook was a souped-up version of the Jimmy Garoppolo playbook. Same book, different chapters. Trey Lance had a completely different book. You got to go to a different Barnes & Noble to get the book that Trey Lance had. And maybe, look, if you want to believe in Kyle Shanahan in terms of he knows his guys, then maybe he doesn't think that Trey can make a lot of those plays. The quick throws, those were the issues. We know he can throw the long ball, but those plays that Brock, it's somewhere in between. Because those plays that Brock Purdy was making up the middle, Trey can make those throws. You know why I think Trey can make those throws? Because let's be honest, they were wide open.
Wide open.
Hey, diddle, Kittle up the middle. He was wide open.
Dude, that Seahawks game, Ayuk, Debo,
they're open.
Kittle were wide open.
Now, some of that is scheme, and some of that is Brock Purdy avoiding the pass rush. I'm not taking away from Brock Purdy. But Trey Lance, you got to imagine, can be just as slippery in the pocket or close to it. And if you give yourself that time, that's where Kyle Shanahan works. When things did get tight, when the Niners played better teams, Brock Purdy didn't look the same.
No, he didn't.
It's similar.
He struggled in 3 straight first halves.
They were wide, and that's not to take anything from Brock Purdy, because some of the reasons they were wide open is because he was able to not get sacked like maybe a Jimmy would. But he was wide. Let's not act like he was threading the needle. The needle that he threaded the most was the Brandon Ayuk play when they were already up big and Brandon Ayuk dropped it. That play was incredible.
It was incredible. Matter of fact, it was 4 straight first halves. The Washington game, Brock Purdy struggled in that first half. He struggled in the first half against Arizona. He struggled in the first half against Seattle. And when that Dallas Cowboys defense came to town, boy, did Shanahan get conservative with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Let's not if that was Jimmy Garoppolo, take the name off, take Purdy's name off, and slap on Garoppolo, change the numbers. The conversation would be totally different about the way the quarterback looked in those first halves.
Right.
The last 4 first halves for Brock Purdy.
And that's why, people you either have to love something or hate something.
Right. I just think people hate Garoppolo.
Well, yeah, that's true, but in this society, you can't be in the middle. It has to be you love him or hate him, and everybody wanted to give Brock Purdy the gold jacket. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy isn't playing well. Look, I'm with the ride and dirty with Purdy too, but I don't have to give him a gold jacket based on what I've seen him do. I don't even have to give him QB1. When he comes back, him and Trey can battle it out and go from there. That's it.
I want people to chew on this during the break, and we want to take some calls here. Larry and Ariel, hang on tight. We got a break here for a second, but I want to play this cup going out to break. Here's what Shanahan said when he was asked about if there was any hesitation about his play calling with all those quarterbacks getting hurt.
When you ask that question, though, I understand, but I think if you looked at the injuries, common sense would answer that question. I mean, how have they gotten hurt? I mean, I'm sorry Josh got a concussion when he hit the ground. So that's the 4th one you're talking about. I'm sorry our quarterback got his elbow bent backwards on a normal drop back pass. I'm sorry on a drop back pass, someone rolled up on Jimmy's ankle. And then we have a dual threat quarterback who got hurt running the ball. So to throw all those 4 in that category, no quarterbacks got hurt when we had to hand it off the whole second half. So we can look into that.
Smug. Shanahan.
Wow.
How do people feel about that answer from Kyle Shanahan? By the way, we put a poll up yesterday on 95.7 The Game. Who should be the starting quarterback in week 1? Trey Lance got 45% of the vote that he should be the starter week 1. Brock Purdy, 38% of the vote that he should be the starter week 1. A free agent, 10%. Jimmy Garoppolo, 6%.
Wow.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Got to see how many votes were there on that poll. We'll do that coming up. Larry, Ariel, hang on tight. The Morning Roast is going back to school. High school, that is. We want to highlight the best performances in the Bay Area prep scene. But we need the roasters to help us out. Send us an email at hss@9570game.com and let us know where the big game are or who the big players are. And most importantly, when the big upsets happen. Email us right now at hss@9570game.com. Also, your call's coming up. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Being a great player is doing it year after year after year.
This is insane.
And I would say the same thing if Trey Lance did what Brock Purdy did.
See, I'm buying all my stock in Trey Lance. I never sold it.
Yeah, but
Red Eye right now. Brock is a top 15 quarterback right now in the NFL.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business.
Paychex.com/ERTC.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
The Red and Gold Reaction, brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Let's shout out YouTube, shout out Twitch, shout out the Xfinity mobile text line. Of course, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are completely free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts, all available completely free. Shout out to YouTube, of course, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. We got some calls here to get to. Just want to remind people, by the way, Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky the Butcher, doing a hell of a job here. We love Alan on the roast. He's a roaster. Who should be the starting quarterback for the Niners in week 1? Put this poll up yesterday, Alan. 3,291 votes. Trey Lance. He received 44.9% of the vote. Brock Purdy received 39% of the vote. Jimmy G, 6.3% of the vote. Signed a free agent, 9.8% of the vote. Trey Lance got most of the vote. He won.
Yeah.
Go figure.
I mean, well, is it a little bit by default, obviously, with
Brock Purdy injury.
Brock Purdy being injured. But I still think that's the correct choice. Right? You still did invest in him, and I know the further you get away from these picks and the draft year for Trey Lance, the less it matters. But you gotta just see what he can do if he can stay healthy. We don't know if he stays healthy and he plays well and he's able to do some things. Everything changes. We just don't know. I think what's bad is you look at some of the other guys that are struggling a little bit from that draft class. I mean, the Jets are ready to move off of Zach Wilson.
Yeah, Zach Wilson's a bust.
And that's why I say this is probably it for Trey Lance, to be completely honest with you.
It's a big year for Justin Fields in Chicago.
It is. It is. Now, how long in Chicago? How long is it? Well, he doesn't have anything. And, even before he started really doing his thing with his feet, everybody's saying, well, he can't throw the football. He
has nobody to throw to.
Exactly. Well,
they went out
and got Mapletron. They went out and got Mapletron and tried to get some things there. I did want to say quickly, Bonte, so I put this up yesterday on Twitter. It's pretty interesting because we've been talking about Trey Lance running.
Right.
So I tried to look up Trey Lance's 40 time.
Right.
Turns out he did not run it at his pro day, right? And I don't think he ran it at the combine. I don't even know if he went to the combine, but he definitely He didn't run it because there was a whole article about it, and he said that there's this new thing. This is back in 2021. There's this new thing coming out. It's GPS, right? And basically the GPS tracks your speed, and then that equates to real-time speed of a 40 time versus what you would run at a combine or run at a pro day.
Right.
So based on that GPS, Trey Lance is thought to have run a 4.5, right? Well, Justin Fields did go to the combine.
Right.
And Justin Fields ran a 4.46.
Right.
And I said, look, Trey, that's a cute story, but that GPS thing is broken because there's no way that you are that close to Justin Fields. Not that from what I've seen.
Right.
He's just a different type of runner.
And look, when he gets in the open field, he can make things happen, but he doesn't have that wiggle like Lamar. He doesn't have that wiggle like Justin Fields. Trey Lance wants to throw the football. Now, I get it. He ran a lot at North Dakota State, a lot of powers. But he also could throw that thing from the pocket, this throwing arm. We saw him go hash mark to hash mark. Let him – I want to see him run the same playbook as Brock Purdy. If he can't run the same playbook as Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo, then you made the wrong decision.
Yeah, you got to get him out of there.
You made the wrong draft pick. Let's go to Larry in the city. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Larry?
Man, I ain't hating on Trey Lance. If he starts next year, I'm going to cheer for him just like I did Trey, just like I did Jimmy, just like I did Brock Purdy. But let's just be honest, man. It's time to quit playing about Trey Lance's upside. The upside did not equate to anything on the field. I watched this guy take 6 shots at fourth and 2 or less, and I watched him fail on 5 of them. The guy doesn't have the intangibles, and all this stuff about his great mechanics and his great arm. Dude, he made Jimmy G look like Peyton Manning. But I say this, if he starts next year and he shows me something like Brock Purdy did, then I'll be a Trey Lance fan. But right now, I didn't see anything that showed me that he should have even been picked as Mr. Irrelevant,
Wow. That's how you feel about Trey, Larry. I'm not mad at you. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Eddie in San Jose. How does Eddie feel about the quarterback situation in San Francisco? What's up, Eddie? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how you doing? This is Eddie from San Jose. I'm just wanting to talk about Brock Purdy, and I think he's really awesome. To only lose a game that you pretty much got injured in and didn't play it's really hard on somebody, especially someone young like that had everything, going for him. So I would just love to see him get a second chance to be the full starter and just put everybody else behind him,
All right, That's Eddie in San Jose. I want to play this real quick, Alan, and I want you to react to this. This was the last question of the press conference yesterday. Shanahan and John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, met with the media for their end-of-season press conference, and they went through a lot of things. He was even asked about Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, Jimmy Garoppolo, could he see if Jimmy Garoppolo's back? Here's what Shanahan had to say.
There's a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Doesn't see any scenario. So Jimmy Garoppolo's off the table. Tom Brady's off the table. He retired. Aaron Rodgers, I don't think that's happening. That's off the table. Derek Carr, he's going to want to get paid. Do you really want to go through the Derek Carr experience in San Francisco? Do folks really want to go through that?
It could work. But again, it's a money situation with Derek Carr as well. If the money works, it's not a crazy thought. But again, if you're going with Derek Carr, who he's no spring chicken, but he's not almost done. If you're going with Derek Carr, you're not keeping Trey and Brock. So basically, to me, if you bring in Derek Carr, you might as well try to get something back for Trey. Right. If that's the direction you're going to go.
And I don't even know if you could get something for Trey right now.
You get something.
What's his value? 3rd round pick, 4th round pick, 5th round pick.
Sometimes you just got to chalk it up as an L, Bonte.
Right, I agree. Shanahan was asked if he has any hesitation about his play calling with all his quarterbacks getting hurt. This was the last question of the press conference. Shanahan's answer was pretty riveting.
When you ask that question, though, I understand, but I think if you looked at the injuries, common sense would answer that question. How have they gotten hurt? I'm sorry Josh got a concussion when he hit the ground. So that's the 4th one you're talking about. I'm sorry our quarterback got his elbow bent backwards on a normal drop back pass. I'm sorry on a drop back pass, someone rolled up on Jimmy's ankle. And then we have a dual threat quarterback who got hurt running the ball. So to throw all those 4 in that category, No quarterbacks got hurt when we had to hand it off the whole second half, so we can look into that.
Shanahan. Not a lot of people are happy with that answer. I chuckled.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Well, no, it's funny you say that because I saw a lot of Niner fans, on social media and even just when you played it before the break on the Xfinity Mobile text line and on the YouTube chat. A lot of people loved it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
loved it.
My timeline, maybe we obviously we have two different timelines, but I saw some of the heavy hitters. Were like, Shanahan, he's so smug. There's actually people out there who want Shanahan fired.
Yeah.
And they're going to pin this loss to the Eagles. I'll see. I told you, Shanahan can't win the big one. You're rolling with Josh Johnson. And let's not forget, Brock Purdy, the fact that they made it that far with Mr. Irrelevant says a lot about Shanahan and his coaching prowess. I was thinking, I told Shasky in the middle of the game, I said, man, if Shanahan pulls this out with Josh Johnson, sign him to a lifetime deal. Sign him to a lifetime deal. Shanahan's my coach until the day I die.
No, but here's the thing, though. I do think that there is a world where Niner fans seem to be in a purgatory, but it's a really good purgatory. You're better than a lot of other teams. You're in the Final Four. You're in conference championships every single year. You're in the conversation,
right?
But you've been the bridesmaid, right? You've been the bridesmaid these last couple years, or you're not even getting to the altar sometimes.
Right. So
I can understand why Niner fans are upset. Calling for Kyle Shanahan's job, a little ridiculous.
It's reckless.
But I can understand why Niner fans are just, we came up short again. And I do think that there is a part of this that some people feel, obviously it's not his fault, quote unquote, but some people feel Shanahan has essentially another out. If we're being completely honest.
He does.
Right? He gets another.
Although,
it's legit, don't get me wrong.
Listen, I'm still ticked off at the way Trey Lance was used.
Well, according to him, I got a dual threat QB. I got to run him.
Well, he got snarky after Trey Lance got hurt. Remember, he said, go watch Buffalo and see how they run Josh Allen. And that next night, Josh Allen ran one time.
Yeah.
I mean, so I still have a bone to pick with him about the usage of Trey Lance because even my girl, Anna, she don't even know when the team's on offense. All right?
Right.
She's now getting better, but that's where Anna is.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, we on offense. What's the first down? That's Anna. I don't even mean to roast my girl. It is what it is. That's why I love her. Even in Chicago game, she goes, babe, is the quarterback supposed to get hit like this?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, he's not.
Right.
He's not. Roquan Smith was tagging him on those quarterback runs. So I am a little ticked off about Shanahan and his usage of Trey Lance. You've drafted him to be a quarterback. I get you want to say a dual threat, but not like that. You're running him against linebackers.
Look, here's my thing. Sometimes, and we know everybody listening, no matter what job you have, sometimes, whether it's your job or whether it's your family, sometimes you have to say things that you don't even necessarily believe.
Right.
But you have to say things just because it takes the heat off you a little bit. This is what I would have said if I'm Kyle Shanahan. I would have said, look, I think we ran into some bad luck, but we don't want this to continue to happen. We've had some injury issues, not just the QBs, all over. So, yeah, we're going to take a look at some things and see where we can improve. We're always trying to improve. How simple is that? Instead of trying to be smug. And here's my thing for all the fans listening. Please chime in. Because I don't even know if they actually like what Shanahan said. Because I know you didn't like when Trey Lance got hurt.
Yeah,
I know you didn't like when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. Well, I know you didn't like when Brock Purdy got hurt.
Listen. We want to say I thought Shanahan could have put Trey in a better spot. Let's be real with Jimmy. Go back and watch the game against Miami. Jimmy rolling out to no man's land thinking he's going to outrun Phillips and Holland.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was doing.
Nobody knew what he was doing.
I didn't know what he was doing.
So if anybody got themselves hurt, it was Jimmy Garoppolo this season.
Sure. I just think that fans love to see an athlete or a coach dunk on the media, if you want to call that a dunk. It doesn't matter what the context is, because you were upset when those guys got injured. Or maybe you think it's just bad luck. Look, Bonte, I ran a poll the day after the game. I said, at this point, what the Niners have been through, is it just bad luck, or are the Niners cursed? Are the Niners cursed? You know what the vote was? It was 50-50. It was 50-50. And no, there weren't only 2 votes.
Right.
All right? It was 50-50 because
15 votes.
Is that okay, Bonte?
16 votes.
You know what?
No,
It wasn't 3,000. I'll give you that much. So I just at what point will you say, man, they got to look at something? Because that's what I'm saying. I'm not even blaming Kyle Shanahan, but at least just sit there and say, yeah, we're going to look at some things, right?
No doubt.
Yes, Kyle, we know how everybody got injured.
And here, I want to clarify something. I see some clown responses on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I did not one time this year say fire Kyle Shanahan. Not once. Mm-hmm. I said if they didn't make the playoffs in this watered-down NFC, then Jed York needed to talk to Kyle Shanahan saying, yo, what's the problem? What's going on here? But not once did I ever say fire Kyle Shanahan. I've never said that during his tenure.
Yeah.
Ever. But I could be critical of him, especially when people want to come at me talking about he's the next Bill Walsh. If he's the next Bill Walsh, then you know what? It's levels to this thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you not going for it on fourth down in the NFC title game against the LA Rams in LA Rams territory? Not to look back at that situation. Why are you not challenging the Devontae Smith non-catch? We could be critical of Shanahan, but right now, I'm cool with him as our coach.
Right.
I'm cool.
Well, you should be, because if you did let go of Shanahan, there'd be a bevy of teams that would want Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, he'd be hired tomorrow.
But at the same time, I am not mad at any Niners fan that is just, man, it doesn't matter how you spin it. It doesn't matter if you want to put blame on Kyle Shanahan, you want to put blame on the fact that you need an exorcist, whatever. You didn't get it done.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just upset that you didn't get it done with this Super Bowl roster that everybody keeps talking about, it's another season. So what happens next year? What if you just lose legit, nobody gets injured, and you're out? So at some point, you know what it is, Bonte, and I know you've seen this too, a lot of people are starting to think, man, is Kyle Shanahan going to be what Andy Reid was for the Eagles?
It's possible.
It is.
It's possible. And when we go into year 7, we still don't know the long-term solution at quarterback.
But
that's the craziest part about it.
But here's the thing about the Andy Reid comparison. It was a happy ending for everybody. Andy Reid got his ring. The Eagles got their ring. And now one of them is going to get another one.
Yeah, they got their ring 5 years later. And Andy Reid flipped that franchise. But it got stale.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt it got stale.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. But it is wild to me that we're going to enter year 7 of Shanahan not knowing who the long-term quarterback is.
Right.
We think it's Brock. We hope it's Trey, but we have no idea. And that's all Niner fans want. They just want to wrap their arms around the guy. That's why everybody fell in love with Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Willard was in here. It feels like we finally got the guy. But I'm like, Mark, I felt like that with Kaepernick.
Yeah.
I felt like that with Jimmy. I felt like that with Trey. I'm over that now. I just want to see it now. I want to see it. Who's the guy? And going to the year 7 of Shanahan, we still don't know who the guy is. Let's go to the lines, man. Lines are lit up right now. 888-957-9570. A lot of roasters out there want to chime in on a conversation. Let's start off with George in Los Altos. George, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, bro. How are you?
Good.
First of all, I love the broadcast that you and Joe put on in Philadelphia, man.
Thank you.
Sorry it didn't work out better. That was really killer. I loved it.
Yep. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, man. You can't blame Kyle for what happened with the injuries. I mean, come on. If that defensive lineman puts his arm 6 inches lower, you don't have that injury. If you let that pass go a half a second sooner, you don't have that injury. That's not on Kyle. I think in terms of the quarterback and what I saw out of Brock Purdy, I've never felt more confident in a Niner quarterback since Steve Young. When I saw Brock Purdy play this year.
Wow.
He's got it. He has it. He has all the skills that we need. Yeah, he's 6'1", but it doesn't matter. It's just his football sense. And you can see his ability to avoid getting tackled, how he gets out of trouble, how he throws the ball on the run. It's just beautiful. And I'm praying to God that he's able to come back and be our starting quarterback someday, because I think if he does, and he comes back healthy, he's going to be our guy for a long, long time.
And you're out on Trey? You don't think he could be the guy?
No, I don't know enough about Trey because he's not on the field often enough.
Yeah.
And that's the big challenge here.
Yeah, that is the challenge.
Question.
No doubt.
Go into camp next year and forget about what Kyle just said about Jimmy. And you've got Trey and Jimmy. Do you want Jimmy in camp next year without knowing that Brock is hurt and not knowing what Trey is going to be? Would you want Jimmy there?
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point, and I'm the biggest Trey Lance fan around here.
Mm-hmm.
And I still don't know. And it's preposterous to think, okay, Niners are Super Bowl favorites and Trey's playing. Started 5 games since 2019.
Yeah.
That's not, I can't, look, I'm irrational at times. I say some things that are just absolutely wild. And I sit back and say, damn, why did I say that? But it's crazy to think that Trey Lance could be the week 1 starter and the Niners could still be Super Bowl favorites. Like, is Trey Lance going to Philadelphia right now and playing well against that team? I don't think so.
No.
Dallas, I don't think so. And the Niners are playing the NFC East next year.
Yeah.
So now you're going to play the big boys from Philadelphia, Dallas. The New York Giants have a ferocious defensive line. And then you got the Commanders who are getting Chase Young, a fully healthy Chase Young next year. I don't know if Trey's going to ever be ready. Do we want to wait for Trey to be ready? Do we want to wait for him to develop? No. These fans want a Super Bowl. They've lost 2 straight NFC title games, Alan. 3 of the last 4 years have been in the hunt. Niner fans want their guy.
Yeah.
And if it's Brock, then it's Brock, damn it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. When you look at what Brock Purdy, the whole thing, we can sit here and go back and forth. Brock's got to be our guy. We don't know when Brock's coming back.
We have no idea.
So I don't even know how we can have this conversation because we have no clue when Brock's coming back. If Brock comes back in the preseason, yeah, Brock will have the edge, and they'll go back and forth between him and Trey, and I would imagine it would be Brock to start the season, if that's the situation. But we have no clue. We have no clue when Brock is coming back. And about the Jimmy piece of it, I just don't see the Niners bringing back Jimmy just to be around in case the other guys get hurt when we know Jimmy can't stay on the field either.
Why would Jimmy even want to come back?
And if you can afford Jimmy, that means everybody thinks that it's the system and not Jimmy.
Yep.
Because you shouldn't be able to afford Jimmy.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Jimmy should go out there and get paid. And Darnie's looking for a contract. Let's go to Gabe in San Jose. Gabe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, just a real quick point. I'm going to repeat what another caller said. I'm not hating on Trey Lance. I think he's got some great skills. But I got to believe that since they got Christian McCaffrey, I think the expectation of the quarterbacks changed quite a bit. Those of us who remember the Niners of the 80s, when they had Bill Walsh and they had Roger Craig, then the quarterback was expected to throw the – I think you have a dual-threat running back now. And that's, I think, more important than having a dual-threat quarterback, which you have in Trey Lance. I think Brock Purdy provides the team, the way it's set up now, a better opportunity to win, not having the same skills that Trey Lance. But Brock Purdy showed that he was able to elude the rush and to allow plays to develop the way Garoppolo couldn't. So in my opinion, I think Purdy's a man. I don't know what they're going to do with Trey Lance, but I think having a dual-threat running back is way more important than having a dual-threat quarterback.
I don't even know why I'm going to ask this question. And thanks for the call, Gabe. Does Trey Lance deserve a shot with all these weapons? Because he hasn't played with all these weapons.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't play with CMC. He's played with Kittle one time. He had Debo and Ayuk. That's fine. Does he deserve to play with all these? Hell, we all forget Elijah Mitchell got hurt late first quarter against Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost as if, the sky is blue and Elijah Mitchell can't stay on the field. Shout out Elijah Mitchell, sorry.
Shout out Elijah.
That was me.
But he didn't even have Jeff Wilson Jr. was running through the ball, too, with no juice.
Yeah.
With no juice.
But here's the thing, Bonte, and you know how it is when you're coming up. Nobody deserves anything. Nobody deserves anything.
You have to go out there and take it.
You got to go out there and take it.
Go out there and earn it.
And Trey is in a situation now. All he can do is prove that he can be the guy. And if Brock Purdy is ready by preseason, he probably won't get that opportunity. But if Brock Purdy, it bleeds into the season and Trey gets rolling a bit, we know how Kyle Shanahan loves to roll with hot hands. I do not think that if the Niners are 3-0 or 2-0 or even 1-0, maybe not 1-0, I would say 3-0. If the Niners are 3-0 and Brock Purdy is ready to go and it's a good-looking 3-0 from Trey, I don't think that Kyle Shanahan would sit Trey and put Brock Purdy in. It would probably work itself out, but I do think Trey will have an opportunity. Yeah. We just don't know how long it is.
Yeah, how long is that leash? Kyle's man on YouTube. Bonte, talk about the O-line. Well, that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's the quarterback.
Yeah.
You better fix this offensive line.
You can't have Tyler Kroft. That's what I would have asked. Did anybody ask that in the press conference?
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to talk about, I'm sorry, somebody.
Did.
Kyle, who was blocking Hassan Reddick on that play? I'm just curious.
I think he talked about it after the title game.
Yeah.
He basically said that's a basic play action pass. Everybody runs it.
So to be fair, Joe Thomas, longtime guy on the Browns, he came out and he said, you have to switch up how your line looks because the other team would know, okay, this is clearly a run, this is clearly a play action. So I don't deny that it's nothing that the Niners haven't done before, but you were dealing with some bad boys with 4 guys and Hassan Reddick, T for Temple U.
4 guys. 8 guys.
8 guys.
That defensive line was sick.
So you got
Allen. They warmed up right in front of Shasky and I. We looked at each other and was like, damn. Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
You had the Davis kid from Georgia. You had Sue, Linval Joseph, Hargraves, Reddick. And, Brendan Graham, by the way, on the edge.
Yeah.
He was the smallest dude out there.
Right.
I said, damn, we can't block those guys?
Yeah.
Good luck.
It's tough because they were doing it to everybody, not just the Niners. They
70 sacks.
70 sacks, right? Historic stuff. So I understand why. People say, hey, that's not on Kyle Shanahan. I get it. But is it on Kyle Shanahan? Because people are going down the rabbit hole. Well, if you challenge the Devontae Smith play, somebody did say that Hassan Reddick, is he coming in that hard and gambling like that? If they're not up 7-0, we'll never know. We'll never know. But for Kyle to just completely dismiss it and act like it was just a ridiculous statement, look, and a lot of people liked his answer. I just felt that you can say, look, we're going to look at some things and not say I had nothing to do with it, just bad luck. When is the luck going to turn around then? You need to go to church. That's why I said you need to go to church. And if you go to church, Kyle, go to a different one.
I don't even know if God is helping that situation with the 49ers. Not with Jake Brindle at center.
Yeah.
Not with Mike McGlinchey at right tackle. You got to get beefier. And the defensive line got punished against Philadelphia.
Punked.
I mean,
they got punked.
Javon Kinlaw. I've pulled for him.
So did you see he updated his Instagram?
Yeah, what is that? Just explain to me what that is.
I'm the scapegoat. Yeah, Brad, you got pancaked.
I mean, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times.
I think there's an imprint on Lincoln Financial.
Blowing holes open, running right over number 99. That was depressing. To see that happen to that young man, he looked helpless.
But again, this is why, when we go through the season and people speak on other teams because you saw them, and to be fair, no, we're not catching a lot of Eagles games, right? We don't get the games, and if you got red zone or ticket, there's too much NFL ticket, there's too much going on. So I get all that, but there's a reason these guys are playing that way, and regardless of who the QB was, the Eagles did show this is why we've been about that life. This is what we do.
They own the trenches.
Exactly.
And that's what wins Super Bowls.
Exactly.
And the 2 straight NFC championship games, held a fourth quarter of Super Bowl 54, the trenches got dominated by the opposing team. The Chiefs, the Rams, and the Eagles. So that's a problem.
So to me, that was what I took away from the Eagles game, because we were talking during the break. I mean, Jalen didn't look outstanding. He had A.J. Brown early before anything was really decided. He missed him. So what we did take away is that they got a pass rush and they got an offensive line, which are the 2 most important things.
And they can run that ball. Kenneth Gainwell was a problem. We're going to go back out to the Lions in a second. Here's Shanahan on Trey Lance and whether or not he'll be ready for OTAs.
It sounds like he'll be pretty close around phase 1, phase 2. OTAs is the 3rd phase, which I think that's 5 weeks after phase 1. So we'll see in phase 1. They're saying right around that time. So hopefully we'll be able to ease him in with drill work and things like that. And then by OTAs, he'll be able to go.
Hey, Shanahan, how will you handle the quarterback situation next season?
I don't think there's much to handle. One guy can't go, and the other guy should be ready for OTAs. So OTAs haven't been that consistent over the last 3-4 years since COVID. They keep being a little bit more different each year, so it's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but it sounds like we'll at least have one guy for it.
Coach Shanahan, will Brock Purdy be the starter week 1?
Things I haven't even thought about at all. So right now we're just working on coaches, and I think that stuff will play itself out by training camp.
What about a veteran quarterback, Coach Shanny?
I know we have 2 starters on our team right now that I believe we can win with. So when you have that situation, you're not that eager to go looking around.
What about Jimmy G?
There's a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Coach Shanahan yesterday at his 49ers presser. Let's take some calls real quick, Alan. Austin in the Bay Area. What's up, man? You're on the roast.
Yo, good morning. Good morning. I'm doing good. I'm going to see if I can get all this out. Hey, I'm going to give Jimmy G a round of applause. I'm going to thank him for being a 49er on the 49er team and showing Brock Purdy how to be Brock Purdy. You guys got to remember when Jimmy first came in the league, he was doing what Brock Purdy things for the 49ers. Going out of the pocket, that's how he injured his ACL, right? He did that.
You're right.
Then one more thing I want to say about this Trey Lance dude. How Coach Shanahan put him in the game, man. Hey, that's not how you're supposed to use Trey Lance. You're supposed to use him like a Kaepernick, pit weapons around him so he can actually do what Trey Lance could do, because that's what we drafted. You look at his draft videos and all that. That's what he had. He had weapons that can go downfield. We don't have that. So, Kyle Shanahan, once he takes a look at some Kaepernick videos or whatnot, and then indicate that with Trey Lance. Other than that, that's all I got. And thank you, Jimmy G.
All right. Thanks, Austin, for the phone call. Let's go to Ryan in Santa Rosa real quick. Ryan in Santa Rosa. What's happening?
Hey, how's it going, Bonte? Hey, first, just wanted to say it was awesome with you guys in Philly. I love following you guys on Instagram.
Oh, thank you.
That was epic.
Thank you. You got to say good morning to Alan Styles as well. Alan's over here. There's no chopped liver at Ryan.
Hey, and then, hey, how's it going? So, yeah, I got two things. First of all, I like that you guys touched on the offensive line, because there's no way I want to see Mike Wiglinchi back. I've seen more than enough of that. Don't want to see it ever again. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for your work. Want to see a revamped right side of the offensive line. But second of all, my opinion on Trey Lance. I think Trey's good. He can do great things. It's just more of the scheme with Shanahan. I've seen him start a few games so far. And if Shanahan is going to run that kind of scheme with Trey Lance, where I'm seeing 10 to 20 QB design runs up the middle of the game, I want nothing to do with that. I don't think that is a scheme that can work in the NFL or for the 49ers. I think it is destructive, and I want nothing to do with it. So if Trey Lance is going to come back and be the starter on those terms, I know talking to other people, they want nothing to do with it either. I hope it changes. But other than that, I hope Brock Purdy gets better and go Niners.
Yeah, no, that's a great call, Ryan. And going back to, just the running QB in general, yesterday Kyle Shanahan referred to Trey Lance as a dual-threat quarterback. They're all one hit away from this thing being over, right? I mean, every quarterback is really, but you are putting yourself in harm's way a bit more. And to the previous caller's point about the Colin Kaepernick running those types of schemes, that's the thing, Bonte. That's why I referenced Justin Fields and his 40 time. When you look at Trey Lance, there were actually articles written as well. I don't think Trey Lance can get to the outside like that.
No, he can't.
Honestly, and how FCS football translates to the NFL, I know he ran a lot in the FCS. I get all that. But to me, Trey Lance feels like now I'm only talking scrambling wise, not throwing the football. But the way he scrambles would be maybe a good bit more or a good bit better than what Patrick Mahomes does.
Right.
Yes, you can have some, because Patrick Mahomes, they don't even have any designed runs. It's only scrambles. So yes, designed runs, but also a lot of just scrambling the football. You forget about Trey and he gets chug-a-lugging down the field. But to be fair, the only way you can do that is if Trey is hitting on his throws. And that's what everybody was saying. Kyle Shanahan now, I think the confusing thing is people say how much he ran back, North Dakota State and all that good stuff. Everybody talks about that. But I don't know that Kyle Shanahan, this was the plan when he was specifically drafted, because we heard that. And then we heard, his throwing isn't where it needs to be, so Kyle's running him more. So which is it? I still don't know.
I don't know either. Kyle Matson, get in here.
I think the other thing, just to kind of piggyback off of Alan's point, Trey Lance never had to protect himself at the FCS level. That's a skill for quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Like, look at Russell Wilson. He ran a ton. Never really got hit. Lamar Jackson doesn't get hit super hard. Cam Newton got rocked all the time. Same thing with Josh Allen. You have to learn to protect yourself when you're running the football, and that's something that I think Trey needs to improve on as well.
Trey's got to learn how to do that, but it's tough to, hurry up and get down when you're running through the A-gap. When you run it up against linebackers.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, you got to make a quick decision. Do I just slide right there in front of linebackers? They still may pop you.
Yeah.
They still may pop. We see dudes get hit all the time. Let's go out to the lines again. We got Justin, Rick, and Rich, and we'll get to everybody before we get Anthony Slater here at the top of the hour. Benjamin Albright, 8:30. Slater to talk about the Dubs. I'm still frustrated over that game last night. The Dubs are lucky the quarterback situation is going the way it's going for the 49ers. I mean, that loss last night, I couldn't sleep, Alan. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah. It was ugly.
I thought they turned the corner. I'm watching them against OKC. I said, oh, man, these rotations are serious. They look like they're serious. Okay, you blew a 20-point lead. You won the game. All right, let's go. Warriors are back. They're 5th place in the West. I'm feeling good. And then D-Lo goes crazy. Curry goes cold. Curry turns the ball over. Draymond turns the ball over. Poole can't hit a shot down the stretch. Wiggins has a wide open duck. Ball slips right out of his hands. Goes 50 feet in the air. What the hell is going on?
Yeah. And now it's turning into a thing, I think. So now it's moving to the mental aspect where it's, okay, we have a lead. Are we going to blow this again? So they got to fight through it, man.
It's all bad. Let's go to Rich in Oakland. Rich, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just to touch bases really quickly when it comes to the whole quarterback controversy, I can honestly tell you as a non-Niner fan that the boy Purdy is a threat. He was, touching bases on what that first caller said about the most confidence they've ever seen in a Niners quarterback. Absolutely. A lot of us who were sitting there watching that game, again, non-Niners fans, we thought that San Francisco was going to take it all the way. In my opinion, and again, it's just my opinion, they need to stick with Brock. That's all I want to say. Good morning, and I love you guys.
All right, thanks, Rich. Hey, I respect that. Brock Purdy for president. Rick in Stockton, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, yo, man, we need to stop imploding on the team. How y'all doing? Good morning, bro.
Good morning, man. Good morning.
Dragging on our team, man. Everybody's seen Kinlaw get double teamed. Everybody's seen Boza getting the bro hug by Mulata. We need to chill. But at quarterback, man, I say Brock Purdy. I say it should be Brock Purdy, but I know he hurt, so we got to go with Lance. And we got to go with Lance. And we got to draft another guy. We got 3 back-to-back picks, man. I say the UCLA quarterback, the Tennessee
Dorian Thomas, what was his name? Dorian Thompson. I feel DTP, is it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And Max Duggan. I'm talking about like
Max Duggan from TCU.
Like they should be like in the fourth, fifth round. I mean, just to come up on somebody to add. Because really, reason why we lost the game is because John Lynch. Everybody, we were so happy with the Brock Purdy magic. And when he got hurt early in the season, we should have been like, hey, we needed another quarterback because we should pick up anybody. This is where we should have picked up our veteran at. But the season is over with, and we're going on to, man, I'm a Kings fan hoping that the Warriors don't get in the playoffs and knock us out, man.
All right, Rick, thanks for the call, man. Good call, man. Look,
DTR.
After last season, DTR.
Yeah.
Dorian
Thompson
Robinson, DTR. Yeah. It's not bad. And look, I'm done evaluating quarterbacks coming out of college.
You can't.
Brock Purdy, I was so wrong on. I did not see that happening. Brock Purdy.
Well, you weren't alone.
I mean,
he was the last pick in the draft.
Might as well be because everybody reminds me about it. It's like, man, I'm the only one who said that?
Yeah.
Everybody else ducked the smoke. I'll wear it. I'll wear it. I was wrong about Brock Purdy. So I'm done evaluating quarterbacks.
Well, and this is what it turns into, though, with Brock Purdy. And I hate to do this because I do love Brock. But what is Brock on the Texans? And I don't want to do that, right. But when people want to give him the gold jacket, I feel like,
I'm not.
Come on now.
Yeah. We saw limitations. All right, we'll get to the rest of the calls here. Mike, Oleg, Justin, hang tight. We got Anthony Slater. We'll be in and out with him, and then we'll get right back into the 49ers because people are running hot. I think people just want to forget about the Warriors game from last night. I mean, God, really? You lost to the T-Wolves like that?
Yeah.
Naz Reid went crazy. Naz Reid looked like Karl Malone yesterday.
How did your heart feel when he got that offensive rebound after he missed the 3 and then yammed it? That was rough.
I walked straight to the demo set at NBC Sports. I said, I can't believe they just lost this game. Because Willie Cody goes, yo, they're going to take a bad shot.
Yeah.
They're going to turn it over, and you're going to have a shot to tie the game.
Mm-hmm. Got to get that rebound. You need that Men in Black, just the little pen just to delete it from your memory.
I can't.
Yeah.
I got a back-to-back today. They're playing the Nuggets. Maybe get B550 tonight. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's playing? Who's in? Who's out?
I think Steph's going to play, personally.
Played 43 minutes last night.
Yeah.
Hit it, Spadoni. What's up, Bay 510 area? I couldn't sleep last night. I take losses hard, Bay 510 area. I take them hard. I don't like losing. I don't like losing to Connect 4. I don't like losing in Monopoly. I don't like losing in Madden. I don't like losing. I don't like losing a window seat on the plane when you're picking your seats. I hate losing, Alan. So it bothers me when I try to go to bed. It does.
I believe you.
Injury report. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They addressed the media. We played a lot of sound. They addressed the media yesterday and offered their own update on Brock Purdy. Lynch mentioned that Purdy is continuing to get different opinions on his injured UCL. Lynch added that the most consistent approach for the injury is a 6-month recovery window. While the Niners continue to meet with medical professionals regarding his injured elbow, Lynch and Shanahan are confident that Purdy will be ready to suit up and be back 100% by the end of the 6-month recovery window. So, Alan, you went to Temple. I went to SF State. I'm not sure if you're a math major. I know I'm not, but 6 months here. All right, if you get your surgery, say, tomorrow.
Yeah.
March, April, May, June, July, August. That means he's back September?
He's back. Well, that's the thing. Is he back? He's not back 100%, right? He's back on a throwing
There's
program.
no way he's going to be back by week 1 and ready to go.
If that 6
no
months
way.
means he's back 100%, great. But I feel like that means he's back beginning his throwing program.
Oh, God.
And a lot of people were saying, sometimes your arm comes back stronger. Yeah, that's true.
Jake Delhomme said that yesterday with us.
I'm sure that's true, but let's not act like this is Rookie of the Year here. He's not going to be Rowan Gardner when he comes back.
The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Mike, Frank, Oleg, hang tight. We'll get you in about 10 minutes. We got Slater. We'll be in and out. I don't even want to talk about the Warriors right now because I'm so frustrated about them. We'll get to your calls, get right back into the Niners here in the Morning Roast.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
The bottom line is there's a system in place for a coach who doesn't think that a call was correct. And that is you reach into your pocket and you pull out a red hanky with a slightly weighted ball on it and you loft it onto the playing field.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
If you have a tax problem, then you have a legal problem. And that means you need a tax attorney. Hey, this is Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns. Maybe you have offshore accounts or receive money from a relative overseas. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of the tax problem you have, the Kugelman Law Team can help. So visit sftaxteam.com today. I have met with their attorneys and know about their honest and ethical approach to providing effective and efficient resolutions for all your tax needs. They strive to educate their clients about IRS practices and evaluate possible solutions, all while providing you with straightforward and transparent pricing. If you're facing a tax problem, then you're facing a legal problem. So you should contact the Kugelman Law Tax and Crypto Attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
Offers coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
When those nights happen, I kick myself afterwards for not walking into the locker room and banging on the walls, during our pregame meeting and yelling, do you guys understand what's about to happen?
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A lot going on in the Bay Area. We're going to take a pause from the Niners. Mike and Frank, hang on tight. We'll get to you afterwards. As Shanahan spoke to the press yesterday in the season presser. And as we say, good morning to everybody out there. Niners quarterback situation up in flux, although there's differing opinions on Brock Purdy. Jake Delhomme said he was throwing 3 months after his UCL surgery. But what if Brock Purdy needs full Tommy John. We still have no idea. Is it Trey's time? Trey Lance? We'll get back to that. In the meantime, we got to get to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider. He joins us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And Anthony, hopefully you're staying warm in Minnesota, number one. Number two, maybe the air got through the target center yesterday in the second half because the Warriors couldn't hit a shot after scoring 71 in the first half and scored 43 the rest of the way. They couldn't hit a shot. They couldn't take care of the basketball. And they blow their 8th game in which they had a double-digit lead. I mean, maybe this is just who they are this season, Anthony. I don't know. I'm getting a little frustrated just watching the game yesterday. I took that one hard last night. I did, man, after the week I had. Maybe this is just who the Warriors are, Anthony Slater. And good morning to you, by the way.
Why are you so invested? Don't be so invested. Don't. They're 500 teams. Don't have expectations.
Man, I can't help it, Anthony. Man, my emotions getting the best of me right now, man. I swear to God, they were up 98-85. I was like, man, the Warriors really have turned the corner. Okay, now we're starting to get back to championship talk. Trade deadline's coming up. They're rolling. Then I don't know what the hell happened over the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter into overtime.
You said 98-85. You remember how the Wolves made it 87?
Turnover, right?
It was that play where Nas Reed bumps into Draymond, tries a bad lefty hook, misses it. They get a stop. Mm-hmm. Draymond gives it to Steph, and he just throws it right back to Nas Reed. Nas Reed gets the layup. Yeah, it was bad. It was referenced post game. Like Steve and Steph both talked about that turnover as that kind of flipped everything. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, how about the one where Steph's dribbling it up and Looney and Draymond are just not even looking at it and running up the court, and he just throws it out of bounds.
That was unbelievable. Steph had some atrocious turnovers. Even the first quarter, first 3 minutes of the game, they had 3 right off the rip. Then they had 2 over the next 21 minutes of the first half. But Steph threw one away in the first couple minutes of the game. It's like Steph is just a little too loose with the basketball. That's your leader. That's your guy. It's not the youngsters. It's Steph. 5 turnovers yesterday, and you get another 4 from Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a one-game thing. I mean, it's not like he's immune to this even in his best seasons ever. I mean, in the playoffs, in their championships, I mean, we all know the behind the back where it's throwing the trophy out of bounds. That's like the famous meme. But they've just done it so much this season, and it's a season that I think, I mean, look, they're sitting there at 26 and 25, and the bigger picture issues that we talk about so much are the young guys. There's the 2-timeline plan, the front office's roster build, the trade deadline coming up. What should they do? But the reality is, and Steph admitted it last night, if they haven't gifted between 6 and 8 games away that they should have won, 3 in the last, 13 days, I believe it is. The Boston one, the Brooklyn one at home. They're up 17-12 in the final 5 minutes. And then last night, they're sitting there at 30 and 21 or something like that right now, and they're third in the West. That's just if the veterans had just closed reasonably well in situations that, I mean, they're up 4 in Charlotte with a minute left. They're up 4 with 7 seconds left in Utah.
They scored 2 points in the last 5 minutes against Miami. Go ahead, Styles.
Yeah, no, Anthony, I was just going to say, because you said, the vets, and we've been talking about the vets specifically, that rotation has been between 7 and 9. How much of this, when you look at when these breakdowns are happening in the fourth quarter, how much of this could just be these guys? We know Steph, his endurance is great, but how much of this could be these guys starting to get a bit tired? I mean, they're not spring chickens, and Steph trying to go Dirk Nowitzki a couple different times, at the end of the game and going front rim. How much of that could just be these guys, or, they're just getting a little tired?
I asked that to Steve Kerr directly last night. He said no. He's like, we took yesterday off. They're probably not going to play tonight. They haven't released that. That's not official, but they clearly attacked the game as if they wanted to win that one. And knowing you got a night off, Steph missed 3-4 weeks recently. He's been refreshed. I mean, Kerr talked about the type of pop he's had. That wasn't a game yesterday. I've been on long road trips. That was just the second game of a 3-game road trip. It didn't feel like fatigue should have been a factor last night. It just felt like concentration was. And, obviously if you're tired, that can lead to, mental fatigue in a sense, but I don't think that's the proper excuse yesterday. And he did condense the rotation. But, again, Jonathan Kuminga was fine in his bench minutes last night. It's not like Anthony Lamb was a major problem. He only played 7 first-half minutes. JaMychal Green's been decent when he's tried him lately. He has not put him in the game the last few. I'm still somewhat of a Moses Moody believer. I'm not sitting here ready to blame the depth for what happened yesterday.
You know, Anthony, when you talk about the length, and we do this every year with the Warriors, you need a big, you know, we're getting killed on the boards, and then the playoffs come, and Andrew Wiggins becomes a rebounding machine. But the player that doesn't play, they always get kind of the most airtime in terms of what the fans want. And who I've been hearing a lot, you know, he's got this frame. It's PBJ, Patrick Baldwin Jr. He's got this long frame. He can hit the three. Maybe he can help out defensively and rebounding. What has Steve Kerr seen or not seen from Patrick Baldwin Jr. for him to, obviously he's a rookie, but, you know, just for everybody out there that listens that's curious, why can't this kid get minutes? Well, why do you think that is?
By the way, I thought that question felt like a James Wiseman setup question before you swerved on me right there.
You know, no, he doesn't even come up anymore. Look, and you can apply it to both, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, you can apply it to about half the roster at this point. But with Baldwin, I mean, he is not physical enough at this stage of his life or career to believe he could be like Otto Porter, you know, right? Because Otto Porter could hit the three, stretch the floor, but also could bang down low, could start in a Memphis series and give you kind of rugged minutes. Like Baldwin, not only, you know, thin, he's, you know, a teenager essentially, but he's had injury issues in his past. I mean, he's just getting over this pretty horrific ankle injury. He went, 2 years basically trying to rehabilitate his ankle. It's just, I've liked little glimpses you've seen. Mostly what I've liked is he could shoot on the move. His catch and shoot looks pure. He looks like a future 42% 3-point shooter. Honestly, you know who he reminds me of a little bit? And I don't want to overdo it here, but the guy you'll maybe see tonight, Michael Porter Jr. Just a shot. But one of Michael Porter Jr.'s problems is he's not physical defensively at all. He doesn't rebound. He doesn't really defend that much. We'll see. They're trying to work on that with Patrick Baldwin, but just at this stage of his NBA life, which is in its infancy, I don't think he's ready to be like I said, like an Otto Porter.
Anthony Slater joining us via the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Let me pass some information to you, Slater. You'll love this, and to all the Niner fans out there who are hoping that Vic Fangio would be the defensive coordinator next season. Vic Fangio has decided to take the Dolphins job. He's going to become the Dolphins defensive coordinator and will officially accept the position on the Miami staff after the Super Bowl. So that may make you happy. It may make Niner fans sad, Anthony.
You try to come in and steal him, but I think Vic looked at the rosters and he was like, do I go to the team of the future or the team of the past? The team that's fading. The team that doesn't know their quarterback situation. Not that the Dolphins, have nearly a settled QB situation themselves. So good choice by Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
We're going to move on. We're going to move on from that and talk some more Warriors. You brought up Michael Porter Jr. and the Denver Nuggets. I like this Denver team, Anthony. I think they revamped it. Obviously, Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray's back. I think Aaron Gordon is a lot better. Aaron Gordon, that is, from San Jose and Midi. And Midi of San Jose, I should say. And then, of course, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Bruce Brown. I like this roster a lot, and we're probably not going to see a lot of the core four, right, tonight. They're probably going to low manage and go against the Denver Nuggets A squad while the Warriors bring out their B squad.
Yeah, I mean, that seemed to be the indication, the hints last night. Again, they're like, they always do we'll go back with Rick Celebrini on the plane ride and really discuss workloads and everything. But, again, every time they've mapped out this second night of road back-to-backs where they're traveling city to city, and they have tough nights the night before, they sit the guys. And that seemed to be the expectation internally last night. Maybe it's possible a couple of the veterans play, but I'd expect, the Ty Jerome show again. And you know what? Last time I saw it, I was intrigued, right? That Cleveland game.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily expect a repeat of that tonight against Denver. But it's, yeah, I mean, it sets up as a mismatch. I believe Vegas, I saw the line, they're expecting the Stars to rest at 10.5 to Denver.
Jesus Christ. Denver looks legit, man, and hopefully we can see the Warriors and Nuggets play at full strength like they did in game number 2 at Chase Center when the Nuggets came to Chase and put up 70 in the first half. Disappointing loss. Slater, you're the man. We'll talk soon, man. We're getting back to the Niners and living this depression world that is 49er football right now, man. That hurt me, man. I can't believe you said that. Team of the past. I heard Slater.
Hey, I'm being a hater, but I know I could tell the Vic Fangio news that stung you, so I might have to tune into your next segment to hear you really, dive into that one.
Hey, have you ever been to an Eagles game as a visiting fan?
No, I wish. I've been right around the stadium, but it's never lined up when I've been in Philly.
Be careful. And bring the goons with you. Let me just say.
All right, I feel you.
All right, Anthony, have a good one, man. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider, joining us via the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Let's get back to the lines, Alan. Any takeaways? First, any takeaways from the Warriors, man? They're going to play different tonight. It's going to frustrate us, and we'll talk about it tomorrow as we break down Ty Jerome and hopefully James Wiseman. How about James Wiseman? Not playing at all.
No.
JaMychal Green, not playing at all. Hey, by the way, suit up tonight. You got to guard Nikola Jokic.
It's just, and I hate the word fair, but now what's he gonna do tonight? I guess at the very least, all of our expectations got to be extremely low for this game, so it's hard to get let down when you have low expectations. The Cleveland game, by the way, there was no Donovan Mitchell, so unless Denver's sitting somebody,
Jokic, Gordon,
somebody, please,
Murray,
please, don't they need a rest?
Yeah,
just give them a break.
Even though you had a day off yesterday, you need another day off.
Yeah, it's getting late in the season.
Hey, James Wiseman, go ahead and guard Jokic. Right. And then Twitter's going to be just an absolute circus.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
can't win.
You can't win.
Literally.
Can't win them all. Let's go to Frank in Fresno. Frank, what's happening? You're in the roast. He wants to talk backup quarterback situation with the Niners. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, so nobody really brought up this point yet, and I'm kind of, at least I haven't heard it yet. If you knew that Josh Johnson was your backup quarterback since, Brock Purdy came in, and that's basically what your backup looked like this whole time, why didn't they go after anybody else? Is there, nobody else out there, like a Cam Newton or even a Ryan Fitzpatrick you could have brought in? If that's what
Yeah, Ryan Fitzpatrick is working for Amazon. Cam Newton, I don't know how much he has left in the tank.
Yeah.
How much is he running away? Is he evading that rush from Philadelphia? I don't think so.
No. And did we even see I get it. Everybody is freaking out over, obviously he dropped, like I said, I don't know if he had popcorn or what it was, but he dropped the shotgun snap. So everybody says, why was Josh Johnson in? He wasn't ready to go. My question would just simply be, well, if we believe Kyle Shanahan and everybody that was happy with Kyle Shanahan's answers and Kyle Shanahan is fine, then we have to believe that he felt that Josh Johnson was the best person for the job.
Right.
And if he doesn't, he fumbled and then he got a concussion. And look, I am in no way comparing the two, but if you remember, Patrick Mahomes, he had a ball where he didn't necessarily fumble the snap, but he went to throw it and he fumbled. Right. So this is just something that happened. So I'm not going to sit here and dive into all these other quarterbacks that nobody else wants because of a play from Josh Johnson.
Right.
When they did, it was very Christian McCaffrey heavy.
Right.
They did score. Then right after that, you got he did fumble the football. And then after that, he gets his head slammed. He's out of the game. Yeah. So I'm not really going to dive. I'm personally not going to dive into it too much because, look, sometimes y'all want me to trust Kyle Shanahan. Sometimes you don't. We can't keep doing this pick and choosing thing unless it's a buffet. No, so that's how I feel about it.
Yeah. By the way, Vic Fangio again has decided to join the Dolphins as their defensive coordinator. According to Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, fins up. Kyle Shanahan spoke with Vic Fangio about replacing DeMeco Ryans. Of course, he took the Dolphins job. The other known candidates at this time are former Panthers interim head coach Steve Wilks and Commanders DB coach Chris Harris.
Yeah. How again, we do this thing with the personnel. How important is it? Obviously, it's extremely important, but you got to be a pretty bad DC to mess up with this personnel, right?
You would think. However, it is got to be in the right sets.
Yeah.
It's an offensive league now, right? You got to call the right defenses. Is Steve Wilks a blitz guy? Is he going to be blitz heavy? Chris Harris, I don't know much about other than the fact that he played with the Chicago Bears for a cup of coffee. He had 2 stints with the Chicago Bears. He's been a coach now since 2013, defensive quality control coach. Then he coached with the Chargers for 3 years and in the Washington football team as a DB coach. Is he ready to be a defensive coordinator? We know Steve Wilks can be a defensive coordinator. Now I'm seeing some things on the YouTube chat roll here, and it's pretty wild. There's people out there who really want to trade Kyle Shanahan.
Like I said.
Joe on YouTube. Listen to this one, Alan. Listen to this one. Trade Shanahan. He has proven his poor draft picks and poor line play. His dad's blocking concepts have injured running backs and quarterbacks. Kyle's dismissal of this fact was a joke.
The last part of it, agree. The first part of it, do not agree. The way he dismissed it, some fan, you either loved it or hated it. Me personally, I just thought you could have said a little something more than that. But to move on from Kyle Shanahan, again, Sean Payton's gone. He's with the Broncos, so I don't know who you bring in. You're not there yet, but I could see some people, you turn the heat warmer isn't turned up all the way in your car, Bonte. But
no,
I can
we're
see,
not close to that.
But at what point, though?
Shanahan could go 5-12 next year, and his seat still may not be.
But again, going back to Andy Reid, and I don't know when Andy Reid, if he had a losing season when he finally left the Eagles, but you set the bar high.
Right.
Does that just mean? But if you don't get past the bar, what do you do, Bonte? I'm not saying we're there yet.
No, we're not.
I'm saying the bar has been set extremely high.
It has, and he set that bar.
But it's not the top.
No, it's not.
It's not the top.
Andy Reid's last season in Philadelphia, he was 4-12.
Okay,
that was after an 8-8 season.
Okay, so
but he went 11-5, 10. Look at these years Andy Reid had. First year's head coach, 5-11. He goes 11-5, 11-5, 12-4, 12-4, 13-3. Stumbles to 6-10. Bounces back to 10-6. Goes 8-8, 9-6-1, 11-5, 10-6, and then finally 8-8 and 4-12. And it just felt stale at that point.
Yes, agreed.
Now, he was there in Philadelphia from 1999 through 2012. It's a long time.
Yeah.
Shanahan's entering year 7. Again, Shanahan can go 5-12 next season.
Yeah.
And he's not going anywhere.
Now, honestly,
nor should he.
You might feel differently because at least you didn't. At least you weren't knocking on the door again. You weren't the bridesmaid. You didn't even go to the wedding.
What if you develop Trey? If Brock's not ready to go and Trey takes the job, and you develop Trey Lance, they go 5-12. I know everybody's going to rip on Trey Lance. We know what's going to happen there. But Trey gets better.
Will it look better if you're 5-12 though?
But if you understand the context, knowing that, hey, first-year defense coordinator,
that just
quarterback
I don't
playing
see
the
that
full
world.
season.
You ran that. That could have been this year.
Yeah,
you missed out on that year because you were injured.
Yeah, I think that year was last year. I don't even think it was this year.
Right,
because Jimmy G was lurking.
Because everybody's going to say, why are we messing around with Trey when Brock Purdy did what he did?
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's go back out to the lines. We got Benjamin Albright joining us in a few minutes on the Morning Roast. We love Benjamin on the roast. Let's go to Anthony and Benicia. Anthony, what's happening?
Top of the morning, fellas. So I kind of wanted to go back to what Mr. Styles said. I'm not coming down the road or nothing because I think Styles is cool. But he did say that, like, if Trey don't show you something this year, like it's over or it's done. And I just feel like that's unfair because Trey he's never had a fair shot to this particular juncture. When we did see what he, quote unquote, could do, he treated him like a running quarterback. And I thought it was interesting that Kyle Shanahan said sorry to all 3 quarterbacks but Trey. Instead, he said that, I had a dual-threat quarterback. But, when I think about a dual-threat, I think about between someone that's like Aaron Rodgers in his first couple years where he would just run to evade something and extend the play. Or if you think about somebody like Lamar who was like, I can really get out there and run and make it happen. And Trey isn't that type of quarterback.
Right.
So I think it's unfair to even consider him that. But that kind of stood out to me. I just think that it's unfair that people keep calling up and saying like it's over with Trey. He showed us what he can be in this, that, and the third when he only had, 5 starts or whatever the case may be. I think we really just need to take a step back. And like, if you don't like Trey, honestly, just say you don't like Trey. But he hasn't shown you enough to say that he's a lost cause. Not you, but like the caller.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
He hasn't showed you anything.
Right. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of that. We haven't seen a lot from Trey Lance. And there's a lot of that, like, yeah, Trey's a bust. Trey's this, Trey's that. Let's put context matters.
Yeah. We hear that all the time. Guys, come on. We know he's not the one. How do we know that? And to Anthony's point, look, I didn't say it was fair. I never said that's what should happen. I'm saying that's probably what will happen because you want to get Zach Wilson out the paint, and he hasn't been able, and he hasn't had a lot of time either.
No,
so it's not that I think that Trey should be done after this year. I'm just saying I think that's how it might go.
And let's be real. As Guru would say, he puts a rat on the table. Let's put the rat on the table. Mm-hmm. The conversation about black quarterbacks is completely different. Let's just put the rat on the table.
We were just talking
about that during the break.
We were talking about it during the break.
Right. The way we cover it, he's played 4 games. Mm-hmm. Started 4 games.
Yeah.
Completed 3 in half a quarter. Got banged up against Arizona. You win the Texas game. You play with George Kittle one time.
Yeah.
Let me see Brock Purdy play without George Kittle.
You can say that Brock Purdy has played better than Trey. I don't think we can deny that.
No doubt.
But to be so absolute that Trey is done, that is what is kind of wild to me.
Yeah.
Because how does anybody know?
We don't know. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Matt, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How's it going, y'all? To hop on what the last caller said, it is over for Trey. I don't like him as the Niners quarterback, I do want to see him play, but I just don't think the 49ers is the right situation. It takes guys time to develop. Geno took 8 seasons. Daniel Jones was crap for 3 seasons. I think that, even Geno Smith is someone they should consider bringing in, but I think they should bring in a quarterback for this season and the next and let Brock really recover. Also, Bonte, I wanted to say, why wouldn't you bring Styles with you to Philly? This guy, look at his back. Look at this guy. He's built. He
is yoked up.
In Philly for years.
Hey, listen.
Come on.
I love Styles. He should have came to Philadelphia. Could have toured us around North Philly.
That's right.
But we were outnumbered, homie.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't care how many dudes were not. We were outnumbered, dog.
I would have helped. I would have led you. I eat free at Ishkabibbles.
It's like the Targaryens going to fight the White Walkers, and next thing we're like, hey, what happened to the Targaryens? What happened?
Yeah,
they got dominated. That would have been us.
Exactly. But going back to what Matt said, it's crazy for him to say he thinks Trey is done as a Giant fan when y'all been rocking with mid Daniel Jones for the last couple of years. So
Dothrakis? Sorry, what did I say? Yeah, Dothrakis.
If Daniel Jones gets this, got that amount of time. How can you say Trey's done in the same breath? I don't get that.
Yeah, it's just whatever. It's wild. Joe, hang on tight. 888-957-9570. We'll get to Benjamin Albright, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. We'll be with Albright, then we'll get right back to the calls here. A lot of fun on the morning roast. Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky. He's a bit under the weather. We had a lot of fun in Philadelphia. Now he needs a recharge. Maybe he's getting ready for FanFest. Maybe that's the secret out there. Joe, you bet not go to FanFest, Shasky. You bet not. Don't do it. Don't give up your money. After that poor-ass offseason the Giants had. All right, where's my read? The morning roast, going back to school, high school, that is. We want to highlight the best performances in the Bay Area prep scene, but we need the roasters to help us out. Send us an email at hss@957thegame.com and let us know where the big game are, who the big game players are, and most importantly, when the big upsets happen. Email us right now at hss@957thegame.com. Also, what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Pfizer, Benjamin Albright.
It's the red and gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
The one thing that kind of irritates me is Brock Purdy, okay, yeah, he went up against Seattle and Dallas. Pretty damn good defense with the Dallas Cowboys, but didn't you want to see him on that stage?
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. Morning clouds will develop into more overcast conditions throughout the day today. Daytime temperatures will remain mild with a high of 44 degrees, dropping to the mid-20s overnight. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready, all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
In San Mateo, overcast skies today, highs near 60.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
I'm being a hater.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
The Butcher's out. Allen's in. Butcher getting a little bit of rest. He's at the house chilling, probably listening to the show.
Get that emergency in you.
Yeah, he's probably got a burner account right down on YouTube. The Red and Gold Reaction brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Shout out to Boxer & Gerson, sending us to Philadelphia, to where we had to endure that painful loss to the Eagles, 31-7. And also those pretty low-life fans. How sad. Eagle fans stink.
Did you go Cheese Whiz on the cheesesteak?
No, it tells you not to do Cheese Whiz.
Who told you that?
They told me that in Philadelphia.
Will you go provolone?
Yeah, I went
I
provolone.
go Cheese Whiz, man.
This Capital's is good, though. Man.
I told you.
Fat. I got cheese fries.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Philadelphia, great food. Ready Terminal with the Becks.
The pork roast.
I didn't go pork roast because I don't eat pork. But
Okay.
I went gumbo.
Okay.
I went gumbo.
All right. You know,
Chicken and shrimp and a nice little fried oyster. Poor boy.
there's
Oh,
a
boy.
lot. There's a lot to do out there.
All right, let's get to our main. It is a lot to do out there. Let's get to our main man, Benjamin Albright. It's been way too long. He joins us courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Of course, Benjamin Albright, host reporter at the Broncos flagship station, KOA Colorado. He's a Broncos insider, but he also knows the league inside and out. And the Broncos, of course, just traded for Sean Payton to become their head coach. But first, let's start off with the biggest news in the NFL, and that's Tom Brady retiring. Benjamin, good morning to you. Are you shocked that Tom Brady finally decided to call it quits?
I don't know if shocked is the right word, but surprised, certainly. I really thought that Tom was going to want the swan song. Last year, considering sense because you're trying to save your marriage, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, they end up getting divorced, and he goes through playing another season. And my guess is that he was just tired of taking the hits and everything else. He's got a cushy gig at Fox lined up, but I really expected him to come back for another year. So there's a miss on my part.
What if the Niners came calling, knowing about the Brock Purdy uncertainty, whether or not Trey Lance is ready to roll for week one, if he's developed enough, is he ready to handle the full playbook? What if the Niners came knocking on the door down in San Mateo and said, Tom, it's $20 million, man. Come home.
That's tough. I mean, he'd have to learn a whole new offense. He'd have to learn all new verbiage.
Yeah.
I think that would be a bit of an issue. I think if the Raiders had come calling and they had a decent defense, I think that might be a little different story, given that he knows that offense. But coming in and learning an entirely new, complex verbiage offense at the end of the career, it tends to be tough. West Coast offense, the Shanahan offense tends to be tough that first year for quarterbacks, and they tend to take a big leap in year two. I don't know that unless Tom Brady thought he was going to play 2 more years, I don't think he'd do that.
Did you think that? How much did you put into the whole last season, the Adam Schefter breaking the news thing, and then Tom, for him to do it as kind of quickly as he did and just do it on his social media, control it? How much do you think the Adam Schefter thing last year was a real thing in terms of Tom Brady coming back because of it, or was it all separate?
I think it was definitely because of that. I think he wanted to do it on his own terms, and I think that he knew that last year he had some leaks on the ship, specifically at his agent's office. So I think I think this year he decided just to kind of do it on his own and go from there and beat everybody to the punch. I don't think he liked the way that went down last year.
Benjamin Albright here on the Bud Light guest line on the Morning Roast. Of course, Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Benjamin, what do you make of the quarterback situation out here in San Francisco? I know you're tapped in everywhere. Brock Purdy, we don't know if he needs Tommy John or not. Trey Lance, what are you hearing about the way the Niners feel about Trey Lance? Let's start there.
Well, it's been mostly positive stuff. I mean, they're disappointed that he's lost time due to injury and all that, but they knew that he was a long-term project when they got him. They knew that there was going to be a ramp up and a learning curve. It's not like they were ignorant of what he was. They went out and scouted him. They saw what he was on tape. And all the tools are there. It's just a question of how long it takes from the guy he is to the guy he could be and until those two meet. So, I think there's a positivity surrounding that. And Brock Purdy, coming out doing his thing was just a boon. And now, you could put those two in a quarterback competition. If Purdy's the guy, then you go with Purdy. And if he's not, then you got time to sit Trey Lance and get him in there and then and try and develop him, which was the plan all along.
Benjamin, I hate doing this. Today is actually it's a good time to do it because it is Groundhog Day, and it feels like Groundhog Day with Aaron Rodgers every season. Am I going to stay? Am I going to go? Am I going to retire? What do you think happens? Do you think he'll finally break away from the Packers? I don't think he'll retire. Some fans are wondering, could it work with San Francisco? I don't know how that money works. But what do you think happens with this next scene in the Aaron Rodgers soap opera?
Well, I feel like there's 3 options or 4 options here, I guess. One of which is retire, and I don't think he's leaning that way, but I didn't think Brady was leaning that way either. One is to stay with the Packers, although that feels kind of burnt. That just feels like it's just burnt out. It feels like the Favre saga where finally everybody's had enough. One of the options, I think, is the Raiders, and their situation. They're going to take a swing at it. And then the other's the New York Jets, and they're all in on it, and they're not even hiding it. Like they're all in on it. I mean, they went so far as to hire an absolute disaster, an offensive coordinator, just because they thought it would make them more attractive in Nathaniel Hackett. So, I think the Jets are really going to make a push for it. I think he plays next year. My gut says Jets, but don't discount the Raiders.
Jimmy Garoppolo, Benjamin Albright here on the Morning Roast. Jimmy Garoppolo, I know you heard Shanahan yesterday basically said he doesn't see any scenario in which Jimmy Garoppolo is back with the 49ers. And we know Jimmy Garoppolo played with the Niners this year despite everything that happened. What is the market for Jimmy Garoppolo? How much money do you think he will seek, and how much money will he receive on an annual average salary?
Well, the going market for starting quarterbacks is over $30 million now. I mean, you're talking about $35 million a year probably. So it just doesn't matter. Like if you're a starter, that's just the money you're getting. He's not going to get $50 million a year because he's not that kind of starter. But the going market for a baseline starter in the NFL is over $30 million. So he'll get over that. I think he's probably the fallback plan for the Jets or the Raiders. I think both those teams will at least take a look at it. There may be another team that gets involved, like Washington, but as it sits right now, I really do think a lot of this quarterback market is really dependent on what Aaron Rodgers decides and what the Jets and what the Raiders ultimately do.
If you were going to, I guess, rank the available quarterbacks, and I'm going to include Derek Carr because we know the Raiders plan on moving on for him, it would have to be. Would it be Aaron Rodgers and then Derek Carr and then Jimmy Garoppolo? It feels like maybe because Derek Carr isn't fully released from the Raiders and, you got to trade and do different things that he's not being talked about the same. But you'd have to say that Derek Carr would probably have a bigger market than Jimmy Garoppolo, right or wrong?
I believe that's true. Derek Carr is a borderline top third of the league quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo is a middle of the pack guy. If you got a strong run game, strong defense, Jimmy can be efficient. You can win. Derek Carr can pick a team up. I mean, the guy's played with no defense his entire career. So it's, I think that Derek Carr is viewed as a hotter commodity. Now, there might be a premium for a couple of teams on Garoppolo simply because he knows the system, i.e. the Raiders. But, end of the day, I think that you would rank it Rodgers, Carr, Garoppolo, yeah.
Benjamin, I know we talked earlier in the season, of course, Benjamin Albright, KOA, Colorado, does a great job covering the Denver Broncos and the rest of the league. I know last year we discussed Sean Payton possibly coming to Denver. Now, I'm a little shocked that Nathaniel Hackett got fired after just one season, but the way it ended, the way it happened in L.A. on that Saturday, that Christmas day where they got blown out, it was like, boy, maybe this team did quit on him. Sean Payton, how quickly can he turn around the Denver Broncos? How quickly can Russell Wilson find that magic he had in Seattle and compete in the NFC West against Mahomes and Herbert and, of course, the Raiders?
Well, that is the million-dollar question. Ever since Nathaniel Hackett was fired for the altercation on the sideline in that Christmas game where you had the offensive lineman shoving the backup quarterback, and he just lost complete control. That's kind of been the speculation. Sean Payton wasn't the Broncos' first choice. Jim Harbaugh was. He wasn't even their second choice. That was DeMeco Ryans, but they circled back around, traded away the draft picks, and landed on Payton. The question is, how well does what Russell Wilson does and what Sean Payton does marry up? Most of what Sean Payton has run throughout his career has been in-breaking routes, working the mid and shallow game, dagger, mills, slant, things like that. And then you got, Russell Wilson, who's at his best off schedule and throwing deep and outside the numbers. So they're kind of opposites, but Sean Payton, it's not like he can't change up what he does a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly he can make that happen. The Broncos can get out from under Russell Wilson's contract after 1 year using a post-June 1 designation cut. I mean, it's a bit steep in terms of the cap hit you'll take for 2 seasons, but they can do it. If Sean Payton doesn't feel like Russell Wilson's the guy after 1 season, they can punt on it. I tend to think Russell will have a bounce back either way because he was playing hurt last year, but we'll see.
All right, Benjamin, we got to ask, when it comes to the Super Bowl, you got the Chiefs, who you think Patrick Mahomes will continue to get healthy as they move towards game day, and then you have the Eagles, who Jalen Hurts had that shoulder. He's still coming back from it. We think he'll be pretty darn close to 100% by the time that happens. How do you think this whole thing goes down? You got that crazy pass rush. You don't have to tell the Niners fans about the pass rush of the Eagles. You got the electric offense of the Chiefs that they always have, and they got a pass rush too. What do you think happens there in the Super Bowl?
Well, I think these are two great football teams. You get the best quarterback in the game in Pat Mahomes, and you got a pretty stacked team over there in Philadelphia. I tend to think Philadelphia is going to win this one. In the interest of full disclosure, I got some friends that are, on that staff. I'm going to go ahead and take Philadelphia in that one. I think they're the more complete football team. But Pat Mahomes has some magic to him. I've seen it happen up close and personal a bunch, and I never count him out.
Yeah, no doubt. Benjamin, we're going to let you go. I think this game could be a blowout. Watching Philadelphia up close and personal, that defensive line is ferocious. The offensive line is physical. They got weapons everywhere. Kenneth Gainwell changed that NFC title game. I like the Eagles in the blowout, man. I think we're going to be bored by the third quarter of the Super Bowl. I'm dead serious, man. And trust me, Benjamin, after experiencing Philadelphia in Financial Lincoln Field or Lincoln Financial Field, I want the Eagles to get beat by 50. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, Eagles fans are the worst I've ever been around as far as the travel goes. They're at least friendly. So I hear you on that. But yeah, I'm with you. I think the Eagles win. I hope so. I hope to be able to cash this ticket.
Absolutely. All right, Benjamin. Thanks for the time as always, brother.
Absolutely. Take care.
All right, Benjamin Albright. KOA, Colorado, shedding some light on the 49ers, the league. The Eagles.
Brotherly love.
I really think the Chiefs are going to get smacked. I love Mahomes.
Wild.
I love Mahomes.
Wow.
That defensive line. Look at all the Super Bowls over the last 10 to 12 years.
I hear you.
Like, who's going to block Fletcher Cox? Who's going to block Hargraves? Hassan Reddick off the edge. They force holding penalties. No quarterback has thrown for more than 250 against the Eagles this year.
It's a good point, but the Eagles, like I said, Jalen Hurts, that was the one thing that I didn't necessarily see, partly because we didn't have to, because they were facing a quarterback that could not throw the football, quite literally. Not to bring up what some Niner fans were saying. He should get back out there. Not just Niner fans. Ric Flair, Reggie Bush. You got to get out. Just stop it.
Reggie Bush was too much.
Don't speak on other people's bodies. Like you don't know. All right. But
we found out very quickly that Brock Purdy couldn't throw.
Literally.
I mean, he could barely throw a screen pass.
Exactly. And they lost the game, but it should be looked at with the couple passes he did throw. That should be looked at when you say, okay, Kobe or Klay Thompson, tore his ACL and then shot a free throw. It's similar to me to even try to throw that football. So I'm looking at this, and Jalen Hurts, he overthrows A.J. Brown when the game was still in the balance. And then pretty soon after that, the game wasn't really in the balance because the Eagles were going up against a team, Josh Johnson and his fumble, things like that. I understand it doesn't have to be a Jalen Hurts-led win, but he's going to have to do some things. And so he's going to have to show up. A blowout, Bonte, you're kind of wilding here.
The Buccaneers blow him out. I told you guys on the roast when Kate Scott and Shasky talking about Mahomes, and they said, dude, they got the home game and they had the better defensive line.
Yeah.
After watching Aaron Rodgers get punished by Tampa Bay in that NFC Championship game at Lambeau Field, it's Mahomes going to have time to throw the football. All right? They're secondary. When Darius Slade Jr. and Maddox and Gardner Johnson, they got ballers. Bradbury. They've got ballers. Now, Mahomes, can he make some plays? He is the equalizer, right? No doubt about it. But what happens when you get pressure in your face?
This might finally be the game where they sit there and say, man, if we had Tyreek. Because I do feel you. As good as Travis Kelce is, we're not going to get into a Travis Kelce versus George Kittle debate today, but I love doing it. Juju Smith-Schuster, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, is that enough to get it done?
Tony healthy?
Yeah.
Is McCall Hardman healthy?
You got Pacheco, so you got a little bit of a run game.
Look,
I hear you, but a blowout is crazy.
I want to be wrong about this game. I want to be wrong. I do. I just don't. The Eagles, man, have the more complete team, and I hate to say it. I do not want their fans celebrating that. I want their fans to. You have no idea how much that Monday after the Super Bowl, because I'm
getting it. I'm my old teammates. They're hitting me up.
Listen, I'm already telling Sam Lubman, hey, if they lose that Super Bowl, Sam Lubman will call that morning show to troll them.
Yeah.
And then Spadoni will call them to troll them.
You know what's
wild? And then I will
wild?
call them to troll them. I want them whining. They put Shasky and I all over their websites.
Wow.
Savage Philly Sports Media.
Hey, all publicity is good publicity.
I'm not bad at it, but they haven't heard the last from us. Let me just say that.
You know what's wild is Dan Devone and I did a show on Monday, and we had at least 2 or 3 calls from East Coasters that we're thinking, they trick the screeners.
Oh, yes.
I want to talk Niners, and then they get on and they say, you disrespect us, blah, 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 blah. Shouldn't you be listening to Kansas City sports talk? Thank you for listening. But shouldn't you be moving forward?
They're miserable human beings. I'm convinced.
Shouldn't you be moving forward with your life? Get ready for the Super Bowl. And the victory lapping when you beat a quarterback that couldn't throw in Josh Johnson is wild to me.
The way they acted, the way they act, the way they talk, the way they treated Shasky and I at 94 WIP. One of the homies walked into our studio, tried to say, this is our house, we had to punk him at the break. Trust me, Philadelphia's public enemy number one. It's personal with them. Like, when I think about Philadelphia, it gets me angry.
See, now I'm torn.
It does
I don't want to be in this position.
I know you went to Temple.
I got my Philly crew.
I got my Philly crew, too. I got a lot of Philly brothers.
But the people in that video, that was not the Philly crew that I know. Yeah. I don't know where you found them, from Sigma Chi or,
I don't know
one of those fraternities. I don't know what
maybe
that
Capitol
was.
Hill a couple of years ago. Dennis, YouTube, Bonte got to go to a Sharks game just to get at Flyers fans. I may do that.
Yeah.
Even though the Flyers
It's
already
on
came
site.
to the take. It's on site. Philadelphia, you suck. Darn. You stink. Oh, man.
Wow.
I'm the biggest Patrick Mahomes fan for Super Bowl Sunday. Let's go to Aaron and Hayward. Aaron, what's happening? You're in the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
First-time caller. Just had a point to make. I heard a couple of callers calling in saying that, bringing a different veteran quarterback like Geno Smith. And I kind of think the Niners have an interesting situation. You have 3 quarterbacks, and you have 2 who can take you to the dance or close to the dance. And with that being said, players who come back after injury, most of the time they struggle for that same year, or maybe 2 years later they start to pick it up. And what I've noticed is that when Jimmy G came back off of his 2 injuries, he looked great. So my suggestion is keep Jimmy G, because he has the mental capacity to come back after injury and still perform. Have Brock Purdy and Trey Lance kind of still sitting behind him until they're mentally ready to go back. Because being an ex-athlete, when I broke my leg, I tried to bounce back, and I struggled for about 2 years until I mentally got stronger and said, okay, let me just push through, because subconsciously you kind of worry about that injury.
Right.
You don't play.
No doubt, Aaron. Hey, Aaron, we got to run. Thanks for the phone call there. I get your point. 888-957-9570, the Xfinity Fast 5 question of the day. Can the 49ers win a Super Bowl with the quarterbacks they currently have on the roster? Xfinity Fast 5, 888-957-9570. Can the 49ers win a Super Bowl with the quarterbacks they currently have on their roster? Let's hit it. Oh, Xfinity Fast 5, 888-957-9570. I'll start with you, Styles. Can the Niners win a Super Bowl with the quarterbacks they currently have on their roster?
Specifically next season?
Next season, because that's what it's about. It's about Super Bowls.
That last caller, it did bring up a good point in terms of Brock Purdy, maybe having to work himself back throwing-wise. But I still would say yes. I still would say yes.
I'm going to say no. I think they fall short. I think they fall short in the NFC title game.
Again?
Or the divisional round. Or the wild card round. It's funny, Holy Lessons, can the Warriors win the championship with their current players on the roster? Hell, I don't know, man. I don't know if they can win a game against Denver.
No.
I don't even know. Xfinity Fast 5, 888-957-9570. We're going to go blind here. What you got? Can the Niners win a Super Bowl with the quarterbacks they currently have on the roster? Oh, he dropped. They all dropped. You know what? That's 2 days in a row. Xfinity Fast 5 has failed. Holy Lessons. Ha. I don't know, man. That's Fast 5. Let's just end it. We got nothing there. I got nothing.
You know, or you
2
know
days
what?
in a row. It's just Xfinity fast. I got to go pull that sponsorship so damn fast.
You know, the Kyle Shanahan, when you were earlier in the show, when you were going through all of his takes, right?
Right.
You know what was sticking out of my mind? Maury. You said that Jimmy Garoppolo would not be returning as a 49er. That was a lie. You said Brock Purdy would be ready to go in time for training camp. That was also a lie.
Yeah.
All of it to me. But we'll see.
We'll see. I'm kind of with some of the roasters. Let's bring back the flex of the day. Flex of the day. Fast 5 flex of the day. We'll let the roasters decide. Should we go fast 5 or should we go flex of the day? It's 2 days in a row, fast 5. Yesterday's fast 5 was just disgusting. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hey, how you doing? Like, no. Get in, get out. Callers were a lot better today, I will say that. Let's go to Gary Martinez real quick before we end the show. Gary, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Gary?
I think the 49ers could definitely win with Purdy, but we can't win with Trey Lance yet. He just doesn't have the experience, man. Look at Jalen Hurts. We talk about Brock Purdy, with his 4 years experience at Iowa State, and it definitely helped with his poise and everything. But you look at where Jalen Hurts is now. He played 4 years, but under national championships, and he's got 3 years in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the last time that we had Trey Lance. When's the last time he played a whole full year or anything?
2019.
Oh, that's just my take.
2019. Sad. 2019. But the poll, we had a poll up yesterday. Who should be the starting quarterback in week 1? Over 3,000 votes. Trey Lance got 44.9% of the votes. Brock Purdy got 38% of the votes. Jimmy G got 6% of the votes. And signed a free agent, 10% of the votes. So there you go.
Trey Aria's back. We still got the signs back here.
Maybe we need to get the cue cards back up. I don't even know who took the cue cards down.
We can get, it's
the cue
not
cards
done.
back up.
It's
calling
not
out
done.
names like corrupt. What's up, Willard? Dibs. Oh, yeah, who took down the cue cards? Guy had the cue cards up. Line? Nobody's going to admit to that. Like Philadelphia fans, you guys are going to back away.
People do think that, though.
What's that?
People think that we have a script.
Like Arian
You ever
Foster?
get that question? No, I mean on the show. You ever get that question?
No.
Who tells you what to say?
And they used to.
My brain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway. The Arian Foster NFL is scripted. Oh my goodness. Those have taken on another life.
I used to be such a big fan of that guy because he was like a straight, it came off like he's a straight shooter, straight talker. He was a dad. He'd talk about his kids a lot and just kind of, his approach to the game was a little bit more human, if you will. And I was like, I'm here for this conversation. And then it got weird.
Yeah.
Then it just got weird.
Well, and how much of that at this point is I need clicks, right? And I'm going to say anything for you don't know who.
Yeah.
You don't know who believes what anymore. You know.
Well, and facts don't matter.
Right.
Nobody stops for that.
Exactly.
So, I mean, that's
and shout out Dove Kleiman for making a medical diagnosis without being able to see the MRI, going to a doctor who also, by the way, hadn't seen the MRI. That made me mad yesterday.
Oh, it made me mad. We came out hot.
Me more mad.
Well, that's fine. You win. I was
trying to feed sweet potatoes to a crying baby. I was already mad.
Well, that'll lack of sleep.
Coming up in 4 months, Alan Stiles, you'll understand.
Yeah.
Maybe sooner than that, Styles.
Maybe. That was
Styles,
awful.
Let's go.
That was awful yesterday. But you want to know what Pandia sent me after the show? The same doc that was on Dan Patrick, the same doc saw the video in real time and had sent a tweet. This was during the game with a completely different diagnosis.
It's bad.
The exact same guy. So then I got mad at a third person because I was already mad yesterday morning at the doc. Then I was mad at Dove Kleiman for making it sound like a report.
When Dove's lying.
Now I'm mad at Dan Patrick and his producers.
Yeah.
What the hell are you what are you giving this guy a platform for?
Because it's the first thing
What are you
everybody woke
doing?
up to.
Right. So we all want to,
That was a waste of time.
We all want to have our diagnosis in terms of like what we don't know or what we're hypothetically looking at So that made me mad yesterday in my off day.
The 49ers are obviously very invested in this and have probably looked at every image a billion times.
Right.
And they publicly spoke yesterday and said, right now, every indication is consistent. It appears to be on the track that will have him back in 6 months.
And if it is 6 months, then what do you do in terms of a third quarterback? Because, and I don't want to say that Kyle Shanahan gets his quarterbacks hurt because that triggers Mark, but the bottom line is his quarterbacks get hurt. So I'm not blaming Kyle for getting his quarterbacks hurt because football's a rough game, but the mere fact is Kyle Shanahan's quarterbacks do get hurt. So who's their third quarterback? Who's their fourth quarterback? Who's quarterback number 5 on speed dial? Because you're going to need them all.
By the way, that was never a thing till he got here. So why is that now something we can tag on Kyle Shanahan?
Again, I'm not tagging him on that. You're trying to tag me for tagging him. I'm not tagging him.
But you said Kyle Shanahan's quarterbacks get hurt. The truth of the matter is only Kyle Shanahan's 49ers quarterbacks have gotten hurt.
Okay. Well, then that's the truth of the fact.
Right, but he's been in the league a lot more than 6 years.
Candlestick curse.
You know what I mean?
Candlestick curse. RG3 got hurt. Forget about that.
Yeah,
RG3 got hurt.
Coach.
He was offensive coordinator.
Right.
His father was there.
And Matt Ryan
so
won an
quarterbacks
MVP.
have gotten hurt.
And RG3 was hurt in Baylor. For those of us who are familiar with his track and field career,
That's true.
He tore his ACL at Baylor, so he was damaged goods. All I'm saying is, since he's been the head coach of the 49ers, there's been, wait for it, 1 year where he's had a quarterback from week 1 all the way through the end of the year, and I'm not blaming Kyle.
You're spitting facts.
It's what I do, Mark Willard.
But what's your
off a fresh
opinion?
day.
What are you saying? Why are you bringing up that fact?
I'm bringing it up to say you need a third quarterback and you need a fourth quarterback. So who are you going to get? Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, they'll both be healthy enough in August to be quarterbacks. Who else you got?
Nate Sudfeld.
Tom Brady? Yeah,
Oh, I got the list.
No,
You got Kyle Allen. You got C.J. Beathard. Taylor Heineke.
Well, I was going to ask you, Alan, of the former 49er quarterbacks, like including Beathard, Mullins, Jeff Driscoll, Sudsy, and all the rest, Blaine, Gabby. If you had to pick from the former Niner-linked QBs to be that QB3, who would you pick?
It's very easy. This guy, all right.
Do we need a drum roll for this?
Brock
Styles
Purdy
is building
balled
it up.
out. But who did he just barely beat out? Nate Sudfeld. Bring him back.
Bring back the Suds.
Bring him back.
I was thinking David Blau from Arizona, by way of Minnesota, by way of Detroit, Hard Knocks.
You know, we had a good connection with Kyle
thinking-
Allen and CMC.
Yeah. Whoever. If we get to him, we're screwed.
That's also
That's
true.
my opinion.
Well, you got
you
to
make
Brock
it,
Purdy.
too.
You might.
You got to Brock Purdy and you weren't screwed.
Yeah, that's correct.
If Kyle
True.
Shanahan
but
is
you
really
just
the
brought up-
QB whisperer.
But you just brought up a bunch of names who've all played in the NFL before and we've seen them.
That's
Brock
also
Purdy,
true.
Brock Purdy was not that.
Hey, man.
People missed on Brock Purdy.
You know what? A lot of people believed in Money Mullins. A lot of people believed in Money Mullins.
You did come out with that one.
Yeah, a lot of people believed in Mullins. They wanted him to start over Jimmy Garoppolo.
You know what? Going back to the Brock Purdy
it was the
thing,
truth,
though,
man.
I know.
and you want to
You're
talk
not wrong.
about parenting.
Yeah.
And now we're talking
yeah.
about how Brock is seeing a bunch of different people.
Are we third trimester now?
We're
Styles?
in the third.
Okay,
We're in the
man.
third. We're approaching quick.
Come on.
No. It's not personal when he puts it out on every single platform.
No, I don't put it out.
I open my Instagram.
I had a diaper shower, so
I've seen
private
it all
though. You just follow me.
Well, and I appreciate you allowing me into the style, dude. And you're maxing and relaxing.
That's right.
My only piece of advice before we get back to football is, whatever you want to do with your life, do it now. And Bonte's over here quietly nodding.
I just got the high top pandas, black and white.
Nice.
I had to get them.
Here's my only
life
piece.
changes quick.
My only
I got
piece of
the best
advice.
sleep in Philadelphia that Saturday. I got the best sleep I've had since baby Chess was born. Why? Because I had no baby. I had no girlfriend. I was in the hotel room Saturday. I knocked out from 8 o'clock at night all the way till 10 in the morning. It felt great.
Dude, I took yesterday off, and all I was thinking about, I told Mark this, at 10:15, I was like, I wish I was at work right now. Because I'm elbows deep in Boudreaux's butt paste, and I'm trying to feed this baby sweet potatoes, and I'm thinking, why would I ever take a day off? I'm going to work 7 days.
Styles, my only piece of advice is to not listen to all other parents' pieces of advice. Because they're only built to scare you and to get something off their own chest.
No, it's over, Alan.
It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing.
I didn't bring up it is the best moment of your life.
All right.
Boy or girl?
Girl.
Girl, oh, it's the best.
We had this conversation.
Yeah, we did have it. I know. That's why we haven't had it yet.
It's for the audience.
Yeah, it's for the audience.
13 years from now is not the best.
Yeah,
but it'll be the best.
We're taking it a day at a time. We're taking it a minute at a time. But what I was going to say is, if you go to your mom and then you end up going to your dad, asking the same thing, hey, Mom, can I sleep over? Why did you do that? Because you didn't get the answer that you wanted from the other parent.
Dad was
that's
an
what
automatic
me with Brock Purdy. Why is he going to all these different? Why is he going to all? He's getting all these different pieces of advice from different doctors' opinions.
Yeah,
because they're trying to get what they want, or I guess they're trying to confirm what they want. If everybody was saying the same thing, why is he continuing to go?
But John Lynch did say that everybody is saying. Well, I don't know. I mean, there's not a lot of people who do this in America. There's all the specialists. And I would guess, at least I would hope, that you're doing that because you're 23 years old.
Just doing your due diligence.
You have a couple weeks here.
Yeah.
And let's be 100% sure this is a big deal. This is a guy who's only made $700,000 now.
I get it.
Right? This is his whole future now in front of him. You gotta do this right.
Baseball, you start throwing the TJ word around Tommy John. Right. Mm-hmm. I know nobody wants to go under the knife because that completely changes things. You can say goodbye to 6 months if he goes under the knife.
But again, for football players and like baseball players, you need Tommy John because a lot of times that UCL is shredded. Mm-hmm. When you have an episode like he had, it's not a repetitive motion injury, so his ligament is not shredded.
And that's what I was saying to Bonte. Most of the time in baseball, it happens. It's non-contact,
right?
So
and
it's a little different.
Yeah, it's like, oh, my elbow hurts, and then it hurts more, and then now it's done.
You're dealing with elbows that are already much more damaged when the injury happens. In other words, traditionally,
it's been messed up. He just finally went down.
Yeah, John Lynch said, what we all know is true. In every surgery, you never know till you get in there. Mm-hmm. But if that's where we're at, that's the only fear is you could get in there and something could be different than what you see. But he very clearly indicated yesterday that everything they've looked at so far and everything they've seen, it suggests that it is what you'd hope it to be and that he'll be back in 6 months.
It's a repair, not a replacement.
Correct.
Tommy John is a replacement. When I tore my ACL, I got a second opinion because one doctor said, oh, we'll take a piece of your hamstring. One doctor said, let's do a cadaver. And so you're able to comparison shop based on the procedures. Mm-hmm. And for Brock Purdy at 23, you want to make sure that the procedure that's done is a one and done because he's not a baseball player.
Yeah. I don't know how many opinions he's gone to at this point.
And it opens the door for Trey Lance.
Sure.
Why not Trey in week 1? Why not Trey Lance again? Are we that down on Trey Lance? I'm not.
He's and neither is he. I mean, again, words are words, and we know that coaches and big teams lie.
Which is why I can't believe the Brock Purdy news. Because he's, as Alan said, he's shopping around. Because I think they fear that, oh, man, we may need to get Tommy John. We may have to get the surgery. Which is why those words when Shanahan and Lynch talk about his injury, we think he could be back. I don't believe that stuff when it comes to injuries.
Yeah, but with injuries, they're very careful because nobody ever in the history of sports wants to overpromise and underdeliver. So the fact that publicly into a microphone yesterday he said all indications are 6 months tells me that they actually feel really good about that because you would not want to do it the other way around. That's how you end up with Kawhi Leonard situations like in San Antonio where the fans start expecting you to be back earlier and you're later.
You got to go lower.
If what you're saying is true, if he ends up with Tommy John, then the 49ers just did Brock Purdy dirty yesterday.
Well, sure.
That would be awful.
You're basically saying that
they
you got to
set
highball
expectation.
They're highballing it in your mind to 6
Jimmy
months.
Garoppolo saga has been a lot of talk. The injuries last year that Jimmy suffered. You heard one thing from Shanahan and Lynch. You heard another from Jimmy Garoppolo. I'd never believe teams when it comes to injuries. Rarely, unless it's Dr.
Jimmy's thing was a little bit different because that was a borderline, can it get better on its own? Let's wait and see. With Brock Purdy's injury, it's not going to get better on its own. A torn UCL, however severely it's torn, is not going to get better. Jimmy's injury, the shoulder injury, was one where, maybe if we quiet it down, maybe it'll get better. So he waited, which turned out to be smart for him because he ended up, getting signed by the Niners.
Well, and even last year, during the last year of the season, the last month of the season, though, with the shoulder, the thumb, and everything, there's just all this stuff with Jimmy.
But that's
Garoppolo.
in season, right? Like there's a competitive balance there thing. Like you're not trying to give your opponent too much. Plus, when they talk about Jimmy after the season, at that time, it was the assumption was he was not going to be on the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's very different. Now they're protecting somebody that they expect to be a part of the team for at least a few more years. I thought the overwhelming thing yesterday out of this press conference was that Kyle Shanahan very firmly said, I have my quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, right? Like there's some health things to figure out for both of them.
Right.
But we are confident that these two are going to be ready for next season, and these are my guys. And you can forget Jimmy, and you can forget any other big name that you want to bring up. I thought that was the lead story out of yesterday.
Yeah. You bring in a Taylor Heineke, to shore it all up, just in case. And you go from there. My question
you need to go
is
south from Heineke. Heineke's getting more money than what the Niners
I just want a bunch
spend.
of Brock
South
Purdy
of the
clones. I want Heineke.
You got to go south.
I want all
deep.
these guys. The question is, when it comes to Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, what is the line? We've been taking a lot of calls, and they're saying we got to rock with Brock Purdy. Hey, I agree. I cannot say when Brock Purdy's going to be ready.
Right.
So what is the line in terms of if Trey Lance, let's say the Niners are 3-0. 3-0, and that is when Brock Purdy, all right, I'm good to go. I got the green light. Basically, how good or how bad would it have to be for Kyle Shanahan to just simply insert Brock Purdy, just as if Brock Purdy was QB1 from day one?
If they're 3-0, then you probably stick with it unless
right?
you're 3-0 and you won all 3 17-14.
Right.
Kind of a thing, right? Like, how does it look? But
what if you're 3-0 and Trey played the way he played to start last year?
That's a good question.
That you lost.
He didn't play bad to start last year, though. That's the biggest misnomer about everything.
He didn't play great either, though.
He didn't play great, but he
middle.
didn't play bad. You get 2 red zone trips against Seattle. 2 red zone trips.
Yeah.
Boom, you're out. Chicago, we know what happened there. He threw dimes.
Right, but
Debo does a fumble on the opening drive. You got an entirely different ball game.
Yeah,
So to see that Trey Lance, we all agreed after week 1, game 1 wasn't Trey Lance's fault. Defense breaking down, letting Dante Pettis wide open for the play of his life. Justin Fields going crazy. Dre Greenlaw being reckless.
For sure.
It was a very weird game, and then the monsoon hits in the fourth quarter. So how can we really say that?
He threw it over Croft's head in the end zone. He was wide open.
And then he threw dimes at Jawan Jennings and Ray McLeod.
Yeah, he threw 5. He played 5 quarters.
How many throws Jimmy G missed over the last 5 years?
Plenty. I mean, Brock Purdy missed some.
Yeah, but we want to focus on that play, but
not at all.
Jimmy Garoppolo had use check running wide open against the Tennessee Titans. The dude threw it into the 5th row.
We don't know yet
still
about
wanted
Trey.
Jimmy G back.
He played 5 quarters, and half of them were in a rainstorm. Yeah, we don't know yet. Here's what I would say though, because I thought what you were asking is almost like a betting line.
Mm-hmm.
Like the betting line on week 1 starter for the 49ers next year. Before the Eagles game, I'd have said about 99% chance.
I think
Brock
we all
Purdy
would have.
is the week 1 starter. I still think he's the favorite, but it's a hell of a lot closer to 50 than it was to 100 before the injury.
But you're assuming he's ready for week 1, right?
Well, but that's part of the betting line.
But
is his health.
If he's ready, I think that it's still Brock.
I agree.
No
I
doubt.
agree.
Yeah.
Right.
No
but now,
I see what you're saying.
Right
I see what
now,
you're
I
saying.
think it's about 60-40.
Right.
Because you
Regardless
factor in
of-
the injury.
Sure.
And you factor in Trey Lance is now going to get QB1 reps all off season.
Right.
And he was supposed to be the dude. Like these things all matter
And they
in this
invested
conversation.
in the whole deal.
Yeah.
What Doc Pandia told us about the 6-month timeline, after 3 months, he's able to throw. At 6 months, he's able to actually play tackle football.
So it's
not
was
like
the question.
at 6 months, now I can actually touch a football. 3 months, he's able to throw.
He's starting the throwing program.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes a
Cleared
difference.
to play in 6 months.
Yeah.
Damn.
And that's the beginning of camp, so there's plenty of time to ramp up.
If he's ready for the beginning of camp, there's no question Brock is getting the nod. There's no question.
What about Shanahan closing the door on Jimmy G?
I think Jimmy G closed the door.
I hope he locks it. I hope he locks it.
You have to.
That's what I
Right.
think.
What I heard was Shanahan saying there's no chance, but I would imagine that Jimmy G, Sir Grin a lot on the sidelines as that game was going up in smoke. And
Leave him be.
It's Gringate.
Leave him be.
I think Jimmy G told the Niners already, you can't franchise me, you can't pay me. I'm out of here.
Yeah, he's a
go
free.
get paid.
He's a free agent.
Exactly. He's not.
We're forgetting in this conversation that last year he was not a free agent.
Right.
He's a free agent
And they
now.
can't franchise him.
Right. So they just asked them, like, who do you want? Is there any other big name quarterback you'd sign? Essentially, Jimmy Garoppolo is no different than Tom Brady in this conversation.
Yeah.
Big name quarterback who's a free agent who you're going to need to sign to big dollars to bring him in. And they're like, no. So, like, no on Tom Brady, plus he's retired. No on Aaron Rodgers. No on Derek Carr. No on Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, no None of those guys fit. We're not
What about
spending
Taylor
money.
Heineke?
Maybe.
Can they afford a Heineke?
Maybe a Heineke.
Yeah, he might be a little.
You get a Heineke.
He might be a little pricey as well. Well, and that's the thing. If that was always the plan, Jimmy is going to play well. He's going to price himself out, right? If Jimmy didn't price himself out, that would tell me a lot about what other teams think about Jimmy.
Dog, if he can't get a job this year, half the league needs a QB, and he's coming off of a 5-game win streak before he got hurt.
Yeah.
Like, of course he should get a deal. Like, he should be the Titans or the Jets.
The Seahawks.
Some Niner fans believe that shot should be here in San Francisco.
No.
You're out on Jimmy, huh, Mark?
It's
What's
a
that?
wrap.
You're out on him, huh?
It's not about out or in on that player. He's a
No,
free
he's out.
agent. He's a free agent, and
I'm out.
they've got Brock Purdy and they've got Trey Lance. Like, you're gonna like, I don't even. What's the avenue anybody believes that where Jimmy makes sense? And as you said, Dibs, how does it make sense for Jimmy?
It doesn't.
Why would he
Yeah.
want this?
Loaded
He wa-
roster.
Yeah,
CMC,
but-
Kittle, Debo,
but is
Brandon
there-
If you're
Ayuk.
Jimmy
Is there an
Garoppolo,
avenue
Maybe
to-
the best situation for him to thrive as a quarterback.
But
you know
is
what
there
the
an
best
avenue to
situation
play?
is? To get 3 years and $45 million at fill in the blank crappy team and go
Totally.
be a quarterback, as opposed to. And I was imagining the conversation where John Lynch comes up to him and says, "Hey Jimmy, we'd love you to stay for 1 point." So, and Jimmy, how soon before Jimmy starts laughing at the notion of him coming back? I thought you could go with a Mike Silver. But Jimmy's going to go get paid somewhere else.
He's 31 years old. If you are the Niners, at this point, you cannot deal. And I know you already have 2 quarterbacks that are coming back from injury.
Right.
So you're going to add a QB that also can't stay on the field.
Look,
That's to me the
also
injury.
coming
To me,
back
that's
from injury.
Also coming back from injury.
Don Yee's sitting there, right? Phone's ringing, right? You got the Bucks on line 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got the Panthers are on line 2. The Saints are on line 3. Falcons
old
are on
school
line
phone.
4. Jets are on line 5. Titans are on line 6.
Hello.
49ers are on line 7.
Yeah.
Hang up. The hell? Why would I even take that call?
Let's go
The Niners?
to.
And I know,
Why?
and I know the Dolphins
Because
said they're going with Tua, but
they're going to offer. They've got no money to put into this. They don't want a free agent, and there's very, very unlikely an avenue to play.
Wouldn't you at least listen, though? You wouldn't hang up.
The only reason
If
I'd
you're
hang up
Jimmy?
is if none of these other teams are calling.
Yeah.
They're all going to be these. Jimmy Garoppolo's right now. Someone's going to offer.
Tampa Bay's going to be a dumpster fire next season.
Fine.
They're
going to offer him
Houston.
4 years
Fine.
and $125 million.
He's probably
Like-
getting 3 and 50, but whatever, he's
whatever.
getting, it's more than
Whatever.
the Niners are going to offer.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head what Nick Foles got after the Super Bowl run when he went and got paid by the Jaguars,
Yeah, I
right?
can
Something
look-
like that.
I'll look it up.
Just go off into the sunset and be free, Jimmy.
It's fine.
Go to New York, eat some pizza, do some pizza commercials. It's been a good run.
So even if Jimmy comes back here, the pitch is, yeah, Jimmy, you're our guy until the other guy's ready, and then the other guy's ready, and then you're back to QB3.
Right.
But boy, you look good with a headset on, Jimmy,
Yeah.
and
Ready?
a tablet in your hand.
You want to hear what he got from
Talk to me
Jacksonville?
more.
What do you
Let
guys
us know.
think Nick Foles got in Jacksonville in 2019?
He got broke off.
He got probably 4 and 92.
Very good. 4 and 88.
Look at me.
Wow.
What was the
Look at
signing
big
bonus,
brain on
though?
Brett.
What was the signing bonus? That's what it is. The
Signing bonus
guarantees.
was 25.
25 million
25
guarantees.
million.
See? And I mean, yeah, he got the
Guaranteed
Super
at
Bowl,
signing
but
was 45.125.
Man,
he got the
That's
Super Bowl.
guaranteed.
Jimmy has a better body of work. So
For sure.
you got
For
body
sure.
envy?
And buyers, like
Just the height, honestly.
seller's market, if you will. There's so many teams who are freaking out for a QB.
there was bad quarterback play.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bad quarterbacks.
because there were questions about, did Brock Purdy's play actually hurt Jimmy Garoppolo's market? That could have been possible if we didn't see some of the worst quarterback play we've ever seen this past season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think we all think that based on the production, Brock was an upgrade from Jimmy, but it doesn't mean that Jimmy wasn't pretty good before he got hurt. He won 5 in a row.
Yeah, he was balling.
From ESPN, Bill Barnwell ranking 13 QB needy NFL teams. So that's 13 teams that are, quote, QB needy. And I'm not as much up on the draft as Bonte, who watches a ton of college football, but I don't believe there are 13 turnkey quarterbacks coming out.
Oh, hell no.
I don't know what this quarterback draft class looks like, Bonte.
Okay, Will
Feels like
Levis.
there's 3 or 4,
Right.
3 or 4 like legit first rounders,
Yeah.
but other than that, there's going to be a lot of free agent movement.
And even those guys, how many of them get the gig on week 1?
That's
You know
true.
what I mean? Like you have to have the stopgap people and
Jimmy
all
Bridge
that
guy.
stuff. And some of those teams that you mentioned, QB needy
Bridgeopolo.
teams, some of them had their eyes on Tom Brady.
right?
And now he's gone. I mean, who is, if you are QB needy team, give me, your Raiders, your Bucks, you're the Colts.
The Texans.
And forget the rookies. Let's just talk veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Who's out there? Who do you want?
So we talked to Benjamin Albright about this. Do you want to deal with the Aaron Rodgers drama?
Okay.
Then you have Derek Carr, who it's not a full-on free agent situation.
Not yet.
And you have Jimmy.
He's getting a deal. He's getting a
That's
deal.
easy.
And then
Good
you've
luck
got
to that
your
team.
various, like your Flacco's.
Good luck to that
and
team.
your,
I'm with you, but
Dalton,
Baker Mayfields are out there.
But Bonte, it'll happen. Like people said,
doubt.
good luck to the Commanders when they chose Carson Wentz, but they still did it and broke him off.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's going to
gonna
be a team that bites the bullet and brings in Jimmy and gives him back money, no doubt. Because the quarterback wins stat, which is an overrated stat. How about the stat without Bosa, the stat without Debo? You know what I'm saying? So Jimmy will get paid. Real quick before we get out of here. The Golden State Warriors.
Damn.
Your Warriors.
What the hell was that?
Well, Bonte and Mark has been big on, I don't have a panic meter. I put my panic meter away. And last night.
Well, my panic meter's the only one that matters.
Well, yeah, because you're the king. Mark. You're the king of all media, as we've discussed. Shout out Butcher Boy.
So
who's got the day off.
where is your panic meter?
I took my panic meter last night, and I put it away for a different reason than Mark did, because this team, they're not going anywhere. And Mark actually said it himself, and I wonder what you guys would say to this, because I gave Mark a bucket of four teams or the field. Mm-hmm. I gave him the Bucks and the Celtics, thank you, and my memory's not so good. And I also gave him the Nuggets and the Grizzlies. Those 4 teams.
Top 2 teams in each conference.
Or the field. How would you guys weigh in on that? If I gave you those 4, bucket of 4, or the field, including Light the Beam and the Warriors and
I gave Philly.
No, the Philly's in the field.
Yep.
Philly's in the field. Brooklyn's in the field.
Brooklyn's in the field.
Yep.
Light the Beam is in the field.
Give me the field. I'll take the field. I'll take the field.
I might have to go with the 4.
Your bucket of 4, yeah.
I'm pretty high on the Nuggets.
I do like the Nuggets.
And I'm high on both the Celtics and the Bucks. The Grizzlies, not sure, but I'm high on those 3. And look, when it comes to the Warriors, everybody sits here, and I know you guys get it too. Once they get to the playoffs, they'll turn it on. Okay, I don't have the energy to fight anymore. They don't want to turn the corner. You're convinced that they'll turn it on. We'll see. That's where I'm at. I'm not getting up and down.
See, I'm no longer convinced, which is why my panic meter, I unplugged it. I put it up in storage with my King of Christmas, artificial Christmas tree. It's
this is who they are until it's not.
I'm a little bit more micro than macro on this conversation, meaning this. Like, instead of looking at it from the lens of, can they compete for a championship or not? What the hell's going on in the fourth quarter, man? You have these players, these offensive weapons all on the court at the same time, and therefore the fourth quarter of a close game should be your biggest advantage.
Well, it wasn't even a close game. They were up 13.
They were in command.
With 8 minutes to change.
But then it becomes.
And they turned it
that's
over.
My point.
Nas Reed, boom, dunk, and then D'Lo gets crazy hot.
And then
it's 4 threes.
And then it gets
no
close.
answer for Nas Reed.
Nas Reed's a good player, man. Nas Reed's a baller.
And the Timberwolves are thinking of shopping him.
Dibs. League pass, Nas Reed. You know what's funny about Nas Reed,
I'm
though?
about to Nas Reed my way through February.
Honestly, though.
Seriously.
So during the break, right, during our coverage hit, we're about to go into our coverage hit during the break, and Mully goes, what's the starting lineup for the T-Wolves? I'm like, man, they're starting Nas Reed. And then Fezzi goes, Nas Reed? And we're like, that lineup actually looks better for today's game against that small ball lineup that the Warriors trot out there to start the game. Because Nas Reed is active, and per 36 minutes, I know we don't like to do this, but per 36, he averages damn near a double-double with 20 points per game and 9.5 rebounds. It's like, man, Nas Reed might be a problem. Now, I didn't think he was going to take over the basketball game, but Nas Reed is a good player.
Yeah.
Still, you're up 13 in the fourth quarter.
Come on.
You go 0 for 5 from the three-point line.
Right.
You go 6 of 19 overall. You turn the ball over 6 times in the final frame, and Curry turns it over twice. Just some boneheaded turnovers.
He prefers the name Steph Nimby, actually, and we're going to get into that as well. Steph Nimby. It's funny because we talk about your baby who's coming. I got a baby. I also have a 21-year-old. I went to dinner with Quest last night, and he said, Dad, have you heard this thing about Steph Curry in the city of Atherton? I said, no.
Yeah.
My son is he goes to Cal, and he has a minor in urban planning. Mm-hmm. And so Steph laid it all out, and I go to bed. I wake up this morning to check the show email, and Mark had included the SF Gate article about Steph Curry and, don't build. You're my neighbor. You can't build. So we're going to get into that as well.
Right,
Steph Nimby.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch
I heard
that.
it was something they just wanted bushes so they couldn't see in.
This is a fence.
This is a tough one,
It's an easy one.
No, it's not.
It's an easy one.
Because the life that 99.999% of us lead, we're going to look at this and we're going to go, this is selfish, this is gross, this is all this, and we're going to act like we have any sense of what the fishbowl must be like for Stephen Curry.
It's gotta
like
be brutal.
the fact that his family wants a little privacy. Sue me if I think that's fair.
It has nothing to do with
That's freaking
privacy.
fair. Yes, it does.
Every lot in Atherton is a minimum 1 acre, and the state of California is saying, you, Atherton, you need to shoulder the load
I get it.
for the housing crisis.
But there's
and his
one
neighbor.
But there's one property they're upset about.
What's
It's
the bad
one
thing?
specific property.
Well, he should have known better when he went to buy that property, because that property, by the way, that owner was there long before Steph moved in.
This
People
doesn't
who are
outrage
outraged
this
about
does not
Curry.
outrage me.
It
does not outrage me at all.
It doesn't outrage me, and I get Steph Curry. Steph Curry's different. He can't walk to the grocery store by himself. He can't.
He actually tried that back in the day. He had a house that was just normal, and he tried to do that.
Walnut Creek,
and people wouldn't leave him alone.
You can't do that. I see Darrell Wright and Bully. Bully can't walk anywhere without fans. And Bully hasn't played in over 20 years.
Can't walk anywhere without fans.
Yeah, I can't really.
I mean,
so Stephen Curry, we're going to get mad about him. I understand his pain. Look, we're trying to live a private life. I'm in the public eye all the time. I do a lot of community service. I'm out here in every commercial. I show fans love all day long. I sign a lot of autographs. I just want a little privacy when I lay my head down for my kids and my wife.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
No.
People want to be fake outraged about that. No, I'm with
not
Steph
outraged. It's just a bad beat. My heart does not break for the fact that his 1 acre plus lot, his neighbor has the right to build whatever he wants to build, and he's going to build multiple units there.
I don't personally. I don't try to wear shoes that don't fit me.
Yep.
You know, and if they don't fit me, I can't speak on it. To be completely honest with you, you know, I can try. I can say I think it would be like this, but I don't know.
You can't even imagine what that's like.
That's got to be awful.
Basis. No, it's wonderful.
Brutal.
It's wonderful, but let's not act like fame doesn't have a cost. It
that's
most
also
certainly
true.
does.
That's
It
also
most
true.
certainly does.
I mean, sure.
Especially that level of fame.
It's the city of Atherton. You have a responsibility to do what the state is asking you to do.
I'm not. Yeah, like whatever, however it plays out, it plays out. But
man,
their stance does not outrage
Warriors
me at all.
71 points in the first half.
Average home price $8 million.
43 points in the second half
43 in the
outrages
second,
me a
plus
hell of a lot
overtime.
more than Steph Curry and Aisha's home.
No doubt.
And you
that was
asked
frustrating.
Willard about what's going on there. Are they just over the hill sometimes in the fourth quarter? Steve Kerr said no. He said it's not the endurance. It's not how, they're not tired. I mean, why don't you just take the cop out? Because saying they're not tired might be worse.
Right now, it's not to be explained. I don't think there's a clean reason for why they've blown so much in the fourth.
Yeah, no idea. Willard and Dibs coming up here. They'll take it to high noon here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, maybe even Jimmy Garoppolo being back. Yeah. I don't give a damn where the Niners go at quarterback at this point. Why? I just want to win the Super Bowl.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. Morning clouds will develop into more overcast conditions throughout the day today. Daytime temperatures will remain mild with a high of 44 degrees, dropping to the mid-20s overnight. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Steph Curry, who had another 30-plus point game, double-digit assists as the Dubs got another dub.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather Vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99 at Staples. You save $140. Plus get 2 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer, free with the Staples Connect app. So take a seat or 2. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Offers end 2/4. Chair offer valid in-store and online. Purell Limit 2, in-store only, while supplies last.
Their long time.
Hey, buddy, good to have you back.
Oh, it's good to be back, Mark. So good to be back.
You did the same thing with your day off yesterday that I think at least kids of our age, I'm sure it's different now because you could just whip your phone out and start looking at TikTok or something like that. But I used to know by the time I got to The Price is Right at 10 a.m. on those days where you were able to convince your parents that you were sick enough to stay home from school. Hey, you get to The Price is Right at 10 o'clock, and I'm like, all right, am I actually sick or am I now just bored? And when The Price is Right is over, it's going to be 11 o'clock and soap operas are going to come on. And what the hell am I going to do then?
Right.
Because you can't go outside and play because you convinced mom you're too sick to go.
Luckily, I had a great Nerf hoop set up. Our house in Petaluma,
Nice.
we had, there was kind of by where the A-frame was, so we had a higher ceiling, so I was able to, get a lot of Nerf hoop going on, and I would draw up my own 8-team bracket and just play, I would play both teams, against me, and just play an entire 8-team bracket. Try not to be too hot and sweaty by the time mom came home, because then it's a tell that you actually played sick.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Glad you're all with us this morning. Twitch, YouTube. Hey, what is going on? Glad to have you. Xfinity Mobile text line available. Your phone calls always welcome at 888-957-9570. Mike Silver in 25 minutes. A lot of important stuff from Kyle Shanahan at his press conference yesterday, and we'll play it for you in just a sec. The San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center with over 75 showrooms in one location. The SF Gift and Jewelry Center has gifts for every budget. So, Valentine's Day on the way, and this Valentine's Day, you can definitely give BDE.
Oh.
It's Big Diamond Energy. What'd you think they meant?
Right.
Visit today at 888 Brandon Street in San Francisco or shop online at sfgcjm.com. All right, glad you're with us. Let's
Don't talk about that.
I won't. So let's rat-a-tat-tat right through the important quarterback parts from Kyle Shanahan yesterday if you missed them. So a lot of them are quick. First, is San Francisco looking for a veteran QB?
Would you be looking for a high-profile veteran?
No, we're content enough.
No, we're content enough. Okay, then what's Brock Purdy's timeline?
Once 3 months is over, they start the rehab of just building the arm back slowly, and by 6 months, it's built back. And that's when I started to ask questions. So does that mean ease them in and stuff like that, like you would think of ACLs and things like that? And they said, no, the build-up's been from 3 to 6, and at 6 months, he is the same dude in full go. So that was the most encouraging part that I heard.
CTP, cleared to play.
Right. In 6 months.
In early August, if they do the surgery soon and if it goes well.
Right, and you would assume that they would do the surgery sooner rather than later once he gets all of his second and third opinions, and you would also assume that the surgery, quote, goes well, because the surgery is not that complicated in terms of it's either A or B, and if they go in there and they look, and the UCL, the ligament, can be reattached and fixed, that's 3 to 6 months. It's 3 months until he can throw, 6 months till he can play. If the ligament is so badly damaged that it can't be fixed, now you need a new ligament in there. Now we're talking about Tommy John, and that's 9 to 12 months.
And John Lynch had already said there are, at this point, no indications that that's the case. And what about Trey Lance and his injury? When's he going to be ready?
It sounds like he'll be pretty close around phase 1, phase 2. OTAs is the third phase, which I think that's 5 weeks after phase 1. So we'll see in phase 1. They know they're saying right around that time. So hopefully we'll be able to ease him in with drill work and things like that. And then by OTAs, he'll be able to go.
It was funny in a way, and it was tough. I get it. From the media standpoint, everyone's trying to get to the same answer, and everyone's trying to figure out how to phrase the question to get Kyle Shanahan to answer two things. A, is Brock Purdy your starter? And B, are you interested in anybody we've heard of on the free agent market with regard to quarterbacking? So here was one try at it. How are you going to handle the quarterback situation this offseason?
I don't think there's much to handle. One guy can't go, and the other guy should be ready for OTAs. So OTAs haven't been that consistent over the last 3-4 years since COVID. They keep being a little bit more different each year, so it's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but it sounds like we'll at least have one guy for it.
All right, that was unsatisfying. Okay, how about this, Kyle? Is Brock Purdy your starter?
Things I haven't even thought about at all. So right now we're just working on coaches, and I think that stuff will play itself out by training camp.
Damn it, that
Right.
didn't work.
No.
Okay.
You want to try again?
What if we said, okay, well, let's go back. Remember how you already said that you're content at the but so there's no no other veteran quarterback that you want.
I know we have 2 starters on our team right now that I believe we can win with. So when you have that situation, you're not that eager to go looking around.
Damn it. Okay. Garoppolo. What about Jimmy?
Is there a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
All right, we're done here.
Yeah.
We're done. That's it.
So he won't name a starter. He doesn't know about Trey or Brock as it pertains to next August, which is 6 months away. He won't answer as to whether or not he's going to add another quarterback, but he will tell you it won't be Jimmy Garoppolo and it won't be a, quote, high-profile free agent. So basically what he's telling you is, I'm worried about my coaching staff. I don't have a defensive coordinator. And when we get into March and we get into the new league year, at that point, he'll figure out what stopgap veteran journeyman he can throw into the mix to have 3 QBs, because right now, come OTAs, he may not have anybody running the offense.
There was a further question about, Kyle, could you describe the profile of the quarterback you do want to sign? And he goes, the best one.
Right, the profile, the best one.
The best one available.
Exactly.
The best one available.
And basically what he's saying is the profile of the quarterback would be somebody who's not going to cost me a lot, somebody who can be there just in case. Kind of a Josh Johnson plus. Because I don't think that they had their eyes on Josh Johnson all year.
No, that was an emergency break glass situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's looking for a quarterback who's a little bit better than a Josh Johnson emergency break glass quarterback.
So I guess, yes, the only definitive thing we got was Jimmy's not going to play here.
Right.
And we're 49er.
Neither is Tom.
Thank you. Although we're 49er fans, so even after those definitive statements, Tom Brady's like, I'm retiring, ... for good. And Kyle's like, Jimmy Garoppolo's gone, ... for good.
Right.
And all of us are like,
hard. You know?
We'll see.
Yeah. I mean,
We'll see. But that's what we got from a definitive standpoint. Unless you read between the lines, there was something else definitive that Kyle can't say in these words yet, but he said it, which is as uncomfortable as it is for all of us 49er fans to look at 2 really young players, not in their 20s, their early 20s. And neither one of them has double-digit starts yet in the NFL, and neither one of them is healthy. That's what we got. And Kyle looked at everyone and went, yep, that's what we got.
Right.
And that's what we're going with. And people are like, yeah, that's uncomfortable. And the 49ers said, right, you're going to have to deal with that, because both of them, in different ways, have wowed us, have gotten our attention, have gotten our desire over the last couple of years. We believe in that, and therefore we think that's how we are both A, going to win football games, and B, run our salary cap. And so it is Brock Purdy / Trey Lance or bust. And I think that's absolutely the right move. We'd love to hear your perspective on it, 888-957-9570. Are you comfortable with the 49ers putting all of the chips in the young guys' basket? Because that's what I took from yesterday.
I don't know how you can't be comfortable with the approach that they're taking. You look at what Brock Purdy did as the starter. He stepped in and ran the Shanahan system better than Jimmy Garoppolo and better than Trey Lance. Now, we haven't seen enough of Trey Lance to definitively say that Brock is better than what Trey eventually will be or could be. But what we know is this: Brock Purdy took the job as a third stringer, and the team got better. The offense got better. They scored more points, and they won more games than any quarterback to start their career in the history of the organization, including Jimmy Garoppolo. From when he started as a Niners quarterback and he won his last 5, well, Brock Purdy did that 1 or 2 better than what Jimmy Garoppolo did. And you know that the team took 3 first-round picks and threw him in the garbage to get Trey Lance. And so you know that the team wants to see definitively what they have in Trey Lance before they move off of Trey Lance. So you've got 2 quarterbacks, and now you're wondering who the third will be. But that's a question that won't be answered for the next month or 2 or 3 months. And it unfortunately, it does matter. Well, I won't say it doesn't really matter because we saw this year that it does matter.
Right, it does, except for you're hoping that it doesn't. And realize this about ourselves. We will be the only fan base in America that spends time this offseason on QB3. And
we should.
And talking about it.
Unfortunately, as we should.
Yes and no. Here's a perspective that I don't share, but I understand. And I think you have it. I think you're one of many people who have this perspective, and I understand it. I understand the PTSD of it. I understand the factual nature of it. I understand that some of you believe there is way too much of a common thread between Kyle Shanahan and quarterback injuries for QB3 to be irrelevant. I don't share it. I do sit over here on the side of it's just been bum luck. That's me. And yesterday, in fact, this came up. And this is when Kyle Shanahan got a little upset. And I actually think that everyone should take a moment to think about how you'd feel if somebody was asking you this. If you were in charge of people, well, it doesn't matter what your job is. If you're a boss, do you hire people? Okay? If you hire people and somewhere along the road, the reputation starts to get built that you put your employees in danger. You put them in either physical or mental danger.
Emotional,
and
yeah.
you do it for your own gain. That's fighting words. That's offensive to somebody now.
I get that.
And so when Kyle gets chippy, when that comes up, I totally get it.
When you ask that question, that way I understand, but I think if you looked at the injuries, common sense would answer that question. I mean, how have they gotten hurt? I mean, I'm sorry Josh got a concussion when he hit the ground, so that's the 4th one you're talking about. I'm sorry our quarterback got his elbow bent backwards on a normal drop back pass. I'm sorry on a drop back pass, someone rolled up on Jimmy's ankle. And then we have a dual threat quarterback who got hurt running the ball. So to throw all those 4 in that category, no quarterbacks got hurt when we had to hand it off the whole second half, so we can look into that.
Yeah, so I get why he's sarcastic.
No,
I get it.
I get it too, and I'm not here to blame Kyle Shanahan for the injuries of the quarterbacks. I thought that he misused Trey Lance. He put Trey Lance in a position as a ball carrier where Trey Lance got hurt. I'm looking just at the situation, the facts of the matter with the Niners quarterback situation since he's been the head coach, and only one lousy time since he's been the head coach has he had a quarterback start game 1 and start all the way through the season. And so this is not to say that Kyle Shanahan gets these guys hurt, but you can say that these guys get hurt when Kyle Shanahan is the head coach. This is not to blame Kyle Shanahan. This is just to point out the fact of the matter, which is your quarterbacks get hurt. That's a fact.
Right. However, it's relevant as to whether or not that's dumb luck or if he's putting them in harm's way when it comes to the QB3 conversation.
See, I think it's only relevant to the point where...
Because are you supposed to plan for it?
Yes.
If it's dumb luck, I'm not planning for it.
I don't think that you can look at it after 6 years and call it dumb luck anymore.
I do. I still... And I think his answer right there shows it. There's no common thread between the 4 injuries.
Well, then you trade Trey Lance.
Other than that they're football players.
They're football players, but other teams, if you look at all across the league, how many other teams have had this much dumb luck at quarterback?
Record-breaking level this year.
Yeah. I'm talking about a 6-year body of work. And again, Mark, I'm not blaming Kyle Shanahan. What I'm giving Kyle Shanahan credit for getting the quarterback room full of quarterbacks, because whether it's because your offensive line isn't good enough, or your scheme puts these guys in a position, or it's dumb luck, or it's a collection of all of it, the bottom line is you have needed more than one quarterback in every year but one.
Right. Although the cool thing here is now they have more than one quarterback.
Exactly.
Because they haven't gone into every year, like most teams don't, they have not gone into every year with 2 viable options. Who the hell knew that they went into last year with 3? By the way, still couldn't get to the end
you needed 4.
of their playoff run. But while I get that, I'm not saying I'm against the 49ers going out and get someone in the QB3 spot who they think can win a football game or 2 or 5.
Right.
Of course, I sign off on it completely. However, I'm not going to put tons of stock and thought and stress into where that goes, because I will start next year again, and you can call me insane for this, but I will start next year again thinking, like, if you get past Brock and Trey, it's probably, if those are significant injuries, it's probably going to be a lost season again. The same way.
See, I don't believe that.
Every NFL team does this now, okay? The Chiefs did not play one game this year where they thought to themselves, if Mahomes goes down, we're okay. The Bills didn't play one game this year where they thought if Allen went down, they can still win the Super Bowl. The Ravens ended up with using 3 guys. And
or 4 even.
They limped their way into the playoffs, and the lack of Lamar Jackson showed, and a rookie mistake at the quarterback position literally knocked them out of the playoffs. The Bengals, right? They've had Burrow for 3 years now. They go very far in the playoffs when he plays, and then one year he tore his ACL and their season was over. So I don't know. I look at this almost from the other perspective. The 49ers might, we don't know yet about Trey, they might have 2 guys with whom they can win.
Hopefully.
That's more than everybody else.
But you also, based on their own track record, you need to have a third quarterback who at least you can put in there if it's Andy Dalton, if it's, C.J. Beathard, if it's Nick Mullins, whoever it is, you need to have a third guy that you can at least put in a stopgap way and think maybe we can keep this team afloat. Because if you look at the quarterbacks by year under Kyle Shanahan, 3-3-1-3-2-3 in terms of guys who have started games.
Sure.
So this is not to blame Kyle Shanahan. I think that's patently unfair in a violent sport. But if you look at the track record, to me, it's more than just dumb luck when it happens 6 consecutive years.
Yeah,
or 5 of 6.
I get it. I just, to me in football, that's what it is. I'm not saying that you don't sort of prepare for it. It's also interesting to look about how you go about preparing for it.
Right.
We're throwing out all these names, and sure, they're quarterbacks. Could they win you a week? Yeah. Can you go all the way to the end with them? I mean, sure, Nick Foles things happen, but almost never. They almost never ever. This happened once you can bring up Hostetler, but he was actually he turned out to be a player and at a different era where
Brock Purdy was on the precipice of doing just that because he was your third stringer.
Except for maybe, like, my point is, like a Hostetler, Purdy showed that maybe he's not one of those people. He's not a third-string quarterback. He's a first-string quarterback.
But when he came on the field the first time, none of us thought, okay, here we go, Hostetler.
Well, so do you try to recreate Brock Purdy? And that's what I was about to say. In other words, instead of screaming about David Blau and Nate Sudfeld, I know Bill Belichick is one of these people. Draft a quarterback every year.
Yeah.
Now, I don't mean in the second round. I don't mean a big-name guy. But, like, if there's somebody you evaluate and you think, boy, that guy could really fit my system and he's got some interesting undervalued traits. Maybe he goes to, what were those letters that Brock Purdy does well with the processing? What was that thing that the guy that we had on that said Brock Purdy's processing was at a really elite level? Whatever the hell that was. If you see someone like that, 5th, 6th, 7th round, do it again. And maybe that's your QB3. If I'm an NFL team, QBs are so much more valuable than everybody else. I'm stashing somebody.
S3 cognition.
There you go.
Sorry, it took me a minute.
If you see, you're like, hey, there's a guy out of Louisiana Tech who's got some serious S3 cognition going on, and nobody knows about him. All right, take that guy in the 6th round or whatever. Stash a QB. It makes all the sense in the world.
Patriots, Bailey Zappi in 2022, 4th round out of Western Kentucky. Mac Jones the year before. The year before that, they didn't take a QB. The year before that, Jarrett Stidham.
There you go.
4th rounder out of Auburn. The year before that, Danny Etling out of LSU in the 7th round. In 2016, Jacoby Brissett in the 3rd round. I mean, to your point.
And the year before that, I think, was Jimmy Garoppolo.
2 years before that.
2 years before that.
Eastern Illinois, Jimmy Garoppolo. And then before that, they actually, Ryan Mallett in 2011 out of LSU. It's not quite every year, but to your point, a late-round pick. And by the way, the Niners, I think they have 6 7th-round picks now. and they've got like 8 third-round picks.
Right. I don't know
they
what
got
they
a
have.
bunch
They got
of
a
comp
bunch of
picks that
stuff.
they can. You could take one of those picks and just throw it at a quarterback like you're talking about.
Totally.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you turn those guys into draft or into capital later on. If
Zach Robinson,
right? If they
out of Oklahoma State.
If they think about this,
God.
if you come in as a backup and you look good for 2 weeks, somebody going to give you a second-round draft pick for him.
Kevin O'Connell in 2008. You remember him?
I mean, how many games did Garoppolo played when the Niners acquired him? I think he had 2 starts. That's it.
They had 2 rings.
But he looked good. So it's like, hey, let's get that guy for a second rounder.
Right.
And then he won 5 more games and became the highest paid player in the NFL history for at least a couple of weeks. So it doesn't take much. So that might be a way to address it.
Well, and here's an idea,
fine with all
Niners.
that.
And instead of drafting running backs, which it turns out you're not really that good at, just take a quarterback
Well,
instead.
And now you got running backs. So
right.
Can we take a year off from running backs?
Just take a quarterback instead.
In the 3rd round? I'm definitely in on that
Instead
idea.
of your TDPs and your who's that one guy who
Trey Sermon. Joe
Thank
Williams,
you, Trey
Sermon.
Trey Sermon. Kyle's reading my mind.
By the way, is Sermon on? Is he going to the Super Bowl next week?
Sure
is he
is.
still on that team?
Yeah, him and TDP both in street clothes on their respective sidelines.
Well, I'm glad he couldn't make that. I'm glad he couldn't make the active roster on that team either. So it's not like the 49ers were wrong with their assessment. But anyway.
Trey Sermon is, man, he's likely going to get a ring.
Likely?
Patrick McCaw.
Likely?
Either Trey Sermon or Jerick McKinnon is getting a ring. It's a tough look.
All right. So it's Red and Gold Reaction brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Mike Silver joins us next, and all guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. With Mike Silver, Vic Fangio's going to the Dolphins. Did the 49ers actually want him? What is his perspective? What's the behind-the-scene thought on the offseason for the 49ers QB position and Brock Purdy's elbow? All of that with Mike Silver next on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Good luck to Miko, and congratulations. Nowhere to go but up with the Houston Texans. There is no doubt about that. He deserves it.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Servicing your Ford has never been easier than it is at Serramonte Ford. Scheduling your vehicle service is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Just go to SerramonteFord.com/service to find a time that works for you. Then ask us about vehicle pickup and delivery. Only at Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get the Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the word on the street is that at least some of the Warriors are going to play tonight. We'll find out.
Do we know whom?
We do not. Well, I think Iguodala is out. I do think that. I think Clay will be out, but somebody's going to have them jerseys on. So you should tune into Warriors Live at 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. It's Willard and Dibbs. Hi, everybody. We'll get back to your calls shortly at 888-957-9570. But right now, we go out to the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Looky here. It's Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, Bally Sports, and beyond. Hello, Mike. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Good. Hey, were you in the building for that press conference yesterday?
You know, I wasn't. I went down Tuesday and talked to a bunch of players, and I decided to live stream that thing.
Okay.
So, I did write off of it. I was writing anyway, and that'll run at some point. But, you know, I thought that the first 24 minutes and 30 seconds were fine, but that last minute was the golden minute for me.
Do explain.
Please explain.
Yeah, the last minute. What are you referring?
Well, Kyle was asked about the amount of quarterback injuries that have happened under his watch, and if he thought he had to change things systemically or figure that out. And he went all in. Got some sarcasm there at the end. I wrote all about it. It'll eventually be in the Chronicle, but he didn't love the question. I thought it was funny. I've known him for a long time.
Yeah, and I mean the sarcasm. It was dripping with sarcasm. But for some, there is where there's smoke, there's fire. Why would you say that the Niners have had so many injuries at quarterback? Is it just, as he described it, dumb luck?
I mean, luck is definitely a part of it, and that sucks. I think Jimmy Garoppolo, unfortunately, is injury prone, which sucks because I love everything else about him, and I don't want that for him. But some players just get hurt a lot, so there's that. Purdy, I think when you have an inexperienced quarterback running play action, and for play action to work right, everything has to look the same, which is the beauty of Kyle's offense. So you're going to have tight ends and running backs blocking edge rushers at times. Probably just doesn't have a lot of reps under his belt. Didn't know to step up in the pocket away from the potential danger there. But Purdy's been amazing. That happens. And Josh Johnson got a concussion against a team that had 70 sacks, one of the highest totals in NFL history. And Trey Lance got hurt running the ball inside. But when you have a dual threat quarterback, that's part of the deal. That if you're going to have dual threats, you have to run them. So I think we all want to blame people when things go badly. You can't blame Jimmy for this one. So it naturally turns to Kyle. That said, he has had a disproportionate share of quarterback injuries, and I don't know that you change things schematically because, again, if you want the awesomeness of his offense, you can't have it become more predictable and mousy. But I think he probably wants to have a feeling that the people he's got back there can withstand the pounding better than Jimmy has for whatever reason.
Mike, you reported about a week and a half ago, maybe even a couple of weeks ago, that the 49ers were planning for Brock Purdy to be their starter going forward. Then the injury happens, and I know right now they're still indicating that the thought is that he's likely back by August. Take the injury stuff, the unknown out. If Brock Purdy is back in August, is he still firmly the starter, or could things change?
Yeah, if Brock Purdy is back in August and he looks like he did before he got hurt, then of course he's the starter, but I don't think you can take the uncertainty out. So, I quoted the great Oakland philosopher Todd Shaw, a.k.a. Too Short, in my column Monday and said it was all good just a week ago. Things changed. Brock Purdy was going to be the guy. Trey, they would have been there. They would have continued developing him. They had rookie contracts. They could pay Bosa, build around it. It was a great plan. And, the envy of any other team, really, to have a quarterback that accomplished at such a young stage on a rookie deal. But, quarterbacks and elbows. So, first of all, I was a young beat writer when Joe Montana had an elbow injury in training camp in 1991, ended up missing an entire season, came back in 92, didn't feel right again in training camp, missed all but the final regular season games, second half. So basically missed all of 2 years and then was gone after that. It's tricky. I think Kyle and John believe from what they've heard that there's a scenario where you have this non-Tommy John surgery that's less of a production. 3 months later, he starts to try to throw again, and within 6 months, he's back to being him. That's awesome, but you got to be really, really confident in that. And that's why I think once, you started understanding the potential, maybe that first surgery doesn't go perfectly, maybe he has a setback, maybe he does have to have Tommy John after all once they go in and they realize it's worse than they thought, et cetera, et cetera. Now you're in a zone with a team built to win now, whose window is right now. and you want to consider all options. Brady would have made a lot of sense in that he was probably a one-year guy if he came back. That's now off the table. Rodgers makes less sense because of the financial commitment. You could do it and fit it under the cap, but you're looking at probably a 2-3 year minimum with him, and what you hope Purdy gets back to would, make that less pressing for you. And then I think what's probably most likely is you hope for the best on Purdy. You try to develop Trey Lance, who's also coming off a second ankle surgery, and you hope he's ready for like phase 2, phase 3 of OTAs. And you have to have a contingency plan, whether that's a Matt Ryan, whether you actually draft somebody else. I think that's less likely. Whether you go get an Andy Dalton, someone like that. I think you better have a contingency plan if Trey is your only healthy guy heading into training camp.
And the contingency plan won't be Jimmy Garoppolo. Do you think that was more of Jimmy saying not a shot in hell, or the team saying enough is enough?
When they did Jimmy's deal, when he came back, it specifically precluded them from tagging or trading him. So Jimmy got the power at that moment. So had Jimmy stayed healthy, continued playing like he was playing, possibly got them to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl, it would have been a fascinating scenario, because they would have been like, Jimmy, what's up, buddy? We want you back.
Jimmy.
Hold that thought, guys, because I'm going to go check out the market, and I'll let you know, and, maybe I'll come back, maybe I won't. And it would have been a complete shift of the paradigm, which previously allowed them to cut him at any time after they had the wandering eye. So that would have been fascinating. So basically, Jimmy's going to get a better deal somewhere else than the 49ers, even under this situation, would pay him. He's going to want to go to a team that has never given up on him and presumably believes in him more. And the 49ers can't do anything about it, even if they suddenly decide to pledge their undying love to him, which they won't. So I thought he was gone last year. I know he came back. Things were weird. He was coming off throwing shoulder surgery. Kyle said it pretty clearly after I had, said similar things in print. It's, to quote another great Bay Area philosopher, Robert Hunter, he's gone. Nothing's going to bring him back. He is gone.
There it is. Mike Silver with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mike, done deal. I know there was the early report, and then you tweeted out, hey, it's not done yet. And I guess now it's done with Vic Fangio to the Dolphins. And a lot of people are processing that like, oh, he turned down the 49ers. But Kyle talked so much yesterday about continuity with what they're already doing on defense. What do you know about the 49ers' interest or lack thereof in Vic Fangio and what they do next?
Okay, well, first of all, I did not report that it wasn't done yet. What I reported was Vic Fangio told me Sunday night nothing has been decided, right, and was angry that there had been a report. So if anyone is upset that it took 3 days for it to actually happen, blame it on Vic, not me. But, okay, first of all, I've talked to a lot of coaches about this recently because I've tried to be sure when I discuss things that are over my head, and a lot of fans aren't so unencumbered, but I'm going to try. So 3-4-4-3, we freak out about it. Really good coaches like Vic Fangio don't get hung up on that as much as Joe Fan. There are a lot of similarities. They're just called different things. Basically, with the 3-4, you don't know where the fourth rusher is coming from. With the 4-3, you do. You can rush 5 in a wide 9 type look with either scheme. They're just called different things. And good coaches will find a way to take the existing personnel and make it work, and you can call it 3-4-4-3. So could a coach as good as Vic Fangio come to the 49ers without going, I can't really have both, got to get rid of Eric Armstead. I don't really think Greenlaw and Warner. No, of course not. He would take those, beautiful pieces on the board and make it work really, really well. So I don't know that it was that, but I do believe that Vic Fangio, probably had some pretty high-level conversations with Kyle Shanahan about what it would look like or whether they wanted it. There are a lot of things going on. Vic had a lot of options. He had been linked with Sean Payton. It would have been awkward had he gone back to Denver a year after being tossed out of the building, but he wasn't completely averse to that. Obviously Atlanta, Carolina, Miami. And so, Vic just had a decision to make, and I'm sure a lot of things factored in. Kyle is he's a coach that a lot of people want to work for. And, certainly those players on that defense, wow, they can make you look really, really good if you're a good coach. So, for example, today I reported that Vance Joseph, who is in the mix for that Arizona Cardinals head coaching job and definitely has a chance to get it. And the reason I believe that is because the Cardinals, who still have him under contract as defensive coordinator, aren't letting him out. And he's had many, many overtures about possibly being a defensive coordinator elsewhere, including for the 49ers, I believe. So, would that be super cold if the Cardinals keep him, and then hire, say, Brian Flores or another defensive coach, and there's no room for Vance Joseph, and he's left out in the cold potentially? Yep. And certainly I would hope that's not what's happening. So we'll have to see, but there are a lot of moving parts. Jero Evero, another really highly regarded coach, was in Denver this past year, previous experience with the Rams and Packers. He's talking to Sean Payton today. He's still in the mix technically for Colts and Cardinals as head coach. And so all of this is kind of playing out. So I'm sure Kyle is going after the best and the brightest, and I would put Vance Joseph and Jero Evero in that category. Scheme certainly matters, but the way I interpreted those comments, just for 49er fans who can get past the I know scheme thing, is they have a really, really good defensive line coach in Chris Kaczmarek, who came in and implemented the wide nine under Robert Saleh and really helped take that defense to another level. The way I interpreted Kyle's comments were, we want someone who wants to keep Chris and probably some of the other assistants to take these great players and make it cool. So I'm less hung up on 3-4-4-3 than I am, hey, I want to come to the Niners and bring in all my own assistants. I think that's more of a deal breaker.
Good stuff, Mike. Good to watch the way this one's going to play out. Obviously, whoever gets that gig has got a few players to play with for sure. Mike, we'll talk to you next week, man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope I still have a voice on Thursday. The Super Bowl is known to erode my voice in short order, but apologies in advance if I sound atrocious.
Yeah, are you doing your big old party thingamajig out there like usual?
We are not throwing a party this year. I'm attending, so I'll try to bring it back. Next year's in Vegas? That sounds wholesome. I'll talk to Carissa Thompson and Jeff Darlington and see if we can resurrect our shindig.
A party in Vegas? We're in. All right. Hey, Mike, good stuff, man.
Yeah, the Niners hopefully will be there with their new defensive coordinator. It'll be awesome.
Yeah, and all 12 of their quarterbacks. Exactly right. All right, there he is. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, Bally Sports, with regard to the quarterback situation, the DC situation. I'll say this, because this report is out there from some 49er beat writers as well, and this is something that I think us fans don't think about too much, because we see what we see on the field, and we're like, okay, we either like this guy, we like that guy, we're worried about injury. There are a number of beat reporters that have clearly stated, if Brock Purdy is healthy and not the starting quarterback for the 49ers next year, you're going to have a livid locker room.
It seems like it. I mean, when he took over, immediately it was Big Sock Brock, and it was you're the guy and all the rest of it, and all he did was win. So this has nothing to do with Trey Lance. Trey Lance didn't really get a fair shot at being starting quarterback because he got hurt. And so Jimmy Garoppolo had the gig, and then when Jimmy got hurt, Trey still wasn't healthy enough, so you had no choice but to go to Brock. And the whole notion of you can't lose your job due to injury is laughable,
totally.
And it's not accurate. And I don't know where the cliche came from, but especially now in this day and age, 2023, you can and oftentimes do lose your job due to injury. And Brock Purdy got the job, he held the job, and he won the job. And if they both are healthy enough come August, and I don't have the actual preseason dates in front of me where the first of the 3 preseason games will be played, but Brock Purdy's going to get the QB1 slot as long as he's healthy.
Matt Mayoko, 49ers Talk Podcast. Take a listen.
I think there'd be a lot of pissed off people in this locker room if Brock Purdy is not the starter next year. And so whether that means, and I didn't take that as a knock on Trey Lance at all. I took it as in he did enough. He's young. He put his heart and soul into this. We know what he's capable of doing. If the team goes out and gets someone from the outside to take his spot, a job that he did not lose, other than I guess the injury, but it appears he'll be ready to go. So I know the players are very much behind Brock Purdy as a starting quarterback. And I also think the players and the organization and you and me and the fan base and everybody on the media or whatever, nobody knows about Trey Lance. There's a lot there to like. There's a lot there to like with him, including how he carries himself, which, by the way, he said that that's the part of Brock Purdy that impressed him the most. But nobody knows whether he can be a really good NFL starting quarterback. And in 8 games, Brock Purdy showed to be a pretty darn good NFL starting quarterback.
We mentioned Mayoko.
Talk block and Jenny Lee Chan.
Shout out to the cameo appearances of one Jennifer Lee Chan as well.
JLC getting talk blocked by Mayoko.
JLC, you know me. There it is. That's in the 49ers Talk Podcast. And the phrase that pays is the one he says right away. There's going to be a lot of pissed off teammates if a healthy Brock Purdy is not the quarterback. And I know how a lot of people are going to process that, where it's like, well, wait a minute. You're shoving Trey Lance to the side when he was the guy. Kyle Shanahan last year called this is his team now. All the draft story, all of that. And now you're just shoving Trey Lance aside when he hasn't necessarily done anything yet to, quote unquote, lose the job because of poor play. That's true. And similar to what Eric Armstead said after losing the game against the Eagles with no quarterback, and he said, look, that's life. Same message goes to Trey Lance.
Sure.
Like, you can't tell a win now locker room. We got this guy right here who essentially came in and never lost a game where he played the majority of the game. He never lost. But we're going to check this other guy out.
Because we drafted him higher.
You can't do it.
No, and you won't do it. And Kyle Shanahan knows it. And the one thing from the Matt Mayoko monologue that I don't necessarily agree with, because he doesn't know, nobody knows, it's the notion of not knowing about Trey Lance. Because Kyle Shanahan may know already about Trey Lance. He may know that Trey Lance is not good enough to be the guy. We don't know that. We saw what we saw as fans. Kyle Shanahan saw what he saw as the head coach. And, it would have been interesting to see if Trey Lance continued to play, if Trey Lance didn't play a lot better, if he would have made some sort of a switch with a healthy Trey Lance or not, if the team was losing. We'll never know how that would have played out. But what we do know is that Trey Lance didn't get enough time to play for all of us on the outside to know what we need to know in terms of, is he good enough? Kyle Shanahan may already know in terms of Trey Lance, and he may think that Trey Lance is good enough. But to your point, Brock Purdy came in, started, and won every game except the last game when he got knocked out in the first quarter. So the team knows what they have in Brock Purdy more than they know his teammates, more than they know what they have in Trey Lance.
Is it Mr. Right? Is it Mr. Right now? I don't know. But this is the way it works. Like when you start winning in professional sports, you stick with it. You honor the streak.
Ride the hot hand.
I mean, you absolutely do. By the way, and while you were changing diapers yesterday, John McClain came on. And John McClain, of course, not only a long history covering the league, but because he was based in Houston when Kyle Shanahan was running the show, coordinator there in Houston, got to know him really well. He made a quick comment to us that stuck with us. He goes, everybody in the league knows how much Kyle Shanahan loves Trey Lance. Loves Trey Lance. And he's saying that yesterday, not back when they drafted him. He's saying that now. Like, I thought you heard it in the press conference yesterday. Kyle Shanahan, and I know they're just words, but Kyle Shanahan is like, I know Brock's hurt. And so is there a chance that he's not ready for week 1? Sure. So everyone's like, all right, so who's the veteran? And he goes, Trey Lance. Like, that's it. We're not searching for a quarterback.
Right.
And this is the conversation you and I had on Tuesday. I came in and I'm like, I can't believe this. I can't believe that we're all suddenly throwing out names like Derek Carr and Kirk Cousins and whatever the hell.
Aaron Rodgers, Tom
people
Brady.
are freaking out about this. I'm like, you've got your guys. And yes, there are bumps, there are bruises, there are contractual advantages, there are questions, and there's fear. But like, man, the future of the 49er organization to me is sitting right there already in their jerseys.
In the quarterback position,
Yes.
absolutely. You got Trey Lance coming into his 3rd year, and at the end of his 3rd year, you'll decide on his 5th year as a first-round pick, and you've got Brock Purdy going into his 2nd year, and you've got Brock Purdy. He can't renegotiate until after his 3rd year. So you've got Brock Purdy at a bargain. You got Trey Lance on his rookie deal. You've got 2 quarterbacks that you ostensibly love, and you've got a chance to use one and then use the other one. And if it's Brock Purdy, you can use Trey Lance in certain spots in terms of what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday about him being a two-way threat, which Brock Purdy is not the same sort of quarterback threat in terms of his ability to run the ball and pass the ball. So if Brock Purdy's healthy, I would imagine you still will see Trey Lance in some spots. You're going to let Trey Lance get on the field in certain packages, as you did in his rookie year.
I know, but then they went away from it right away. So I don't know.
I think you will,
wonder.
quite frankly. I mean, I think that you're going to want to get Trey Lance on the field. And Kyle Shanahan, I think you look at what Jalen Hurts was able to do this year as a two-way threat at quarterback, and I'm sure Kyle Shanahan is tempted by that, at least in some spots.
I would think. I just, there's also that idea of like, we got to change the whole offense, and they didn't love it. They tried it, and they didn't love it. Maybe this is a different scenario now because Brock has a little bit of mobility. Maybe it's less of a change from Jimmy. We're calling it Red and Gold Reaction, and it's brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Let's go to Darren in Maryland here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Darren, what are you doing?
Oh, how you doing? I want to speak about this quarterback situation. I appreciate y'all holding the phone for me. Wait.
Yeah, what do you got?
Oh, my thing is, there's no way in the world. I'm going to tell you what. People think I'm crazy. Jimmy Garoppolo will be my starter next year. I'm going to tell you why. His record is 44-19.
Uh-huh.
He got more experience than these 2 quarterbacks.
Uh-huh.
More experience. Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
He's 44-19 with Kyle Shanahan. And it's hard for me to give him up because he's that good in the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan be blowing these games. He blows these games. Everybody blames Garoppolo. Garoppolo was 10 points up after the 3rd quarter with the Rams game. You remember it was 4th down twice. We didn't go for it. They gave the ball back.
Hey, Darren. Darren, do you mind if I borrow something from you? Can I call him Garoppolo
like the islands?
First of all, I love that. And secondly, can I play something for you? Will you hang right there and just listen? It's like 6 seconds long. Do you have 6 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay, just take a listen.
I wish you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
All right, there you go. So
no scenario.
Yeah. Thank you, Darren.
Yeah. 44-19.
Yeah, he was. Listen. You're looking at me now, okay? You don't need to argue for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I got him at 31-14 in the regular season, but
listen.
I mean,
if I'm ready to move on from Jimmy, and everybody's ready.
Jimmy's ready to move on from them
exactly.
is the point.
Exactly. All right. It's all brought to you by calhope.org. It's Willard and Dibbs. More of your phone calls next. Plus, what do you hear what you said about the Super Bowl and how the 49ers factor in to the conversation of the game that we're going to watch next week? That's coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
We owe it to Trent and Kittle and Debo and Ayuk and Bosa and Fred and all these guys, because I don't know how big this window is. We've got to win a Super Bowl right now. And so to me, if that's the criteria you're operating under as that front office, it starts with Brady.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's Craft Pepper Sauces. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce. We felt that most hot sauces were just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. So Since introducing Melinda's original habanero pepper sauce, we've launched 31 more exciting and delicious sauces, like our ghost pepper sauce, our Thai sweet chili, and our newest and best-selling black truffle hot sauce. People ask us, what makes Melinda's so good? Well, we think it's our approach to making sauces. We think like chefs do. Instead of just burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients like carrots, onions, garlic, limes, and the finest chili peppers to set your mouth on flavor. They're really fantastic, and once you try one, you'll want to try them all. We'd love for you to try them, and right now, you can get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Zhang's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Everybody blame Garoppolo.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Am I the only one who got triggered when I heard Steph Curry use the phrase "take it away"? He's been giving it away a little bit too much.
Throw it away.
Yeah.
Turn it over. Will Steph be on the floor tonight is the big question. We don't yet know, do we, Mark, in terms of second half of a back-to-back. God forbid a basketball player actually plays basketball.
I blame Steph Curry.
I do believe that Vegas believes that the Warriors are going to be sitting whole lots of humans tonight. I looked at the number this morning because I was trying to think, all right, what would it be? Well, right now, there's no official word that the main players other than Clay aren't playing, but everyone's sort of expecting that. They're bracing for that. So how does Vegas handle that? The number for the game tonight is 12.
12.
Nuggets by 12.
Man.
Which I guess is sort of, I mean, the Nuggets are good. They'd be a big favorite no matter who was playing tonight. Maybe not a big favorite, but they'd be a solid favorite even over the full-strength Warriors for sure, especially on the back end of a back-to-back. But 12 feels like, yeah, we're expecting more than Clay to be out, and we're bracing ourselves for this to get to 15.
Oh, I would wait
real
then.
fast.
And I would wait till it gets to 15 and then fire all my shekels on the Warriors, because these are games that the baby dubs or the scrub dubs or whatever scrub a dub, whatever you want to call them, they've actually played pretty well in these spots.
They try.
They try hard, Mark, and you can't always say the same for the elite Hall of Fame dubs. Yeah, they try, but last night, another example. What did Bonte say? 8th time this year they've blown a double-digit fourth-quarter lead?
Yep.
That's not championship caliber.
Well, it just seems so damn out of character. Even, and I know that turnovers have always been a part of their DNA and all of that stuff, but you look at the end of a game, and you're like, we know what happens in the NBA. That's when it comes down to who's got the best player.
Money time!
Right. Who's got the guy that can get the shot? And it's why the Warriors years ago were like, hey, KD, we need you because we need someone who can ISO Joe this sucker. And it's why in the NBA, the best player usually wins, because in close games in the end, if you have a Durant, you're just like, here, dude, will you just put a 15-footer in the hole? And he's like, sure. And then you win games. And the Warriors have like 4 of these guys. And you go into a second half and only score 43? And even Steph, like, we're going to focus on the turnovers. My man, with a tie game and 4 seconds to go, uncorked an 18-footer that he makes in his sleep.
Yeah.
He came up short.
Must have been awake then last night if he makes it in his sleep.
Yeah.
But
yeah. And so, and you know, it ends up in overtime, and They get completely outplayed in that stretch.
Yeah, they got completely outplayed, and just with their recklessness in the fourth quarter, we've seen this time and time again, which is why I'm so continually alarmed by this Warriors team, because you're not getting outclassed. You're winning these games against teams that are good teams, but then you're just giving it away in the fourth quarter, and it's time and time again. And yes, it's on the road. The road woes continue, but they went 3-2 on their last road trip, and it felt like, okay, you beat Minnesota. Yep. You get up from Minnesota, forget Denver, and we know tonight was going to be a Wisnowski, as I call it. You're punting on this game anyway because Clay's not going to play. We don't know who else is going to sit, but you still could have come home 2-1 on a road trip and felt like you had some momentum. But yet again, big lead in the fourth, reckless with the basketball, inaccurate with your shot. You go to overtime. The last thing you want to do is lose in overtime. You'd rather lose in regulation than you would lose in overtime.
The funny ththing is about that last 3-2 trip you just referenced, the whole idea was they're going to punt and lose the final game of that 5-game trip.
Wisnowski.
And you know, so you got to win 3 before that, and they didn't. They went into that game 2-2, and then they won that game.
Right.
So what if they do win tonight and go 2-1 on the trip? All forgotten?
It's forgotten. It's not all forgotten because the bigger issue still exists. And if you look at this Warrior team, all the talent you're talking about, and all the championship pedigree, and as well as they've played for 3 quarters in so many of these games, you should be knocking on the door of the 2 seed right now.
Totally.
You should be sitting. I mean, you got Sacramento's 29-21. Are you telling me this Warrior team couldn't be 29-21? That's the difference of 3 games, Mark.
No,
this Warrior team should honestly be right there with Memphis, fighting for the 2 seed, if not threatening Denver for the 1.
Hidden in all of this, though, is actually a problem that's not a Warrior problem. It's an NBA problem.
It's a big problem.
And whether you want to come at it from the angle of load management or the fact that the Warriors can blow 8 double-digit fourth-quarter leads, and it still might be totally irrelevant to the way that this goes in the playoffs. And this is why, I mean, on my list of reasons why I threw the panic meter in the trash, this is one of them. There is too much irrelevance in the regular season because the Warriors can do this. They can ham and egg all the way till, early to mid-March, and then be like, all right, uncork a 6-game win streak. They're like, cool, we're the 4 seed. Let's go. And all this wrangling and anger and frustration and fear and all of this that went on, it's like, oh, okay, never mind. Like all you need is a good 2 weeks, and you can have a top 4 seed in the West.
Well,
that's all you need.
And this year, you don't even need 2 weeks. You need a good 2 games, and you could be. I mean, you look at it right now. The Clippers are 7.5 back at Denver. Then Dallas and Minnesota 8.5 back. Warriors, Suns, and Jazz 9 back. Pels are 9.5 back. Portland's 10 back. The Thunder 11 back. The Lakers 11.5 back. You've got 10 teams separated by 4 games. 10 teams.
It's silly. Yeah.
Silly's one word for it.
You lose a game, you fall 3 seeds. You win a game, you go up 3 seeds. So, yeah, you're right. It doesn't even need to be 2 weeks.
Right. It needs to be 2 games.
Win 3 in a row, and you'll fire up the board.
Seriously, because if they lose tonight and the Warriors fall to 500, well, you automatically go behind Phoenix and Utah, and you tie with the Pelicans pending what they do. And if Portland wins, you're tied with them. You could lose and be the 11th seed. Or you somehow find a way to win tonight, and now you're the 5 seed.
What the hell happened to the Pelicans, by the way?
Oh, they lost Zion.
Yeah, I know, but they still got, they didn't have Zion late last year.
They've lost 9 in a row.
Yeah, what the hell's going on there? I was all excited about that team. They were all looking good early in the year, right? They were plucky.
Yeah, but to your point, they are 2 wins away from the 4 seed.
Yeah.
And that's where, and this is where, and I don't think that there is a cure for what ails the NBA, because the only thing that you could do to fix this is the 2 things that they will never in a million years do.
Shorten the season.
Never do it. Limit the playoffs.
Right.
Never going to do it.
Never do it.
So if you take those 2 things off the table, because let's just say you took the top 6 only to the playoffs. Well, now we've got urgency, right? Now we've got some real urgency in this NBA. But the more playoff teams, the more playoff games, the more revenue, the more TV, the more revenue, and all the rest of it. You're never going to do that. So how do you create urgency in the association?
I don't know, and neither do they. I mean, they've been talking about this for 5 years.
More than that, more, right?
But at this level, 5-7 years, and you know what they've come up with. We're thinking about doing a tournament in the middle of the year.
Right.
I mean, oh my God. Okay, have fun with that. I don't know how that's going to work. We'll get back to your calls here in a second. 888-957-9570, and all guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Okay, so you and I are sitting there this morning, and Super Bowl comes up, and you said something about like when Jalen Hurts wins this, and I was like, I'm not so sure. And the spread was up to 2, and now it's down to 1. The Eagles are only a 1-point favorite in this game, and in my year and a half of working with you, I've never seen you as confident as you are. Mike, you want to liquidate all assets, don't you?
And I don't do this often. I always have an opinion because it's our job, and I like to have an opinion. I like to be right, and sometimes I hate to be wrong. And I hated to be right when it came to the Eagles and Niners because I told you that I like the Eagles, and for whatever reason, yes, the quarterbacks got hurt.
Circumstantially right, but
bottom line is I had both those conference championship games right. You had both wrong, and I felt bad about the one. I felt good about the other because I thought Kansas City would win, blah, 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 da-da-da, as I borrow from Matt Nahigan, da-da-da. In this game, in this Super Bowl, I feel as confidently as I did when I took Tampa Bay at home with the greatest of all time and got points. I think this game could be close, but it won't be close. I think Philadelphia's offensive line is the best in football, and they're going to have their way with Kansas City's defensive line. And on the other side of the ball, the Philadelphia defense, we saw how nasty they are. And I know that a lot of the game, the Niners had no quarterback, blah, 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 da-da-da. The Eagles' defensive line is deep. It's nasty.
They're fantastic.
And Patrick Mahomes is hobbled. So you're going to give me the best 2 lines, Philadelphia, against a hobbled quarterback and a no-name running back? Give me the Eagles in a laugher.
I think that
Lock it up, Spinone.
Your process is good here, but I got something for you.
Bring it.
And this is where the 49ers factor into this conversation. I want you to pause in all of everybody's Eagle love right now, even the fact that they're favored. I know they're only favored by a point, but like somebody else would quickly look at this and go, you going to give me the best player in the game and points?
But he's not.
He is.
Not right now.
Well,
not on that bum wheel.
Good enough to beat Joe Burrow still. Like, and he got 2 weeks to heal that thing up even more. So I think that there's one line of thinking there, but let me take it somewhere else. And it's this. And if you're an Eagle fan, close your damn ears.
Oh.
Because you're not going to want to hear this. Even though it's not a criticism of your team. I think everything you just said is true. They're very, very good. They're very good everywhere.
Physical.
They're good. They're physical. Line on this side, line on that side, quarterback, receivers, run game, coaching. They're very good everywhere. But here's the statement. There has never been an easier trip to the Super Bowl in the history of the playoffs that I can remember. You got a home game against a New York Giants team that is insanely mediocre to the point where the 49ers were making fun of them on Twitter because Thibodeau was coming down the Niners road last week. The 49ers talked about all the game tape they studied on the New York Giants going into the playoffs in case they played them, and they were like, oh my gosh, this team is nothing. And what did the Giants do? Oh, they beat the biggest fraud in the history of the conference. We know that. So all the Eagles had to do was beat that team at home and then beat a team that didn't have any quarterbacks. So, yes, they're good, but we're watching these lines, as many of us who didn't watch the Eagles all last year are now assessing them and making our points based on how we see them. And of course they look like this right now. They played nothing in order to get here.
Well, you're taking the argument that many people held against the 49ers for having the easiest schedule in the NFL. They won 12 in a row against the mathematically easiest schedule in the NFL. So you were debunking those people.
First of all, not true. The Eagles, by math and stats,
the
had
Eagles
the easiest,
were 31st, I think, in terms of opponents' record.
And secondly, think of the number you just used. You said 12. That's different. If you beat whatever competition 12 times in a row, there's some cachet there. This is, they basically played a team with a quarterback for 5 quarters. 5 quarters.
Daniel
and
Jones
one of them was
is on the
Daniel
phone,
Jones.
and that's, well, again, and you're not listening to the rationale that I laid out in terms of why the Eagles will win this game, and it has nothing to do with the quarterback. The reason why the Niners quarterback got hurt, both of them, is because the Eagles defense, their defensive line was better than the Niners offensive line or tight end Tyler Kroft. You did your best, but you got absolutely owned by Hassan Reddick. The Eagles defensive
way to look at it.
What's the way?
No, it's not.
Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt if they block Hassan Reddick.
Dibs. I love
the defensive line came in and ruined Brock Purdy's elbow, and then they concussed Josh Johnson. The defensive line did that.
But hold on. I hear what you're saying. They did do that. However, there are sacks in every game. It doesn't mean...
And they had more sacks than any team almost in NFL history.
It does, although we could also go into the analytics of that, which over
3 monster games.
A third of them were against 3 hellaciously bad teams. So just because there's a sack doesn't mean, you knock the quarterback out of the game. There are sacks all the time. Everybody gets sacked in almost every game. So
I get that.
That's not an auto A to B. And we can say the Eagles get credit for that.
Absolutely.
They get credit for a sack. The fact that it happened in a wonky way to the way that it knocked a quarterback out, I'm not going to... You're making it sound like it was purposeful.
No, what I'm making it sound like is their defensive line was dominant enough to where they knocked 2 Niner quarterbacks out. And by the way, they also produced a fumble on that play. They got to get credit for that.
Of course they do.
I'm not saying they intentionally hurt Brock Purdy because there's no way you can intentionally tear a guy's UCL with a hit. The reason why I think Philadelphia will win is because of that. Not because they went up against a quarterbackless team. It's because they dominated a pretty good Niners offensive line.
Yeah, so I don't share that opinion because once Josh Johnson's in the game, you have a completely different function as a defensive line, and you can approach your defense completely differently. I thought John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke to this yesterday, where they truly felt, Kyle Shanahan said it. He goes, I felt terrible for our guys because I didn't feel like they had a chance to compete. And I think that that's fair.
It's fair, absolutely.
It's totally fair. So I'm not here to say the Eagles aren't fantastic. Who would say that after this season?
Right.
They're fantastic. Also true, easiest trip to the playoffs I've ever seen in my life.
But what does that mean?
It means that...
What it means is they're most likely going to be more rested. They had a bye.
Maybe.
Then they had a one-sided walkover, and then they had a cakewalk. So is that a bad thing for them, or is it a good thing?
It depends.
I think it's a good thing.
It's not that I think it's a good thing for them. What I'm saying is I think that this has shaded our perception of the Eagles.
I'll buy that to an extent.
I think we think they're more dominant than they are because we have not, like the Chiefs and Mahomes, now that's different. That's going to be a different animal
for sure
than what the Eagles have had to go through the last 2 weeks.
For sure.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're not good. I'm not saying that these facts might not even help them. I'm saying our perceptions of the dominance of their line play is shaded
a little bit. I'll give you that.
By the fact that what we watched the last 2 weeks was either compromised or weak.
Well, weak in that the Giants had run their race. The Giants, they left it all on the field, beating Minnesota.
Totally.
And it was not a great matchup against Philadelphia, a team that they were playing for the 3rd time. Philadelphia was clearly better. The Niners lost not 1 but 2 quarterbacks, and we can have an argument of the what-if game. If Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt, do the Niners win the game? I don't think that they do. The game would be closer. I'll give you that. But to me, Philadelphia was showing you early in that game, especially from a defensive side of the ball, that they were better than the 49ers offensive line. Trent Williams showed up after the game a day later in a boot, which tells me that he was limited. and we've all talked about the interior three. Everybody's clamoring for a new center, and Mike McGlinchey is a turnstile when it comes to pass protection. So I look at the way that game played out, and I see an Eagle defense that was dominating. And I don't think that the fact that they had an easy game over the Giants, so they go by, cakewalk, walk over. How is that not a good thing for Philadelphia?
I totally agree with you. It's a good thing for Philadelphia.
And the one thing
it's a
that
bad
swings
thing
me
for
even,
our brains in what we think of the Eagles.
You.
That's all I said.
I'll give you a little bit of that.
That's all I said.
But I think you're going too far in that direction. And I'll say this as the final piece to why I think, and believe me, I'm going to borrow from Jordan Poole and say, money line. And I'm going to wait for this thing to become a pick.
You don't even get that. I get that.
It's minus 110
You
right
might as
now
well
on the
do money line. If the spread is 1.
It's the same thing.
Right. It's almost the same.
The final piece on why I think Philadelphia wins by double digits is the fact that Patrick Mahomes is limited. How limited? We don't know. But we saw from the beginning of the game on Sunday to the end of the game, his limp was more pronounced. So I don't know how bad his ankle is, and give him 2 weeks, fine. He's not going to be the same Patrick Mahomes we're used to.
You might be right. And Jalen Hurts might not be the same Jalen Hurts. Let's also factor that in. All I'm saying, and by the way, I'm not even telling you that I'm picking the Chiefs. I'm not saying that by any stretch.
Yeah.
I haven't even done a deep dive on assessing who I think is going to win the game. But you were so confident in the Eagles. I was like, consider this. Just consider this. Consider the road, and therefore consider how that affects the way we think about the Eagles. Jay in San Jose. Hey, what's going on, Jay? You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
What's up, fellas? Just taking a very early lunch. I hope that's okay.
Totally. I already ate a turkey sandwich a half hour ago, man. Sometimes, the stomach is ready when it's ready, Jay.
No, exactly, right? So I wanted to talk about my Niners, the quarterback situation. I want everybody to kind of relax to know how fortunate we actually are with two young, capable quarterbacks. I mean, I look at a team like Green Bay, where they have a guy behind Aaron Rodgers who they have no clue what's going on. You got Jets who have a second pick who have no clue what's going to happen. You get all these teams that are begging to have something like we have, which are two young, talented quarterbacks who could be the cornerstone of your franchise. And the reality is, both of them are going to play. I mean, as long as Brock's elbow's fine, both will still probably play next year. One is going to get injured for a game or two or whatever, but they're both going to get snaps. We're okay. We're fine. And then, with that said, in regards to the Super Bowl, look, I don't have a favorite. I'll just say this. I know the teams that have played the Niners traditionally have lost that following week. So the only team that has won that following week after playing us was the Kansas City Chiefs. So for that, I need them to win, just to let the Eagles know that there is some kind of repercussions from playing the Niners, win or lose.
By the way, that's an interesting stat that Jay brings up, and he's right, except for the Chiefs. When they won, it was after they had a bye, the same way that the Eagles do.
Exactly.
Thanks, Jay. So
good effort, though, Jay. That was good. And enjoy your lunch.
Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. I mean, to the
point of the stat, it doesn't matter because this is not the next week.
Nobody won the next week. Yes, somebody did win 2 weeks later. That was the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
And this is 2 weeks later. But his larger point, like if you buy the idea that the Niners' physicality is enough to where it's very difficult on people in the trenches the following game, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know if that...
I don't know at this point.
Well, and the physicality of that game was not like a normal game because Philadelphia had the ball for 37 minutes.
Yep.
So it wasn't a very physical game in terms of the Niners exacting toll on Philadelphia.
All right, all brought to you by Bud Light. We got plenty of room for your phone calls in the 11 o'clock hour, 888-957-9570. Also coming up, back to the Shanahan sound if you didn't hear the important stuff from yesterday. And our buddy Sean Salisbury threw out an awesome quarterback, Super Bowl, look-ahead poll. And I promise you'll hear it and go, oh, and you're going to have to think about which side you'd pick. We'll do that coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Everybody blame Garoppolo.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Being a great player is doing it year after year after year.
This is insane.
And I would say the same thing if Trey Lance did what Brock Purdy did.
See, I'm buying all my stock in Trey Lance. I never sold it.
Yeah, but
Red eye right now. Brock is a top 15 quarterback right now in the NFL.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon with Hip-Hop Made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/hip-hop-made to listen to the music and the podcast that celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. And join us all year long as we celebrate the milestone on the Odyssey app. Hip-Hop Made.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Okay, JP, thanks. You know how everybody's got their crutches. Everybody's got their things that they do a lot, their go-tos, like Kyle Shanahan says and stuff. You may like
a lot of ums too and stuff. What's yours?
Do we overuse the word plucky?
You and I?
Yeah.
We might.
Is that right? The lovely Christy is like, I think you guys are. It's okay. We got it. You love to use the word plucky, and I'm like, I do. I don't sugarcoat it. I do. I love the word plucky. I think it applies to a lot of things in sports. The New York Giants were plucky.
Underdog, plucky.
Like you're here, you're in the tournament, you're not winning. You're not going to win the Super Bowl.
A cute little story.
Jacksonville, you're plucky.
The plucky Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Light the beam. Light the beam is plucky. And I know people take it as like, oh, that's you're sunning me. This is offensive.
No, you're totally sunning. It's dismissive. You're patting them on the head.
No, like in their arc, it's good. It's good. Jacksonville.
Plucky's offensive. Plucky is triggering.
Is it?
Plucky basically means good for you.
No.
You made the playoffs. You've got no shot to do anything of significance.
What?
Look at you. Look at you, you plucky little.
What the pluck are you talking about?
You know exactly.
I love when Spadone.
You're stealing from me now because I
pluck first.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Pluck first.
There's nothing better in our business than like watching. I mean, it's kind of like Top Gun when they buzz the tower and the guy's drinking the coffee. It's like, God dang it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happens to Spadone when you use a word that rhymes. Like, you know, what the pluck are you talking about?
Because when people swear, it's his job to
dump it.
Yes.
So he'll be like sort of, you know,
half paying attention.
No, he's paying attention, but
Australian Open.
Right. He's like, I'm over here. I'm going to cut some sound. Hey, Kyle, what? And then all of a sudden, oh my God. And he's got to run over to the board.
Totally.
And like, no, don't worry. There was no F. Everything's fine.
There's a PL.
No, Jacksonville's right where they're supposed to be. They're on their way. The Kings
plucky little Jacksonville,
right where they're supposed to be. You're not going to win the whole dance. You know that.
Win the big dance,
right? Now, sometimes I'll admit, sometimes you get called plucky, and then no, you're ahead of schedule. The Warriors' first championship, the first one. That kind of jumped, like everyone thought.
They weren't plucky, though, because they won 64 games in the regular season.
Right, but even then, there are teams like the Giants 3 years ago where you're like, you have this major regular season, and you're like, this isn't real, though, is it?
Fluky, not plucky.
Well,
There's a difference. Sorry, and the lovely Christy.
Now I'm going to come across the table.
Yeah, I knew I'd get you with the F word, the real F word.
Plucky is better than fluky.
They were fluky, not plucky.
They weren't fluky. They lost to a team that won 106.
Right. The fact that they won 107 is highly flukish.
Well,
fluke you.
Okay, now we're...
Sorry, we're skirting thin ice.
By the way, Farhan says they're going to hit a ton of home runs.
No,
this
I
year.
love that. I love that. And by the way, when they won 107 games,
it's true.
They were top 4, right, in baseball in home runs that year. They were up there. They were like 1 or 2.
Than that. Yeah, they led the National League. I think only the Blue Jays were ahead of them. I think they were second. But yes, I'm not kidding. True statement. And then we'll get back to your calls here. But a true statement from Farhan Zaidi, quote, one of the strengths of our 2023 team, we think, is going to be power.
Yeah, they were number 2.
We think we're going to be right at the top of the league in terms of home runs and power, and that's going to be a big driving force for our team.
Look at Farhan with the big talk.
That's right.
We didn't get Judge or Correa, but we got Henniger.
Get your tickets now. It's going to be bye, baby. Oh. Horn's going to be on overdrive this year.
Do you know, so they were second in home runs when they had their flukish 107 wins.
Fluky.
Do you know what place they were last year in home runs? In Major League Baseball.
Not second.
No.
But not ridiculously low either. Let's see. I mean, I would be guessing. Middle of the pack. I'll go 16th.
They were 12th.
Yeah, they're fine.
183 home runs.
Yeah.
And the previous year, they'd hit 240.
Dude, that's a lot of home runs.
241.
That's ridiculous.
241.
It's a ridiculous amount of home runs.
So they lost out on 58 home runs year over year.
Yeah. Well, that'll knock you down in the standings a little bit.
So if they can get to that 241 home run mark, then they may have some action.
Okay.
And they're going to need to with that pitching staff.
What do you got against the pitching staff?
I mean, I don't think it's that good.
Okay. All right. Does it look that bad to you, too?
It looks all right. I mean, you're banking on Minaya and Stripling.
Well, those are the bottom of the rotation. But
what's the top?
Logan Webb.
Okay. And then?
Yeah.
Carlos Rodon? Oh, no, he's gone.
Rogan.
Yes.
Rogan. Waterman in Corte Madera. We got all summer for that, brother. Hey, Waterman, what's going on? What are you doing?
What's up, fellas? I'm taking lunch myself.
Good for you.
When the stomach calls for it, you got to take it, right?
I mean, again and again and again and again, Waterman.
So what I got real quick is this. My ideal situation, if Brock doesn't need the full Tommy John surgery, and it is the 6-month deal like we're all hoping for, my hope is this. My hope is that they kind of sit him for the first and give Trey the first 4 games of the season. Because I as a fan, I want to see what Trey Lance has. I don't want Trey to just sit behind Brock because I think Brock is the guy. From what we've seen, I think Brock is the guy moving forward, or at least they know what they have with Brock to where they're comfortable with him being the guy moving forward. So that's why I want to give Trey the first 4 games and see how it goes. And it also gives Brock the time to heal a little longer and get maybe a little more comfortable because he is coming off this injury.
So, Waterman, I totally get your emotional sentiment as a fan and our curiosity of Trey Lance, but would you say what you just said to the face of Trent Williams?
So and see, this is the difficult part of this team. We don't have the opportunity to have time to allow Trey to develop. So I've been talking about this with my buddies from work for a long time. The Niners are in such a bad position to develop a quarterback and allow him to develop because they're ready to win now. So I was really excited, personally, when I heard Kyle at the press conference yesterday say, I don't see any scenario with Jimmy coming back. Because to me, that told me he is happy with what he's got and willing to let it play out. And so that's why I feel Brock, depending on what happens with Trey, I feel they know what they have with Brock, and they're confident moving forward.
So exactly right, which is why you can't play around with 4 games. It doesn't mean Trey Lance wouldn't go win them all. Maybe he would. But you can't afford to mess around with that. Do you realize what those 4 games could mean? It could be the difference between hosting the NFC title game or going on the road.
It was this year.
For example. Exactly. If Jimmy doesn't walk out of the back of the end zone, maybe that game is at Levi's.
You lose to Chicago, and Chicago wasn't very good. You lose to Denver, and Denver stunk. And the only other 2 games, you lost to Atlanta. Forgivable. You had a lot of defensive players hurt. Second half of a road back-to-back, fine. Not a great loss, but for me, forgivable. And you lost to the AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs. Good teams are going to beat you. But it's the other 2, Mark. The Denver and the Chicago losses. If you win those games, maybe you're in a spot where you host that NFC championship, and a lot's different. Joe and Bonte don't get hot dogs thrown at them and beer poured on them and all the rest of it. And maybe you end up winning that football game. So in the NFL, like the NBA, we've talked about it all the time. The Warriors have basically kicked how many games this year? A dozen or more?
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's the 8 that we're talking about that they've blown, but then there's probably another 4 or 5 where they're just like we
8.
don't even want them.
Exactly.
Right, and tonight might be one of them.
Right.
They're just going to be like, it's okay.
To that point, though, the Warriors could wind up 42-40 at the end of this season as the 8th seed and still win the championship. But the 49ers can't. Well, but the 49ers can't afford to give up one game, let alone 4 games. And the other part of Waterman's call that I think we all have to keep an eye on is the fact that in 5 of Kyle Shanahan's 6 seasons, you've needed 2 quarterbacks anyway. So the odds are Brock Purdy, if he's healthy enough in August to be QB1, which he should be, the odds are he's not going to start all 17 games.
No, the odds are that. I think the odds are that for almost every quarterback. If you're talking about something nagging where you miss a game or 2, I mean, look at it.
Right.
Look at the elite guys in the NFL this year. Did Mahomes miss a game? No, but he did miss some time in a playoff game, right? So there was that. Did Josh Allen miss a game? We certainly spent a week where we thought he was going to. He had the UCL thing. Played through it. Lamar Jackson missed a ton of time.
There were 11 quarterbacks who started all 17 for their NFL teams.
Okay.
Justin Herbert, one of them who got hurt.
And, by the way, played through an injury he probably shouldn't have, and they lost by 40 in that game to Jacksonville. Joe Burrow made it all the way through. But Jalen Hurts did not. Dak Prescott
Kirk Cousins made it.
Did not. Kirk Cousins did. Aaron Rodgers did, right? Or no? Did Jordan Love start a game this year? I can't even remember. I can't remember if Jordan Love started a game. Tom Brady made it through. Geno Smith made it through. Kyler Murray did not. The 49ers, all 12 of them did not.
Right.
I think if you were to say right now, over or under, let's say Brock Purdy's the week 1 starter, over or under a half a game started by Trey Lance. Over. But what if I said over or under?
Over.
Well, wait a minute. Over or under half a game started by someone other than Brock Purdy or Trey Lance?
Over.
Yeah, see, I'll take the under.
See, I would take the over. I gave you this in terms of Brock Purdy back in like August because we were talking about the QB depth chart. And I think I gave you Brock Purdy over under a half a start, and you took the under. And I took the over only thinking about a week 18, hey, let's see what we have in Brock Purdy because our playoff spot's already clinched kind of start. I didn't envision Brock Purdy becoming QB1, but if I look at the Niners' history of quarterbacks, the majority of the time they needed 2, and a lot of time they needed 3. So I would go over a half on. I would go over. Over number of quarterbacks to start for the Niners in 2023. If I put it at 2.5. You would go under. I would go over.
Definitely, I would go under.
Different QBs to start.
That's our historical reference. That's not usually the league's historical reference. The idea of starting 3 quarterbacks when you're a good team, by the way, like Houston, Washington, these teams started 3 quarterbacks, but they did it because they don't have any good ones. Right. So it's a little bit different.
Trevor Lawrence, by the way, Daniel Jones.
He made it through.
He made it through. Started
Russell Wilson did not. Tannehill did not. So, look, I get it. But the original point being the idea of we got to see what we got with Trey. Here's the crazy thing. No, you don't. I know that's hard. I want to see it too. As if it's a movie. I'd pay money to see Trey Lance play football and watch him develop. But it's not in theaters right now. So it's not available. And you're not going to mess around with a 49ers season if that's your motivation. Your motivation has to be, we believe that Trey Lance gives us the best chance to win this week. And then you do it. But outside of that, again, that's why I asked him, would you look Trent Williams in the eye and be like, look, I know that we got this Brock Purdy guy and y'all think that we can win almost every game with him. We know that. But we got a lot invested in this guy over here. And we really think this could be something someday. So we need to check it out. Will you risk your entire body to block for him? I mean, the answer would be yes, but he'd be furious.
Right.
The whole team would be furious if it was very clear and true that Brock Purdy is QB1. There's just no time for feelings and emotions and politics when it comes to this stuff. The fact of the matter is, no matter how we got here and no matter what we think with our emotional mind, when you find something that works in pro sports, you keep it. Period.
Right.
No matter what.
Well, especially when it comes to this game, this violent sport of football. It's one thing if you got a baseball team and you are 81-50 and you got 31 games left to go, and it's like, all right, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to call up this kid from AA and let him start some games just so we can see what we have. You may not love it if you're playing behind him or if you're the catcher, but you're like, okay, fine. We're 31 games above 500. I'm not risking life and limb to see this guy go out there. NFL, 17 games. We know that the margin of victory is so small and the risk of your career ending is so omnipresent. You can't just go ahead and throw a guy out there just because you want to take a look at him. Now, ideally, you get into a situation where you're humming and you're winning games 30-7 going into the fourth quarter, and now you get a chance to see what you have in Trey Lance. That's the way this works.
Back to the original scene of the damn crime. We're going to Foster City, people, where the mean streets. Pat in Foster City on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Pat, what are you doing out there?
Just driving around and, having a good start to the new year. But I wanted to comment about Purdy. Wondered what you guys thought. Watching him play, he has such good strengths. I mean, people don't talk about his clock management, but if you watch him on these drives, he'll take the clock down to 1 second, and time after time, his awareness in the pocket is, really good. His decision-making and ability to check down is great. He can scramble. He's got pocket awareness. He leads the receivers really well. He does so many things well, but he's not 6'5" and can't throw the ball, 90 yards like a lot of guys. And it seems like general managers including, getting Trey Lance, they seem like they go for the big, tall guy that can throw the ball a million miles. I'm wondering with Purdy's success, whether you think general managers may start to weigh some of the strengths of Purdy a little bit more when they're evaluating quarterbacks instead of the traditional, how fast can you run the 40 and how far can you throw the ball?
Pat, thanks. I wonder. Pat. I wonder, so first of all, bigger, stronger, faster is never going to go out of style. That's never, right? So the guy who is 6'4", can run like a bullet, has a Patrick Mahomes arm.
Right.
That's always going to be drafted first. I don't think that's ever going to go away.
It depends on who is drafting the player, because what we've learned from Brock Purdy is there are things that you can now assess and identify that are more important than bigger, stronger, faster Jamarcus Russell.
I don't know if, yes. I was going to say, I don't know if more important than, for instance, what Mahomes or Josh Allen or Joe Burrow do. But, yeah, I agree with you on that. Like, if there are analytics that start to show that they play, could being good in those categories start to get you a look in the fourth round instead of the seventh?
Right.
Yeah. But to me, whoever's at Alabama and whoever's at Ohio State, they're still going in the top 10.
Yes, and I think we are going to reach a point where maybe that doesn't happen as often anymore, because you look at the most recent quarterback draft class, not this last one, but the one that included Trey Lance, Justin Fields, McCorkle Jones, and the rest. Alabama QB, well, turns out he maybe isn't the sauce.
He's
Ohio State,
exactly what we thought he was going to be, by the way.
Well, he flashed actually as a rookie.
He's
and then,
fine.
Yeah,
he's fine.
Ohio State QB. Oh, the Ohio State QB.
Right.
Turns out he may not be all he was cracked up to be. The Clemson quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, the plucky little Jacksonville. Shout out Christy. I like what they've done down there. But, Trey Lance, the measurables. So I do think that you're right in terms of the measurables will still be like, 6'5", and he runs a 4.5 40 or whatever the number is. But Brock Purdy is shattering certain preconceived notions, or at least he should be, because the things that he does well, they don't show up in a 40 time, the shuttle drill, the bench press. But the dude knows how to play quarterback.
Right. It's just hard. I mean, we all know that drafting is an inexact science. So just think about this, because people are they're not only trying to find the best player, they're trying to keep their job. And so how do you lose your job in sports? when you miss on what everyone else thought too.
Yeah, it's true.
You're not blamed that much. Who's the GM that's like, dude, I know Justin Fields is available, but there's this tiny little guy at Iowa State. It's about 5'11".
Tiny little guy.
He's got a backpack. He's got a backpack and a wry grin and apparently a good attitude. And we're going to take him at 3rd overall. And if you're wrong, you're done. You're done. So I just think there are certain guys, could they fire up the board a little bit? There are certain guys that are already built to be surprises. Brock Purdy had no choice but to be a surprise. Tom Brady had no choice but to be a surprise.
Yeah, you never were going to look at them and say, oh, that guy's overrated.
Yeah, Tom Brady can't run and didn't even start at Michigan. So it was never going to be anything but a surprise. You can't stick your neck out like that. So Ben in Sunnyvale next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Ben, what are you doing?
What's going on, guys? Just on my break. Love the show. Just want to chime in on the Niners quarterbacks.
Thanks, man.
All things considered, I think the Niners are in a great position. I think that, at minimum, Brock has definitely earned a quarterback competition. And so I'm a big Niner fan. I'll support them whichever way they go. But based on the last 2 years, the Niners were able to start off 3-4, 3-5, and able to make it to the NFC Championship last year. They won the 2 games on the road, still made it this year. 2 games on the home, still made it. That's why I think there's an argument for Trey to start out the season, see what he's got. If Brock isn't able to clearly earn that quarterback role, give Trey a chance to start out, knowing our team can recover if needed, and knowing that there's a good chance we're going to need a second quarterback throughout the season. Why not get that second quarterback ready as early as possible?
It's fascinating. Ben, thanks. It's
Thanks,
fascinating to me how many people are still in this spot. And this shows how hard it is for us as human beings to come off of what we thought before something started. Again, it's why Coach of the Year is never the best coach. It's whoever surprised us most.
When do they announce all that, by the way?
I don't know. Should be soon.
Does the NFL do one of those hackneyed award shows?
Sometimes they do it out at the Super Bowl sometimes, right? They do it Super Bowl week?
Yeah, NFL Honors Award Ceremony is Thursday, February 9th.
Okay, so next week. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, there you go. A week from today. So we'll find out. But it's fascinating to me. I mean, did you hear Ben's tone? Like, Ben's tone is like, I think Brock Purdy has at least earned a competition. And, when we get to August, I don't know, we got a high-level backup now. But, I think you got to give it to Trey and go from there. It's like, that's how long it's going to take some of us to flip this. I want you to understand something right now. If Brock Purdy is not hurt in August, and when he comes back, if he looks like himself, it's over. He's the starter week 1.
Well, you know that healthy teams will tell you there's always a competition.
Of course they'll say that, but that's not what this is. This is at minimum already tilting in Brock's favor.
For sure it's tilting.
Assuming health. Trey Lance, nobody's owed anything, and Trey Lance may get that shot because of health or who knows exactly how this is all going to play out.
He can wow at the OTAs when Brock is still getting better.
OTAs. No.
Thank you.
Not going to be enough.
A 3.
I'm telling you right now, Brock is either hurt or something looks wrong when he gets back or he starts week 1.
Most likely, yeah.
He's earned that. We already played. Do we need
He's earned it, but you know that in the NFL, you always have open competition. If you're a good team, unless you have a Tom Brady or an Aaron Rodgers, you don't just anoint a guy.
No, but you heard what we played an hour ago. The locker room would be pissed if Brock's going to have something look wrong. Something's going to have to be different than it is now, or he starts week 1.
I'm with you.
The locker room won't allow it.
You're not going to ever put that out there because then what does Trey Lance do in the offseason?
Right.
Trey Lance is going to sulk and not work because he knows he's QB2?
And who knows what's going to happen. My point is it's funny to me how we would go through the experience we just had, and some people think Brock has, quote-unquote, maybe earned the right to compete for the job, but Trey is not the presumptive starter.
No, Brock is the presumptive starter. But
Purdy's the presumptive starter.
If you don't have a competition, then you're hurting your own team. And I know the team right now is all saying what they're saying, but the very essence of competition. It's not a negative thing for Brock Purdy to have a sense of, I got to get better. I got to make sure that I keep my seat.
Red and Gold Reaction brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. More to discuss there. The sound from Shanahan that you may have missed, all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
The bottom line is there's a system in place for a coach who doesn't think that a call was correct. And that is you reach into your pocket and you pull out a red hanky with a slightly weighted ball on it and you loft it onto the playing field.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails, and we're on our way to restoring even more because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley. This is James Wiseman. And now back to Willard and Dibbs.
All right.
How much longer do we get to play that?
This just handed to me. Apparently, we have some interesting Aaron Rodgers sound to play.
Okay.
But not quite yet. It's coming. Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. Maybe he's going to say he wants to play for the 49ers. We have to hold another press conference.
Did you see the Josina Anderson tweet about Chris Kasarik?
No, I have not been on Twitter.
The Niners are open to the idea of promoting him to defensive coordinator.
Okay.
So
that doesn't surprise me, actually. That doesn't surprise me. I mentioned the Salisbury thing earlier. How about this? And I wonder if we've gotten to a clear answer on this, because you, me, and Kyle, we sat around batting this around before the show. Okay, Salisbury throws out, next 10 years, Super Bowl wins, who you got? And it's just a two-choice poll. One, Mahomes, Hurts, Burrow. The other one, the field.
Every other human being on the planet Earth.
Again, he did not say next 10 years. He said next 10 years, Super Bowl wins, which the way I read it means the Mahomes, Hurts, Burrow category is already automatically up 1-0.
Right.
Because I believe that in the next 10 Super Bowls, one of them is next week. And I'm going to go out on a limb. I think either Mahomes or Hurts will win the game.
Could be Henny.
Could be Minshew.
Could be the Henny Minshew game that we've all clamored
that's right.
for.
I mean, now, but they have to start it. One of them is going to have to start it in order to win it.
Right.
So something's going to have to like slip in the shower or something like that, and you're out, kind of a situation. So next 10 years, Super Bowl wins. Who you got? Mahomes, Hurts, Burrow, or the field?
I'm taking the field, and I think that it's close, and I would take a different quarterback in place of Jalen Hurts. I don't look at Jalen Hurts the same way I look at Mahomes and Burrow and Josh Allen.
I'm with you, but I think the reason he would use Hurts over Allen is because if you use Allen, in theory, only one of them can win it each year. Like they're all in the AFC. You had to pick an NFC quarterback, and if not Jalen Hurts, who would you pick?
See, I think you don't have to pick an NFC quarterback, because I think if you look at Allen, Mahomes, and Burrow, Super Bowl appearances, in the next 10 years, how many Super Bowl appearances, counting this one, if you just took Allen, Burrow, and Mahomes in the next 10 Super Bowls, so the next 9, because this year, one of those 3 is already there.
Yes.
In the next 9, how many more appearances do the 3 of them make?
Well,
representing the AFC. I told you 6.
Ooh, that's still a lot. I know it doesn't seem like it, but here's why I'd say that still is a lot. First of all,
Burrow, Mahomes, and Allen.
But there are there's Lamar, there's Herbert.
Lamar might be in the NFC.
Might be. Here comes Trevor Lawrence and
Plucky.
We're talking about 10 years, which means there are NFL stars in that window. Stars who we haven't even met yet.
Arch Manning.
I mean, like, is Bryce Young going to be one of these guys?
I'll stand by my Arch Manning.
Right? That's fine.
Heading to college.
Is LeBron's kid going to change sports
Bronny.
and play football? I don't know.
So I'm taking the field to answer Sean Salisbury's poll.
Me too.
And to me, it's not close. And I'm not trying to tell him what to do with this poll because I don't do that.
Wow.
Don't talk about that.
Thank you. And Kyle, your thoughts in just mere moments. But if I changed it to Burrow, Allen, and Mahomes, then I think it's an interesting discussion.
Right, but I mean, like, you can look at it through teams. You can also look at it through the lens of there's always every 3 to 4 year period, someone shows up in the Super Bowl where you're like, whoa, what?
Jimmy.
What? Well, Jimmy. And if I had told you a year or two ago that Jalen Hurts was going to show up in the Super Bowl, you'd be like, what the hell are you talking about? That wouldn't have made sense. And even a Matt Stafford. A few years ago, you're like, wait, Matt Stafford? Jared Goff not too long ago, Super Bowl appearance quarterback. Joe Burrow was a surprise when he arrived last year. We didn't think that he was ready. This stuff, Nick Foles, this all changes so fast. So I know only some of those guys won it and some of them didn't. But in 10 years, geez, it's a long period of time.
The reason why I pause with Jalen Hurts is because in the last 27 years, only 2 NFC teams have appeared in back-to-back Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Seattle did it, and Green Bay did it. The NFC is very much like you're a one-and-done kind of deal.
Well, and I was just going to say, if I put Jalen Hurts over those next 10 Super Bowls, just Hurts, I'm going to put the over-under on his Super Bowl appearances at 1.5. What do you take? You already got one.
I would take the over at 1.5, but it's close.
It's close, and that just means appearing in one more during that stretch. It's not easy, and we've watched this. We watch it every year. I'm not ready. Like, Mahomes has been to 3 and 4 years. This is obviously a thing.
He's been in 3 and 57 years.
That's
if
also
you really
true.
want to look at
That's true. But this is obviously a thing.
Stole your own joke
Mahomes
from the break.
Well, it's fun. ESPN's doing a thing about Mahomes, and they're like, Patrick Mahomes has led the Chiefs to the Super Bowl in 3 of the last 5 years. And I looked at you guys and I went, did I miss a Super Bowl? Or did he go to 3 of the last 4 Super Bowls?
Right.
Now,
also 3 and 5.
Also true that 3 and 5, but then so is 3 and 6.
Yeah.
3 and 7.
Sure.
I think I can go on. I can count. Anyway, so that was kind of funny. But like Jalen Hurts, I don't know that Jalen Hurts is going to go to a bucket load of Super Bowls. I'd bet against it.
I would too.
Yeah.
And
right
if you just look at the recent vintage, it's really hard to get there. Philadelphia's been to 2 of the last 6. The Rams have been to 2 of the last 6. Other than that, it's been Carolina, Atlanta, the Niners once, Tampa Bay.
And totally different versions of each of those teams, though. Like you said, the Rams were there twice and the Eagles were there twice.
Different teams,
just
completely.
Same uniforms, but completely different coaches, different teams,
different QBs,
not
the whole
different
deal.
coaches for the Rams, but still, different QBs, totally different teams.
So you would take the field as well in the Salisbury poll?
Yes, I would take the field.
And you too, Kyle, in the back?
It's not even close.
Yeah, take the field. Absolutely take the field. All our guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Willard and Dibs also sponsored by Pfizer. Hey, real quick, sophomore in Pacifica on Willard
He's a
and Dibs.
sophomore.
Sophomore. Hey, sophomore, what are you doing?
Gentlemen, I just had a good breakfast. I'm getting off slow today. Everyone else eating lunch. So, quick point about the QB contest, whatever. First of all, I hear you guys channeling Harbaugh because you're like, who's got it better than us? Nobody, right?
Nobody. Yeah.
Inexpensive quarterbacks. Okay. And at the same time, they're both coming back off of injury. So look at what happened with Klay Thompson and how long it took him to come fully back into it himself. We got a bad arm injury and a bad medium, maybe, intensity leg injury.
Yeah, but those are like big difference there to me, sophomore. First of all, Clay had 2 of them. There were also both lower body injuries that are way more severe than what Trey had. Plus, they happened after his 30th birthday. Like, the evidence is not there that the UCL injury for Brock Purdy is a career-altering thing. It hasn't been for others in the past.
Good. And Kyle, to his credit, had a similar point when I called in earlier and we chatted. So the other thing, though, is the Niners want to develop both of these guys to enhance their trade value and to have them ready for the playoffs, even if one of them, even if Brock Day is healthy all regular season. So I imagine there's going to be either some forced or some planned alternation to get them both some game time, whether you're playing them or trading them after the season is over.
You know what's interesting about this, and we can talk more about it coming up next. We've also got this Aaron Rodgers mystery sound, but this whole idea right now of trade talk when it comes to Purdy and Lance, I don't think we're anywhere near it. Not this year and not next year. If things are going well, I don't keep them both.
Why would you trade? I mean you're not trading cheap. Brock Purdy, and you're not trading Trey Lance because the dead cap hit is too much. And to do what? To bring in another quarterback that you're going to end up needing to play?
No need to do it at this point.
It's absurd.
Right. Let's hear what Rodgers had to say coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
The one thing that kind of irritates me is Brock Purdy, he went up against Seattle and Dallas. Pretty damn good defense with the Dallas Cowboys, but didn't you want to see him on that stage?
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. Morning clouds will develop into more overcast conditions throughout the day today. Daytime temperatures will remain mild with a high of 44 degrees, dropping to the mid-20s overnight. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O Auto Detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent, but then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language?
In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see is empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
In Milpitas, overcast skies, highs near 65.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com, now placing in accounting roles.
Brain farts. It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my 2 guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibbs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, and Guru's going to be in here in mere moments. And did I hear that there will be a Larry Krueger sighting as well?
There already is,
Is that the word on these streets, these mean streets of 95.7 The Game? All right, what did Aaron Rodgers say? Let's hear it. No joke. Tibbs and I have not heard this yet. And is this from the Pebble Beach golf tournament? All right, here's Aaron Rodgers.
Hi, Aaron.
Hi, Cole.
Got any news you want to share with us?
Not going to San Fran.
Oh. Well,
San Fran, huh?
San Fran.
Well, you're not welcome in, quote, San Fran, Aaron.
Gosh, yeah. So, way to go out on a limb, number one. But number 2, I'm not somebody, I don't get hot and bothered about all the nicknames here in the Bay that people don't like, Frisco and San Fran. I don't really get hot and bothered. I do, like San Fran, I don't like because I just don't like the sound of it. Not because I'm offended. I just think it sounds lame.
Sounds like Samtrans.
Yeah, like it's a lame way to abbreviate San Francisco. Like there's just, I don't know, call it the Bay or whatever. Why are the 2 most famous current NFL people from here, why are they running around all year calling it San Fran? Brady's been doing this too. He did it on national TV.
Right. Aaron Rodgers not from
here, but his roots, right? He goes to college here.
For 2 years, in Berkeley. Berkeley, as some would say. And Tom Brady is from your neck of the woods in the peninsula, so he's not quite from San Fran either. It doesn't trigger me the same way, but a lot of people, and I'm seeing it on the YouTube feed, and I know a lot of people get really upset by the San Fran moniker.
I mean, to me, it's not even just, you don't have to live in the city. It's the Bay. Like if you understand the Bay Area. I grew up in the peninsula, and it was the city. Like
that's what it always
was. The city. Nobody would ever. I don't even know how many. It became
Frisco some time ago, but back in the day, and you can read Herb Cain. It was like Frisco was the offensive term back in like the 50s.
Right. Like I was taught not to use that. San Fran would never even occur to me. I didn't even say San Francisco because it was the city. Are we going to the city tonight? We're going to the city tonight.
That's what we referred to it exactly.
That's it. That's all anybody would ever say. Aaron Rodgers coming to San Fran. Look, to me, that's the number one takeaway from all of the press conference stuff that we heard yesterday, and here is some of it from Kyle Shanahan. You're looking for a veteran QB?
Would you be looking for a high-profile veteran?
No, we're content enough.
Okay. How are you going to handle these quarterback situations?
I don't think there's much to handle. One guy can't go, and the other guy should be ready for OTAs. So OTAs haven't been that consistent over the last 3-4 years since COVID. They keep being a little bit more different each year, so it's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but it sounds like we'll at least have one guy for it.
Brock Purdy, your starter?
Things I haven't even thought about at all. So right now we're just working on coaches, and I think that stuff will play itself out by training camp.
Okay, Kyle, I said you don't want a veteran, but you want a veteran, right?
I know we have 2 starters on our team right now that I believe we can win with. So when you have that situation, you're not that eager to go looking around.
Okay, fine. You don't have to look far for Jimmy Garoppolo, though, right?
Is there a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Kyle was quick. He was to the point.
No
He's
scenario.
Like, I've got my quarterbacks. They are Brock Purdy and Trey Lance.
Not bringing in a high-profile guy. Not bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't see a scenario for that. So really what he's saying without really saying it is, yes, we do need a third quarterback. It won't be a high-profile guy. It won't be Jimmy Garoppolo. Brady retired. Aaron Rodgers isn't coming to San Fran. So go ahead and look at your free agent list. Go to the very bottom of guys and head up from the bottom of the list.
It's going to be something that you literally might miss in the news when they sign someone because it's not going to be an interesting name. Or it might be a rookie. Might be another rookie. Might go get someone in round 6 or something like that. But I
do you think it'll be a rookie, a random veteran, or, and I say retread only so that I can put in that bucket all the former 49ers? So will it be a familiar guy like a Mullins, a Beathard, a Gabbert? Will it be a rookie that they draft and use, or some random other veteran like an Andy Dalton type?
I mean, are you talking about in the offseason, or are you talking about in August?
In the offseason. Well, in between the offseason and August.
I think the answer is both.
You think they'll end up drafting a guy and bringing a guy in?
Remember, they had 4 people by the end of camp. I understand the circumstances, but they had 4 this year. It was Trey, it was Brock, it was Jimmy, and Nate Sudfeld.
Yeah.
And Sudfeld had gotten real money. He had gotten some guaranteed
$2
money.
million.
Yeah, and then Purdy beat him out. And so, yeah, I think, once you get to September 11th, it's going to go, I believe, it's going to go Purdy, 1, Trey Lance, 2, and there won't be anyone else active, but there'll be someone else on the roster or on the practice squad. Could it be a rookie? Could it be a veteran? That's based on who wins the job in camp. But I think there's the likelihood that they grab somebody later in the draft, and I definitely think there's almost the guarantee that they sign a veteran quarterback to get ready for OTAs just because you're not going to have Brock Purdy during this offseason. So I think that's the way they'll play it. I think it's the right way to play it. I love what he did yesterday because it's a message to 2 different groups of people at the same time. There's one message to the team, which is, and these 2 specific quarterbacks, you're our guys. You're our guys, and we have full belief in both of you. And then it's also a message to set the expectations of the fans, which is to say, like, we're not going to get a big name. You guys have spent 48 hours since this loss, and every quarterback in the book, all the way up to Lamar Jackson, is getting tossed around. Answer's no.
Right.
Next question.
The answer is no. Now, the answer is yes on a quarterback, and you're right, probably 2. And I would love it if they used another late round pick to bring in another rookie that maybe they like, somebody like a Brock Purdy who we've never really focused on, somebody who can come in and be a guy, because you may need that guy to eventually be your quarterback. But it's Brock and Trey it's Brock. It's not Brock or Trey. It's Brock then Trey in terms of the pecking order going into next year.
Assuming health across the board. And then the other thing that I think we forget, and you talked about a little bit, on the changeover with the whole Jimmy thing. We keep going, would the Niners want Jimmy? And you're like, Jimmy wouldn't want the Niners. And you're 100% right.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think that's going to be true for most veteran quarterbacks. Because think about it. Those veteran quarterbacks, even when you get to a spot where you're like, I probably need to take a backup gig now. Let's take Matt Ryan, okay? Matt, probably looking for a backup role now. No one's signing Matt Ryan to be their unequivocal starter to start the year, okay? Fine. Now, do you want a third-string job? Who's taking that?
Right.
The whole idea of a big-name backup, we said it 2 days ago, was predicated on the 49ers not liking Trey Lance as much as we had hoped. Like if they were to go grab Tom Brady if he was going to play again, that was more of a shot at Trey Lance than it was at Brock Purdy. If we're going to take Kyle at his word, if we're going to take what John McClain told us yesterday, in that the 49ers are still very high on the future of Trey Lance, then who wants the QB3 gig? I know who it is. It's the guy who's got no other offers.
Yeah.
That's who you're getting.
If you look at the free agent quarterback list, there are 38 names on here. Tom Brady, so we'll take him off because he's no longer there. But there are a handful of guys, and I just sorted it by snaps played. You're looking at one of these guys who didn't play a snap because you're right. Third-string quarterback is what you'd be looking for. Easton Stick, Drew Lock, Blaine Gabbert didn't play a snap. Mason Rudolph, Nathan Peterman played 6 snaps. The aforementioned Nate Sudfeld, Josh Johnson we've talked about. These are the kinds of guys, Brandon Allen, Nick Mullins. This is the kind of guy who, if you want a gig, you're QB3. These guys I just mentioned are the type of quarterbacks that you'd be looking at to fill this role because you already have QB2.
Mullins may well be the guy. I have no idea, but literally when you're in a situation like that where you're just grabbing the, emergency break glass third string guy, the guy who's been in the system before is going to get a nod. Like that's definitely something a coach would look for. So yeah, could it be Mullins or Beathard? Sure it could be. And I'll be over here in the corner of I don't really care because whoever you get, if we get to him next year, the 49ers are already toast, in my opinion. Unless you're getting to him for like a game.
See, I disagree. And this year gave you every reason why you shouldn't think that way because you
saw those guys.
But you got to that guy this year. And nobody thought Brock Purdy was going to go 7-1 as a starter.
Because he was an unknown. I'm saying a Mullins, a Beathard, a Josh Johnson, whatever. We have seen those guys get their
chance. But what if you draft a guy in whatever round and he becomes your third stringer?
Then that's different. Yeah. And then that's different. Absolutely.
If it's Blaine Gabbert, I mean,
I'm out.
You've seen Blaine, but hey, he's at least a guy who's quarterbacked in this league.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. I mean, gosh, at least you guys did come in together, but fashionably late. What, did we interrupt you? Did we interrupt you? We
Larry,
just did.
We getting called on the carpet.
No.
Yeah, man, we're late.
How much do you get paid for 43 seconds? Because you owe it.
Not much.
You owe it to me and Dibs.
I
split it out of you. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hi, boys. Hi, Larry.
What's up?
Larry
Good to
Krueger.
see you guys. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, what's cooking?
By the way, R.I.P. Bobby Beathard, who
Yes.
is a
Man.
guy that I met
Great call.
in San Diego years ago, and maybe the coolest executive of all time. I mean,
Why was he the coolest executive of all time?
so my buddy was their operations assistant down there.
Totally.
We were in college. We went to instead of going to spring training, so we went to San Diego, drove San Diego to Arizona. And he was working for the Chargers. He's like, yeah, come by the stadium. You can meet Bobby Beathard. I'm like, okay, yeah, that'll be cool. So we go in, we meet Bobby Beathard. It was right a couple weeks before the draft. He's got his whole board up there. He's got 2 gigantic surfboards in the corner of his office, and he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna meet for a little while." He's walking around with board shorts and a t-shirt and flip flops, and he's like, "Yeah, hey, you guys mind dropping me off at PB? I'm gonna do a little surfing this afternoon." And so he's like in this meeting with all these scouts, and then he's like out surfing in his wetsuit in the afternoon.
Nice.
It's a good life.
Yeah.
Good
life.
life. Good dude.
R.I.P.
Flip flops to work. That's why, man. That's what started my efforts that still continue to this day. to do more in the voiceover world. I had a buddy who, like, that's all he did. That's his main gig. He's really, really good at it. Man, he would just be standing out there playing with his kids, just in his flip-flops all day. And the phone would ring, and they'd be like, get in your back studio there and bang this out. Give it about the boop. You know, here, whatever. General Mills, buy Cheerios. All right, see you later. Sends the recording, come back outside, start playing catch with the kids again in your flip-flops.
What a life.
That's the life.
What a life.
That's
a good one, man. That's
the
a gig.
deal right there. That's the deal. So
I'm wearing home team colors, and I kind of want somebody to comment it because all football
nice
season,
change for you.
I'm in the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Got the home team on Willard.
that's an interesting. No, I always love this, by the way. So
I'm feeling good.
You're making me think of something because you're wearing the colors the day after everybody's mad at that team. So my little guy wore a Debo jersey to school Monday morning.
Jude.
Yeah. Jude wore a Debo jersey, and I don't even think he thought about it. Like, it was probably like most dudes. He's like, it was on the top of the drawer. Grabbed the Debo jersey, put it on. And then he told me after he got in the car on the way home, he's like, actually, Dad, I felt a little weird about wearing it when I got here because I realized, and then today's not the day to, like, sport your Niner colors. He goes, but then one of my buddies had a Debo jersey on too and was okay. And I was like, I was going to tell you I was proud of you.
I was going to say, you know what?
Stick with your
that's
colors.
when the real ones wear it.
Exactly.
Same thing to you, Goon.
That is when you wear it.
Yeah.
You got to support your team, man.
Yeah, not when it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. I did notice you got rid of the Cowboy stuff pretty early after that loss. Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna keep it a buck, as the kids like to say.
I got something on deck for tomorrow, but I wore it Monday.
You did wear it Monday.
Now,
no doubt about that.
I need you to be. Go ahead. I need you to be my therapist here, real quick. And he's got me for 3 hours, Kruger and Dibbs. I'm in the gym, 24-hour fitness yesterday. True story, Union City / Hayward, and a guy named Dennis comes up. I love the show, but why do you think Brock Purdy's out longer than 6 months? And I just wanted to throw the weight I had in my hand. Like, what am I doing wrong? I'm not hoping or saying it's not going to be 6 months. I'm just building in for Niner fans. What if it is? And that doesn't make me a bad person because of my parents and all their surgeries, and they tell you something, and then there's a delay. So that's all I'm doing, Larry, is what if it's longer than 6? Not I want to be right. I'm just preparing myself if it's longer when they go in. So hopefully it's shorter.
You're not wrong, but you asked for therapy. The therapy is this is actually nothing to do with Brock Purdy. This has to do with radio.
Okay.
This has to do with sports media. You're going to say things into a microphone, and even if they're like, what if this? And they'll be like, oh, my gosh, Guru thinks that. And all you did was say, what if? Look, how long was Lamar Jackson supposed to be out?
That's a great call.
Like 2 to 4 weeks?
2, 3 weeks.
What did he really miss?
And we never, he may never put on a Raven jersey again.
Yeah.
So what if?
Think about James Wiseman in terms of his, myriad injuries.
Like
I'm about to spit my stuff out. Okay, guys, stop it.
What if is a constant? What if is everything, every day, all the time?
Right.
So but I think the other point to it would be is at least right now, there's no good reason for us to think that it's going to be longer than 6 months. But, anything could happen.
And you don't know until you get in there.
And yesterday it said that if that does happen, Trey Lance, which is the answer we were looking for.
And Shanahan was really, he was defensive yesterday for sure when he was asked about the quarterbacks.
Sure.
But he also was they're very measured. They don't want to say anything definitively. And it's like he really badly wanted to say definitively that Brock was going to be out 6 months. Now, does he have more info or intel than he shared with us? I don't know. Is he just wishing it to be the case? That could be the case as well. But, I think the reason that people are asking about it, Goo, is because that's a huge, big difference. If he's out 6 months, then Brock's probably your starter next year, or Trey, and you can go forward with what you got. But if Brock's needs Tommy John,
right
now it's like, who's that third quarterback? Because that third quarterback may start more games than the other two.
I don't think they would have been so definitive, and they didn't say concrete for sure he'll be back in August, but they wouldn't have put the 6 month out there if they didn't have their medical people able to look at the MRI and say, yeah, most likely this is repairable, which means he's out for 3, and for 3 months to 6 months he starts getting better, and after 6 months he's ready to go. I don't think that they would have gone on a limb over the medicals unless they had a good idea that he doesn't need Tommy John.
Or my thought was that maybe they're getting indications that him and his agent are considering, the more thorough approach, and they're trying to kind of set the expectation at 6 months. Or, the expectation of this procedure versus a Tommy John procedure, which could mean 18 months,
yeah,
right?
At least 12.
Yeah, 9 to 12, I think.
You wouldn't want Tommy John unless that ligament was in bad shape before it broke. At least that's my understanding. I just think when it comes to injuries, this is always the way I read it. The famous one I love to tell you about, especially because it involved you, Goo, was when Steph Curry talked to you guys before the playoffs last year, which was the moment I knew, I'm like, he's back for the playoffs because he's talking to you guys. Like, you just look at the behavior of teams, and one thing you never want to do to a player, you never want to do this to a player, set expectation in the fan's mind that they'll be back on X date and then have it be longer. You never want to do that to a player because it leads to Kawhi Leonard type stuff in San Antonio where people start questioning toughness,
pain threshold,
with him and
all that stuff.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. So if they're even dancing around the idea of we think it's going to be 6, that tells me they feel pretty strongly that it's going to be 6 because they would hate to say that and then have it be Tommy John next week.
Right. And then who's that third quarterback going to be? And we just walked into the room. That's what you guys were talking about, right? You guys throwing up Mullins and Beathard.
I threw out 3 scenarios. Is it a guy you draft late, a la Brock Purdy? Is it a retread, quote unquote, a guy you've already had? And there's 7 free agents that have already been on this team, from Gabbard to Mullins to Beathard to Driscoll so is it somebody from that bucket, or is it a fill in the blank random
Andy Dalton?
Somebody of that ilk. But Mark made a good point. If you're Andy Dalton or Matt Ryan, you don't want to get a job as QB3.
No doubt.
You want a QB2. If you're going to be a backup quarterback, fine. Let me be a QB2 where QB1 is in a vulnerable spot. Maybe I can get that gig. So if you're going to be a QB3, then you're Sudfeld, you're Peterman, you're one of the, like, Drew Lock, you're Easton Stick. You're one of these guys who doesn't have any other option.
I thought the message from Kyle Shanahan yesterday was...
He was mad. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was after he was questioned in terms of putting guys in harm's way. But they're not looking for a quarterback. Like, whoever this person is either a 6th rounder or somebody like David
it's Trey
Blau.
or Purdy.
Like the message yesterday was, we're good at quarterback. We're good.
The only thing I'd say is that I was looking at how many teams in the NFL this year used 3 quarterbacks.
Right.
And it was like 15. It's like basically half the league has used 3 quarterbacks. And when you look at it and if I was going to criticize Shanahan, the one that I haven't heard that many people criticize him for is maybe your last quarterback going into the playoffs should have been better than Josh Johnson. We can sit there and say, well, Josh didn't do it, this and that. But maybe that guy should have been better.
Who would that be?
And
they had Jacob Eason in the room 3 days before they brought in Josh Johnson. So obviously they made some kind of evaluation. I don't know if it was a cap-related decision. It could have been. Or if it had to do with mobility. I don't know. Obviously Josh Johnson's more mobile. But I would just look at the quarterback room now with all the injuries, especially the Niner injuries, and just go, you know what? How about this? How about every single quarterback is a guy that we have confidence can start a game and win a game for us? I think that should be the barometer. And I think Shanahan said it. He said, we're going to try to get the best guy that fits our culture and our cap. So Andy Dalton's an interesting name because he's 35. And it's, as far as are you the 2, are you the 3? I think for a lot of these guys, it's about what am I getting paid? Am I making $5 million?
Yeah.
Call me whatever you want if I'm making $5 million. Some of these guys are making $700,000 at the bottom of the quarterback landscape. So
I mean, it's also something that doesn't need to be addressed until much later. Sure, you can grab somebody in the draft. You're going to have your OTA, your camp bodies, or whatever. But their decisions will be based on how these recoveries are going. If Brock Purdy and Trey Lance are both healthy on August 1st, that's not that important of a job, and you're not going to pay a premium for it. The idea of QB3, this is somebody who is going to be inactive on game days.
Unless they change the rules. Yeah, I think they probably will change.
I think they will change that
This should
rule.
never
Absolutely.
happen again where a team can only have 2 quarterbacks.
Well, except
I agree.
Come on.
But you know what?
We got cheated, Willard.
No, they changed the rule and then they allowed for it, and teams ignored it. You got to understand the rule now.
I understand it.
I know you do.
Break it down.
Yeah.
The rule was you could have a third quarterback who was an emergency QB who was not on your active roster, but he could be used if your first 2 got hurt. And if he comes in, the first 2 are no longer allowed back in the game.
Okay.
When they took that rule away, they gave an extra game day spot. They changed the active roster from 45 to 46.
Okay.
The thought was use that for a third QB.
And teams weren't.
Every team went, I'm getting an extra running back.
See, wow.
Or an extra linebacker, somebody for special teams.
You get
exactly.
what you get.
Yeah.
No, but the league, I think that rule comes back with the mandate that has to be a quarterback. Because ultimately, I didn't see the ratings, but I would love to see the second half ratings.
Monster ratings, and the rating peaked at 2:15 our time, that quarter hour, win the big quarter hours. But after that, the rating plummeted. The AFC game did a much bigger number, but
it's the night. Yeah,
second biggest NFC Championship game rating of all time, second to last year. Yeah. So it was, I think, 46 million. Was the audience, but it would have been bigger had it been a closer game.
Sure, what are you going to turn it to at that point? I mean, you just sit there with glaze over your eyes going, is this actually the way this is going to go?
I have so many thoughts, and Larry, I'm going to share them with you, but I'll share them with you too, because life is truly amazing from this standpoint. It was all about Trey Lance and the politics and the mountains that were moved. Nobody can argue that, to bring in Trey Lance. That Kyle was telling us he's found and identified his guy. Then we see a couple games, and I'm like, I'm biting my nails like, yikes. The accuracy, I don't know. But it damn sure did not look like what Brock Purdy did and this movie script that was being written. And guys, had they lost and he looked okay, I would have told Trey Lance, if I was his best friend, like, brother, it might be a couple years before you see the field, because this dude Brock Purdy took advantage of an opportunity. Brock gets hurt. Now he may have Tommy John. He may not. And it's right back in his hands. Trey Lance is of, show us what you got. But is he going to get the same game plan? Because my 2 eyes, just had them checked, can see it didn't look like that for the short sample size of what Brock Purdy was able to do. And I wonder if that's just a trait of Brock and a trait that Trey didn't have to look downfield. But if he's out for some time, Purdy, we're going to be able to see Trey and say, maybe after game 3, if it's that many, oh, man, he doesn't throw it downfield like Brock. So this is all come full circle if Trey Lance is the guy, guys, to see if Kyle got it right.
Well, and what worries me, is when Kyle starts talking about these quarterbacks, when he literally changed. He's like, well, we got this quarterback, and then we've got this dual threat quarterback.
I heard that.
And it's like, well, wait a second, is he a quarterback? The Niner fans that I've talked to are screaming for, why can't we see Trey Lance in the offense that Jimmy's running, that Purdy's running, and just take our chances? Why do we have to have the dual threat running between the tackles quarterback? Well, why can't he can't he just be a scrambler, a guy who has athleticism, but he still plays from the pocket?
I mean, to me, the job of a coach, it's not that it's not fair. I hear that, but isn't the job of a coach to assess what a guy does well and therefore put him in his best opportunity to win? So I would take from what you're saying and go, I may feel the same way, but I'm not the coach of the 49ers. Like, they're not dumb. It's Kyle Shanahan. It's one of the best offensive minds in the world. So, yeah, you can start to take something from that. You do take from that Trey Lance doesn't run the offense that Jimmy and Brock ran like Jimmy and Brock ran.
Because he's not Lamar Jackson.
He's not.
I would claim that Purdy actually has more mobility than Lance. I mean, Purdy's got escapability. Lance never showed the ability. He never showed the ability to get to the edge. He's not Lamar. Yeah. He's not Vic. He's athletic. He's big and strong and athletic,
and
but he's not a burner.
in between the tackles because he's not a burner. He can't get to the edge. And Brock Purdy, much more functional mobility, functional movement, and the ability to quickly make that decision. We didn't see that from Trey Lance.
Yeah, there's one worry. The one big worry I have in terms of the assessment of Trey Lance, and people talk about how he played at a small school. I wonder if he's just he's just not got as much field speed as they thought he had.
And
And I know what it looks like to run a 40, but there's also just the within the game speed. And if you're looking at tape and how he's running against 1AA dudes at FCS or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, he did not look as fast as I thought he would be.
And there's no running over Isaiah Simmons in the NFL. That's not a plan. You know what I mean? You can't go with that. So we'll see.
All right. Larry's here. Guru, next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
And good afternoon, Larry Krueger in for Steiny on this Thursday on Steiny and Guru.
Okay.
One of my favorite shows when I'm driving around.
Now,
the Bay,
Willer's
listening
still
to
in
you
the
guys.
room. I'm looking at you, Larry. I'm like, he wouldn't say it if he didn't mean it. So I'm going to take that at face value. I appreciate that.
everything I say.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
absolutely
There
everything
you
I
go.
say. Unless you call me on it, and then I'll backtrack. No, but happy Thursday to everybody. We're going to get into the Niners. We're going to get into the Warriors. We got Cam Inman stopping by. LeBron's approaching a record that nobody's talking about. That's basically what we're getting into. But I want to start with the Warriors because last night I'm watching that game and it just hits me. It's like, stop wanting the Warriors to be more than what they are. They are sleepwalking through this regular season. There's no doubt in my mind. Last night, no Rudy Gobert, no Karl Anthony Towns. 11-point lead going to the fourth.
Yikes.
21-9 run by the T-Wolves in the early to get the fourth rolling. And Golden State just couldn't get it going. Offensively, it wasn't even about stops. It was more about just they couldn't make a shot. Steph Curry somehow fell out of his offensive rhythm and couldn't get back into it.
And turn the ball over, if I may add.
I mean, that's what, when I said sleepwalking, you know what I was thinking of? Is the pass to the Warrior bench.
Could you?
Where it's
the assistant
like
coaches had the perplexed look like.
In a big sequence.
Yeah, no doubt.
In a huge sequence, right? I mean, they were all
Larry,
big.
let me tell you something. Steiny and I got a bit, and I've told you this every time I see you. He's got the field. I got the Warriors. And what the Warriors right now are defending champs. But Larry, what's scaring me is these blown leads. They used to step on teams' neck. And I'm going to tell you this. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I feel like you're giving them a pass if you say they're sleepwalking. Because what's happening is last year, as they went on to win the chip, they were middle of the pack offensively, top 5 defensively. Now they're middle of the pack, the same offensively, but Larry defense. I hope that Steiny's not listening because this is what he's been saying. They've slipped. They're middle of the pack defensively. So it's the Blue Chew thing. They cannot sustain it. And now I'm worried, and this is why they have leads like they did last night in the fourth quarter, and teams are able to come back. And again, I don't know if that's age, but I know there's no Otto Porter Jr. I know there's no Gary Payton II. So now no lead is safe with this team, and we got Detroit. We got the Jazz, the Mavericks, where they've had leads in the fourth quarter, and they evaporate. And last night was just – I can't remember a shot from Steph Curry with the game on the line, leaving the other team 4 seconds in case you miss it. But that was set up for him to drain that. I know you're not going to make every one, but Larry, I'm starting to believe this team. We had Bob Myers on the executive show yesterday. You know, he didn't tell us what he was going to do, but I was so giddy about where this Warrior team was at. They don't need to make a move. I'm looking at you 24 hours later after last night. No Gobert, no Cat, as you mentioned. I don't know if they got enough size.
Oh, no, they need to make a move, and they're not the same defensive team. And
yikes.
Here's the question. There's no doubt that they're sleepwalking. You don't make a pass in the backcourt like that and throw it away in the key sequence of the fourth quarter. If you're just, it was just a communication error, right? You know, two guys who one guy thought something else was going to happen. Curry thought the guy was waiting for the pass. He flips it over. It goes out of bounds. But Golden State just went cold in the fourth quarter. They couldn't make any buckets.
Yikes.
It's 17 points. They scored only 4 in the overtime. I mean, the Warriors in this game had more turnovers than field goals in the overtime. And Curry just seemed like he lost
what
his
about
rhythm.
in the corner, Larry, where it was a double dribble on Draymond because they weren't on the same page. You normally don't see that.
I know, you don't. And it was 17 turnovers. That was huge. I think it led to like 24 or 28 points going the other way. Steph didn't score at all in the overtime.
How are you so great?
All.
The God that I call you, and I go back to the Memphis play-in game a couple years ago, Larry, at Chase. And again, it's Steph Curry for me all day, every day. He didn't score. You look at this Warrior record now in overtime, which is people are turning the volume up on that. And my question to you and the listeners is, how do you have the chef and we give him all this, he's the one, but yet in overtime, the team, it's over. They're not winning.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing is too many unforced turnovers. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I'm also, by the way, Kevon Looney's block was spectacular.
Over a dude that had hops. I love Looney. I'm sorry. Hey, Looney, we need you to come off the bench. We're going to go small. No problem. Looney, we need more Loonies in the world.
What do you think of the new lineup with the small lineup with Clay?
I think
Steve
they
now
were
looks
gassed.
at Clay as a 3-4.
I think they're
gassed.
That, right?
Yeah. You guys talked about that.
I think they're gassed. Okay, Jordan Poole, you're starting. What are we going to do with it? I think because they're small, Larry, they're gassed at the end, and that's what we saw last night. My 2 cents, I like it at the start of the game, but I think they got tired and wore down, and that's why we saw bad news bears in regard to protecting the rock. That was a nasty loss, man, and now we're back at 500. And some days, Larry, I'm like, oh, they're just doing it because they're like, you know what, we don't care where we go. But nah, something's up. And I thought they were tired, and Steph, all his shots were short.
Yeah, and Clay too. He's hitting a lot of the front rim, and then Naz Reid went off. I mean, Naz Reid last night gave the T-Wolves exactly what the Warriors would love to get from their 5. 24 and 13. He had the OT follow-up jam.
Oh, that was like the big dog.
That was the game winner right there. The 2 things stood out to me. Okay, first of all. One, I think the Warriors are as I said, they're sleepwalking. It's early February. These are the dog days, right?
So you feel like, Larry, just real quick, when you say they're sleepwalking, but then earlier you say before that they need to make a move like they have. But when I hear sleepwalking, I feel like, okay, if you wake up, you're good. But is it sleepwalking and you need help?
I think. Well, first of all, I think they need to make a move because I don't think you can go the entire season with Wiseman and Moody, and you're not going to trade them.
Ignore them.
And you're not. And if you told me at the beginning of the year that of Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody, that 2 of those guys would not be traded and would not be in the rotation, I would say the Warriors have no chance. They have to either get Wiseman or Moody in the rotation, or they got to get something for these guys. We'll talk about that in a second. But here's the question. I think they're sleepwalking. I think they're just kind of like, there's a lethargy. There's an overall lethargy to watching them the last few games. And tonight, of course, the road trip winds up in Denver, and we'll see if they play everybody and somehow steal a win in Denver. But does it matter that they don't look good right now? And, what side are you on? Are you in that side that, man, they don't look good and it matters, and they're in real trouble come May and June in the playoffs? Or are you of the mindset that they have enough talent, they can flip a switch and seriously contend for a title as is in May or June? I don't think they can do it as is. I think they need a move. I think they need a little bit of a shakeup. I think they need another rotation player. But 2 issues that I have with Kerr's rotation last night. One, Jonathan Kuminga is playing really, really well. I like what I'm seeing out of Kuminga. 10 points, 3 rebounds. He had a block. He had a steal. He's dominant in the open floor. He's athletic.
With a left hand that was just so spectacular.
How about the block and Edwards? That was spectacular. Why not put Kuminga on Russell in the end? That I didn't get. And then I know Poole has secured the bag, but man, why not DiVincenzo in the overtime?
Wow.
DiVincenzo got 0 run in the OT.
And I feel like he's your Gary Payton II. I like
DiVincenzo as a guy who can do a few things And I was hoping to see a little bit more DiVincenzo. All right, let's take a break here. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump in on the text line or on the calls. Cam Inman joins us at 2. We're going to talk a little Niners. Coming up next, though, I want to get into the Warriors at the trade deadline. Next week's the trade deadline. There's trade rumors attached to Golden State. I'm going to throw them to Goo, and we're gonna banter, volley it back and forth on, does Golden State need to make a move? Is there a reasonable target? It's all straight ahead. Larry in for Steinmetz on this Thursday on 95.7 The Game.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, maybe even Jimmy Garoppolo being back. Yeah. I don't give a damn where the Niners go at quarterback at this point. Why? I just want to win the Super Bowl.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Are you ready?
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's. So thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And happy Thursday to everybody. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny on this Thursday with Goo, and we got the Warrior injury report that we'll throw you in just a second. But this segment, I want to get into, do the Warriors need to make a trade before the deadline? Who is their target? What is their need? How crucial is it that they make a trade? But I got to first hit the text line. And by the way, if you want to jump in on the text line, 888-957-9570. Get this one in the 707.
What we got?
Hey, Goo, how many points did you score last night at 24-Hour Fitness?
Larry, I brag, and I don't brag. I'm 50 years old. I do know it was ugly last night. Played a couple games, had 2 points. A couple guys blocked my shot. I'm older. I'm Rick Mahorn now. I do the hustle plays, but it was ugly. And I can admit, but I sweat. Lost some LBSs, but it was ugly. Young guys in there, Larry. I was in the post doing my thing, and bap!
I used to get into this debate with G-Rad. He used to say, hey, man, let the young guys play on the court and get off the damn court. And people used to call, hey, I was playing last night at the YMCA. But get off the damn court.
No, he
let
sound
the kids
like
play. Let the kids play.
No, the OGs can play as long as I can go up and down.
But are you like Brad Sellers camping out in the corner, shooting threes?
No, I'm on the block. Give it to me. Zach Randolph.
You like that old Paul Brad Sellers?
That was a great one.
Back in the old
Cavs, remember him?
In the Bulls. All he was soft. All he did was just shoot corner threes. I'm smart enough to not play anymore, man.
I don't like that.
I admire you
so
for
you
still doing
care
it.
how you look. Because your body will thank you.
You know
when
what
you
it
get
is?
in the shower and you look at the gut, you feel like I didn't put some work in.
I feel okay about the way I look.
Okay.
But here's more. Well, I'm just.
No, I'm talking about
I got low standards. I got low standards.
Boy.
My biggest fear: blowing my Achilles and having my wife drive me around for 6 months.
You sound like Steiny, Willard, and Dibbs.
All right. I mean, I had a buddy who did that. He blew his Achilles. He had to have his wife drive him around for 6 months. Hell to the no. All right. I don't want any part of that.
Yeah.
All right. Before we get into this, you guys had Myers on.
Yeah.
By the way, it's cool that you guys get Myers every week.
Yeah. Oh, and we get him,
Or
then it's
every other
Zaza, and then it's Myers. They switch off.
Was it every third week, every other week?
Yeah, every other week.
Here's Myers yesterday. Was it yesterday he stopped by? And he says he thinks the current team can win in the postseason. Let's hear from Bob.
I can't sit here and say that those 8 and throw in somebody that can give you, even in the playoffs, somebody give you 5 minutes. Can't beat a team in a series. I think we stack up good enough. That's assuming health. But you always want to add to your margin of error, Matt. You always want to. It's not a margin of error that I'm entirely comfortable with as it stands. can you increase that margin of error? There was the years where the margin of error was so big that I could answer that question and say, no, we don't need to do anything. I'd probably lie and say, I don't know. But the truth was we didn't need to do anything. And those rosters bore out and those seasons bore out that way. Our margin of error is not what it was. The record is not what it was. So comparing to what I know about the teams we've had, I'd like to get a bigger margin of error. Can we do it? I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. By the way, tune into the Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. I think he makes a good point there. In past years, the team was so stacked, so loaded that they didn't need to make a move. And Bob Myers is known as one of the better executives in the game, I believe. But he's not known for his trade deadline maneuvers. They've built this thing in the offseason. They've been somewhat dormant at the trade deadline most years. Let's hear one more from Myers. He told you guys that he thinks it's going to be a tough trade deadline this year because of the parity that exists in this league. Everybody thinks they got a shot still.
There's less sellers, I should say. I think the league thought more teams, whether they were trying for a certain player in the draft, would be clearly out on the playoffs at this time. That is not the case. And you can pick the teams that you thought is much better than they playing much better than you thought they would. So that means there's a lot of teams saying, we might be able to make the play-in. Let's just go for it. Or, you know what, let's see if we can and keep it as it. There's not a lot of teams that are making the decision that this season is lost. And so you've got a lot of teams that might be saying to each other, we want to get better. But if 12 of the 15 teams in your conference or 22 of the 30 in the league are all wanting to get better, it doesn't make for a lot of trading partners. Because usually in a trade, a team is saying, we are willingly giving you a player that will make you better, and we'll take back draft compensation or a younger player that we know won't make us better now, but might make us better later. There's a lot of teams now that are trying to push forward as far as winning, and it's unbalanced.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. I mean, you look at the top 8 seeds who go to the playoffs. Suns are 27 and 26.
They're a mess.
Jazz in the 9 hole tied with them. And then Pelicans are a half game
Zion's
back.
on his way back. That'll help.
There you go.
But the Warriors don't have that person that's not there. So I get what Bob said in the Lakers. Larry, I told where Spadoni at. They are coming, and when they're whole and healthy, they're going to be a problem in the offs. Bob even attested to the dude. No, I'm not buying Denver. They're a good team, but my bet and why the Warriors can repeat, Larry, is they don't scare me in a 7-game series with the Warriors. The guy that they need is on their bench to me, and his name is James Wiseman. And when we hear Coach Kerr say, I go talk to him, I know it stinks. I'm watching Naz Reid look like Ralph Sampson in his prime last night. And Larry, all I say is if you guys are going to continuously punt on some games, the message you're sending guys like myself is, hey, some nights we're not going to go hard. Get James out there. Okay, you lose a game. Maybe it's because of Wiseman, but you don't have no duplicate of 7'1", 250. Run him out there.
No, I'm with you. Run
him out there, Larry.
And if Kerr was sitting here, I'd say, hey, Steve, you're 7-19 on the road. You're not beating anybody on the road anyway. Why wouldn't you play this kid?
Why? We lost the game, but the confidence went up. James's confidence went up.
Right.
Maybe. But to sit him there like a bump on a pickle, I don't get.
And then you can have dialogue all you want. And, Kerr supposedly talked to James and told him, hey, you know what? Things change fast in the NBA. But you know what? I mean, you got to give him some minutes, or he's not going to develop. I mean, we can say the same thing about Trey Lance and the Niners. How is he going to develop on the bench? How's James Wiseman going to develop if he doesn't play? These guys need to play. Either park him in the G League and let him play every night. But he's sitting there at the end of the bench.
When you need size. I mean, when your team needs size, Larry.
I mean, if I'm James Wiseman, I mean, what if tonight he sat at the end of the bench and he didn't wear his uniform under his sweats? Would anybody know? I mean, would anybody ever find out?
I got a story. Chris Washburn back in the day. George Karl was the coach. Young George Karl. That happened. No uniform under the warm up. But Larry, I'm fascinated with this. And for the people that are going to come down my road or our road, he's not ready. Bob told us yesterday about Wiseman because I asked about him.
Right.
he's one injury away from, and we don't want this, Looney or Draymond turning a foot or whatever, ankle, then Wiseman would then get an opportunity. But I'm like, don't you want to lather that? Give him 3, 4, 5 minutes, whatever. But for him to just sit there, especially last night, and they actually out-rebounded Minnesota and lost the game. But the second chance points, the JaVale McGee options for the young Warrior guards to drive and throw it up, like, just to tell me that's not attractive, I'll never understand.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a waste. Now, last night you could argue no Karl Anthony Towns, no Gobert. That's why he didn't get any minutes. Do you think he'll play tonight?
Well, I'm looking to see who plays at all. But, Larry, the old school, this is a test. I don't know, Larry. I don't think he's going to play. I'm hoping. But I'm worried about the top 5 guys. Is Draymond going to play? You mentioned the injury report.
Yeah, so here's the injury report. Wiggins is going to go.
Thank you.
Steph is going to sit this one out. Or Steph's questionable, so he's 50-50 with a shoulder. Draymond is questionable with a foot. And Clay, who's, obviously nursing those knees.
I get Clay.
Clay's out. So Clay's out. Steph and Draymond are game-time decisions, 50-50. Wiggins is going to go. But here's the big question. Do they make a deal at the deadline? Do they need to make a deal? I'll
what are you giving up, Larry? To get something, you have to give up something.
Okay, so this is a deal that I saw yesterday. Okay. And you tell me if you'd make this trade. This is a 70. You and Steiny may have already gone through this trade, so forgive me if I'm throwing this to you and you've already heard it. JaMychal Green, Moses Moody, and a second-round pick in 2025 to the 76ers for Montrezl Harrell and Matisse Thybulle. At least in Harrell, you're getting a fiery, undersized.
Dog. I would do it, Larry.
He would give you.
I'm going to give this to him tomorrow. I would do that.
You would do that trade.
And I
would
love
too.
Moody, but I'm getting Harrell. Oh man, I would do that.
I think Thybulle is the kind of defensive
you
stopper that
don't
they
have
could
that
use.
on your team.
Yeah, and you're not playing Moody anyway.
And
JaMychal Green's playing well now.
Yeah.
But JaMychal Green's looked bad most of the year.
And it's
a second round pick.
It's not many people that can. I know. You tell me if I'm being rough here or I sound like a hater. But Oubre, I rooted for him and I loved all his attributes. He has some gifts. He didn't fit in, and for whatever reason, Green doesn't fit in. DiVincenzo, he's a perfect fit, but Green, for whatever reason, he doesn't fit to me, and that's why I would okay that trade.
Yeah, and Moody's getting no minutes. And you'd probably add 2 guys that would. Do you think Harrell and Thybulle would both get minutes?
Oh, there's no doubt.
I know Thybulle would.
There's
Do you think
no
Harrell
doubt.
would?
Yeah, I'm picturing Harrell just getting the offensive rebound, taking it up like we see Looney, and I love Looney, but taking it up and finishing, Larry.
I don't like
two-hand
Thybulle.
flush in the paint.
I don't like Thybulle offensively. He's not.
We got that covered though.
He's a stretch big that doesn't really.
We got that covered though. Pass the ball,
but defensively
all day long.
He's athletic and he can shut down. He can guard multiple positions. He's on a 1-year deal at $4.3 million. Harrell's got another year on his deal, but Harrell can give you some post scoring. So I don't know. Yeah. To me, that trade makes sense. If you said, what do they need? They need size. They need size.
You got size. You're just not playing them.
They need shooting.
All right.
And technically, you'd be trading size and shooting and Green and JaMychal and Moses going out, but they're not using those guys. I mean, they're not using Moses.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but to me, the other guy that is interesting is the Utah kid, Jared Vanderbilt, who
think they would let? I don't think he's going anywhere.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's going anywhere or not. By the way, I was watching that game last night and I looked up that trade. I didn't realize what a ridiculous trade that was that sent Gobert to the T-Wolves. It was Gobert for Walker Kessler, Malik Beasley, Patrick Beverly, Jared Vanderbilt, 4 first-round draft choices, and a pick
They
swap.
were calling it the NBA version of the Herschel Walker trade.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That is a monster
and
win
real
for
quick,
Utah.
why wouldn't many go get Gobert when you got Reed?
I know. And Reed looks great.
Oh, he was I was just foaming at the mouth like, man, if the Warrior. Oh, well, technically they got somebody that could be that, but just, man.
I don't know. But I mean, if you said, you got to be on one side or the other, they either should or should not make a deal. I'm saying they should make a deal. I think their mix seems a little stale. Everybody knows everybody. They don't seem like they have great communication, great intensity right now. I don't know. They're two different teams. They're a 500 team. They don't win on the road. What's their road record? 7-20 or something?
7-19.
Yeah.
You can round it up. And Larry, again, we haven't talked much about what I brought to the table. The Warriors have slipped defensively. Last year, that was their thing, and it was okay for them to be middle of the pack offensively. Now, you're telling me, okay, hey, for numbers lie, but this is why they can't sustain leads, because I was watching the OKC game. Even at the end, Larry, they were just coming downhill, Thunder offensive players with the ball, and the Warriors could do nothing. And I was like, okay, you guys got this one. And then last night, it caught up to them. And right now, they're 7th. Larry, I don't got to tell you, they're in the play-in tournament. You want no part of that, right? And every time I think this team is about to take off, shout out Quavo, I don't get rest.
I mean, part of me is like, you know what? Bobby McFerrin. Don't worry, be happy.
One of my favorite jams.
Right? Because I was listening to Legler the other day. Did you see Legler?
I like him. Yeah, and he's let go of the tan stuff too. You don't need the tan in the winter, but go ahead.
Yeah, seriously. but Legler, who was a good Warrior back in the day, he basically said, hey, it doesn't look like it right now, but I think Golden State can win the title. And he basically came out and said,
I'm not letting go of that.
And I kind of feel the same way. I mean, I'm looking at the West, and I'm looking at the top, and I'm not afraid of the Denver Nuggets or the Grizzlies or Sacramento or the Clippers.
I'm afraid the Clippers scare me more than Denver and Memphis does.
The team I'm keeping my eye on is the Mavericks, because if the Mavericks are talking about trading, making huge trades, and
but as
adding
is,
a
they don't bother me,
superstar,
Larry.
and they're hunting for a superstar. If you could add a superstar to Luka, maybe Mavericks. I like Christian Wood. I like some of their players, but the rest of these teams, I don't see a team in this West.
I'm so with
you
that
you would say, you know what, Warriors got a 7-game series here. I don't know. No, I think Golden State. I don't think any of those teams can beat Golden State 4 times in a series.
I love what
wrong?
you're saying. No, you're right. But if we were to get on Southwest and go east, that's what scares me.
Yeah.
Because Milwaukee, Boston, Philly, I'll even throw Brooklyn in there when they're whole with Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're banking on a Game 4 Steph, that's what it's almost going to take right now if you're telling me they're going to be in the play-in, Larry. Like, when does this team say, we're going to treat Denver like a playoff game tonight? We know there's no Clay. We wet our leg last night in Minnesota. Use Denver. It's TNT tonight, Larry. Everybody should be available and send a message. Or is that too 1990 thinking? Is that too 1988 thinking?
Well, I mean, it is old school thinking, but I like the idea of the Golden State needs to shake it up somehow, whether it be the rotation.
They did that going small, or you're saying, no, you need something more drastic.
It just, I don't know. I mean, everybody knows everybody on this team. They've had an unbelievable continuity. Maybe they need a little change up. Maybe they need a little alteration. Sometimes you make a move and then the existing guys dial it up a little bit. Now it's like a new look, a new lease on life, a new look at the rotation. Let's hit Rich in Fremont here. Let me see here. Can I click on Rich here? Rich, welcome. You're on 95.7 The Game.
They need a trade.
You think so, Rich? Go ahead. What do they need coming back? What kind of player do they need coming back?
What you just said from the 76ers.
Tybal, like Tybal?
Green ain't doing nothing, not Draymond, but the other guy.
Jermichael.
He ain't doing nothing. Moody's sitting on the bench. I mean, I tuned out in the fourth quarter because we're up by 12. And then now I'm shocked we lost.
Right.
Wow.
Man.
They scored 17 points in the fourth quarter.
Can I tell you how, to the caller, too? Everything was from outside.
Yeah.
That's getting so old and redundant. I'm not saying throw it to Hakeem, but you got to have a Nas Reed. So you got Wiseman. Like, you got Kuminga. Post him. Do something different. Everything, especially Steph. And again, I'm getting a little worried about the shoulder. Everything was short, Larry. He had the game winning. They gave him the possession. It was short.
I know.
And it was a mid-range.
I noticed that a lot with Klay Thompson, too. He's hitting the front rim a lot.
Oh, man.
Let's take Vince in South City. Take one more here. Hey, Vince, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, to me, I'm very concerned because this team defensively is not good. And unlike their championship year last year, they're still one of the elite defensive teams. This team is certainly Favre that. They can't win on the road. They can't close out games. So I just think that everybody's thinking they're just lollygagging to playoffs. I don't think so. And I think they got to take Denver incredibly seriously. I think with Jamal Murray back, you see with a healthy Porter Jr., I think Denver is legit scary, and they already struggled to win in Denver anyway. So I better take them very seriously. And as far as the guy out there, I think I'm intrigued by a guy like Dedmon over there in Miami. What do you guys think about that? He's, for some reason, in the doghouse. I know he plays behind Bam Adebayo, but the guy, he's a great defensive player. He can block shots, to rebound, and I don't think you have to give up very much for him, and I think he's very attainable. Other than that, I don't really see anybody the Warriors can get on the cheap. What are your thoughts on that? Thanks, guys.
What do you think, Coop?
I'm not mad at Dedmon, but I'd rather try to run Wiseman out there and see if he could beat Dedmon. But if you were to call Miami, I wouldn't want to give up Moody and his future for Dedmon. Now, that trade with Tybal and Harold in Philly, okay, now I'm listening, but I don't think that gets it done. So what would it take to get Dedmon? I mean, I don't know why he doesn't pop, but he's got the body.
He's been around.
He's been on the Kings. He's been everywhere.
Hasn't he been on the Warriors Summer League team?
It could be
years ago.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
He can run the floor. He's a kind of an underrated player. They definitely need a little size up front. I mean, there's teams just absolutely race to the front of the rim against Golden State because there's no deterrent.
What a word. Listen, you said something before the last break about overtime last night, and I'm fixated on now. Damn, why aren't the Warriors better in overtime? And you got one of the all-time greats, but you mentioned who didn't play in overtime last night.
DiVincenzo.
He's
playing great.
Wow, again, Kerr, we love you, but you got me scratching my head. The dude's IQ, his ability to catch and shoot.
Make, rebound, defend.
Now, I wonder, moving forward, if tonight's game went overtime, would we see that happen again?
Well, the question is, whose minutes is he taking? And it would probably be Jordan Poole, right? And so then, you gave Poole the bag, so does that mean he automatically plays in overtime? I
What
guess.
about Curry sitting out on those defensive possessions last night? Well, we've seen it before, but not like we saw it last night.
I know. And the other one, I get really frustrated watching Kerr's rotation on Kuminga because Kuminga to me looks like, why are the Warriors worse defensively? Well, let me think. You had GP2 last year. He's maybe one of the best on-the-ball defenders in the entire league. He hasn't played at all this year.
Well, he's back now.
But, I mean, he didn't do anything for Portland, but obviously, he's not on the Warriors this year. Isn't that the reason they've backslid defensively?
And I love you saying, why did they put him on D'Lo?
Or is it Mike Brown?
Hey, I'm looking at Sack, but they're doing it with their offense. Hey, I'm not mad at that assessment, but like you said, Larry, it's the players that got to go out and do it. And you mentioned to me, why didn't they put Kuminga on D'Lo? I just thought of it. As soon as you said it, I pictured, I would have loved to have seen that.
He can snuff out D'Lo like a candle.
That's interesting.
Pat in Foster City. Take one more before the break. Hey, Pat.
Hey, watching the Warriors, I think a big part of the problem is they go too predictable. The last shot. Last night was a perfect example. I mean, I knew Curry was going to be the only guy touching the ball for the last 2 seconds of the possession. The defense has to know that. And it's like a broken record. It's too much isolation and not ball movement. I don't know why they get away from that. When they really need to score, why don't they be who they are, which is the ball movement, pass the ball, look for a good shot instead of so predictable. It reminds me of when we had Monte Ellis. They did the same thing, and it never worked. Never worked then, and it seems like it doesn't work now.
When the Warriors look stagnant, it's usually due to lack of ball movement, Goo.
Yeah, and that's why last night before doing the timeout, and I'm not second-guessing giving it to Curry, I'm like, Clay has been the old Clay in some facets. Why not draw up something, swing it, and get it to him? It was the old Mark Jackson, Curry, dribble. I'm going to pull up. I'll take that. But I was like, to the caller's point, swing it around. Give me Klay Thompson, who's been a flamethrower here of late, not as a reward, but almost like a doggy treat. Like, okay, we see you getting it back. Do something, switch it up. But they went with Curry, and they are redundant offensively. It's 3 or die.
Well, and that is it.
I hate it, Larry.
Seriously, down the stretch, if the shots aren't falling from the perimeter, I mean, you're just going to shoot yourself right out of the game. You got to find something a little closer to the bucket. And to me, the bigger vibe is that it's just there's a lot of unknown with the young guys, and it's like, are we going to see James? Are we going to see Kuminga? Kerr's rotation's a little inconsistent. I mean, to me, they just look like they're kind of just going through the motions, and maybe a deal would shake up the room a little bit. All right, the Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, we've talked a little Golden State. Let's jump to the Niners. Who is their starting quarterback in 2023? Who should it be? And who's your ideal quarterback room? Who's going to be in that room? Who should be in that room? We hit that next. Larry Krueger sitting in for Matt Steinmetz on this Thursday with Goo on 95.7 The Game.
Infinite number of outcomes.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Good luck to Miko, and congratulations. Nowhere to go but up with the Houston Texans. There is no doubt about that. He deserves it.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your card today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean, Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical, too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world, right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Talking Niners, talking Warriors.
No woman, no cry.
And
now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Where is Steiny?
Wow.
Where is Steiny? Larry Kruger sitting in for Steiny on this Thursday. All guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And on that guest line, exactly an hour from now, the great Cam Inman will join us. Cam's a good guy. And, man, that Niner presser yesterday was...
I love the emotion.
It was amazingly juicy.
And it should be. Kyle's upset, pissed off.
He doesn't
Probably
want to be
mad
questioned.
at himself.
He doesn't want to be questioned.
Well,
should we play? Let me play this cut. This is interesting. Here's Shanahan yesterday, and tell me if you think he sounds like a defensive player the Warriors could use. No, I'm just joking. Tell me if you think
that's a 4, Larry.
Here's Shanahan yesterday. I thought he sounded really defensive and really agitated in this answer.
When you ask that question, that way I understand, but I think if you looked at the injuries, common sense would answer that question. I mean, how have they gotten hurt? I mean, I'm sorry Josh got a concussion when he hit the ground, so that's the 4th one you're talking about. I'm sorry our quarterback got his elbow bent backwards on a normal drop back pass. I'm sorry on a drop back pass, someone rolled up on Jimmy's ankle. And then we have a dual threat quarterback who got hurt running the ball. So to throw all those 4 in that category, no quarterbacks got hurt when we had to hand it off the whole second half, so we can look into that.
All right, the question
that was like a middle finger.
the question, and you should see the look on his face. It was like, if looks could kill, man.
Mad Steiny.
That he was asked if he has any hesitation about his play calling, and does he? The question was kind of like, hey, is there any common denominator of the fact that you have 4 quarterbacks that all got hurt? Lynch said, literally, it's a coincidence. Shanahan went and kind of detailed each one. I'll say this. I'll push back a little bit on what he just said. One, Kyle, you are the reason that the dual threat quarterback got hurt. You ran your quarterback between the tackles, and you run any quarterback between the tackles, he's going to get hurt. And guess what? This isn't really about the quarterbacks. It's about running with the football. Look at the Niner injuries and look how many running backs they've used over the last few years.
Keep going. Mostert, Breida.
Exactly. They all get hurt.
Mitchell.
I mean, even this year, Mitchell's been hurt. McCaffrey was hurt. Everybody gets hurt who runs with the ball between the tackles because it's a rough game played by rough guys. Now, I blame Shanahan for the Lance injury. I really do. And I said it directly to him. But
I've never heard you say that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was the one drop we got, Larry, where I said Stoney tried to bait me.
I didn't say it in this presser.
Oh, okay.
But I've said it to him when he ran Trey between the tackles.
What are you doing?
I know when he ran Trey 16 times against Arizona.
I'll never forget
his first year.
He got hurt.
Like it was either like 9 scrambles and 7 QB runs or 7 scrambles and 9 QB runs. But I went through the film and I looked at it. And what I found was that on the quarterback scrambles, whereas the quarterback's dropping back to pass, sees nothing, and decides to run on his own. Let's say there was 9 of them. He averaged like 13 yards per scramble, and he only took a hit on like 30% of those runs. But on the design quarterback runs, he averaged 3.2 yards per carry, and he took a hit every single time.
But why is that, Larry? Where were they running him?
Between the tackles.
Now look at
almost exclusively between the tackles. So I blame Shanahan for the Lance injury, but I don't blame him for Josh Johnson. I don't blame him for Jimmy Garoppolo, and I sure as hell don't blame him for the Brock Purdy one.
Now, can I just stop there?
And I know that you're on record as blaming Croft. Yeah. So go ahead.
Yesterday, the great Damon Bruce, as I was exiting, we always chop it up. I said, Damon, why would you have, because he agreed with you, Croft's an okay blocker. Why would you not think to yourself when you're devising that game plan, I'm already on my 4th string. This dude's a phenom, so we think, what could go wrong? I would never, ever leave it in the hands of a backup tight end to block a dude, Reddick, who has 16 sacks. I don't care if that play went for 8 yards. What would have told me not to run that play is, what if Reddick just threw him to the side like a rag doll and wrecked a possible Tommy John injury with the elbow? If that's feasible or on the table, I would have threw that out. So to me, that is on Shanahan. There's another million plays you could have called. There's another million blocking schemes you could have used to put it in your backup tight end's hands as if he was Trent Williams.
But be
and
honest,
what was the result, Larry? He may have Tommy John surgery. He's having a surgery. So that, to me, can be put at the doorstep of the head coach, the play caller.
Be honest here. Aren't you reacting to the injury?
No doubt.
Did you say at any point the week leading into that game, man, if Shanahan leaves Croft one-on-one with Reddick, there's going to be hell to pay. Did you say that?
No.
But
that's
Did
his
anybody
job.
say that?
That's his job. He answers to no one, Larry.
But he's also a blocking tight end.
Okay.
And he's not a rookie. Somebody said he's a rookie. He's not a rookie.
Okay, Larry.
He's a blocking tight end.
So is that okay? Do you think Shanny is not that why he had bags under his eyes yesterday? He's probably losing sleep and feeling sick to himself that he drew that up.
Okay, I look at it this way. I blame Shanahan completely for not calling the challenge, calling the timeout, throwing the challenge flag. He's got to own that. He's got to wear that.
Gotcha.
There were multiple indications that there was something wrong with that play. That's on him. This one is not on him. This one is either it's a third. It's not 100% on him. It's a third if you want to blame him. It's a third on Croft, but even Croft didn't blow that block. That block you blow that block if you let him release that player to the inside.
Everybody got blew up on that side.
And also he's on the back side, and you're supposed to hold that block and then release that player if you have to the outside. He did exactly that. He did a textbook block. Now he didn't hold it as long as in an ideal world he should have, but he held it for a little bit. You got to blame Purdy. You got to blame Purdy.
What are we blaming him for, Larry?
Because he threw it in 3.7 seconds, and the average in the NFL is 2.4. You got to get that thing out. And against Philadelphia and a guy like Reddick, and you know that you got Croft, you know where your weakness is in protection. You got to step up in the pocket, or you got to get rid of that football. It's as much on Brock as it is on Croft, as it is on Kyle. And to just drop it all on Kyle, I think is just
I've never
reacting.
heard Purdy was at fault. I'm not. Wow.
He had the ability to step up in the pocket and didn't. And he also had the ability to get rid of the ball sooner. Now, I don't know, because I didn't see the angle, what he was looking at. Was Ayuk? And I haven't seen the all-22 yet. But I think Ayuk was freed up. And I think if he had gotten rid of it, he could. But I think he was waiting for him to really free himself up and separate from the DB. And that extra second of holding it cost him. But, I mean, you're going up against a team that has 70 sacks.
Okay.
You're talking about one of the greatest sack master teams in the history of the NFL. Dolman and Millard and Henry Thomas with the Vikings, the Bears in the mid-'80s. That's how great this pass rush is for Philly. You got to know that. And to me, it's not just on Shanahan. It's on Shanahan and Croft and Purdy. That's my only point on that.
No, it's interesting. The Xfinity Mobile text line saying Ayuk was wide open on that play. But it's interesting.
He was? I didn't.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Because I haven't seen all 22. But it's interesting you say that, Larry, because in that Raider game, which I think was the worst played game team-wise of the Purdy games that he's played, not just him, remember that pass? They were getting ready to go to overtime or kick the field goal, and you thought Purdy's elbow got hit, but he had rolled out. But, his elbow didn't take that impact that the one Reddick got him square. Yeah, no doubt. Back. And it's just like, man, I had thoughts of that. But you say he could have got rid of the ball? Text line saying he was open.
Partly on Brock.
Ayuk was
That's
open.
All I'm saying. It's partly on Croft, partly on Shanahan, but play action is what you do. It's what you do. And to ask a blocking tight end to block on the backside against Reddick, is it ideal? No. But it's not like, oh my God, Shanahan, it's gross negligence. He needs to be fired. Here's the question I would have. Do people say, well, Shanahan's getting all these quarterbacks killed? Shanahan. The 49ers gave up 42 quarterback hits all season long. That was the 10th fewest in the NFL. They gave up 31 sacks on the year. That was 6th fewest in the NFL. So it's not Shanahan's is not the reason, and his scheme is not the reason that he's on his 4th quarterback. It's just not. And people want to sit there and say, make this sound like it's the 49ers and everybody else's quarterbacks play every single game. I looked this up. I went team by team. Guess how many teams started 3 quarterbacks this season because of assorted injuries?
How many?
The Niners, the Bears, the Colts, the Commanders, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Panthers, the Rams, the Ravens, the Titans, the Texans. I'm not even done. We're talking about 10 right there. At least a dozen teams in the NFL had used 3 quarterbacks this year. That's just the name of the game.
It's a
tons of speed on D.
It's a rough sport. And I always tell this to
going down.
I'm not mad at that, and I get it. But if we want to do that game, we can just rewind it from the tenure of Kyle Shanahan and talk about the running backs and quarterbacks and Jimmy. Again, I'm not blaming Kyle, but there is a trend. Forget those other teams. Why does this consistently happen to your team?
I think there's a reason. I got a reason.
Give it to me, because
here's the reason.
There's something. I'm not blaming them because I know it's genius.
I think
but Larry, you got to tell me it's happening more frequently with the 49ers than any other team.
Well, I just gave you a list of teams that use 3 quarterbacks, and it's a long list, all right? And I just told you where the Niners rank in quarterback hits and quarterback sacks. But I think there's 2 reasons. I think the 49ers running backs, Shanahan loves the outside zone. He loves speed at running back. His daddy likes speed at running back. He likes speed at running back. They go for these guys who have a lot of speed, who can get to the edges. Oftentimes, if you're going for a Raheem Mostert, you're talking about a guy who runs upright and has unbelievable speed. He can run 23 miles an hour, but he's not a between-the-tackles runner. And so if you prioritize speed in your running backs because you want to have guys who can get to the edge and then cut it back, and you want guys that can get to the edge at will like a Mostert, you're going to trade some durability for big play potential. It's just simple as that. Not every player has every trait. The guy who's the great 3-point shooter is often not the best rebounder. I mean, everybody's got different skills. They've prioritized speed at running back, and so they've got smaller, faster, shiftier runners who that if you starch them and hit them hard, they're going to get hurt. So that's the running back explanation.
So real quick, Larry, that adds up to not a good fit. Because you're having guys, you're getting the speed, you're benefiting from the speed, but you're using them in places that exposes them to big, impactful hits. And maybe that's why we saw Mostert hurt. That's why we saw Breida hurt. That's why we see Mitchell hurt. And for him not to even be on the field Sunday, I was just like, and I'm not blaming it, that's just, good Lord, you talk about buzzard luck. This is double buzzard luck. But what you just elegantly described to me is there's a component of mismatch. Like you're using these guys with the speed, but it's like when you talk about quarterbacks outside of Allen in Buffalo, who I think is punch drunk now, and I believe all the impacts that he takes trying to be O.J. Simpson in his prime on these 3rd and 5 and 10 simple throws, the ball selling high because this dude is getting hit too much. He used Trey Lance not like fine china. Like, why would you run him between the tackles? And when you did, Larry, lo and behold, he's out for the year. Like, that to me can be placed on the doorstep of Kyle on, we get what you're trying to do, but man, maybe you need to dial it down because you don't have these whales, these bears that you think you have to be able to take the impact.
You need mobility and off-schedule ability for your quarterback so he can make plays out of structure late in the down, so on and so forth, buy time in the pocket. But this idea that you need a running quarterback, ask the Ravens how they felt about a running quarterback at the end of the year. Lamar wasn't even on the field. As you just said about Josh Allen with Buffalo, he's taking a lot of hits.
Oh, my gosh.
Jalen Hurts, Travis Gibson bounced on that shoulder. He probably came inches away from being out for the year with a separated shoulder. My point is that running the quarterbacks, between the tackles, I don't think is a long-term thing in the NFL. I don't think it's sustainable. But then quarterback-wise, so I pointed out why I think the Niner running backs get hurt. But quarterback-wise, if there's anything that I can point to, and it's the only thing I can point to, and I always look at things personnel-wise, the 49ers have swung and missed on the defensive line. When it comes right down to it, and they're going to do it again this year, it's going to get down to draft day, and it's going to be like, you know what? Man, we need somebody to replace Javon Kinlaw. He got wiped out in the playoffs. But, man, we need an offensive tackle. Mike McGlinchey just left in free agency. All right, it's draft day. Who are we going to take? Offensive tackle, defensive tackle. And they are going defensive tackle. They drafted Solly Thomas. He was a bust. So they had to do it again. They had to come back with Kinlaw. Now he's a bust.
What about Drake Jackson?
And they passed on Tristan Wirfs.
Okay, but what about the Drake Jacksons of the world where you think they're about to break out?
And Drake Jackson, I think, Shanahan referenced yesterday that he felt like he wore down physically. And I think Drake needs to get stronger in the offseason, no doubt. But I think more than anything is that the 49ers needed an extra tackle late in the year because Javon Kinlaw was getting nothing done.
They were throwing him around like
he got nothing done.
Boy, that's a
what
big dude.
What does he do? You know that
he's like Iggy. He stays hurt.
Yeah. Well, seen Office Space where the guy's like, "What would you say you do here?" You know what I mean? What does Javon Kinlaw do?
Yeah.
He's made one tackle a game all year long in the games that he's healthy for, and 0 sacks.
But I got to be honest, Larry. You and I did a show, and I was sitting over there. We switched it up today, and I'm loving it. You were excited about Kinlaw.
I was. I did an interview with Kinlaw before the playoffs, and I said, Javon, if you have the best month of your life, this team can win the Super Bowl. And he's like, man, we're going to win the Super Bowl anyway. And I said, well, I love the confidence, but I really
that video
Baldy
put out, they were throwing him around.
Oh, man. Now, granted, Kelsey's can't.
Yeah.
He's big time. But, I mean, what did Baldy say? This guy's getting kicked out of the club.
Yeah, right.
Like, and then Armstead questioned Baldy, and then Baldy was backtracking left and right on that.
I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah. Armstead was. Well,
they call that a tweet beat.
Yeah. Armstead said, hey, man, it wasn't him on that play. It was me. I should have been in that hole. But if you look at both Armstead and Kinlaw were getting combo blocked consistently up front, and Armstead was standing up that double team, splitting it and giving no ground. And Kinlaw was getting bounced around like a pin in a bowling alley.
Wow.
I mean, he was flying all over the place.
Larry, I got to bring something to you because I thought about when I found out we were getting down together. I had to bring this to you. And I know how I tend to think I know how you put your thoughts together.
Kinlaw right now.
Okay. But I'm about to bring somebody else on that D-line up. And I have repeatedly talked about compared this player to Michael Strahan, Reggie White, DeMarcus Ware, all the greats, and that is Bosa. And Bosa is going to be DPOY. But we always see sometimes in sports a hitter in the regular season, in the postseason, it doesn't equate. We see basketball, you average 30 in the regular season, then you get to the playoffs, and for whatever reason it's 18. It's like, man, what's up with that dip? What happened? All I'm asking Larry Krueger on this Thursday is, because it's bothering me, I haven't watched all 22, but I've watched the game 2.5 times, fell asleep last night to it, asked Bonte, because I sent him a picture, we talked, I was watching, I was in the lab. How do you describe his performance or him being what I deem too quiet for a game wrecker? Or, Larry, is there a scenario to where in the biggest of games, Bosa can be blocked?
I think it's about the other guys.
Wow.
I think it's about the other guys.
Because Strahan did have help. He had all the guys.
Oh, yeah.
Tucker.
Justin Tuck.
Who did, what was the other one?
On their D-line.
Even though I'm messing his name
they had
up.
OC.
Yeah,
OC Umanora.
Right?
Umanora.
Yeah, I'll stay away from that one. Yeah, but no, he had
They were
help.
stacked. They were loaded up front. Yeah.
And so was Philly.
And so are the Niners.
Size.
When they're healthy.
Now, go ahead. Now, can you break this
Fitz?
down?
Did I hear Fitz there?
Break this down. So are the Niners when they're healthy?
Yeah, like
I'm all ear.
Ebukam, Kinlaw, Armstead, Bosa, Amenahue, Givens,
Larry.
T.Y. McGill, Jordan Willis, Kerry Hyder, Drake Jackson. The Niners have a tremendously deep line. I think when I'm looking at this thing, I'm looking at the fact that Ebukam was super dinged up. Amenahue had the off-field problems at the end of the year. Hyder is really just a combo guy who can play inside or outside. And Drake Jackson was inactive because of Kinlaw, but Shanahan said because he lost power and strength. I just think that at the beginning of the year, when you had Ebukam fresh and Amenahue and these guys were fresh, man, it was really, really challenging to really throw a lot of attention at Bosa. But with Amenahue and Ebukam and these guys not playing quite at the same level as the season wore on, it just allowed teams to just absolutely focus and slide their protection towards Bosa. And also, you know what?
Even
One of the
in that
things that
Dallas
makes
game,
Reddick so
because I
good-
thought he was going to – Dak was terrible, and he was under duress, but I was waiting. It wasn't that Bosa under duress. So even against the Dallas line, you feel like it was because of the others is why he was relatively quiet?
Yeah, I do. I think also, you know, what it really comes down to sometimes is are the guys inside, you know, are they absorbing all these blockers? And if you look at Philly with their huge front, man, it allowed guys like Reddick to just be basically, you know, edge. Guys like Reddick Hassan Reddick never played the run. In the play action game, it didn't work. Philly was best against play action because the Reddicks of the world don't read run. They're just like, you know what, we're shooting up the field. I'll let the big boys inside handle the run. Well, the Niners, Bosa, if you notice Bosa was probably their best defensive lineman outside of Armstead against the run. Well, if you gotta be a run stuffer inside and your line is not absorbing these blockers in the interior and they could slide everything to your side, it makes it where they can neutralize you. If you have one awesome rusher and you don't have a bookend partner, you can neutralize one guy. Philly had two guys. The Niners had one. I mean, Dallas had three guys.
Yeah,
really. Dallas had multiple rushers. Bosa did not have enough help in my opinion, and also I think Bosa may have worn down. I think he may just have worn down, but he played the run as well as any defensive end I think I've seen in years. The whole second half of the year, he was constantly making plays against the run in short yardage, sideline runs between the tackles. I mean, Bosa makes plays against the run.
That's interesting because Sean John on YouTube is saying, "Damn, Guru, that's very disrespectful. You're insinuating that Bosa's a playoff no-show." No, it's the exact opposite. I think so highly of him. I was waiting for the Reggie White, and you've broken it down.
Dominance.
And against the run, especially against Dallas, he was there. I get that. And you do fatigue. You do get tired. But the one takeaway, if we just forget the quarterbacks and the bad hand the Niners were dealt, Philly's going nowhere. And my takeaway, Larry, because
I was Super Bowl Sunday.
Well, no, they're going to lose to Kansas City.
Oh, I agree.
No, but everybody else is running around here to deal.
I think the wrong team's favorite.
Okay, wow. Okay, great.
Why is Kansas City losing to Philly?
And Mahomes is not going 1-2. This is about Mahomes, his toughness, and Andy Reid, and what they did against that Niner defense with the quick screens to McKinnon. I've seen Dak put up 48 points against that Philly defense. Okay, so that wasn't the Niners' day Sunday. My thing and my takeaway from this game, and you can't deny it, Larry, as bad as that game started, when they tied it up, the Niners with Josh, I was like, oh my God, things have kind of subsided. The Niners, I felt like their defense got their feet up. Hurts didn't have the greatest game. The takeaway for the third time, the Niners need to get more nasty, not just on the O-line. Trent Williams didn't have his best day.
No.
The D-line, you got to get some more nasty on both sides of the ball. And I didn't think that about the Niners up until the Dallas game a little, but the Philly game was no matter what went down and Purdy was upright, you got to get nasty. You got to get more nasty.
The only thing I'll say about this Philly game, after Purdy went out,
it's a wrap.
Just turn off the TV.
Right.
Turn it off.
I don't like that,
because,
but you're right.
Because Philly would have played better, right? I mean, this whole, well, you know what? The Niners had no shot. Once Purdy was done, they were done. Everybody knows that. I don't think anybody thought they had a real shot. I at least didn't think they had a real shot, even though we still had 3 more hours to watch. I just think that forget that entire game because Sirianni and Steichen, they would have had their offense dialed up, more plays down the field. They would have taken more shots against Lenore, more shots against Charvarius, right? They called off the dogs once Purdy got knocked out of the game. All right, I want to get into the quarterback question, though. Who is the Niners starter at quarterback? Who is best to round out that quarterback room? And here's the other question I want to get into next segment. Does Trey Lance's timeline make sense or jive with the Niner timeline? I want your thoughts on that. We got a lot more to talk about Niner-wise. Cam Inman's going to join us at 2. And then I want to get into Shanahan and Kerr and talk a little bit about the combo, who fans are turning on more at the end. But up next, we'll talk a little bit more on the Niners. Does Trey Lance fit the Niner timeline? And if you want to jump in, 888-957-9570 on 95.7 The Game.
It's a trap.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
There's a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru on a Thursday. Larry Krueger in for Steiny. Tune into the Warriors live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Cam Inman's going to join us top of the hour. We'll talk more Niners with the great Cam Inman. I just dropped my sheet there. There we go. We got on the text line, and by the way, if you want to chime in on the text line, 888-957-9570. 408 says, Guru, let me get a shout out from the 408.
What's up, 408? there you go.
Getting a little shout out. Shanahan, you heard that coming back. That was, I thought that was interesting. I mean, he was asked about Garoppolo, and they don't know who their quarterback is, and they don't know what direction, who's going to be healthy and who's not, and how Purdy's coming back or how Lance is coming back. But, man, when it came to Jimmy Garoppolo, is he going to be here? No. And there was no hesitation. There was no measure. I took that
felt like
as,
that was a little disrespectful.
Disrespectful to Jimmy?
Yeah.
I think that was...
After he saved your ass.
I think it was more of an acknowledgement that Jimmy wants out. That's the deal, that Jimmy only came here. So, he only took the deal to come back here because they guaranteed him that he's out. So I think that it's, and then I saw Mike Silver, who I know has talked to Jimmy many times throughout the year. And when he was being asked about Jimmy's future and whether Jimmy would come back, he was like, he ain't coming back. And, almost to the point like Mike knows something. So I
think there's any bad blood by any chance?
There may be.
Because I would have said, Steiny and I always role play. If I were Kyle and I was asked, and you asked me about Jimmy, I'd have been, oh, man, Jimmy was great. We appreciate everything he's done, Larry. And, I don't see a scenario to where he's on the team with the young quarterbacks we got, but I don't see a scenario. And, again, he's 2 days removed from losing a game that would have got him to the Super Bowl and that elusive ring that he's chasing.
I just felt like there was some venom in that.
Well, Shanahan yesterday was salty, man.
Yeah.
And at one point, Lynch said, "Hey, guys, Kyle just coached an entire season." And, you could almost see he was like saying, "Hey, guys, this is not the right."
Were you in the crowd?
Not yesterday.
Okay.
Not yesterday. I just watched it or listened and then watched it online. Okay, here's what Shanahan said yesterday about Trey Lance and, how close what's his status for the offseason OTA start in April. Here's Shanahan on that.
It sounds like he'll be pretty close around phase 1, phase 2. OTAs is the third phase, which I think that's 5 weeks after phase 1. So we'll see in phase 1. They're saying right around that time. So hopefully we'll be able to ease him in with drill work and things like that. And then by OTAs, he'll be able to go.
Okay, here's another one I think is kind of interesting. Shanahan talking about the quarterback situation this offseason and how he views it.
I don't think there's much to handle. One guy can't go, and the other guy should be ready for OTAs. So OTAs haven't been that consistent over the last 3-4 years since COVID. They keep being a little bit more different each year, so it's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but it sounds like we'll at least have one guy for it.
Okay, do they want a rookie? Do they want a veteran? Wow. He addressed that as well.
I know we have 2 starters on our team right now that I believe we can win with. So when you have that situation, you're not that eager to go looking around.
So who is the starter at quarterback for the 49ers in 2023? Who's the starter? And I have one more cut here where I think he gives us an indication. Tell me what you think if you feel like he's given us an indication after you hear this.
But it was just a little bit of a different feeling because our guys from Sunday night in the locker room versus Dallas to Monday when I talked to them to Wednesday's practice to Friday to Saturday, everyone was so ready for that moment. Again, not to take anything away from Philly. I didn't feel like they got the chance to totally compete. And that was kind of just hard to stomach. And it was cool to keep watching them fight. I don't think it hit them to the end, really what was going on, because those guys were just going like they had all year. But I think that was kind of the hardest thing, and it's been the hardest thing. But, hey, it's life. That's what we sign up for in this sport. And you got to grieve that a little bit because of all the stuff you put into it. But, the thing that helps me the most is I know how we're going to be next year. I know how I'm going to be personally, like I am every year. Not at this moment, but when it comes, you're fired up and confident and ready to go. And I know I'll be like that. And I know our team will be like that because you make sure you get that way anyways in this profession. But when you do look at our roster, you look at the people coming back, it's going to be real tough losing D'Amico, but I have a lot of confidence of everyone else in our building, from coaches to upstairs with John, and I know what we're going to have coming back. So we got to take our time a little, grieve this a little bit, but man, I'm pumped for next year.
All right, that wasn't the cut I thought it was. Yeah. I thought he was going to say that the cut where he said this year's chance at the Super Bowl felt like the best chance that he had, wow. Which to me is an indication from Kyle that he's saying that Brock is his number one guy, that Brock processes like better than the other quarterbacks. Why would he say in a year where he's leaning on his third string quarterback to win playoff games that this was the year where he felt he had the best chance to win the Super Bowl? I think it's because he feels like he finally had a quarterback who processed. I could be wrong. Yeah. That statement could be about their defense, but I kind of read it as, hey, this was the best shot we had at the Super Bowl because we had a quarterback who could process things offensively, what he sees at the line of scrimmage. So to me, that seems like an indication to me when I heard that yesterday that he's really in on Purdy and that Purdy is going to enter as the starting quarterback. He was asked that question, who is your starter? And he went to that, he didn't say, we could all be dead or anything, but he went to that, I can't read the future and all that. I think, he basically dodged. He dodged the question because he didn't want to say. But
He's hurting, Larry.
I think it's Purdy.
Okay.
I think Purdy's his number one guy.
Well, you're telling me then you know how the surgery's going to go. And again, just like I did in crosstalk in the changeover 2, Larry, if you're telling me this kid's going to be ready, Brock Purdy, by OTAs, okay, there's going to be a competition. But again, life is so fickle. Purdy was on such a run. He captivated the football world with what he was doing and the labels that were put on him and others that were drafted where he was at. And all he did was go undefeated and lead his team into the playoffs. They beat Seattle. They beat Dallas. He's 4 quarters away, a dollar bill, 4 quarters away of going to the Super Bowl in this magical story. And I'm telling you, like Bill Murray in Ghostbusters, he had the gun to keep Trey Lance on the sideline. Listen to me. It was going to be his show. Even if they lost, he was the starter. He had that in his hands. And now with this injury, the possible delay, Trey Lance has been, to me, given another opportunity to show us what you have. But now this time, Larry Krueger, he's going to have the ability and pleasure of utilizing McCaffrey, a more seasoned Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle. And my thing is now, I've been saying this is a quarterback's dream. So we have to see Trey Lance with everything at his disposal. But the one thing you can't hide is if he doesn't have the goods, we will all be able to say he is not ready like James Wiseman, nor does he have the goods. You cannot, Kyle will not be able to hide that, especially since Brock Purdy has shown us what the bar is, 31 a game, this and that. Whatever you think, that offense looked different. And I cannot wait if it's, because Kyle just told us in the presser, right now we only got one QB. Like, this ain't a competition until they go into that elbow. And I was telling Willard and Dibbs and you, like, quit saying you know how long it's going to be, Larry. I just feel like this thing, if he needs Tommy John, has given Trey Lance another life. But what scares me is, why, Kyle, were you running him between the tackles and trying to manipulate and hide your quarterback? Because I think accuracy is an area of improvement for Trey. But now Trey has the ghost, and it's like golf. You know what you got to compete. Like, he set a standard, Purdy did, with this offense. Can you meet that? And if he's not getting those, 25 to 30 throws a game, and they're trying to use him like Vince Young, we're going to be like, we're not dumb. The public's going to be like, oh, this kid ain't ready.
Well, I mean, and that even Shanahan, when he talks about his quarterbacks, when he gets to Trey, he calls him a dual threat quarterback. He's a dual threat. And that, I think, is in part of the problem. But let me ask you this. If everybody's healthy, Brock's healthy, Trey's healthy, who's your number one? Who's your number two? And what kind of quarterback do you want for number three? Because I'm going to give you 6 names of the guys that I think are their most likely 6 names.
Before you do, I feel like when you say that third name, you're shopping at Nordstrom's, and we need to be at Thrifty's, old school Thrifty's.
Dollar store?
Yeah, because you're not going to get much, Larry.
TJ Maxx?
Yeah, you ain't getting much. Those guys that you're like, Dalton, I said.
But they
Dalton
may play. So maybe you should invest a few more dollars in that third quarterback spot.
But that would be a large sale, a big sale.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have Andy Dalton sitting there instead of Josh Johnson?
Then I'm signing predicated on, okay, I think this kid, Trey Lance, is going to stink. That'll get me one step closer. I think Purdy won't be healthy. Like, what incentive do they have with 2 young guys in front of them?
As far as the veteran.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you're right. You'd almost need the right kind of player. You either need a veteran that's made money or has kind of dropped to this level, like an Andy Dalton, Taylor Heineke, or you need somebody you're familiar with, Nate Sudfeld. Easton Stick who Dibbs mentioned, was the quarterback at North Dakota State with Trey, so he knows Trey. I'll give you 2 more. How about Jarrett Stidham? How about Gardner Minshew?
I don't think the Raiders would let Stidham go anywhere, and Minshew, I would take a full.
Sounds like the Raiders may want A-Rod.
Man.
So if the Raiders got Aaron Rodgers, I think Stidham would probably walk. I mean, I'm just saying, I would like, in an ideal world, that third Niner quarterback to be able to play, because odds are he may have to.
Ah, man.
Instead of just a guy. I don't want a guy. But what do you think of Dalton? These are the names. Andy Dalton, Taylor Heineke, Nate Sudfeld, Easton Stick, Jarrett Stidham, Gardner Minshew. One of those 6 guys, I think, is likely to be their third quarterback.
I'm not mad at that.
Does any of those names, or any of those names intriguing to you?
Yes.
At all?
Yeah, Andy Dalton's intriguing. Stidham's intriguing.
Andy Dalton's 35, so he could probably help you watch a little film. But Stidham's younger.
It's funny that we're having this conversation because you and I we've done radio many times together, and not once did we talk about the subject matter, which was the third string quarterback.
when I brought up Purdy,
this is why life is
Purdy this
beautiful,
summer.
man.
You guys were like, I don't even want to talk about him.
But
He's a third-string quarterback.
well, hey,
seriously, everybody was like, "Hey, man,
that one.
if they're going to release, I don't know if
well,
it was
you were on
Damon
Trey Lance
or
too,
Willard,
though, Larry.
And somebody
you were
said
on Trey
to me,
Lance too. You sold me tough on Trey Lance.
I like Trey
You
Lance.
were over here. I'll never forget. You had your jeans on and your Kruger black shirt, and you said, "Guru, this Trey." And I said, "Larry, how do you know?" So I'm not throwing that. I'm not throwing that back at you as shade, but. You were ready to go with this kid.
I still like Trey Lance, but I just don't think his timeline is going to
Now break
jive.
that down. What do you mean? Timeline is, to me, we need a quarterback. Get in there. We got a window because Brock Purdy, you could make that same assessment of the timeline. He's too raw and young, and had he not got hurt, who knows?
But he wasn't raw. He was experienced. Trey literally is raw. I mean, he's raw. He didn't play. He only played 1 year of college football.
I like to see the workout.
And he played it in the FCS.
That swayed Kyle.
And now he's sat and sat and
he's
sat.
hurt.
And he's hurt.
Yeah.
Now he's healthy. Or now he's getting healthy. He sounds like he will be healthy. I think Trey, I'm really eager to see what he looks like because I think he probably learned a ton of nuances watching Purdy operate the offense as a rookie. How does Trey look now after another year in the offense, after learning more of the personnel and Kyle's system? I expect Trey to be better, but watching him and looking at his kind of one-speeded throws where everything's a bullet, he doesn't throw with touch or timing or tempo or even accuracy. He's got a big arm. He's got good athleticism. He's a big kid who can take hits, even though he got hurt. He's a big physical body. So there's a lot of, and football's really important to him. There's a lot of great traits there. But what if Trey is raw and needs more time? Are the 49er fans, are the 49er players, are the 49er coaches, are the media, are people lose their mind here if the team loses a game?
Yeah.
And they're going to somehow be fine with him going 8-9 next year?
Yeah, no, and
people are gonna lose their ass if he goes 8-9 next year.
I'm about to give you a compliment, and you're correct. I agree with you. Shasky, Bonte, you, and I got a friend, Frankie Carrillo. I've dubbed him 49er Frankie.
Okay,
they're the same age as you got. They are diehards, and I always thought he gets mad when I say this, but they used to always say, "When we go, speaking for the Niner Empire, we win, Larry." And that was you in the Super Bowls through the Joe and the Steve Youngs. And where I'm going is, Steiny is always, he goes resume. And we talked about how when you look now, Shanahan and his success of going to the playoffs, a lot of other organizations would look at that and, hey, the train's headed in the right direction. But it's been since 1994, Larry, that the 49ers have won a Super Bowl. And one thing I've learned in this Purdy injury has told us things can change in a millisecond. If you could put your what you do, your expertise to the side, and let me just tap into the Larry Kruger fandom and your love for the team. And you may say, "Goo, it's all together." I get that. But aren't you disappointed that the Niners season ended again close but no cigar? Because where I'm going is, Kyle, I understand his brilliance, but not throwing the flag, that's just part of. What if this dude's Marty Schottenheimer? What if this dude is Andy Reid in Philly, where they got to 4 NFC championship games and couldn't get over the hump for whatever reason? Like, how much of that do you think about? Because I'm just looking around like, okay, we keep talking about the 6 months. You need a quarter. We don't know if this this thing might get rotten before it gets. None of these guys.
There are no guarantees
right, but
in life.
Where are you at with Kyle? Is what I'm asking.
I'm okay with Kyle. They've been to 3 of the last 4 NFC championship games. I'm okay with Kyle. It's not your birthright to win the freaking Super Bowl. It's not. It's really, really hard, and that's why they have parades, and they cost $500,000 to put on a parade, and they don't do it all the time. Why? It's a parade because you don't win titles every year. Here's the bottom line. Yeah, you're right. They've been knocking on the door. They haven't kicked it. They haven't
Ravens.
kicked it down.
Well, that was different. It wasn't Kyle, but
that was
just
Harbaugh.
as an organization,
I got more frustration with Harbaugh throwing fades to Crabtree and not
3
handing it to Cap or Gore. You got a Hall of Fame running back. You got the greatest running quarterback in years. You got first and goal on the 5, and you're throwing Crabtree.
Yeah, I saw
fades
it.
to Crabtree with a quarterback who doesn't throw with any touch. I mean, it was just crazy, absolutely crazy. But as far as Shanahan, yeah, I'm a little frustrated that they've gotten close. But guess what? They haven't been good enough. That's it. Period.
Okay,
be
Larry,
better. Be better.
I asked you a question. I got to let you finish.
Linemen.
I got one thing. You were just going off. And I wonder why that venom toward Harbaugh and that sequence in the Super Bowl, because you were close, but why don't you keep that same energy and intensity for the 10-point lead in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes left over a team that they had dominated Kansas City? So I'm just like, why not that same intensity?
No, I have
for
the same intensity. I'm just not for that for the end of that game. Kansas City was an awesome offensive team that was going to score 40, and Shanahan shouldn't have ruined shouldn't have just basically threw away his opportunities at the end of the first half. They should have been more aggressive.
Remember Lynch calling timeout? Like, can I go to that and connect just the reluctance to throw the flag? But not that cost you the game. Won. But Larry, it was on you to make a quick decision, and he didn't make it. And he cost his team a touchdown.
I know. Believe me, and I know.
The timeout before half, and Lynch, Hall of Famers up there saying timeout.
There's too much blame of Shanahan. I mean, let's be honest. Dan Quinn was the head coach of the Falcons.
28-3.
People talk about Shanahan blew that. Nobody's saying D'Amico blew Sunday's game. D'Amico. No. Why? Because it's Kyle Shanahan's the head coach. But when it came to 28-3, Quinn's the head coach, but Shanahan took the blame. Whatever. All I'm saying is, there's some frustration in Shanahan, but I think if the Chiefs-Niners Super Bowl had lasted 10 more minutes, the Chiefs would have won by more.
Wow.
I think the Chiefs were going right on by. I think Kyle's problem in that game, and I went off on it in the days afterwards, is that Deebo Samuel at halftime of Niners-Chiefs Super Bowl was the MVP of the game, and he only touched the rock twice in the second half. That to me is inexcusable. And I hold
I don't even remember that, Larry. Wow.
I hold Kyle's feet to the fire on that. But as far as this, I don't think the 49ers were good enough once Brock Purdy went down. And stuff happens in football. So I don't necessarily hold Shanahan's feet to the fire as much as maybe some people do. Yeah. Also, I'm looking at this going, who would you rather have? Anybody can demo a kitchen. Can you go then build it back up? Anybody can take a sledgehammer to it. It doesn't take anything. Would you rather build somebody's kitchen or take a sledgehammer to it? I can't build it. I'll take the sledgehammer. And people ripping Shanahan or just busting out that sledgehammer. It's easy to beat him up. You lost the game. You're disappointed. He's getting all your hate. But you know what? Who's going to be better? If you want to fire Kyle Shanahan,
and I didn't say,
give me somebody that's better.
But Larry,
and there ain't anybody out there that you can come up with that's better.
We're 7 years in, and to his credit,
he doesn't get forever, but I'd give him 2-3 more years.
Do they have a franchise quarterback? Has he been able to identify a franchise quarterback? Because I got to tell you, my friend, he was lucky as hell Garoppolo hurt that shoulder, and Garoppolo was able to do what he did to keep this season afloat. Then I don't want to call him lucky because you deserve some credit on what Purdy was able to do. But the way you used Trey Lance, and before he got hurt, Larry, there were whispers that maybe you got the wrong dude. Like, don't you deserve some criticism for that? 7 years in, you just asked me, Goo, just like last year, who's the quarterback? Injury or not, they still don't have their Hurts. They don't have their Mahomes. Where's the next Young? Where's the next Montana? The continuity from the Russell Wilson in his prime. Where is that guy, Kyle? And then I've said some nights I've went to bed thinking Kyle doesn't need that guy. Please, I slapped myself thinking that.
I mean,
you need that. Maybe that's why he doesn't have the ring.
One of the things that I kept hearing this last month was anybody can win in Kyle's offense.
I think I did. You might, Larry. Did you have? I might. I was so drunk on what was going on.
9-29
Johnson
with all
it up 7-7. Larry, I
quarterbacks.
was thinking, oh my God, if he pulls this off.
Let's take a call here. Michael's in San Jose. He wants to react to Shanny's presser yesterday. Shanahan and Lynch's presser. Michael, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
All right. I want to talk about the press conference. I think that Shanahan was frustrated because going into that game, I think he had a good game plan and he knew it. And when those guys asked him at the press conference, he had two options: either throw Purdy under the bus or just get frustrated. I think that going into the game and in the beginning, Purdy was getting rid of the ball at 2.7 seconds, second to Mr. Tom Brady. And during the Cowboy game, he started holding it just a hair longer. during that play, Ayuk is coming open. If you can't expect Tyler Kroft to hold a block for 2 seconds and then him get rid of that ball within a 2.5, which Hassan would have never got to him, that would have been a big play. So going into that game, I think the whole team had confidence because they knew that Shanahan had a good game plan. If Purdy would have just stuck to the plan, and I don't want to blame Purdy, but I think that it goes back to trust. Like everybody says, why doesn't he trust Trey Lance? Why did he trust Garoppolo? He trusted Purdy because Purdy followed instructions.
I think you're right. I don't know about followed instructions, but I think he had a belief in Purdy. I think that he felt that Purdy saw the field.
Oh, and yeah.
By the way, 925 Goo, you just can't blow out a kitchen, Larry. There's water that'll get everywhere. So yeah, okay. Make sure you turn off your water before you take a sledgehammer to your kitchen counters. All right, we're going to talk more Niner football coming up next. The Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer & Gershon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Coming up next on the Bud Light guest line is our 95.7 The Game 49er insider, Cam Inman himself. He joins us to shed a little light on so many issues: the Lynch Shanahan presser, the quarterback room, free agent priorities, needs, the coaching carousel. We hit it all next with Cam on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Being a great player is doing it year after year after year.
This is insane.
And I would say the same thing that Trey Lance did what Brock Purdy did.
See, I'm buying all my stock in Trey Lance. I never sold it.
Yeah, but
Red eye right now. Brock is a top 15 quarterback right now in the NFL.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
The all-new Nissan Ariya is a fully loaded EV. It's brimming with style and power.
Up to 389 horses of it.
Innovation and intelligence.
E-Force all-wheel drive.
It'll pin you to your seat.
Your very plush seat.
The all-new, all-electric Nissan Ariya. Nissan Ariya with E-Force expected availability early 2023. E-Force cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. E-Force and 389 horsepower available on Platinum Plus. Nissan calculation using 1-foot rollout testing with long-range battery and E-Force only in sport mode with E-Step off. These results are for comparison only and should not be attempted on public roads. Drive responsibly. See NissanUSA.com for details.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
The all-new Nissan Ariya is a fully loaded EV. It's brimming with style and power.
Up to 389 horses of it.
Innovation and intelligence.
E-Force all-wheel drive.
It'll pin you to your seat.
Your very plush seat.
The all-new, all-electric Nissan Ariya. Nissan Ariya with E-Force expect availability early 2023. E-Force cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. E-Force and 389 horsepower available on Platinum Plus. Nissan calculation using 1-foot rollout testing with long-range battery and E-Force only in sport mode with E-Step off. These results are for comparison only and should not be attempted on public roads. Drive responsibly. See nissanusa.com for details.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Called the Garoppolo segment.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny today on this Thursday. Larry Krueger sitting in for Steiny, and Cam Inman joins us on all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And it's always easy to enjoy the thoughts of Cam Inman.
Cam.
Been on the beat for more than a day. Cam, how many years you been covering the Niners?
My first year on the beat was at Y2K. That was the Y2K crisis I think everybody was anticipating, was when Cam was coming aboard. So since 2000, there's been a lot of highs, a lot of lows, and there's been no Super Bowl wins. So maybe I am the curse of this.
Don't get that going.
Ownership.
If that starts going around, that could become a thing. All right,
not a thing.
Let's get into the presser from Shanahan and Lynch. Shanahan seemed like he would rather be, facing the electric chair than sitting there. And at one point, Lynch looks at the group and says, "Hey guys, Kyle's been through a lot, and he's just coached a season." Almost apologizing for how curt and short and somewhat, I don't know if I won't call it arrogant, but, kind of some of the answers that he put out there. What did you think of Shanahan's overall tone on the dais?
Well, I didn't think he was as drained as he looked after the Super Bowl loss, because it took him, I think, 4 days before he composed himself to have that postseason press conference. And honestly, it's the same look he had the second Brock Purdy got hurt on Sunday. It was, Are you freaking kidding me? We went all this far, and then for the rug to get pulled out just like that. I mean, I think everybody can understand and sympathize and see how he's feeling. The sad thing is, it's for the third time in 4 years, it's like you've come so close. You have such a great team, and you just don't have the Lombardi Trophy to show for it. So I think everybody also has to take the step back and say, this coach did one of the most phenomenal coaching jobs in NFL history, considering how many quarterbacks they had to go through, and almost at every turn, the offense got better. And, when Garoppolo came back in from Lance, obviously he stepped out of the back of the end zone in Denver. He's saying, no, this is not going to go well. And then Jimmy got on track, and the system started working again. And then Brock comes in, and they're putting up over 30 points a game. And you're going, holy smokes, what is going on with this team? So I just think people need to keep in mind that this guy's a brilliant play caller. And not only that, he relates so well to the players. And so at this point of the season, win or lose, it's exhausting, and you don't get the payoff that you've been searching for so darn long.
Cam, I agree. I agree, especially with the job that Kyle did with Brock Purdy. He was a big part of that. Nobody can deny that. And I told Steiny this yesterday, Cam, and we had a discussion. I've told Larry, and I kind of want to get your thoughts. I've watched the game again. It's what I like to do. And can you break down in your mind, Cam, how you processed Kyle not throwing the flag? Because every time I watched the game again, they could have lost. But had he thrown the, challenge flag and you take that touchdown off the board, or you just get the ball, who's to say everything's different in that game? Your thoughts on, did the booth upstairs, whoever the Niners had upstairs, fail Kyle? What was your take on that whole sequence?
I think that everybody failed, and it's perfect Monday morning quarterback fodder because it was such a turning point of the game. And you can reflect on it saying it's not too early in a game to burn a timeout or a replay challenge because it's a massive point in the game. This is the opening series. It's a fourth down play. He went into halftime with all 3 timeouts, so it didn't matter if he burned one, right? He said he looked at the video board and he couldn't decide whether it would be enough to overturn it. You can't go off the home team's video board, but you can rely on other people watching it. And sure, there's other people on the Niners staff that are supposed to be in charge to let him know whether to challenge that. The NFL is supposed to help out on some of those replays, right? I don't know how this whole NFL replay stuff is going on, but it ain't going great. And then, to me, you also just got to look at the body language of the players on the field. And Devontae Smith is signaling, hey, hurry it up because I didn't catch that sucker. And somebody has to see that. And maybe DeMeco Ryans has to see that as a defensive coordinator. It's his defense out there. So a lot of people are at fault. The Eagles did a great job huddling up or getting to the line and getting another play off so that they couldn't replay it. Just as they did a great job on the pass rush that knocked Brock Purdy out. It was not the Niners' day from the get-go.
No question, and now it kind of makes the whole quarterback room very much a question mark. What did you think of Kyle? Kyle seemed very confident that Purdy was only going to be out 6 months. Is that wishful thinking on his part? Do you think he has more information than he shared with us? And how do you see the 49er quarterback room next year?
A couple things. They have two quarterbacks under contract, so those are the two you have to put your full confidence behind, and that's Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, right? And you can't say that, we're going to go out and get Tom Brady to unretire, convince Aaron Rodgers, hey, come over here, because they don't have the capital for that, blah, blah, blah. The 6-month outlook is the best case scenario to get Brock Purdy back. And what's striking, and this is kind of, Shanahan hinted at it, is it's a realistic possibility as long as that UCL ligament is not frayed to the point where you have to do a whole reconstruction. And the glimmering light in all that is traced to Nick Mullins from 2 years earlier. Was it 2 years earlier? 2 years? Yeah, 2 years ago, when Nick had his UCL torn in a December game with the 49ers, and he opted for what's called the repair, the internal brace repair. And Nick was throwing within 3 months, and he was on the Philadelphia Eagles training camp roster 6 months later. after his surgery, and his career is going okay. He's bounced around to, I think, 4 teams since the Niners, but at each spot there was like an entrenched starter. And the Vikings traded for him before last season, so he spent this whole season as Kirk Cousins' backup. And I reached out to Nick in the last couple of days, heard back from him today. He didn't want to get into detail about that specific surgery or the recovery, but he said, and this really ties into why I think the Niners and Brock are looking this path, would be Nick didn't want to waste a year out of football. He said he couldn't afford to be out a year. So he went for the quicker option, and obviously it's worked for him because he's in the National Football League throwing passes again confidently. And so he hopes things go as well for Brock as they have for him.
Cam, let me ask you this. If it were up to you and I said, you know what area of this team needs improvement the most, how would you answer that?
The first thing that jumps in my mind when you said that was the defensive line. It's where they, stake their claim year after year that we have the best defensive front in football, right? Well, it sure didn't look that way in Philadelphia. All due respect to Nick Bosa because he's unique. He's the defensive player of the year, and he's a maniac, not just in the pass rush, just the whole aura that he gives that defense. But everything next to him needs to step it up a notch, especially on the interior, especially for a pass rusher opposite him. They to me, that unit kind of faded when they shouldn't have. And it's not that Jalen Hurts just was ripping them apart. The Eagles' offense just kind of seemed to outsmart them, out-physical them. It was staggering. And that's what this team bases itself off of, is having a great defensive front, and that allows your Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw to make plays, Hufanga can't get in there. So you got all pros behind them. And then offensively, they have such a great group of skill position players with McCaffrey and Debo and Ayuk and Kittle. You can't really get better there. Offensive line, I guess you can, but I don't see them addressing it. Not with Trent. If Trent Williams retires, then they're in trouble. Especially if Mike McGlinchey leaves in free agency, then you're like, holy cow, where'd our tackles go? Then offensive tackle becomes number one priority. But I would assume that Trent Williams comes back. I think McGlinchey's going to test the market and find a much richer payday than the Niners are offering. And then everything on the interior, the Niners committed to redoing that this year, right? And so they had young guys, first-year starters take over there, and I thought they held their own pretty well. So I don't think that they would commit resources to that position. So I circle back to the defensive front, and that's my final answer.
Well, and I agree. I mean, the Kinlaw, the way he played in this game, they have to find a significant player that can play opposite Armstead inside, and that player, that investment's going to either be huge in free agency, a Deron Payne, or it's got to be a significant draft capital move, you would think, unless they get lucky. What about Chris Kocherik and the defensive coordinator position? Josina Anderson is, saying that Chris, who's been on the record as saying that he doesn't want to be a coordinator, but that, that he may be up for the Texans DC job, that he's from Texas, he went to Texas Tech. And what are you hearing about the other guys? With Fangio going to the Dolphins today, Steve Wilkes, the Panthers interim coach, and the Commanders defensive backfield coach, Chris Harris, who's thought to be a kind of a fast riser in coaching circles. Those are the names we keep hearing. What are you hearing?
When Kyle Shanahan yesterday emphasized that he wanted continuity in his scheme, it meant that he looks to promote from within, and we've seen that with him on the offense and defensive side, whether it's D'Amico taking over for Saleh, Bobby Slowick and Chris Forster kind of moving up the chain once Mike McDaniel and Mike LaFleur left. And so I think first and foremost, if Fangio's out of the picture, which he is now, you look to see who on your defensive staff, and Kocherik's been just a tremendous assistant coach. He maximizes those defensive linemen, their versatility, their techniques. He's awesome, but he's a defensive line coach, just as Jim Tomsula was. And that's no knock on Chris, because I think if he really committed to being a coordinator and wants to be a head coach, he's got the fire, he's got the respect of players, right? I just don't think that the whole coordinator game is in his bag. I don't think he wants that. If he does, great. Then Kyle should look into it. The other guys on the staff are Corey Undlin, secondary coach, who has experience as a DC with the Lions. kind of more of a chill guy, but he has a lot of respect from the vets that were in the back secondary. And then Daniel Bullock, who's the safety coach, and I remember talking to him when we get to talk to those assistants once a year, and I'm like, this guy really could be a defensive coordinator. His temperament, I like the body language. I just like his style. So I'm like, I think he could be in play. But then, so you look at the outside stuff and say, all right, there's a couple of external candidates. Steve Wilkes, obviously, I think did really well in Carolina once the Niners got Matt Rule fired in October with their big win over them. And then Chris Harris with Washington, another guy to look at. So there's options, but I think wherever Kyle goes, whoever he hires, let's be honest, they're going to get Nick Bosa, getting probably paid the highest amount of money by any defender in the NFL, and then you got other stars throughout that defense, and you're probably going to have some other stars coming in.
Cam, I'm thinking about Mooney Ward, Lenore. They had some issues, but the leader of that secondary, to me, has been Jimmy Ward. I'm just a fan. I like his style. It's nasty. But it was rather odd, his session on IG, and I told Larry this morning, I asked him, is there a chance we've seen his last down in a Niner uniform?
Absolutely. I mean, you haven't been listening all season. Every time Jimmy Ward spoke to the media every week or every other week, that was the same refrain. He did not want to be moved to nickelback, that he's a free safety. And then once he started playing well at nickelback, he's like, look, see, I'm versatile. You should pay me. I'm in my contract here. Jimmy's been around the league long enough to know it is a business, and he's trying to maximize his value. And he's decided that the Niners don't see that value, and somebody else is going to pay him as a top safety in his mind, hopefully, rather than be a nickelback. He's a tremendous player.
I was just going to ask you that, Cam. What did you think of him? But you just said it.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's a great player, and I know Niner fans were kind of skeptical at first because he bounced from nickel to corner in the bulky era, and then the Niners regime changes, and Shanahan and Saleh and D'Amico move him to safety, and he kind of thrived back there. He's got the swagger, but he hits really well. I mean, he's great in the box, which made him a good nickelback, right? And he's not afraid to take guys on, and you like that. He just wasn't getting a lot of takeaways, and then this year he got a few. But I'm telling you, the whole Instagram Live thing, I'm glad that Jimmy can use that forum to vent whatever he wants. It kind of does show that he wanted to get, he wants to move on. But if you listen to him at his locker throughout the season, it was the same thing. The extension would come up. The disappointment of not being able to play safety came up. So it wasn't startling to me. It kind of, pretty much said, look, I'm going to move on because they don't see my worth. If the Niners do see his worth, extend him, then Jimmy's going to be happy, and he's going to play some great defense for him.
I think I don't want to say it's dirty, but the highest paid nickel makes $9.8 million. That's commensurate with the 16th highest paid safety. So safeties make more in free agency than slot corners. The highest paid safety is Derwin James. He's making $19.1 million. So right. Jimmy's looking at that saying, hey, man, I don't want to be a nickel and get, basically a re-up. I want a $10 million raise, and I want you to, or I want at least a $5 million raise. I want you to pay me like a premier safety.
The other thing with Jimmy is you're dealing with a 30-year-old defensive back right now with an injury history. He's not going to get paid that.
Right. So, no, absolutely. I was going to ask you, though, who's the priority? Because in my mind, there's 6 key guys that I'd like to see him sign. Ward's one of them. Mosley, Aziz, Ebukam, Jordan Willis, and Charles Omenihu. Basically, I want to re-sign the defenders, and I think there's 6 key guys, and I'm okay letting McGlinchey go and Brunskill, maybe some of the tight ends, maybe even Ridgeway, Flanagan Fowles. But to me, those 6 guys are key. Who is the priority, do you think, in their minds?
That's kind of hard. I mean, I think the priority is getting Nick Bosa signed, to be honest. That's where you got to commit a lot of your capital, and then I think they'll take care of Jake Brendel because they want to keep that center spot solidified. The defensive line guys, like you said, Omenihu, Ebukam, Willis, I don't know if they've shown enough. I thought Omenihu was having a pretty darn good year as a versatility. I don't know if that arrest a week ago clouds any of that. I think he's handled himself quite well as a 49er just in terms of on the field and in the locker room with us. I don't know how they see it, but they seem to move guys in and out of that defensive line a lot. I think the 2 best free agents that they have, to be honest, Robbie Gould and Mr. Automatic in the playoffs, and who's been here for 6 seasons now, and I don't know if that's if he's exhausted that and wants to move on. But he knows he's in a good position here, a good team. But they're going to have to pay him as such. And McGlinchey was such a polarizing lightning rod for criticism in his seasons here. Thought he had a decent season. The problem is every time Mike messes up in a pass protection, he just gets slaughtered by the fans and everybody for being terrible. He's not a terrible right tackle. I mean, there's offensive tackles are few and far between in this league that are, steady every single play. And if you want me to be the McGlinchey defender, I can, but I'm telling you, once that guy hits the market, there's teams are going to be coming calling for him, and he's going to make a lot of money. And if the Niners don't pay him, we saw the writing on the wall when they didn't pick up his fifth-year option, right? Didn't extend him and just let him play out that fifth-year option. So it's like, okay, well, they're not totally going to pay up for Mike, and Mike's very conscious of how the NFL world works, especially financially for offensive tackles that have the experience he does on a winning team.
Cam, this is kind of revisionist history, but I got to ask you, before Sunday's game and Purdy's injury and the story that he made himself to be, at that juncture, would you have said, you know what, Guru, he's the starter going into next season? I don't care if Trey Lance is healthy or not. And with his injury, are you amazed that we went on this roller coaster with Jimmy, with Trey, Purdy, and now it looks like, and I hope I'm wrong if it's not more than 6 months, Cam is back in Trey Lance's court.
Yeah, it's like water flowing down the rapids, right? You hit one rock, you get the water changes and goes to another one, and it's just like it's how it's flowed ridiculously, right? It's like, okay, well, this guy's hurt now, this guy's ready to go. Oh, this guy's hurt, but this guy's ready to go now. So now Trey Lance should be healthy in a month, right? And then you're going to flow with him. Hopefully, he gets through the summer. And then you get to the season, and hopefully things don't happen. But if they do, then Brock Purdy might be healthy come September. It's uncanny that the 49ers have had so many injuries, especially at quarterback. I don't think it's traced to a scheme. I don't think it's traced to a certain lineman. I think part of it is Buzzard's luck. I don't think these guys are injury-prone quarterbacks. And it's amazing when you look at some of the other quarterbacks around the league, like a Tom Brady or, like Aaron Rodgers, the guys that have been able to sustain themselves and be Ironmen out there. And it's just the Niners just darn wish they had that. I'm expecting it to be Trey Lance's show once spring workouts start. Unless they kind of left the door open to bring in a high caliber veteran, they didn't really do that yesterday, did they? I mean, it's like, we know Brady's retired. Aaron Rodgers is golfing in Pebble Beach saying he's not going to San Fran, which we all knew that anyhow because of compensation for the Packers and for future for Aaron. And then you kind of you can play around and say, look, Kirk Cousins is under contract one more year in Minnesota. They could probably get him out of Minnesota and send Trey Lance back to his native state. But, Lance and Purdy have very affordable rookie deals right now, and I guess it takes two to make everything go right. So those two are going to be their ones to make the quarterback position go right.
It is amazing when you talk about Tom Brady. He went 14 years before he missed or I should say at the end of his career without missing a game. I mean, that is incredible for an immobile guy. On your way out the door, Kim, a lot of fans want to fire Kyle Shanahan. I'm just shocked by that because they've been in 3 of the last 4 NFC Championship games. Being in the locker room this year, talking to the players. I mean, whether it's on the record, off the record, in the corner of the room when nobody's looking, there's so much support for Kyle Shanahan in that room. I never saw a crack in anyone all year. How do you think his job security is with the ownership? Obviously Jed's all about that 6th ring and they haven't been able to get it. How much time do you think Kyle has to get that thing accomplished?
I don't think I've seen a coach with stronger job security in 20 seasons with the 49ers than I see with Kyle Shanahan to this day. I believe ownership firmly is behind him. They know how hard it is to get to this level of the playoffs, and he's done it in 3 of the past 4 years. We can circle back to this conversation of how Kyle looked so haggard afterwards that he looked exhausted. And that, to me, was almost a little bit more, oh, my gosh, you talked last year at this time of Sean McVay possibly going out as a Super Bowl champ. Like, how much more does Kyle have in him? I mean, how drained is he where he doesn't need to take a hiatus? But he does that for a couple weeks in February. He gets away to Cabo or whatever, recharges his batteries, and he indicated that yesterday. He said he'll come back, he'll be fired up, because he knows he has a really good team. If he didn't have like if they had let some of these stars go each season rather than re-up them, I think like the franchise could be in peril. But right now, they've taken care of their guys and given them these record-setting deals, market-setting deals at their positions to keep this going, so that the window for a championship could be attained each season for at least the next couple of years. And what's remarkable is, yes, he's going into year 7, and he juggled his coaching staff so much over the last couple of years, but they continued to win. And injuries were their downfall. It was their ultimate downfall this year in the NFC Championship game, although I think the Eagles are an outstanding team. I just don't see Kyle Shanahan leaving anywhere anytime soon.
Cam, always great to hear from you. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday afternoon, Cam. Always a pleasure, man.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Cam Inman does a great job covering the 49ers. I want to talk more about Kyle Shanahan. I want to talk more about Steve Kerr, and I want to compare the two in the next segment and get your thoughts on, really you got two enormously popular guys. And yet we're starting to see public criticism of Kerr's rotation and some of his decisions. And we're starting to see people start to suggest that Kyle Shanahan is like the blooms off the Shanahan rose. We'll talk a little bit about two of the more popular coaches in their sport next as we continue on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
In Milpitas, overcast skies, highs near 65.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
He's the GMOAT. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Larry. If they could hear what we talk about during the break, man, that was pretty funny.
Oh, my goodness. The red and gold reaction brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. I wear shades all the time because I got contacts. You wear shades a lot, don't you?
When I make my gambling picks. Yeah. Okay. But readers, Steiny has readers. I don't need them yet, but I went to get my eyes checked. You wear readers or?
No, I don't.
You still natural?
I have contacts.
Okay.
And I do have like a stronger eye. Like my right eye is stronger than my left eye, so I have a different prescription. So... yeah, so
I couldn't imagine wearing contacts. I'm watching all these games at NBA. Guys are looking for their contact and they find it. Then they got to go out. I'm like, oh my God.
They got to put it on their finger and then get it back in their eye. I'll say this. I've been wearing contacts since high school, and I can't put them really in unless I'm like looking at a mirror. So I don't know how these NBA guys do this, where they just pick it off the floor.
Yeah, I've seen it. Like, that's his contact.
And then, they somehow figure out a way to get it back in their eye. Yeah. And then you got to make sure it's, centered and all that. Kyle Shanahan is getting criticized. And you just heard Cam Inman there say that he thinks Kyle's got the best job security of any Niner coach, really long time. And I get the sense that is indeed the case, because Jed loves him. Jed's already danced with Chip Kelly and Tom Sula.
Well, he had Harbaugh, a damn good cocoach, and that soured from a personal standpoint.
Yeah, mutual parting.
So maybe he learned.
I just think that Shanahan and Shanahan, I think, is more of an offensive. If you say who's more of an offensive guru, Shanahan or Harbaugh,
Oh, there's no doubt.
It's definitely Shanahan.
Okay, no doubt.
Harbaugh was like Bo Schembechler 25 years later.
But
I mean,
it worked.
He played for Bo.
Yeah.
And 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I think the great thing about Harbaugh was that he was so respected that a lot of really good coaches will be on his staff, whether it was Brad Seeley as the special team coach. I think he had DJ Durkin at Michigan. He's Fangio.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of really, really good coaches. But one of the interesting things to me is that Kerr, and I noticed it on my live streams on my YouTube channel, that people either when I take video calls or in the chat, people want to question Steve Kerr's rotations. And they're real critical of Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome and how he seems to like those guys more than he plays sometimes Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman, definitely Wiseman and Moody. And I'm just kind of wondering, between Shanahan and Kerr has obviously got all the rings.
He's
Shanahan's
a made man, Larry. This is why when you brought this up, I was like, okay.
I would think that Kerr is a made man, but I don't know what's going on in Warrior Land. I know he's tight with Bob. Joe's the owner. I don't know what's going to happen there. I mean, it's like,
well, let me tell you what happened. They just
want
a chip, though, Larry. So shouldn't you have that volume to where you mute it when you do hear the Kerr criticism? Because I feel like every coach now, especially with social media, they're going to get second guessed.
Right.
But this guy just won a championship, Steve Kerr, for the 4th time when nobody had him winning. So when I hear Kerr slander, and even when I disagree with the rotations, it's nowhere near or in the ballpark is a Kyle Shanahan who has never got it done, but been to the dance.
But if you had
I feel like
wager-
that's unfair to Kerr.
No, I know, because one guy's got all the rings.
Right.
One guy's still looking for that
Kiss
first
my
ring.
rings.
Yeah. But you don't just work, you work for somebody. And he's working for Bob Myers, who's working for Joe Lacob.
Gotcha.
And I guess you could say they're both working for Joe Lacob. I'm just kind of wondering, who do you think ultimately? I would say Kerr has more job security than Shanahan, but then I know what Jed's been through, and I know how much he loves Shanahan, and Jed sees Shanahan as almost like a modern day version of Bill Walsh. And then you got John Lynch. John Lynch told everybody he ain't going anywhere. I think John has made a lot of money as a player, made money as a broadcaster, came out of the broadcast booth to do this, and his goal is about winning a Super Bowl, and he ain't going back to Amazon or broadcasting until he gets it done. And there's a big trade-off in time, because broadcasters work very little and coaches and general managers work a ton. But I guess the question is, if you had to wager on who is going to be here longer, whether it's their choice or somebody else's choice, who would you say is going to be here longer between Shanahan and Kerr? I guess, do you have more confidence in Kerr as the Warrior coach than you have in Shanahan as the Niner coach? I kind of had them both almost in the blind faith category, where it's like, you know what? I have total faith in Shanahan. I have total faith in Kerr. I had that same faith in Bruce Bochy. I don't feel that way about Kapler at all. But I would say that I had blind faith. If it was, did you have blind faith in either Kerr or Shanahan, or neither or both? I would say almost blind faith in both, because I think they're both in that kind of category of, you're not going to do better. Like, the Warriors can't fire Kerr and upgrade. They can't, and the Niners can't, in my opinion, can't fire Shanahan and upgrade. I said I would rather go with Sean McVay at the time, but at this point, even though McVay's got a Super Bowl and Shanahan doesn't, I don't look at McVay as an obvious upgrade. Shanahan's beating him head-to-head basically like a drum. So as far as these two coaches, iconic coaches, incredibly popular, incredibly successful, even though Shanahan doesn't have the Super Bowl ring yet, who's got more job security? And then if you had to say who's going to be here longer, like, I would say probably Kerr, because of the 4 rings and the respect that Joe has for him. But I get the feeling that Joe may wear people out, and that Bob may be on his way out. And if Bob's on his way out, and it's Kirk Lacob or one of Joe's sons running the show, that maybe the dynamic changes, and maybe Bob is a buffer for Joe between Steve and Joe. And maybe if you take Bob out of the equation, there is no buffer, and now Steve's annoyed by Joe. I'm just saying, you talk to Bob regularly. You're obviously immersed in Warrior talk and Niner talk. You got a good idea about this as anybody.
I love the question, and it sounds different. I didn't process it the first time I heard that, but when you put the layers of, I do have blind faith in Steve Kerr. I think Dub Nation does. And I had blind faith in Mark Jackson, and I realized, okay, he wasn't a guru offensively. He wasn't the coach to take Curry and Steph to that next phase. Steve Kerr was. So when I look at Kerr, he's a made man in this sense. I've done this 4 times. I've done it multiple times as a player. I've been through the back issues. And when I look at Steve Kerr, Larry, I honestly think whenever the Steph Curry era is over, or maybe insert the Bob Myers era, if that's the way it goes down, I could see him leaving. I don't think Joe Lacob would say, okay, this ship has ran its course, it's time to move on.
Joe's not firing Kerr.
Never. I just think when I look at Kerr on the sideline, and even when we get a chance to talk to him, I hear him with Damon and Ratto, he's very, thank you, he opens up, and I feel like when I just look at him, glancing on the bench, Larry, I feel like a guy that the end is near, and the end is near in a good way.
For Steve.
Yeah, for Steve Kerr, because I've done everything. I've had a hell of a run, and I feel like it's coinciding with maybe the possible departure of one of the big 3 if we do see that this year or next year with Clay, Dre, and Steph. So I could see him saying bye-bye, not getting fired, just him saying, I've done it all. I'm going to go spend more time with my family. Kyle Shanahan, I don't have blind faith because I have questions. And I tell my kids this, and this was the lesson I gave them. Larry, you could tell me, Guru, I don't like that lesson you give to your kids, but so much of life is not about what you know, it's who you know. And I believe Kyle is in a good place in regard to his job security, more than what if he's earned it. It's because York has learned from the Harbaugh experience,
and to me, the
aftermath, which was 3 So to me, Kyle in a way is benefiting from that. So he'll never be on the hot seat. But when you talk about
never,
can somebody replace Kerr and do better? I'm saying hell no. Tell me who you're bringing in. But when you bring up Kyle, I believe Kyle has shot himself in the foot and been his biggest foe in regard to him not having a ring. So I do wonder if Andy Reid had that Niner team and was calling plays in the 4th quarter of 19. I do wonder if Andy Reid or McVay were on different sides of the sideline field last year in the NFC Championship game where Kyle had a 10-point lead. You can't blame all the players. At some point, there's something constant happening, and I feel like Kyle may have had his best opportunities to get it done. And a lot of people are running around the Bay, Larry. I know I'm long-winded, saying, oh, we'll get right back in line. We'll get another opportunity. Who's to say the best opportunities have not passed him? So I do look at Kyle and say, you are brilliant in some areas, but you're also your biggest adversary. So I wonder if we're going to see, and how soon, him get to the chip. And when you look at Brock Purdy and his surgery, whenever that is, and what we saw at Trey and this Niner team and how close it seems like they are, the quarterback situation to me, which is at best a puzzle right now, doesn't tell me they're going to be right back. So Kerr is my answer. And Kyle, I had questions.
I think it's fair. I think that's a fair answer. 925 says the bottom line is neither of these guys should be gotten rid of as long as they want to be here. And I would agree with that. The one thing now, I don't know if you heard this yesterday and what kind of reaction you guys got when you took calls, but I got a lot of people who heard that presser who were like, man, Kyle is arrogant and Kyle can't be criticized. And Kyle is not a guy who can criticize himself, and he can't be human. He deflects all the blame. He'll never take any blame. And And it's interesting. I can understand where they were coming from because he sounded a little defensive on the quarterback injury question. Like, hey, is there any common denominator of your quarterback injuries? And Lynch is like, hey, it's a coincidence. And Kyle kind of was annoyed. He was annoyed by that question. And the person I was talking to, who's, around the Niners a lot, said basically, you know what? Kyle should, from time to time, just say, hey, you know what? You're right. And take the blame and fall on the sword. And I kind of push back on that. And I want to get your thought on it. I kind of think that, if you give people an inch, if you start admitting blame, I think that just invites the horde to come circle around you. If you start going, yeah, I kind of blew that, then it's like, then people just run with it and are, well, Kyle blew it. He said it himself. And then it's like, if he blew that, well, then he could blow other things. And I think that if you...
Steve Kerr does that, though,
I think
Larry.
if you take on the credit, if you admit that it's your fault, I think that just gives some of these media people, and some of them are my friends, heck, we're in the media, but I think it gives people almost license to, like, go after you. Like he's taken on some of the blame, so now we can really blame him. As opposed to if you say, hey, man, this quarterback got hurt this way, this quarterback got hurt that way, this quarterback got hurt this way. In other words, hey, there are no common denominators, and I know you're coming for me, but screw off. Stop pointing the finger at me. It's not me. It's like, yeah, he sounded bad being defensive, but I think that if he leaned into it and took blame, I think there would be more criticism coming his way, not less.
Yeah,
I think it makes it more difficult.
So, it sounds like you're describing to me a secure coach and an insecure coach. And the horde, the media, Larry, last time I checked, yeah, you can write and put in print whatever you want, speak into a microphone and criticize. We're talking about Steve Kerr, who should be a made man. He's got 4 rings. This comes with the territory now with social media. So I don't think the people that write and talk like us have the power to fire a coach. And that's why Steve Kerr, he'll step to a mic and say he got it wrong. And maybe because he has that,
he's way more like
he
that.
has that credibility of, I know I won, Goo. I can say whatever I want. But to me, on a human level, let me know that you hear the noise is half the battle. And Kyle, to me, sometimes is tone deaf on, like, I'm going to ignore the noise that I know is out there. And yesterday, hey, I'm just a guy from Union City, California. That was so weak doing the, I give that one on my phone. Huh? Like, Kyle, just tap into it. Like, you could have said so many things. You had the opportunity, but to go itemize each one and be all prissy when...
But the question is about, they're pointing the finger at you. And it's cowardly because nobody says, hey, Kyle, I actually think you're the problem with the quarterbacks. It's asked in such a softball way. Is there any common denominator of the quarterback injuries? He knows, I know, you know, and everybody listening to that knows that the person who's asking that question is pointing the finger at Kyle.
Larry, my point
should
is,
he lean into that?
They're going to do it anyway, Larry. They're going to tap into it, especially if you know upstairs the Yorks are going to keep you for 100 years. Yeah. Okay. Like, why are you being insecure? That was insecure to me yesterday. Reciting it is what it is.
Good. It made him look bad.
And he's hurt. I get the hurt. I love that he was mad, but when you do that, it's kind of stooping to a level you don't got to stoop to, especially, Larry, when you got all the job security in the world from York. I just couldn't believe it. Was like a rap verse. Ha, 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 ha. Like, oh, good on you, Kyle. That was great. What did you get out of that? But honestly, let it all subside. There is a theme with your quarterbacks getting hurt. Whether you're at fault or not, there is something going on in the water. And to be honest, we can add the running backs to it. How far you want to go back? And I'm going to leave you with this. I cannot for the life of me, Larry Krueger, believe Mitchell comes back and is the thunder to the lightning to McCaffrey. Like, oh, this is great. Not this had any bearing on the game. Comes back for one game and misses the Philly game. You gotta be kidding me.
I know. Well, I mean, and he had
first
the MCL
2 plays of the game, Warner, the Gladiators on the ground. Yeah, he got up. Bosa's Bobby Brady and on and off. Like, it was just, something wasn't right that Sunday. Something wasn't right.
Well, I mean, what wasn't right is that the game didn't even get started and it was already over. I mean, they missed that one call early. Suddenly the quarterback gets knocked out, and you're looking at Josh Johnson.
Yeah.
That I don't know about you. That was the worst football game I've ever seen.
And it felt like it was just in the first quarter, the whole game.
Did I hear you say that you watched that game
Larry,
3 times?
Did
you really watch Niners Eagles 3 times?
I sent a picture, yes. 2.5. Right. Larry, because I like the uniform scheme, and I liked it. Hey, I got to tell you, the announcers, Burkhardt and what's my other guy? Olsen?
Olsen, yeah.
They're doing a pretty good job. Not Summerall and Madden, but I just like the intensity.
Olsen's the hot name right now.
Yeah.
People like Olsen. They hate Romo suddenly.
What happened to... And Romo wasn't saying it.
I never liked Romo.
You never liked him? Hey, Jim!
No.
Jim.
First of all, I never liked Cowboy fans who could never, ever admit that Romo was totally mid. I mean, Romo never did anything. Romo fumbled the snap in Seattle. Cowboy fans defend Romo to the death like he's Roger Staubach.
Romo knew how to read defenses. Dak doesn't. And Romo may be getting a call to Canton. Look at the numbers.
What?
No, look at the numbers and get back to me, Larry.
No.
Romo, he became a star
shocked.
in his new job because he's sharing with you what he knows about. He had bad luck. Yeah, no, we can revisit this. Hey, invite me on your YouTube. Romo had he got a chance to play with Zeke Elliott, which he didn't.
Jim Plunkett's not in the Hall of Fame. You do realize that?
That's BS.
He's got 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, that is BS.
And Romo has 2 playoff wins.
He's got the stats.
Does he even have any playoff wins?
Yeah, he got 2.
He does have 2?
Yeah.
Or I think it's 1.
He beat Atlanta, Mike Vick, in Philly. And then he also beat.
You're saying that a total mediocre quarterback.
Romo was more than mediocre, man. Look at the numbers.
No Super Bowl rings.
Yeah, look at the numbers.
You just said Shanahan has no rings. Now you're saying that Romo's going to the Hall of Fame?
Look at the numbers. Dude, I hate Dak.
My God,
I'm telling you, Romo is a real one, man. Look at the numbers. I feel like we could continue this after.
You know, I mean,
like you hit me.
Evan told me to get you. We may have to have a cocktail. We may have to.
My fault.
Yeah, I mean,
look at the stats. I think, hey, dude was a bad dude.
510. Romo is not a Hall of Famer.
Course, they're saying that.
650 Guru, stop it, bro. Romo ain't no Hall of Famer, man.
Look at the stats.
650 must be comedy time with Goo.
Yeah, right.
408 crazy ass takes.
Hey, you asked me.
Romo to the Hall of Fame.
Hey, all right.
I know you're a Cowboy guy. Come on. Are you really? Are you serious?
The dude was better than a lot of people thought. And when you look at his numbers,
do you like him as an announcer?
He's fallen off. I loved him early. Now it's bad.
The play before
Jim, it was a perfect pass, just a little bit underthrown. It's not a perfect pass, man. If it was underthrown, Tony.
510. Can I have what Goo is smoking?
Nope.
I just want you to know that we're on YouTube and Twitch, and there's no smoke in the room.
Oh, there's
no smoke in the room.
Yeah.
Should we go to Ryan in Irvine?
Let's get him.
He's been waiting here. Ryan, let's clear the board. Ryan, you're on with Larry Krueger and the Great Goo.
Hey guys, thanks for the call. I'm really liking this conversation. I gotta say I totally agree with Guru on the Kyle Shanahan front. I don't want to blow it out of context. Yesterday, you could tell. I mean, it's the wound is still fresh. You know, I mean, I don't want to be too hard on Kyle. With the recency of just that terrible game. But it wasn't just that game. There's a pattern here. And he never, in my opinion, takes accountability.
Ryan, we got to jump. Yeah. We're right at the end of it. I should have probably not taken you so late there. But anyway, Goo, that went by fast.
No, I had a great. Romo, second highest passer rating in NFL history. Trump's Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, and Breeze.
Hey, the night he goes into Canton, I'm going to buy you a bottle of Cristal.
10 seconds.
Damon and Rado are next. Thanks to Cam Inman. Thanks to the guys behind the glass. Have a great rest of your Thursday on 95.7 The Game.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast, So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent, but then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The biggest game of the year, the Super Bowl, is on Odyssey. And Westwood One brings it to you, streaming live for free, Sunday, February 12th on the Odyssey app.
The Eagles have been the NFC's best team.
Touchdown, Travis Kelce! It's the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs, the Philadelphia Eagles, are going to the Super Bowl again.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your Super Bowl, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So the only pre-show note that Ray and I got from our program director today was get closer to the microphone. Have we not been close enough to the microphone? Have we not been registering where we need to be? The needle's not in the red? Well, let's take care of that today. We have so paid attention to our microphones, Ray is even about to turn his on as we begin another day of exemplary broadcasting here on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
I don't see the upside in our speaking in a way that people can hear. I don't understand that concept at all, and I think it's one of the reasons why the station manager probably needs some rest time.
I've been told being able to hear the show is a crucial element to the show's success. Debate amongst yourselves whether you agree.
I think just the opposite.
We do have a good show today. It's not the longest show we've ever done, but trust me, it's satisfying.
It's longer than it should be.
We're going to be on until about 5:30 tonight. It's Ray and I for 2 hours, and then around 5 o'clock, we're going to dip ourselves back into Warriors Live. We got the Warriors and Nuggets tonight. What kind of Warriors team will be decided with a couple of questionable injuries, status improving from beyond questionable. We have Klay Thompson sitting out of a back-to-back. Nothing new or surprising there. Steph Curry and Draymond Green are both officially listed as questionable. Grandpa Iguodala is clearly out. He played a month ago, so he needs about a month. And
you're getting really irritated by that, aren't you?
It's ridiculous. Here's the thing. You can't tell me you don't have enough guys on your team carry a group of rookies you refuse to play and one old man who simply cannot play. It's a little ridiculous how this roster is constructed right now, and I'm really wondering, I didn't even have this as an early show talking point, but since we're just hopping right the hell into it, let's get right the hell into it. Is anything with the Warriors roster being held up by Bob Myers' contractual speculation? Is that a reason why the skids of business are not greased to do the trade, because maybe Joe Lacob is a little more hesitant following through on a Bob Meyer grand plan move if Bob Myers is not going to be here to see the grand plan through? Is there maybe something with the roster stagnation that has to do with that element?
I think it's mostly the fact that they're cap strangled, and everybody knew that going in. And if you're going to do a deal, it should be for somebody with some impact. And if you're going to do that deal, you cannot stack 2 or 3 rookie contracts up and get an impact guy. I also wonder sometimes whether Lacob wants to become more involved in the day-to-day, because he's always been a guy who likes to lean that way.
He fancies himself a whiteboard guy?
I think he might. That's certainly possible. But I think mostly it's just the money, and the fact that they don't really have tradable pieces that they can afford to get rid of.
Not only do they not have those tradable pieces, the partners to dance with are fewer than are normally on the dance floor just a week ahead of the NBA trade deadline. And basically, Bob Myers explained to Steiny and Guru earlier this week on the executive show that with fewer teams actually making a choice as to go in or out of this season, it's sort of like Major League Baseball. There is an illusion of contention that has been sold to non-contending teams thanks to the play-in tournament that has fewer options available on the trade market.
There's less sellers, I should say. I think the league thought more teams, whether they were trying for a certain player in the draft, would be clearly out on the playoffs at this time. That is not the case. And you can pick the teams that you thought is much better than they playing much better than you thought they would. So that means there's a lot of teams saying, we might be able to make the play-in. Let's just go for it. Or, you know what, let's see if we can and keep it as there's not a lot of teams that are making the decision that this season is lost. And so you've got a lot of teams that might be saying to each other, we want to get better. But if 12 of the 15 teams in your conference or 22 of the 30 in the league are all wanting to get better, it doesn't make for a lot of trading partners. Because usually in a trade, a team is saying, we are willingly giving you a player that will make you better, and we'll take back draft compensation or a younger player that we know won't make us better now, but might make us better later. There's a lot of teams now that are trying to push forward as far as winning, and it's unbalanced.
He's got a good point to make there. But I'm just wondering if maybe some uncertainty around Bob's future is creating a little uncertainty for the Warriors, helped by everything that Bob just stated and the fact that there is an element of quintuple taxed salary cap hell that the Warriors live in as a reality. I'm wondering what, if any, element Bob not having a deal done for the future has to do with holding up any element of business. I'm wondering. I hate to go Tucker Carlson here, but I'm just asking questions.
If Bob Myers is prevented either indirectly or directly from doing something because of his contract, then there's no reason, A, for him to stay, or B, for Joe Lacob to continue to employ him, because that's so far putting the cart in front of the horse that it almost neuters your general manager from doing anything.
It is. It's a little like, I don't want to say it's a lame duck, because lame duck would mean, they've already mentally moved on from Bob Myers, and I don't think that there's any element of that. But it feels like this team needs to do something to improve this season. And they're either going to solve this with an external addition, or they're just going to figure it out internally. And, that wouldn't be a bad place to start either. You know what I would like to see? The single biggest trade for the Warriors to make? Why don't you trade your terrible, sloppy execution in the fourth quarter and in overtime for just a little bit better than that? I'm not saying you need to trade sloppy to perfect. How about sloppy to at least that looks like professional basketball? Because the Warriors last night, God bless them, they committed 9 turnovers between the fourth quarter and overtime after spending the first 3 quarters holding it to just about 8 turnovers. They looked pretty good early on. They were in control of that game early on until they just started giving away possession after possession after possession in the most important moment of the game. So trade some sloppiness for less sloppiness, and my goodness, that's the biggest trade the Warriors could make at the deadline.
Yeah, and maybe, not commit 24 fouls again, and maybe just have a general idea of what you're trying to accomplish. Because they would go in spurts where they looked like the team of old, and then they would just vomit on themselves. I mean, I almost am coming to the conclusion, and it's always a bad idea to make a conclusion based on 1, 2, or 5 games, but that maybe this is who they are, and that there isn't going to be a huge burst, and that they could finish anywhere from 4th to 12th by being this. And this isn't satisfying, I don't think, for anybody, but this may be ultimately the Warriors in 2023. A healthy yet disjointed team that can't figure out from night to night what it is, who they are, and why they do what they do.
Man, when you talk about a veteran-laden championship banner-hanging basketball team that still has its core together, whatever crises you may be having should be just sort of basketball based. It shouldn't be culturally based, right? There should be enough guys on this team to where you're not questioning their culture, But that is part of the questioning of the Golden State Warriors this year. They do not have the ability to just flip the switch when they want to start playing better, because they are just as sloppy in those moments as they are in all the other moments. Their late game situational basketball, it felt like it was on the mend, at least on the road a little bit, and it's certainly better now than it was before. But last night's loss in Minnesota wasn't good, and the minute that game went to overtime, let's be honest, the concept of white flagging tonight in Denver probably went around that locker room quickly, because that's just sort of the load management, sucky NBA that we have served to us, and I've got some solutions to that. Like definitive, can't even argue with it. Get it done NBA solutions to a load management problem that is a problem for this league. No problem at all. Talking a little Warriors. We got that happening today. We got our friend Sean Salisbury stopping on by in about an hour as we talk about there is probably no quarterback situation in football that has a shorter leash attached to its starter. And that's not even a bad thing. But that is the reality that the 49ers are living in. And again, you know, I like to get talking points right on this show. Like, I hate doing a show about how Tom Brady can really help the 49ers win a Super Bowl, maybe more than anyone else, the day before he retires, because even though I think the talking point might have been right, it wasn't very useful the day after when he announced his retirement. I think the talking point that I brought up yesterday about the Warriors becoming the stereotypical jump shooting team that Charles Barkley used to make fun of all those years ago, there is something to that. And we're going to get back into that today. Our friend Sean Salisbury does come up in about an hour from now on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Oh, easy to enjoy. You must be talking about Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, maybe even Jimmy Garoppolo being back. Yeah. I don't give a damn where the Niners go at quarterback at this point. Why? I just want to win the Super Bowl.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the Game Time app, how easy it is to use, and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the Game Time app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The Game Time app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy. Taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/25. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
More red and gold reaction all week, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. It is good to have you on Damon and Ratto. Somebody on Xfinity Mobile text line says, 415 says, D'Angelo, the Warriors killer, getting his vengeance on them last night. He even fouls out. I mean, he even fouled out early in overtime, and the Warriors still couldn't get over a hump, and they didn't even really need to get over a hump. They were up late in that game by 11 points, and they just invited the Minnesota Timberwolves right back into that basketball game with their sloppy play down the stretch. They were turning the ball all over during the fourth quarter and in overtime. I don't think Steph Curry even bothered scoring in overtime. Anthony Edwards officially got feisty in overtime. 17 turnovers. 17 turnovers are 17 shots you're not taking. I mean, 17 turnovers are, that's 15 more points even on a bad night for the Warriors. Last night, we called it, Ray. Well, at least I called it. I said, it's simple. This is a poor perimeter defending Minnesota team. You hit your threes, you win a basketball game. Well, they were only 31% from downtown last night. They had one job, hit your threes. Clay had a poor shooting night. He hit only 3 shots all night, and I'm not going to put it on just one guy. But if Clay plays to his normal season standards, they win that game last night. But that didn't happen, and they lost that game last night. They have burned way too much of their margin of error on the road.
And yet, almost everybody in the West has done that. There's only one team in the West with a winning record away from home. And normally they're about 5. So the thing that strikes me more than anything else about the Warriors is that they're just like about 9 other teams. And they never used to be that. Whether they were awful in those 2 years, they weren't like anybody else because they didn't really have any NBA players on the roster, or when they were winning, or going deep in the playoffs.
Such overlords, you couldn't even compare them to other NBA teams.
Now they're one of about 20 teams in this league. There's about 6 that are tanking, 4 that are excellent, and then everybody else. And the Warriors are everybody else.
They're in control of the game, and then they start giving away possessions. They used to excel as a franchise. They used to excel with like under 6 minutes to play in a tight game. Nope, not anymore. Like under 6 to play in a tight game, there is a chance that they will be as sloppy or even more sloppy than they have been up to that point in those minutes. No matter the situation, 4 minutes to go, 3 possession game. Nope, they can be absolutely as awful in that moment. 2 minutes to play, up 2, really time to squeeze the orange. Nope, no, not particularly. No, there is just as much of a chance as Jordan Poole dribbling one off his own ankle in this incredibly valuable moment and possession as there was in the first 2 minutes of the basketball game. Final possession of the game. Final possession of the game. Here it is. You need one shot to win a game. That is a possession that you're going to ultra value, right? Nope. No, not really. Not really. That possession could be kicked away, and they could be stepping on their own cranks just as much in that instance as any other instance. And I guess what's really disappointing about that, Ray, is in those instances, there's no young man to blame. This is not a 2-timeline problem. This is not Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga. This is not the big Ragu in his first season with the Warriors. I like him, too. He's become a really good player. This is not the other guys screwing it up. This is Curry. This is Clay. This is Draymond. This is Poole. This is Wiggins. You guys got to be the one who stops sucking. I mean, I don't know. There's no other way to say it. Do you want to go anywhere this year? All right. Hall of Famers. Assemble. Form Voltron. Whatever you got to do. It's the most important players, not the least important, not the least played, that are letting this team down right now.
Well, last night it certainly was, because not very many non-veterans got many minutes. When you look at it, Curry plays 42 minutes, which must have made Steve Kerr throw up. He had to play Thompson for 40, played Draymond for 39. They clearly went all in to try to win this one. And in the fourth quarter, they get up 14 early on, and then after that, they get boat raced.
What's crazy is we're going to look back on this year, and the benefit of looking back, the power of hindsight always being 20/20. You're going to, as it was happening, there was a reason why none of these young guys could go out there and get there just trying to figure out their career minutes. There was no room to play them in a season that when we get to the end of it, the chances of looking back at it and going, oh my God, there were so many nights of developmental minutes, but you didn't use them. So you don't know much more about these players now than you did at the beginning of the year. And that's when the frustration of this season is really going to kick into overdrive. because there were a million nights of built-in, kicked it away, pissed it away basketball where James Wiseman could or could not have played 25 minutes. It really didn't matter either way. And you didn't play him. And that's bad. I mean, it's getting to the point where you're not good enough to be this particularly picky about, well, was every single defensive possession the most perfect defensive possession that I've ever seen out of a young player in this league? If the answer is no, we got to bench him for the next 4 games. They're being stubborn for reasons that may not bear the fruit they hope their stubborn fruit would bear.
Well, here's their problem, though. Early on in the year, they weren't getting valuable minutes at all from any of the young guys. And they got off to a rocky start. And so they're trying to basically figure out a rhythm where they can go, okay, we're going to make our run now, and we're going to, be safely clear of the playoff argument. And I'm not a big fan of just giving guys minutes for development in a year in which you think you're a playoff contender. You got to win the night's game. So I don't think they're going to look back at this season and say, gee, we could have spent more time developing them. Because when you say we want to develop the young guys, what you're also saying is the result doesn't matter. And the fact is, this year, the result does matter.
Well,
and they're going to end
up... If they're
up
shooting towards results do matter, they're missing.
Well, yes. But so that's the real problem. It's not that they miss chances to develop. They miss chances to win actual games. And that's the problem. It's, I don't look this as a lost season for anybody who should have been given minutes that hadn't earned them. The problem is they're not a consistent team top to bottom. And on a night like last night where they have it in hand and then they just drop it, those are frustrating nights, not because they missed a development opportunity, but because they missed an opportunity to move into fourth. And fourth kind of matters.
Look, they got a problem that is them playing to the stereotype of jump shooting teams. That's really what they are now. They're a jump shooting team. Anytime you are the team in basketball who is leading the league in 3-point attempts, you're doing it wrong. I just don't know what any more to say. You're doing it wrong. If you have the number 1 next to your team's name in terms of attempted 3-pointers, you're lazy. You're being lazy offensively. And that's a big part of it. This team is settling for the easy look more than finding the perfect look. They used to attack that perfect look, and they still have an assist total that makes you say, well, they do want to find it. Their assist total is still very nice. Way too many threes. Way too many threes.
And yet last night, they were...
It wasn't like a normal number, actually.
It was actually
35.
below normal.
Yeah.
It was 35. They were trying to penetrate and create things because, as you said earlier, Minnesota doesn't defend very well on the perimeter. So they were trying to take advantage of that. And, they didn't shoot well from 3, but they also didn't shoot great from inside the arc either. So this was just a night where they were not shooting well enough to hide the fact that they weren't defending well enough. That's how you lose.
There's a fair point brought up here from the 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line that says, you guys were tripping last year. And what happened? It's freaking amazing they won an NBA championship last year. There's still no doubt about that. I'm surprised. They're surprised. And we're all surprised. The amount of surprise of winning last year's NBA championship, if it were to be applied to this year, it would make last year's feel like it was scheduled from day one. There is no indication that the Golden State Warriors are going to be a team that wins a championship in the NBA this year. If they do, if the Warriors honestly, for real, are going to win another NBA championship this year, the regular season should just be canceled for them or only just seen as a mere formality. They should be given a ceremonial 1 seed in perpetuity from here on out because They just have the ability to reach a month in a basketball year and reveal themselves as the greatest basketball team ever, and they are going out of their way to not show it until the moment of reveal. I mean, I don't know. They can't be. The team that I am watching right now cannot be an NBA champion. I was watching last year, and I don't think at any point in time I definitively said they cannot be an NBA champion. I'm sure we did phrase it as we would be stunned if they were. But the option of cannot, to me, the option of cannot be NBA champion is on the table this year.
But every year they've been good. And I mean, made a deep playoff run, which is those are the only choices you've had in the Curry years. They got off to great starts. I mean, great starts. Last year they started off 18-2. So there was never a question about whether they were a playoff team or not. The question was, how good can they be? This year, they didn't get off to a great start. They haven't built any momentum. And yet they are in this huge standings morass with everybody from the Clippers to the Lakers in 13th. So you don't know what they are. And this is the first time that I don't think anybody has known who they are, including themselves. And that's when you expect at some point for them to go, you know what, we got to make a run now. But maybe that's not in them. Maybe this is who they are. And, either they're half a step slower as veterans, because I don't think they're dumber. And maybe the young guys have not picked up the things that you need to play with this team. It does seem like it's a disjointed operation because you can't tell from night to night who they are and what they are. And I think that's the takeaway. Every year that they've been good, they started off great. They have not started off great this year. They've been mediocre from the get, and they are mediocre today.
Someone from the 510 says, look, Boston shoots just one less three than the Warriors per game. Now, I don't have that in front of me. But let's assume I'm not being lied to right there, and that's a fact. Boston can get away with that because of the other things Boston has done. And through 52 games, Boston has the best record in the NBA, the best road record in the NBA, the best record versus teams 500 or better in the NBA, the best point differential in the NBA by a lot, the best net rating in the NBA, the third best offense in the NBA, and the fourth best defense in the NBA. The fork in the road between the Celtics and the Warriors since meeting in the NBA Finals is extreme. So Boston can, I guess, have the luxury of maybe settling for a voluminous amount of three-point shots when they're getting everything else done on a basketball court. If you are leading the league in taking threes and doing nothing else on a basketball court, that's when you get in trouble. That's why the Warriors are in trouble and haven't been north of 3 games above 500 all freaking year. 888-957-9570. Eric is in Millbrae. Eric, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
How you doing?
Hey, what do you got?
Oh, you got me there?
Yes, what do you got?
Hey, sorry about that. Yeah, guys, to me, the Warriors got a lot of problems. They haven't been this average in any of their title runs, especially on the defensive end. So to make the correlation, they can just hit a switch. They don't have Durant on this team, and everybody objectively outside of Curry is not them same selves or playing level. The bench is not anywhere near as good, and I think the West, especially the teams above them and even the East, are better. So the Warriors have gotten a lot worse. I just don't think this type of team. I don't think really there's anybody out there in the trade deadline that can really move. They're going to have a miracle run, and for them to not have home court or top seed and to try to win on the road when they can't beat anybody, struggle to beat average teams, it's going to be a huge Marv attack. If they can win, get back to even the Western Conference Finals this year, it would be a miracle run because I just don't think this team has it. Unfortunate, I have to say, as a Warrior fan, but I don't see it, man.
Here's the thing.
Be able to hit a switch and just win a title.
Look, I think this is the most fair statement that we could come up with, Eric. If they've got it in them, they haven't showed it to us. They have not shown us a champion's DNA. A champion's DNA gets revealed over the course of like a really good couple of weeks or a really good month. The Warriors haven't even have they had a good homestand? I think they had one good homestand. That's the end of it in terms of what's the longest successful stretch of basketball. They have had one good homestand. One not embarrassing road trip. That's pretty much how you break up this regular season so far. Everything is forgettable. Every game has been forgettable. The Warriors have yet to create a single memory this season so far. It's really weird.
No, I mean, it's that you can't trust them from night to night. That's I mean, because the caller who talked about, the Celtics, aggregate numbers, they're not that different except in a couple of places. And in those couple of places, that's where Steve Kerr has been sort of wrangling to try to get them to be better. And one is turnovers. The other is fouls committed. They commit basically 3 more fouls a game than Boston does. They commit 3 more turnovers a game. So now you're talking about a bunch of possessions.
Yeah. There's an easy to find 12 points right there.
Yeah. And it's not that they're radically bad compared to the Celtics in anything, except those 2 areas. But the Celtics, you saw what they did last night. I mean, they won by 41 over
Brooklyn,
and they were ahead from the get and never took the foot off.
They were, 48-19 after the first quarter? They were up 50 at one point in the game, or 49.
Yeah. No, they have, for whatever reason, become the team that doesn't let you up. The Warriors used to be that team. Now they are not. And if I had a better answer other than the obvious, I'd provide it. But I don't see that they are a team with a unifying purpose. And you usually can tell if a team's got a unifying purpose if they're either defending it or scoring so many points a game that other teams can't keep up. And right now they're a 1/10 of a point scoring ahead of what they give up a night, which means they're not consistent at that.
They're 29th in 2-point field goal attempts. They're 29th in fouls. They're 29th in turnovers. They're 30th in free throw attempts. Again, get any of those numbers out of the category of 30th or 29th and just raise them to 20th. Raise them to 18th in the NBA. You don't even have to go from worst to first to be 10 games over 500. Just correct those a little. Just correct them a little. And honestly, if this team can honestly reach the postseason and then find the motivation, we're 16-game players, Draymond's old cliche, if all of that happens, like truly God bless them all, and they should be inserted into the Hall of Fame while they're still active. They should all instantly, Steph, Clay, Draymond, just all of you guys get to go right to the Hall of Fame as you're still playing, if they're able to be champions again this year. But it's hard to see it coming based on their inconsistency, based on the fact that here's the thing. It's not even an effort on defense that's lacking. It's an attention to detail because they challenge shots. They move their feet. Obviously not enough if they're reaching and getting all these fouls called against them. But they're not galactically lazy. I've seen NBA teams jog between the free throw lines when it comes to playing defense. This isn't that. It's just sloppy.
They're not trustworthy is what it gets down to. You cannot say this is the possession where you get the lockdown play, or this is the possession where they run a really crisp offensive possession where they have the ball, they do the smart thing from first pass to last. You can't bank on them. That's the difference. It's not that they're horrible at anything, and it's not that they're horrible at effort, but they are not trustworthy. And champions are the ones who are trustworthy. And right now, there might be 2 teams in the entire league that you can point at and go, yeah, I know what we're getting night after night. And that's Boston and Denver.
I was about to say, you're going to see one of them tonight. There is going to be a large man in the middle of a basketball key tonight, just over and over again, look like he is returning a box of cereal to the top of a refrigerator. I can't remember who said it, but that's somebody described. That's the way Jokic plays. Every single shot looks like he's putting a box of cereal back on top of a refrigerator. Just that little wrist hook, just boop, just easy all the time. And he is just money 65% at the rim all the time.
He knows how to create space for himself, which is it's not a uniquely European thing, but you see the best Europeans do that more often than I think you see the best Americans do it. It's that they know they have great footwork. They know how to use their body to create just an openness for themselves. That's why Jokic is probably going to be the MVP again. It's not that he'll amaze you with what he does. What he'll do is he'll amaze you with the number of times he does it.
He'll kill you with efficiency. There's no doubt he's shooting the best effective field goal percentage of his career, a career where he's putting up better than his career averages in all of your three major categories, points, assists, and rebounds. So a man who's already won 2 MVPs is actually having the best year of his career right now. And that's what the Warriors are looking at tonight. And will they be looking at it with a full squad? Probably not. We know that Klay Thompson is, of course, already ruled out. We got questionables attached to Curry and Draymond Green. And when we do return, a little on load management, because I have seen the truth and I know exactly what this league needs to do. I think the league knows what it needs to do. The question is, will they? Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 A Game. All of our guests join us on the Bud Light guest line, including Sean Salisbury, who is about a half an hour away. We're going to say hello to Sean and get into the 49ers quarterbacking situation with him at 4:15 on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We're, of course, Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Good luck to Miko, and congratulations. Nowhere to go but up with the Houston Texans. There is no doubt about that. He deserves it.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. Morning clouds will develop into more overcast conditions throughout the day today. Daytime temperatures will remain mild with a high of 44 degrees, dropping to the mid-20s overnight. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, tune in to Warriors Live tonight here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. And as we get into our 5 o'clock hour tonight, we're going to get you ready with a little Warriors Live ahead of Warriors and Nuggets tonight from Denver. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the Warriors here, but this is a much bigger, broader overall NBA topic than just the Warriors as we wait to find out what level of questionable Steph Curry and Draymond Green really are tonight. It is a night where they were foiled in overtime, and as soon as that game went overtime last night, the chances of Kerr, using tonight is like, well, yeah, we're just going to play everybody again, even though it's a back-to-back. It's that time of the year. The fact that that thing went overtime last night probably meant that there was no chance of that going to happen. And there probably wasn't a chance of that going to happen anyways.
I think they might have sort of tried to split it in half, give some guys a rest. But yeah, overtime was probably a worse result for them than merely losing, because now it makes it that much harder to either play those guys at all or play them the kind of minutes you might need against a team like Denver.
I I love the NBA. I want to say that right now. I love the NBA. I love basketball. I very much. I truly, really do. I love it. I love it. If load management meant better basketball, how come it's not being used in college? I mean, they're not stupid in college. The pressure for coaches to win there is real and as urgent as it is at the professional level. College basketball is just, gussied up semi-pro basketball. How come it's not being used there as well? You could say, well, there are fewer games by about 40, and you'd be right. Well, we do know that in terms of load management and in terms of TV contracts, there will never, ever, 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 never, ever, never be anything other than an 82-game NBA season. Will you agree with me on that one?
I would concur. I mean, they're trying to add more with that midseason tournament.
Exactly.
So, yeah, no, it's 82 games.
Exactly. And it will be 82 games. Steve Kerr has routinely said it should probably be a 72-game schedule. I don't doubt him. He would know more than I. But I can promise you this, Ray, if by miracle the NBA voted next season they're going to start a 72-game schedule, there would be no less of a commitment to load managing a 72-game schedule as there is an 82-game schedule. Not a fraction less. They wouldn't look at it as, oh, well, now we have 10 extra nights off that we weren't going to get. Therefore, we don't need to load manage anything going forward. There's zero chance. They would load manage the 72 the same way they load manage the 82. It'd just be a different number. That's all. That's all it would be. So load management, which is the single greatest con ever sold to the American sporting public. And I don't want to hear a word from a physician who says, oh, Damon, I'm actually a doctor. I know the. Shut up. The greatest players in basketball played as much basketball as humanly possible and had great careers that lasted long, entertaining, and they came out and they played, and they always played, all the time. It's the basketball equivalent of pitch count in Major League Baseball. They've actually, through load management, I believe, have fostered a weaker athlete than a stronger athlete. I believe that arms are now in more jeopardy of being injured in baseball because of an adherence to pitch count, other than, yeah, man, let's just let him build it up. Let's get him stretched out. He's throwing 250 freaking innings, and that's that. To me, there is I was reading the column where it basically said, there's never been more money spent on facilities, prevention, maintenance, nutrition, diet, all of the elements of staying healthy, which were unavailable to previous generations of players that were healthier than this generation of players. Now, I've heard an awful lot of people say, well, but they weren't playing AAU and they weren't playing year-round and the game didn't move as frenetically and it wasn't as demanding on knees and ankles and all this. Okay, so what we have is a problem that can only be solved with time, because we're not going to be shrinking the schedule from 82 games. And even if we did shrink the schedule from 82 games, they would still sell us the lie that is load management over 72 or 68 games. So here you go. Since careers have become more important to protect than the customer experience, that's one of the really good ways to go about alienating future fans, not capturing that young kid's imagination because the night that he walked into a gym, his favorite player was playing. When you talk about this league being too big to fail, by not giving the paying customer an opportunity to see a star when all you do is sell stars, you're missing out on something. Since there's one way to solve this and only one way to solve this with more time, there's only one place to get more time. That is at the beginning of or at the end of a season. Ray, I've completely solved load management. Here we go. We are going to start the NBA's regular season on September 1st. Ta-da! We're not going to wait until mid-October. We're not going to wait until Halloween. We're not going to compress the schedule to where we have to have back-to-backs. We're going to completely eliminate back-to-backs. But what about the days of Wilt Chamberlain? He played back-to-backs, and we should have to play back-to-backs too. Shut up. Tickets weren't $7,000 to watch Wilt play. Shut up. The league was not beholden to television contracts the way it was when Wilt played. What we need are players playing anytime they're uninjured. That's it. That's it. Players play unless they're hurt. So let's start in September. And I'll even make it easy on you. No games on Monday night to go up against Monday Night Football. No games on Thursday night to go up against Thursday Night Football. Of course you're not playing on freaking Sundays. You play Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday night, Saturday if you want to in the evening, and there you go. I just bought you 4 weeks, which turns into 4 more weeks of rest throughout the season for your precious basketball team. Ta-da, I solved it. Or if you don't like that solution, let's keep going. And the NBA Finals can end on the 4th of July.
You're almost there. In that, start the season earlier, absolutely. I don't know if the 1st of September is the best idea, but the middle of September, absolutely. And end the season on the 4th of July, fine. But I wouldn't have like a dark day on Monday night or a dark day on Thursday night because you're worried about the NFL. That's not what load management is an issue for. You don't want to have guys playing Tuesday and Wednesday. If you're trying to get rid of load management, you get rid of any back-to-backs.
Yeah.
Just say, no, you're playing on Monday night. People who want to come and see you, they'll come and see you. Don't worry about what the NFL's doing. Don't worry about it.
I mean,
if you got games on Thursday, you got games on Thursday.
But if they really are hesitant to start at the same time football starting up, and I won't begrudge them that. Like, if Adam Silver said, hey, we're really a successful league, but that is the one immovable object we'd rather not go up against, okay, well, then just dance around them.
Well, then you should start the season in January.
Okay.
Which seems daft. I mean, no, you don't worry about football. You just don't worry about it. If this is about getting players so they can be on the floor for the customers, lengthen the season, and don't worry about what anybody else is doing. Most of the teams, have first call on schedules in the arena anyway. So they don't have to do anything they don't want to do. You just go, you know what? You'll play 3 games a week, 4 max. Your road trips won't be 2 weeks long. We've just given you 5 extra weeks to spread out the 82 games.
Right.
You can go from 14 back-to-backs to none. And then the need to load manage is greatly reduced. I mean, load management is not a lie. But what it is,
it's a con.
It's not a con. It's something that is stuck by the fact that the league doesn't want to do the thing that you just recommended, which is to lengthen the schedule in terms of days in which to fit games.
Isaiah Thomas never load managed. If he was healthy, he played. And there was never a single fan who, in a game where he might have looked a little off or tired or just not on his game, where someone said, you know what would have been better than Isaiah Thomas playing a little bit worn out tonight is if he had just not played at all. It's a con.
It's not a con.
It's a con dressed up in a doctor's uniform.
It's not even a con dressed up in a doctor's uniform. It's a con dressed up. If you want to call it a con, and I'm not going there, that's what coaches are operating on. And they talk to their trainers. They say, his knee's barking a little bit. And the reason why Isaiah Thomas...
No. See, that's the thing. If your knee's barking a little bit, you're hurt. That's totally different than load management to me. You got healthy scratch. Tonight, if Steph Curry and Draymond Green don't play, it's not because they hurt themselves. They didn't hurt themselves last night. They did not hurt themselves.
It's because you are, with players getting contracts of great size that go deeper into their careers. I mean, how old is Stephen Curry going to be when his contract expires? 38?
Sure.
That didn't used to happen in Isaiah Thomas's time.
Right.
So they didn't have to worry about the back end of it. Those contracts aren't going to change. They're not going to change any more than the 82-game season is. So what you do is you lengthen the season out so that when Stephen Curry has to play 42 minutes to try to beat Minnesota, He's not getting in a plane and flying to Denver to play the next night. That's what you can do. And that will take care of, I think, a fair amount of the load management issues. But I think load management under the present schedule is a real thing, and it should be a real thing. Because the other thing, and I've seen people showing me scientific papers about it, is as young people, they play more basketball and less of anything else.
What are these scientific papers you speak of?
I don't have them in front of me, but we have a science person at Defector who gets these and shows them to us. And they just say players who play nothing but basketball from the time they're 8, they wear their joints out faster and they show the damage of it faster. If you want to change that, stop specializing kids and let them play more sports when they're younger. You know, you play basketball, then you run track, or you play baseball.
Again, I'm just trying to fix the problem at the NBA level. I can't reach down to the amateur level and fix it down there too.
But
By the way, hold on.
But that's why you have load management to begin with.
Welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So, look.
The NBA fix, I just want to finish my point then. The NBA fix that's under their control is what you suggested earlier. Start it earlier, end it later. Don't worry about the NFL. Schedule so that nobody has to play any back-to-backs. You remove as much of the temptation to load manage as is humanly possible. And if a guy's knees are still bad after that, you got an injured list.
That's exactly. I'm not talking about I'm sore, I'm in pain, therefore you need to miss the game. I get it. Injuries happen. You never hear me complain about a guy who's hurt not playing. It's the healthy scratches, the load management designation. Again, why the NBA ever decided to go public and clean with this in the first place and just hasn't been selling mild ankle sprains since the get-go is a huge, huge, just botched moment of PR and opportunity for the league. But they wanted to be truthful, so here you go. I'm being truthful back to you. I don't believe you, and if you need more time, get more time. There's no element of sports where holding on to a tradition for tradition's sake means more than doing better business. In baseball, it was always 162 games in 180 days. That was it, right? It was 162 games in 180 days, and that is the grueling marathon of this sport. That's what you're looking to accomplish. Now, I don't know if it was 82 games in 100 days or 110 days or 82 games in, how about that? 82 games over the course of 365 days a year. I don't care. Expand your entire league over the course of 12 freaking months if you have to, and start opening night a week after the NBA Finals. I don't care. Take as much time as you need to make sure all healthy players play basketball. That's all you need to do. It's such an easy fix. And people are, well, there's this load management problem that the league just cannot fix. What are you talking about?
No,
I'm an idiot sitting on the radio, and I have fixed it.
I don't know if you fixed it, but you've done as much as the league can do, which is, okay, if back-to-backs are the problem, we'll take away all the back-to-backs. And they're not going to shorten they're not going to shorten the number of games because they want to make the money. And the players don't want the season shortened either because that reduces their pay. So stretch it out. You say, okay, 15th of September, that's when you start the league, because that's a month before you start it now. And then you add 3 weeks on, or 2.5 weeks onto the end. At that point, there are no back-to-backs to have. You don't need them. And the added bonus is you have more practice time so that maybe your players get better, because what's one of the things that coaches complain about all the time? We don't have enough time to practice. Well, now you've got extra days built into the entire season. So all they have to do is do that.
Good God, Ray, we've just fixed the sport.
We haven't fixed it. We put a Band-Aid on it.
That's fixing in my house. As soon as Jack's got that Band-Aid on, we're good.
You've got kids who are indestructible.
They sure are.
Yeah, I mean, they damage your furniture, but the furniture doesn't damage them.
Take a licking and keep on ticking, both these boys. They truly do. Look, this is easy to solve. Easy to solve. Well, we don't have the dates to, totally available in our building. Yeah, you do. You're the primary resident of that building. They'll move heaven and earth to accommodate you. Come on.
But no, see that the reason why that's a falsehood, not what you said, but nobody ever says they don't have the dates. The dates aren't crowded in September. The dates are crowded if you're in a building where you're sharing it with the hockey team. And that doesn't start till the middle of October. So the extra month, if you back this up to September 15th, nothing's going on there. The concert business is almost dead in big arenas.
And look at it
so
this way.
You're not really impacting that at all. You're actually adding dates.
You make a little room for hockey. Everybody wins.
Yeah, no,
how much load management is there in hockey, Ray?
There's a fair amount. I mean, it's not as much as the NBA, but there is a fair amount.
Is it because they're not protecting assets nearly the way that basketball does?
Well, the assets aren't nearly as expensive. I mean, the highest paid hockey player is probably like $12 million.
Right. So let me just say that this really is not load management as much as it is asset protection. Well, that's the con.
Well, that's not the con, though. Because if you don't load manage your most expensive guy, and his career lasts till he's 32, but you're paying him till he's 36, owners are going to ask questions why. Why they haven't asked this question is why can't we lengthen the schedule?
Here's the thing. Some guys get hurt. Some guys get hurt. It's sports. He got hurt. He didn't.
Yeah, they haven't thought about this as much because they're getting the money coming in every night anyway, either way. Now, if there was a way to mandate some sort of consumer protection, whereas when you buy the ticket, you buy it and expressly say, if Stephen Curry is not playing tonight,
I get 40% back on my original purchase price.
I get a refund. Screw 40%. I get my money back. You watch and see how quickly the schedule changes.
Oh, well, that or load management. Let's say the schedule never changed, but that became a law passed at the president of the United States says you must refund every single time an all-star misses a starting lineup.
Well, no.
Load management would vanish overnight.
Let me clarify that. If he's not actually injured and you don't have time, I mean, if you don't find out he's not playing till that day and there isn't a really good reason for it, like in shoot-around, he tripped over another guy and, sprained his ankle and he actually can't walk on it.
That's hurt.
Yeah, that's hurt.
Yeah.
But no, it's the best solution, and, I think other people have mentioned this before, but the league seems reluctant to take it on, has been that one, which is start it earlier, end it later.
We got our pal Sean Salisbury joining us in just a little bit here on 95.7 The Game. It's been a long time since we've said hello to Sean. We will talk to him about how the 49ers season ended, about the Super Bowl that's coming up, and what offseason priority lists need to be for Brock Purdy, need to be for Trey Lance, need to be for Kyle Shanahan and company. I'll say this, Ray, I do not know, and you do not know, and going into year 7, God bless him, Kyle Shanahan does not know who his week 1 starter is going to be next year. He just does not know right now. I do know this, though. No matter who that week 1 starter is, you better get yourself off to a quick start because whoever the starting quarterback is has probably got about as short a leash on them for all the right reasons. Not the wrong reasons, but a short leash for all the right reasons. And the right reason is, hey, the guy behind you might actually be able to get this done better than you. And I know that sounds like a little bit of a smack in the face to the guy who you're looking to get better than, but there's a truth to it. Like Brock Purdy either, looked really good and is going to come crashing down to earth, and then Trey Lance's size and physicality is going to carry the day for him to be the choice, his contract, his draft status, whatever you want to call it. Maybe it's Lance. Maybe it's Purdy. It feels like Purdy is wired to be behind Lance as next year begins. Maybe he built up enough house credit and will return even better than ever from elbow surgery, and it won't be like that, but Trey Lance now has an opportunity this offseason to make that gap up that the injury may have prevented him from even having in the first place. Whoever the Niners starting quarterback is week 1 next year, Ray, a very short leash. And it's not an indictment on what they cannot do. It's the need for Kyle to make sure the guy behind him might not be the better option because, again, the window to win a Super Bowl is right now. Here it is. Here it is. You got about 2 years going forward from today to win a Lombardi trophy with this group.
You prep them both as if they're both going to start. That way you minimize the chances that you're going to have a drop-off. That's the only thing he can do because he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's got. He probably is leaning toward Purdy because he's seen, okay, this is a guy who had 7 straight games running this offense, and he ran it okay. It was fine. So he's probably got the leg up over Lance. But you prep them both as though they're both going to start. And the other thing you can do between now and the start of training camp is find a veteran third quarterback that you can use in case they both crap out. Because that's also a possibility.
Nate Sudfeld back in the fold.
Let's try a veteran quarterback who's actually played.
Oh, you want one of those?
Yeah.
After the Josh Johnson experiment?
Well, not just after the Josh Johnson experiment. Just in general. I mean, what the 49ers have proven to the rest of the league is quarterback depth is a great thing. I mean, they went through 4 guys this year. I mean, that's an extraordinary number.
The league went through an extraordinary number.
The league, yeah. And so that's why I think the next time the competition committee, is removed from their joint crypts and gathers together, I think they're going to bring back that third quarterback designation because there's going to be enough hue and cry from the coach to say the salary cap's going up another $16 million a team. Surely we can afford $2 million for an emergency quarterback.
We have Sean Salisbury operating under our quarterback designation. He joins us next on the Bud Light guest line. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, Damon here to tell you about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns or an offshore account, have received money from a relative, maybe overseas, maybe you got a small business facing an audit. Regardless of the legal problem you have, if you have a legal problem with the IRS, you got a problem. You need a tax attorney to help you through this problem. Visit Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com right now. sftaxteam.com. I've met with Alexander Kugelman. I can tell you that he's transparent, he's ethical, and he wants to just tell you what your options are and let you know what it's going to cost you to get their straightforward advice. That's all you're looking for. Some honest numbers associated with a tax department. Kugelman Law, tax and crypto attorneys are available to you today. Find out for yourself at sftaxteam.com, sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, maybe even Jimmy Garoppolo being back. Yeah. I don't give a damn where the Niners go at quarterback at this point. Why? I just want to win the Super Bowl.
Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
But Purdy likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
San Francisco weather tonight. Expect rain with a low of 52 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Luke Bryan's Country on Tour with Chase Bickham, Alana Springsteen, and Tyler Brandon is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on Saturday, July 22nd. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Enter for your chance to win at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Red and Gold Reaction here on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Our friend Sean Salisbury joins us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, as is always our conversations with Sean. And what do you know, our cities are linked once again. Sean, who is based out of Houston, who has obviously hired DeMeco Ryan. What do you think about that hire for the Houston Texans? What advice would you give him coming back to Houston?
Advice, I don't think he needs much of it. I think, having been obviously a player here,
It's rare that you hear the regard that this guy's held in across the country for people that just have watched him from a distance. Here, he's revered. They love him, leadership-wise, as a leader, as a player, as a human being. And I think the two things that he has, from all indications, watching him as a coordinator, we know he knows X's and O's and how to call defenses, Damon, but it is two things. One is the building gets better. The guy, he raises people's game. Robert Saleh was great, but he also took that defense to another level, and he's done it back-to-back years and played and done phenomenal things with it. And the other thing, he leads. I'm a big believer that your assistants need to be great X's and O's guys. Now, if he's going to call the defenses, and we'll see, then he's got that too. But your head coach needs to be the best leader in the building. He just does.
Well, and it also feels like, Sean, it's a really good landing spot for him. Not only is it a homecoming of sorts because, going back to his playing days, but finally Houston has basically painted itself into a corner where patience on this hire is required. You cannot let another guy go early in his contract based on the fact you just did that with your last two coaching promotions, and you're in the tear it all down, build it all back up, needing a new quarterback in this draft department. It feels like DeMeco actually reaches Houston at a time where Houston can't return to its worst behaviors.
There's no question. And they, with him, like the buzz here has been big. It hasn't been this big since Watson first got to Houston. There's optimism now. I know they got a lot to do in the draft and the rest of it, but with him, and it's not even paint. I think this is the corner they wanted to paint themselves into. David Culley was not ready to be a head coach, even after all the years as an assistant. They knew that was a bridge coach. And in truth, so was Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith was not their first choice, their second choice, the third choice, but a stabilizing factor. But they didn't get better. And while I know optics and went 2 one-and-dones, it's been a dysfunctional franchise. What he does on a 6-year contract is he brings great reputation from the 49ers, a guy that's beloved here, but also that's damn good at his job, and the response they get is great. So he's got the traits necessary. Now you got to go get the players.
Is there a wild card, though, in the fact that I don't know how secure Nick Caserio is as the general manager there? And is there a danger in bringing in a new general manager who I presume might want to hire his own coach?
With the way the McNairs have gotten more involved, Cal McNair in this one, I think they're going to give a long leash to at least a couple more years to Nick Caserio. I do. I don't on the national focus. They're looking at the last two coaches and think, well, is he tied to this coach? Yes, he is, and the draft picks as well. But he's done a decent job in the draft with what he's had. The first year he got here, they didn't have a pick till the 3rd round, and that guy started for 2 years for the most part for him in Davis Mills. And then last year, from Pierce and Stingley and Petrie, and you're talking 6-7 guys started that are young guys, either first, more than that when you call first or second year guys. So he's done pretty decent with the draft with what he's had. Now this one is the catch-all. The quarterback, you got 2 picks in the first round, all the Watson assets. So I've got a little danger, Ray, but if DeMeco goes out for 3 straight years and they're 2-15, they'll both get fired. But as long as there's not some major hiccup and they win 6 games next year, Nick Caserio is not going anywhere. They're going to let him play this out at least for a couple years. And I also think that even if they brought a GM in, let's just say they got tired of Caserio after 1 more year, and they brought in a GM, that GM would not have they would not give him the power. This is a different organization and a little weird, but they would not give him the power to get rid of DeMeco Ryans. They're going to they're going to play this out. I would imagine a minimum of 3 years, regardless of the result, unless it's just so bad. Nick Caserio's job, at least for now, is not in danger. And even if a GM came in, that DeMeco Ryans will outlast Nick Caserio if that was the case.
Our friend Sean Salisbury on the Bud Light guest line here on Damon and Ratto. So it is shoulder surgery time for Brock Purdy. It's either going to be 6-month variety elbow surgery time. It's either going to be 6-month variety or shut him down because it's worse than that when they actually open him up and they get in there. What do you know, Sean, of quarterbacks returning from this similar injury along all of your playing days and coaching days?
Haven't seen many of them. Elbow strains, elbow soreness, some guys, but rare is it that I've seen, and I don't know how often it is. If it is, we don't see it much. is this Tommy John type surgery. Now we've seen it just from here, Justin Verlander and Lance.
Sounded like we just got sniped from a cell phone tower, Ray.
I think he blew out his UCL.
He might have. Holding the receiver up, maybe his elbow, who knows?
Or maybe he was holding a drink.
Maybe it was Hassan Reddick just blowing him up. We didn't even know he was in the passenger seat, but there he is.
Or maybe even at Salisbury's house.
Tyler Croft missed another block and got Sean Salisbury blindsided.
I think that's probably what happened.
Do you think people are making way too much out of, well, you used the wrong player to block the wrong player, and that's why the whole game plan blew up?
That's always what people do because they know just enough to be stupid. I mean, Tyler Croft is probably a better blocker than George Kittle is at this point because they use Kittle in more patterns.
We no longer need to vamp. Our guest has returned. Sean Salisbury on the Bud Light guest line. Sean, you were right in the middle of an answer when you cut out, so let's wrap up with how rare it is, just in terms of your experience, to return from such an injury.
I've never been on a team that's had this with a quarterback other than, tightness from throwing during training camp. You throw a lot. But we've seen it with Verlander and McCullers and a lot of baseball stuff here in Houston. If it is that they're cutting him open, I mean, the baseball, football, the torque is pretty similar when it comes to it, the finish and the rest of it. If it's cutting open, it's serious. There's no way he's back in 6 months if you're just going by the history of baseball injuries. I mean, get it back into shape and strengthening it so your mechanics don't change. So let's assume, and I'd love to say for the best that they didn't need to do it because, like I said, it is rare, but he'll get the best doctors around. But if it is a year, now the step is what's next? Jimmy's not going to be there, as we heard John and Kyle say. And now you're out Brock Purdy for the year more than likely. Now what? Trey Lance coming back from injury. It's his chance now to grasp it and see where it goes. But I wouldn't imagine it's going to be anytime soon. I would prepare if I'm the 49ers like it's a year. And if it's a bonus and it's sooner, then you get a great bonus back for a guy who won 7 straight games for you.
Who's a guy on the market that you would want to bring in either as a wiser head third quarterback type or somebody who could either back up Lance if he's fine or has to take the job if Lance isn't?
Well, you know that Jimmy gone, you go through the names that would possibly be available or you could get. I think Winston's a free agent. I don't know. He's a turns the ball over, which would drive Kyle crazy, but he's got experience. If you want to get into the car business, but that's $40 million. That happened to compete, which I'm not sure Carr and Lance, they want to put them in that situation. So he's planning on going and being a starter. So you got to scramble around and look for a guy that, that gives you an opportunity. Jacoby Brissett, listen, I know Watson's there and he's the guy, but Brissett did a damn good job last year. He's a veteran. He's become a guy who protects the football pretty well. He doesn't try to beat out. He understands the situation. He's been in it, kind of like Bridgewater over his career. You keep replacing him with another higher draft pick, and players love him. He can run the football and do what Kyle does in his offense, and he's efficient enough in the short passing game of the guys, and it won't cost you $20, $30, $15, $18 million. He seems to be just off a short list in my head that a guy you could have that's reliable that would also be better on a better team.
It happened again.
He blew his arm out.
It happened again.
Yeah. Tried to warm up again, and
Hassan Reddick again.
Even on a play that hadn't even started yet. That should be roughing the passer.
Offsides. I mean, at least reset down in distance here.
But he raised an interesting name though, Derek Carr. Maybe bring him in as a starter.
Well,
I don't know.
There's
a
price point that means he's your starter.
Well, yeah, sure. But I'm asking the question. He would be a surer thing than either Purdy or Lance.
If we can get one, because I would like to hear Sean's just thumbnail sketch of what he thinks the Super Bowl will be. That's what we'll come on back with if we can get him back online. But we'll let him go after that because he's hung up on us twice. He's had it with the Bud Light guest line.
Well, yeah. The other possibility is that his elbow's fine. He just throws the phone in the toilet.
Derek Carr I used to say this about Derek Carr. He had every shot in the bag. Like, he could put a little on. He could take a little off. He could be very good in the intermediary. I don't know. The only thing I really do not like about Derek Carr is that price point. I mean, if that is a price point, how about this? Would you rather have, Derek Carr as your starter for $40 million, or maybe try to salvage, I don't know, Baker Mayfield for much less than that?
Well, we have him back so we can ask him.
Sean Salisbury, one more time around, and we'll just we lost you once again as you were saying Derek Carr could possibly be an answer, and after this we'll just get a quick thumbnail preview of the Super Bowl and what you think we got coming up between two very good quarterbacks in their own right, Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts. Welcome back.
And you didn't hear me say Brissett?
No.
Jacoby.
No, he did.
Okay.
We did hear Brissett.
Yeah, Brissett was because he's reliable. He's not a guy with a big ego. He would like to be a starter, but he's a backup. Think Teddy Bridgewater, same way, a guy who's been replaced a few times but can still handle it. I think Jacoby Brissett would be a reliable backup that is no threat to the long-term starting position, and will cost you a lot less. As far as the Super Bowl, listen, the most consistent team all year long has been Philadelphia. The 49ers, unfortunately, we didn't get to see a real matchup because of the quarterback thing that's been well documented, but they're filthy on defense. They're going to apply a lot of pressure. This will be one of the biggest tests for the offensive line and the protection for Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. The thing I love about Andy Reid on the other side, there's no rhyme or reason or down or distance or place on the field that he won't do something that you haven't seen or catches you off guard. Big plays will matter in this game, but you're going to have to deal with a lot of schemes and guys who can pressure with 3-4 guys in Philadelphia. Keep an eye on the run game of the Kansas City Chiefs. Pacheco's physical. I love this game, and Jalen Hurts is a star. He is the star, but they're going to have to throw for more than 125 yards than they did last week. I love the game. I think it's a field goal game just on early returns. I like Philadelphia right now, but Mahomes is obviously the great equalizer, and you've got to find a way to double Kelsey and make somebody else beat you.
Is there anything about this game that you think will surprise you, or have we seen what Philadelphia does and what Kansas City does so many times that this is simply just a matter of who does what they do better than the other guy?
It's the latter, Ray. You'll see both of them will pull off something different in the game with 2 weeks, and they've got personnel. I mean, we've got stars, just like we did last week. And like I said, a shame we didn't have Purdy healthy, but stars all over the place. They'll do something different. The key to this game is twofold. Who's better at executing in the red zone? And both these teams can score in the red zone. Philadelphia scores on opening possessions as well. But I think it simply comes down to 6-8 plays, who turns it over, who yanks a punt, who gets that extra strip sack fumble at midfield. It's one of those games. I'm still leaning towards like the under. You know, I don't think it's going to be 41-38 type game. I think it's going to be a little more physical, but I would keep an eye on a commitment to the run game, like I said, for Kansas City. And it's going to come down to execution. This isn't get cute, and they run trick plays to make them work. So it's going to be physicality, and if they can't contain Philadelphia's defensive front, you'll see a lot of pressure on Mahomes. The question is, will he be able to move? And I would imagine he'll be close to 100% after 2 weeks off. He seemed to be moving pretty well against Cincinnati.
Sean Salisbury on the Bud Light guest line. 3 phone calls for you today. You officially checked in. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
There he is. Sean Salisbury on 95.7 The Game. It will be a fascinating Super Bowl. I mean, we do have 2 high-powered teams going against each other. Different styles, different types of quarterbacks, good coaches all the way around. And imagine the little bit of element of Andy Reid versus Philadelphia as we mercifully get through this week without it, but the game hype really starts next week. That'll come into fold. About Wednesday, someone's going to come up with that one as the major talking point.
That's coming out Monday. They're going to throw deep on
jump right on that.
I mean, the fact that Tom Brady announced his retirement when he did meant that you don't have any out of market lead-ins that anybody cares about, and most of the coaches will have been hired by then. So I think you'll get Reed v. Sirianni early.
Oh, by the way, Warriors fans,
do you feel joy? Say joy.
You should feel a little joy because tonight's Warriors game is not dead on arrival.
First name Stephen, last name Curry. He came into my life, now everything is less blurry. Oh, Steph Curry, Steph, helping me out.
He's going.
To the best. First name
He's
Stephen,
playing.
Last name Curry. He came into my life, now everything
It's officially happening. Steph Curry and Draymond, who were listed as questionable, are available to play tonight. Your Warriors starters are Steph, Poole, Wiggins, Draymond, and Looney. What do you know? Going back to bigs when Jokic is on the schedule. Probably a good way to go about it, or just try to track meet him off the court. But no Klay Thompson, but we are getting Steph Curry, and with Steph Curry playing, Draymond's like, yeah, sure, I guess I'll go too. That's good.
Well, the fact that Looney's back in the starting lineup is also an acknowledgement that last night he was one of the few Warriors who was good start to finish. And I think, say whatever you want about his physical limitations, he's one of the very few Warriors who you know what you're going to get from him night in and night out. And I think that is probably the most important thing the Warriors need right now, is somebody you can just inherently trust, and they don't have enough of those guys.
Kevon Looney, a trusted agent. Chasing wins. Sounds like a good move. Real quick question from the Xfinity mobile text line, going back to the conversation we were having about the 49ers from the 650, saying, shouldn't we at least kick the tires on Brady? Yeah, but not now. That life is timing. And this week is not the time to ask Tom Brady about his future. 3 months from now, when he's removed from a year, maybe getting a little bored, off of his normal off-season schedule or habits, and he's starting to think, yeah, maybe. But it's not now. And it probably won't be then.
No, it won't. I don't think so either. I don't know if you read the Greg Bishop story in Sports Illustrated about Brady's retirement, but he has access to Brady or Brady's people because he has had for years. And he suggested pretty strongly that if Brady was going to come back at all, it would be good to go back to Tampa because he wasn't dissatisfied in Tampa and that he wasn't looking around at any place else. So you
not even Miami, huh?
Not even Miami. It was apparently, Brady was satisfied in Tampa except for the results. And I think, between the fact that Tampa was pretty beat up, I think he would probably view that as viable an option in the NFC as any team that is looking for a quarterback. That said, it sounded, at least the way Bishop framed it, like he really is done. And that some people close to him were suggesting that they knew it much earlier than this.
Well, I guess congratulations to all involved for sitting on that story, but it'd be stupid to bite your
Well, I don't think it was
horse.
sitting on the story because he was going to be the only one who could tell it.
Right.
I mean, because he could still change his mind given the fact that he did that a year ago. So I think they thought that this was probably it. So I guess you could kick the tires, but I don't know they should expect an answer.
Are you ready for your NBA All-Star Game reserves? Because they were just handed to me. They've just come out. They've just had the announcement on TNT as to who is playing with our star-studded starring lineups, which were revealed last week. Here you go with your reserves. Your West All-Star reserves, Ray. Ja Morant, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Damian Lillard, Jaren Jackson Jr., Domantas Sabonis, Lauri Markkanen, and Paul George are your West All-Star reserves.
So they went with Jaren Jackson, even though there is a suspicion that some of his defensive numbers have been massively inflated by the Memphis stat crew.
So I've heard that there has been a careful going back through this Memphis stat crew, and although that made for really good internet conjecture. Apparently, there really is no great margin of error that has added a level of statistical dominance that could be seen in a mathematical. There really isn't much there after all.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just caught enough because everybody likes to evaluate everything about basketball based on 3 video clips anyway. But I found it interesting that the wagering on the Defensive Player of the Year in Vegas was taken off the board and may still be off the board for all I know.
Hey, we had to investigate some things. So there you go. There is your West All-Star Reserve, and there's a king. There's a
As there should be.
Sacramento King.
And you could make a case for a second one, too. But
probably should. Well, there is a case being made for a second king, but it's just being made in a Pacers uniform. Because when we look at the East All-Star Reserves, we have Joel Embiid, Jaylen Brown, Bam Adebayo, Julius Randle, DeMar DeRozan, Drew Holiday, and Tyrese Halliburton. And deservedly so.
He's coming. He's supposed to be coming back tonight. He's been out for a while.
So there you go. We got your all-star game for what is bound to be the worst celebrity-attended all-star game in the history of the modern NBA. Who wants to spend a lot of money to sit courtside and party for a week in Utah? Raise your hand. Not a lot of hands went up.
Well, there's no celebrities in this room.
I can only see one.
Are you staring in a mirror again?
No.
Lucas?
It's Grandy. It's the host of the 415ers podcast right there. I'll get an autograph for you before the end of the day, Ray.
What's he going to do? Paint an X on his hand and slam it on the paper?
No, I'm going to have him come and just sign your forehead with a Sharpie. It's going to be great. Just big Grandy right across your forehead.
Yeah, Halliburton is playing tonight and already has 11 points in the first quarter.
There you go. Tyrese going to an all-star game. He's inspired. We're inspired. And we got for you coming up in a matter of moments a little program we like to call Warriors Live. We're going to hop into that in our 5 o'clock hour. When we come on back, we will talk about how their late game situation certainly blew last night's game, and they're playing towards the worst possible stereotype that Charles Barkley used to accuse them of. We've got that for you and much more coming up in our final segment here, walking you right up to Tim Roy pregame live in Denver this evening. We got a little action. Steph, Poole, Wiggins, Draymond, and Looney are starters. Only Clay is sitting out the back-to-back. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
It's the red and gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Being a great player is doing year after year after year.
This is insane.
And I would say the same thing if Trey Lance did what Brock Purdy did.
See, I'm buying all my stock in Trey Lance. I never sold it.
Yeah, but
red eye right now. Brock is a top 15 quarterback right now in the NFL.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. Morning clouds will develop into more overcast conditions throughout the day today. Daytime temperatures will remain mild with a high of 44 degrees, dropping to the mid-20s overnight. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We actually broadcast this bad boy over on YouTube. You can see us there. You will not be impressed, but it's nice to have you. Thank you for consuming us no matter how you choose to do it. whether good old-fashioned right here on the radio or over on YouTube with all the hip, cool kids that watch us there. Thanks so much to Sean Salisbury for appearing on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. You can check out that on the Odyssey app, on the YouTube page, wherever Ray Ratto's broadcasting from later tonight. Ray, where's your podcast coming from tonight?
Don't have one.
Do you want one?
Why would anybody want one?
A podcast?
Why would anybody want me to have one?
You see, that's the legitimate question.
That was the question that I was trying to ask.
I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't listen to me if I could get away with it.
You know what I was pitching earlier today is you having some sort of like a virtual Valentine's Day card, like a warm, heartfelt greeting from Ray Ratto to send to a loved one this Valentine's Day.
I would shoot you in the Achilles tendon.
Let's do it.
No.
Let's do it. Think of the inspirational message that you could share with the lovebirds here in the Bay Area.
Think of the shattered hearts across the Bay Area if that happened.
Think of the money you could make, Ray. You could do it on Cameo. Back to Cameo.
Does that thing still exist?
Definitely.
That's horrifying.
I don't know how without you on it, though.
Lucas, come here so I can hit you without getting out of my chair.
Would you rather be on Cameo or OnlyFans?
I have no idea what OnlyFans is.
Really?
Really.
Okay.
What is OnlyFans?
It's essentially, it was a place that was built to be a version of Cameo where you would pay a celebrity directly for content to you.
Oh, that's what that was called.
And the entirety of it was basically taken over by the pornography industry.
Okay. The fact that you know that tells me something more about you that I didn't realize I knew.
I
knew that was a thing that occurred. I didn't know it was called OnlyFans.
Yeah. At this point, to say that is general knowledge in the world and zeitgeist that we're living in, this does not make me a rare porno-hungry, filthy dirty birdie. This just means I have electricity and I've been paying attention.
No, it's all the
internet.
magazines in the trunk of your car.
Hey, look, these kids don't understand what it was like to have to turn to magazines in the trunk of your car back in the day.
Yeah. Reading's fundamental. I get that.
Yeah, try masturbating to still photography, kids. You don't even know what a tough growing up and upbringing is.
Yeah, talk your way out of that one.
That's the truth. It's the truth. Everyone, let's not pretend.
Yeah. Enjoy your commute home, folks, with that image running around your head.
It's great to have you here. See, where can I buy that Ray Ratto greeting card? People want to know.
Hell, that's where you can get it.
Aaron Rodgers sent this little greeting card to the 49ers. He did so down at Pebble Beach.
Hi, Aaron.
Hi, Cole.
Got any news you want to share with us?
Not going to San Fran.
Well, if that's what you're going to call it, we didn't want you in the first place. Not going to San Fran. There you go. Aaron Rodgers, out of the 49ers' future plans.
Well, I think he knew the 49ers were going to be a little light on the $49 million a year payout.
Just a touch. They're coming up a little short there. Little bit short. What would you rather spend $49 million on? A brand new interior offensive line or Aaron Rodgers?
I think at this point, the new offensive line. But the wild card there is how long can you survive not knowing if either of your quarterbacks are fully functional? And the one thing that you can always rely on with Kyle Shanahan is that he doesn't make a decision before it has to be made. So he doesn't have to really worry about this until at the earliest, the start of the third round of the draft. But after that, I'm sure it'll be wandering around his head.
One of the names that was wandering around the head of Sean Salisbury when we asked, what are you really supposed to do at quarterback next year? Again, Kyle Shanahan at his press conference said,
I know we have 2 starters on our team right now that I believe we can win with. So when you have that situation, you're not that eager to go looking around.
I understand you might not be eager to go looking around. The same way I am never eager to go to the grocery store. But you need to do it because you might run out of food if you don't. So the third quarterback that he's talking about bringing in as a veteran, like that really wasn't a question about are you bringing in a veteran starter. But you got to have someone other than these two kids, and that's Trey Lance and Brock Purdy are still two NFL kids, just in case. I mean, you're going to need a camp arm for training camp. Jacoby Brissett. It's not a bad idea. Jacoby Brissett actually makes a little sense. It really does. I don't know what the price is on Jacoby Brissett. I don't know what the opportunity he's looking for. Jameis Winston, probably not. Just doesn't feel like he and Shanahan would be simpatico based on his turnover-prone career. But I'd rather have Jameis Winston get thrown into a game than Jacoby Brissett. There's a lot of nothing good happens with Jacoby Brissett. Nothing good is guaranteed to happen with Jameis Winston either. But at least something good could happen. Jacoby Brissett is maybe you won 12 to 7 that day. I mean, Jacoby Brissett ain't it. But it's also not a bad idea as a third quarterback, a veteran camp guy to bring in. Not to mention, don't you want someone sort of holding the hands of Lance and Purdy in your training room? And the truth is you got to start the year with two quarterbacks. If Purdy's not ready to start the year, then you got to bring in somebody. So,
yeah, I mean, again, Kyle Shanahan has already been thinking about this, and I think he probably is going to bring in that third guy. And at that point, you got to be able to convince a third guy that he could come in, at least ostensibly compete for the job, and if not that there will be a place on the active roster for him.
Tyrod Taylor.
Or whatever the name. I mean, let's say Tyrod Taylor, just for snicks and giggles. If he's going to be inactive every week, then why would he come here? You'd have to tell whoever you're bringing in, you're going to be on the active roster every week. And if there isn't a third quarterback designation made legal again by the NFL, that might be a restriction that Kyle Shanahan is unwilling to make.
Where's this team going to go for its defensive coordinator? Is Vic Fangio is still officially in play?
No.
Where is he now?
Miami.
Miami, it's a done deal. So there you go. A former 49ers assistant coach jumps all over Vic Fangio. So Steve Wilks, is that the direction this is now heading in? Will there be an internal promotion for defensive coordinator? I think it's a little disappointing that Vic Fangio is not the name.
Well, you had to come up with a compelling reason why he would want to do something he's done before.
There's a little bit of familiarity that should be reassuring.
Yeah, but I think
you know that you're walking into a situation that is run right.
But I think he is confident enough in his ability that he would be able to not worry about familiarity. He would make himself familiar with whatever he was doing. And I think Mike McDaniel probably sold him the moon because he needs somebody to straighten out that side of the ball.
I think it's almost an easier job for Vic to just show up and keep a good thing going in San Francisco.
Maybe he'd rather have the challenge. I don't know. All I know is he's not coming here.
Well, so my first two steps in a 49ers offseason that could turn into a Super Bowl next season have not happened. Tom Brady ain't coming. Vic Fangio ain't coming.
Maybe a lesson in that.
For the 49ers to start paying attention to me?
No, that clearly they're not paying attention to you. You should stop giving them advice that they're going to reject anyway.
Well, no wonder why they haven't won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're the reason.
Hey, these just nuggets that I'm offering are free. They're available. You can use them or ignore them at your own risk.
If they're free, they may be worth what you're asking for them. I'm just saying.
Advice. Should have been Tom Brady.
If you're off to this kind of a start, either you need to rethink your priorities or
I showed up in this market in 2005. The 49ers have not taken my advice. They have not won a Super Bowl since I've been here. The Warriors, they've listened carefully. Look at the success. The
Really
Giants, my voice bled into the Giants, their front office, and their behaviors. 3 world championships prove that. I don't talk enough hockey to really help the Sharks. Maybe that's my fault.
Oh, it's definitely your fault.
There you go. Teams that listen have trophy cases. Teams that don't.
Oh, everybody's got a trophy case. They just haven't filled it lately.
Since I've been here. So those who have listened have more trophies. Those who haven't have a massive attendance problem, Oakland A's.
So what's the advice you gave the Warriors that they desperately needed, that they didn't already have?
Play or trade James Wiseman. You got to have something for him or get something out of him. He is too valuable to allow to die on the vine, which they basically have done. They have removed any element of mystery. Everyone in the league now pretty much knows he sucks, and they're stuck with a depreciating asset that they're not getting any return for. They should have done that.
We don't know that they're stuck with him. I mean, they probably have not shopped him around yet. I mean, the trade deadline's in a week. I mean, maybe they get something done for him. I mean,
well, if they do,
Oklahoma
they will have taken my
Oklahoma
advice.
City's only got 65 draft choices.
They will have taken my advice if they do. One of my end of the year predictions when I was doing like the last show of last year, and you were already off that Friday, and Alan Stiles and I were emptying out our predictions for the upcoming year. My first prediction is James Wiseman would be traded by this deadline. So we'll see if I'm right or not.
Okay, and if you're not, then
they're probably not winning the title this year.
Then you're 0 for 3. And
the teams not paying attention to me are the 0 for 3 teams.
Yeah, well.
Just here to help. Just here to help. By the way, the amount of people who are running wild with ideas for the Ray Ratto Valentine's Day card on the text line are
lonely shut-ins who should not be acknowledged in any way, shape, or form.
There's money to be made here. If you're above money, what the hell are you even doing here in the first place? There's money to be made. Would you like to make money?
Not that money.
That's dirty money.
It means
what you're doing here is for noble cause, but that is a bridge too far.
No. Everything I do is a shameful act. But that's not dirty money. It's just money in which I have to interact with strangers.
No, it's just a recorded message.
I have to interact with strangers because they're going to ask me, they're going to say, here's what I'd like you to say. And that's not what I
you don't
say.
have to satisfy anyone. No, you don't satisfy anyone.
And I'm succeeding without even making an effort.
Welcome, everybody, to your 5 o'clock hour.
I have no idea what OnlyFans is. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
That's the card right there. That's the card right there. Here, honey, I've got nothing for you for Valentine's Day except a message from Ray Ratto. And that message is...
I have no idea what OnlyFans is. What is OnlyFans?
There's someone in our audience who would pay $5 for that.
That's a person I don't want to know.
But they want to know you.
Well, they don't get a vote.
So if it's not going to be Aaron Rodgers, if it's not going to be Vic Fangio, if it's officially not going to be Tom Brady, then let's go ahead and work with what you actually got. Now your needs turn into the offseason programs of Brunskill, of Burford, and of Aaron Banks. Those 3 guys have a massive offseason in front of them. You all played last year. You were all evaluated as good, but not great at this. Who's ready to go to great at this? Anyone willing to sacrifice what needs to be sacrificed in an offseason to approach greatness? We're talking about rest, power, discipline, nutrition, all of it. Which one of you guys seriously wants to hold on to this job, and which wants to be replaced? Because of the many compensatory picks that the 49ers have, packaging and moving into the second, late first round for a premium offensive lineman at the time probably is in the books too. And if not for that, the replacement of Javon Kinlaw. And that's maybe a topic that I should have brought up a day or two ago, just haven't gotten to it, but here it is. I think Javon Kinlaw has given all this team he can give. And it's time for them to look for the guy who was never really the replacement for DeForest Buckner. I think you need to find that solution too. Replace Javon Kinlaw. Get the best guard, center, right tackle available in the draft. That guy hopefully becomes a starter for you with the improvement of Burford, Banks, Brindle, the guy that you aren't replacing with the draft pick or the free agent signing. I think you got to go about it that way.
I think offensive line is certainly a start, because what did we see from Philadelphia except they have the best offensive line in football? You need to close that gap, even if you're not playing the Eagles this coming year. I don't know how desperately they need to replace Kinlaw, because I don't think he was an impediment to what they did this year. And the fact that they've got at least 3 third-round picks in what is supposed to be a fairly offensive lineman-rich draft suggests that they can get that done with only a moderate expense of money. But you've got to get at least one guy who is a veteran, who matters, at least close to the way Trent Williams has mattered. Because I think there are people who I actually think that he is the most dominant player, not only at his position, but is more of a dominant player at his position than anybody else is at theirs.
It's a fascinating offseason that is coming up for a team that just had a fascinating season that was completely dashed. I mean, in that NFC title game, that was brutal. You had Larry Krueger was in for Matt Steinmetz today, and I hadn't seen Larry since the NFC Championship game. I saw him. I was like, dude, what do you think? That hurts. He's like, that's the least amount of fun I've ever had watching a 49ers game, because it was just over as it started. And it really was. That was a rough one. That's going to sting for a while, Niners fans. I'm going to return to the one weapon that this team definitely will have to fire at the rest of the NFL going forward. And the most important weapon is the combination of Kyle Shanahan's plays and Christian McCaffrey's ability to highlight and execute them. That is where the money will be found offensively next year on day one, week one, and needs to be pretty much a reliable source of guaranteed that's going to work game in, game out. Look at where we are. Look at the starting position of this relationship. That's the floor. Like what we just saw this past season is the floor of that productivity. That's the starting point of what we were told, what they thought would be one of the best hand-in-glove sort of, he calls them, I run them, coach-athlete combinations in the NFL. It's huge. The offseason that Kyle Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey have together, really exploring what they collectively did well, what maybe is an idea or two to be turned away from and used. Maybe we're running in between the guards with more Jordan Mason next year, more Elijah Mitchell. And if we're talking about, like, what can you do with just your own roster this offseason, among the other guys that has to have a monster offseason, I believe is Elijah Mitchell too, getting healthy, getting ready to put up big numbers as the understudy to Christian McCaffrey. I think that's a huge element of next year's early season success, while you're still going to be, tossing the coin of who the hell the quarterback is supposed to be.
I mean, what the thing we've seen about the 49ers is that because they are not quarterback dependent, they can do all those other things and not miss much of a beat. They just need not to have an awful quarterback. They need to stay healthier, and not just at quarterback, but pretty much everywhere. They need to keep McCaffrey healthy more than anybody else. But you saw this year, the 49ers are, perfectly fine as currently built. The only questions are, can you make the offensive line better so that it is as elite as your running game? And can you keep your defense at or near the top of the league on the other side? Because that's how they won 13 games after a mediocre start.
By the way, just getting ready to haunt you, is the reality of this situation that the Niners have in their quarterback room. You got a might be backing up a could be, or a could be backing up a might be. We don't know yet. They could both be two very good NFL starters going forward, or neither guy really shows up for that next look and impresses. I don't know what is going to really bear the most fruit. You know, do you want the stronger, athletic, more raw prototype of supreme NFL athlete? Well, you've got that in Trey Lance. Or would you rather trade all the physical attributes away for a guy who's just got it in between his ears and sees the field and delivers the ball and does what Kyle needs to do? I'll say this, whoever wins that job, whoever is your week one starter, I hope you have a really good first half of that game. Because in a town, Ray, where a quarterback debate is basically a birthright, I mean, every generation, from Montana to Young to Alex Smith to Kaepernick to Jimmy G to Trey Lance now and Brock Purdy, it is the birthright of a 49er fan to be caught up in this argument, and the cliche of the backup quarterback being the most popular guy in town will probably never ring more true than in the year we're about to have.
Oh, no, that's a given. I mean, that's
strap in, right?
It's a law of physics.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be stupid, again, because whatever else you want to say about Jimmy Garoppolo, he served this place well and was never properly appreciated for it. He always had to be somebody else. And the fact is, he got him to a Super Bowl, got him to a conference final, and had he not gotten hurt, he might very well have gotten to another conference final this year. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. But this town doesn't appreciate what it has until it doesn't have it anymore, which seems to me is sort of an ass-backwards way to go about being a fan. But that's why I distrust fans.
Are you ready for a little Warriors Live? Are you ready to party with the NBA, Ray? Because we got an NBA party that we thought might get canceled if we didn't get a little Steph Curry mixed in with this game tonight. You know, the whole load management, which we were discussing earlier, and what a pain in the rear end it really is. But wait, it's happening. The only load that needs to be managed will be the barrage of threes. That unfortunately didn't really fall for the Warriors last night, which brought to an end their 3-game winning streak. And it was the first Warriors Live we had done in a really long time. Maybe it was us. Maybe we put the mush on.
I'm fine with that.
Maybe it's you.
Great.
Maybe it's time for Warriors Live right here on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Welcome indeed to Warriors Live. Damon and Ray getting you ready. We're going to send you out to Tim Roy at the bottom of the hour. He'll get you ready with network pregame. We got tip-off in Denver against the first-place Nuggets tonight around 6 o'clock. And what can we say, Ray? Denver is just good. They've actually lost 3 of their last 5 games, but before that, they pulled out a stretch that reminds you of some of the best stretches the Warriors used to pull out in a regular season. They had a 19-3 stretch before the little bit of hiccuping they've done recently. They've got the 3rd best point differential in the NBA. They've been the best home team in the NBA with a 23-4 record at home. We know how much the Warriors have struggled on the road. There aren't a lot of numbers that favor the Golden State Warriors to win tonight, but that was before we realized, hey, what do you know? Steph Curry is playing and Draymond Green is playing, which will give them at least a puncher's chance, which Las Vegas decided to handicap it minus 12.5, I believe, earlier today. Maybe that's come down a little since we know who is indeed playing for the Warriors, but Warriors are getting 12.5 this morning. That's a big number for this team anywhere.
Yeah, and part of that number is predicated not just on the fact that they didn't know whether Curry or Green were going to play, but also that the Warriors are 1-6 in the second game of back-to-backs. And I don't think that's that much worse than most other teams' record in back-to-backs, but 1-6 is telling.
1-6 is not only telling, their efforts, who's available in back-to-backs usually tells you what's about to happen. But tonight, the Warriors got a little bit more of a fist to throw that looks like a normal fist that the Warriors throw at a very good first-place Denver Nuggets team, which, by the way, is 7-3 over its last 10 games, averaging 115 points with 40.5 rebounds, 28 assists per game. And over the same 10-game stretch, they're getting 9 steals, 4.5 blocks per game while shooting 50% from the field. Ray, they're good. They're not incredibly entertaining. They're not incredibly satisfying of a team to watch. They ain't sexy. They're good. They're a really good basketball team. They might not even be wired to be a good postseason basketball team, but they're a good regular season basketball team.
Oh, I think they're really good now. By the way, the line right now is 6.5.
There you go. That's play it again, everybody. He's important.
First name Stephen, last name Curry. He came into my life, now everything is less blurry. Oh, Steph.
Continue.
I hate that song so much.
You hate everything, so there's no difference.
Well, no, but on my list, that's 14th.
Okay, well,
right after Crippling Ricketts.
I don't even know. Was that?
No, the Nuggets are fun to watch. They are a lot of fun to watch. I mean, if you had to, if I had to list the teams that I would watch if I had 2.5 hours to kill and didn't have to care about anything else, they might be about 4th. I mean, I think Jokic himself is worth price of admission. And now that they're healthy again, and the fact that they score a lot of points, they generate a lot of action offensively. To me, I'd take them as entertainment anytime.
Well, let me quickly tell you who is indeed in and out tonight. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more information, visit boxerlaw.com. Klay Thompson, he is out tonight, and Andre Iguodala is out tonight under the category of old and doesn't really play basketball anymore. Steph Curry and Draymond Green upgraded from questionable to playing tonight. Also still sitting at questionable, unless you know something that I don't, Lucas. Aaron Gordon, questionable tonight with an ankle sprain for Denver. So you might want to take a look at that, and we'll see if we got that right. I can tell you this, though. Your Take It to the Bank prediction, sponsored by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. I do want to talk about the large man that you think is worth the price of admission. Jokic is an unbelievable basketball player. He makes it look easy, which is, I guess, the curse of some basketball players. They make it look so easy, you start taking them for granted. I've said it before. I want to say it again. And think about this as you're watching the game tonight. Unless he's spotting up for an actual, like, textbook-looking jump shot, the majority of Jokic's basketball prowess comes with him looking like a tall man putting a box of cereal back on top of the refrigerator. It's just all that little kind of baby hook kind of over his ear, over his head, simple flick of the wrist that goes in at a rate where he's shooting the best effective field goal percentage of his entire career. This man already has 2 MVPs. He's above his career averages in every stat that really matters. You know, they tell you that Jokic is a huge darling of the advanced metrics. He is if you're a pocket protector basketball fan, you love Jokic. Well, if you just want to use the old school nonsense too, like points, rebounds, assists, that also works because he's 25, 11, and 10 through 44 games. And again, as efficient as he's ever been in an already probably Hall of Fame bound career.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think he is almost a prohibitive favorite to be the MVP again. And not just because of the advanced metrics, but just you watch him night in and night out. he never has a game where he is an active negative for the Nuggets. He has not played.
Get him off the floor.
Yeah, he's killing us. I mean, and there may be like 5 guys in the entire league of which you could say that about. He's extraordinary. I think he's a great player. I mean, if you told me I had to pick between him and Doncic and then build a team around him, I think I'd take Jokic first. As good as Doncic is, that's a team that is still a cipher without him. And I don't know that he's always good at making those guys better. But Jokic, 10 assists a night.
When you talk about being great every single time they step on the court, the Warriors used to have many players who fit that bill. I don't know if they do right now, and I do. Look, I'm gonna do it again. I don't care how much Ray doesn't like it. He's special. He's special. We all know how special that guy is. But there's been some inconsistency in crunch time, some sloppy play in crunch time. And as we said earlier, what the Warriors are being betrayed by in crunch time is not their 2-timeline plan. It's not the young guys. Moses Moody's not out there screwing up late execution in basketball games. It's not Patrick Baldwin Jr. It's not Jonathan Kuminga. It's certainly never James Wiseman because he's not even allowed to hit the court. I mean, it's the veterans on this team who are letting this team down in their most important moments. And Steve Kerr said that was the case last night as they lost in overtime to the Minnesota Timberwolves, 119-114.
Well, I thought, we had control of the game, and then I thought we just kind of gift wrapped it. And not to take anything away from Minnesota, I thought they were great. They took advantage of our mistakes and our lack of execution. And, D'Lo got hot, and, guys made big shots, but we missed box outs. We threw the ball away. We took really difficult shots. So everything we had done to that point to have control of the game, we stopped doing. So we got what we deserved.
And it's his veterans who stopped doing it. Ray, who gave the famous quote in sports when they were asked, what do you think about your team's execution? He's like, I'm in favor of it.
Oh, John McKay.
Yeah.
That was the year. That was the expansion Tampa Bay Buccaneers who went 0-14.
Well, again, late game execution. It's a problem for a team that with that lineup out there in late game moments, they shouldn't be running into it as often as they do.
These are the best players in the world, even with their guys out. If you want to hand a team a few possessions, then we got guys who are going to take advantage. D'Lo hits like 3 threes after we throw the ball away a few times, and the whole game changes. So if you want to win, especially on the road, you have to execute. And, we've probably lost, 5-6 games like this on the road this year just because of a lack of execution. We're not good enough to win without executing. We might have been a few years ago. We're not good enough now to win without executing in the fourth quarter on the road. So we're trying to correct that. We're trying to work on that, and we got to do better.
Look, we're going to be talking to Steve Kerr tomorrow. He's going to join us on Friday. We're looking forward to that. And when asked specifically, how do you fix all this, Steve?
You show film and you practice. That's all you can do. So we will continue to try to address it and try to get better.
Again, no practice between the last game and this game on a back-to-back. So that is why Ray and I decided to solve – well, Ray didn't solve anything. He just piggybacked on my great idea to just expand the season. Start in September, early September, mid-September. Doesn't matter. Start earlier. Buy yourself more time in a calendar. Eliminate the need for back-to-back games. And that's that. I'm a hero. I just solved the biggest problem you have as a sport. You're welcome, NBA. I mean, I'll be here for another 2 minutes, and then we're going to send it out to Warriors Live.
I'll fix something else.
What needs fixing? Just go ahead. Just throw something at me. I'll do it. I'm here to serve the people.
Okay, traffic on Battery Street.
Your best fix on that is to go around. You're going to want to take Embarcadero. And then when you're on Embarcadero, it's going to look a little pessimistic because everyone's trying to get on the bridge from there. Once you get past the bridge, Embarcadero opens wide up. If there's no event at the ballpark, if there's no event at Chase Center, stay on Embarcadero until you get to 280. Otherwise, you bang a right on Brandon. Brandon will take you down to 6th Street. 6th Street becomes 280. You're welcome.
I take the boat.
Oh, well then, You're screwed. Thank you so much.
I'm great.
You'll be okay.
Because you know what you can do on the boat that you can't do in a car?
Rub Ray's belly.
No.
And anyone who gets a picture of rubbing Ray's belly on the boat and sends it to me, I'll give you $50.
If this happens once, I'm suing you. No, you can order a drink.
Good job, Ray. Good job today. Thanks to Sean Salisbury for joining us. We got network pregame coming up next with our good friend Tim Roy from Denver. For Ray and everyone associated with this, I'm Damon. Sports don't build character. Rub his belly. They reveal it.
Don't you dare.
And like that, he's gone.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not